Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 535, Time to go to the school dance. After dropping Wednesday back at Nevermore, Alex returned to the hotel, just in time to see Dean struggling to explain to Castile what to do with the monster's blood and claw. But Castile, being himself, had a hard time understanding what was being asked of him or how to even carry it out. Seeing Alex return, Dean couldn't hold back and immediately asked for help. He was one step away from exploding, exhausted from trying to teach the angel the simplest things. Alex had to take the lead, carefully explaining to the angel, who wasn't exactly friendly with either technology or logic, exactly what needed to be done. Meanwhile, the three of them were having this extremely tedious conversation, while Wednesday and Enid had already made themselves comfortable in the room, watching the mission recording in Bright Falls. Fortunately for Alex, GIR had done an excellent job. He had condensed the 3-day recording into just a few hours, adding clear explanations and notes to prevent any unnecessary questions. Enid sat on a chair, clutching a soft toy to her chest, her eyes fixed on the screen. Wednesday sat upright, almost like she was being interrogated, holding a notebook, writing down everything that seemed important so she could later ask Alex questions. But both girls felt the same thing. It was as if they were watching a detective film with horror elements, and Alex was the main character of the entire story. The recording started with Alex and Emmett's arrival in Bright Falls, with their brief but significant conversation and the subsequent search for Sheriff Breaker. Then came Saga Anderson and Alex Casey, whom Wednesday immediately recognized from Alan Wake's books. The scene shifted, and everyone headed to the morgue to examine the body of the missing FBI agent Nightingale, who had vanished 13 years ago. When the footage moved to the morgue, Enid immediately looked away, not wanting to watch Alex examine the body. Wednesday, however, simply nodded in approval at every move Alex made. He worked like an experienced coroner, confidently, methodically, without unnecessary emotion. Then events suddenly accelerated. A page from a book appeared in Nightingale's chest. Mentions of other pages found by the sheriff. And the sudden, impossible, disappearance of Sheriff Breaker himself. The climax came when Agent Nightingale came to life, transformed into a Taken, and began killing people in the morgue. Seeing the black mist streaming around his body, Wednesday tensed. She had already seen something similar around the monster she had encountered twice. Did he turn into a zombie? Enid asked, covering her eyes with her hands but still peeking through her fingers so she wouldn't miss anything. It's not a zombie. They're called the Taken. This FBI agent was possessed by something, Wednesday answered calmly, picking up the book return. Ugh, that's horrible. He just came to life. And that sheriff disappeared. How can someone just vanish like that? Enid was genuinely shocked. Don't ask. I don't know myself, Wednesday replied, jotting down another question in her notebook about the sheriff's fate. The more the girls watched, the more amazed they were at what was happening in the recording. Even Wednesday, with her usually stone-cold expression, raised an eyebrow a few times unconsciously. She finally understood what Alex had meant when he said that time in Bright Falls was a complicated thing. It became especially apparent when Alex suddenly found himself in an empty, dark forest, in the fold. The way he moved from one fold to another looked strange even to her. Even Alex's encounter with Alan Wake in the dark place came as a surprise to Wednesday. That's when she realized Alex hadn't exaggerated. Alan really had been trapped there for 13 years. The first fight between Alex and Scratch in Alan's apartment drew an excited squeal from Enid. She loved Kung Fu and was now convinced that Alex knew it too. Wednesday, on the other hand, analyzed his movements, assessing what else Alex was capable of. When Alex and Alan Wake finally emerged from the dark place, everything fell into place. How is this even possible? He went into that strange place in the evening and came out in the morning. And Alex said he was there for only 40 minutes. Is that even real? Enid asked in amazement. I'm curious myself. Considering all the places he visited, it couldn't have taken him more than an hour, Wednesday replied calmly. But he fought that evil double so amazingly. And then, bam. He threw him out the window. And he even shouted like a typical villain, I'll be back. Enid said, her wide, shining smile reflecting her excitement. Wednesday simply nodded briefly at Enid's words, denying that Alex had indeed fought brilliantly would have been pointless. The girls continued watching, and soon they were able to get answers to many questions, what the dark place was, what happened to time, and why everything around seemed so distorted. Enid, of course, didn't understand any of Alex's explanations, while Wednesday caught everything down to the smallest details and even crossed out several questions in her notebook that she had planned to ask Alex. By the way, she simultaneously flipped through the pages of return, cross-referencing the events. Scanning the lines of the book, Wednesday realized that the main character was supposed to be Saga Anderson. But the intervention of Alex and Emmett completely disrupted the flow of the story. Saga was no longer influenced by the narrative. Wednesday finally understood why Alex had said that the book's departure and return held far more significance than she had assumed. When everything reached the grand finale, the battle at Cauldron Lake, Enid practically bounced on the spot with excitement, watching how awesome Alex looked as he sang while the fight raged around him. The climax culminated in Alan Wake's rescue and the moment when Alex and the real Alan surfaced in the lake under the rays of the rising sun. Wednesday received many answers, though some questions still remained. Enid, meanwhile, was overwhelmed with impressions, enough emotions to last for weeks of discussion. The girls saw so many sides of Alex that they barely had time to process everything they had witnessed. Enid immediately started messaging Alex, sharing her excitement and impressions, even though it was already past midnight. Wednesday, however, sat at her desk, continuing to take notes in her journal. She circled the words, dark entity, taken, fold, and everything she had learned from Alex's mission recording. She had gained far more than she had expected and now understood how to fight such creatures, using light. Thus ended the day for the two girls. Wednesday continued recording what she had seen, and Enid chatted with Alex without stopping. The next day arrived, Saturday, the day of the Raven Ball. Upon waking, Alex and Dean followed their usual morning routine, got ready and went for breakfast. But because they had overindulged in alcohol the previous day, Dean didn't wake up until noon, suffering from a terrible hangover. Alex, on the other hand, felt excellent. He simply couldn't get drunk. Alcohol had no effect on him. They decided to go to the Weather Vane Cafe to grab some coffee and a pastry. After the first sip, life began to return to Dean's eyes, and he quickly pulled himself together. The worst of the hangover was fading. Meanwhile, Alex scrolled through the news, checking if anything serious had happened anywhere while he was busy with his current work. Dean, are you sure it's a good idea to go into the forest alone to watch the cave? Alex asked, sipping his coffee and continuing to scroll through his feed. And what do you suggest? Wait until you've finished dancing at your school ball so we can go together. No, man. Go have fun. You don't get a chance to attend a school dance every day. And there's only one monster. If it shows up, I'll just take it down, that's it. I don't need anyone else's help to kill a single monster, Dean replied calmly, biting into a donut with a smug grin. All right. Just don't you dare die at the hands of some pathetic monster. Again. I'm not going to have to find your dead ass and bring it back, Alex said, resting his cheek on his fist. Dean just smirked and gave a thumbs up, implying he could handle it without any problem. Alex sighed and shook his head. Distracted, he noticed Tyler looking in their direction. Seeing Alex's gaze, Tyler immediately looked away and returned to his work. Alex was certain that Tyler had heard everything and would soon tell Laurel Gates that Dean was planning to watch the cave. He didn't know how unhinged Laurel could become under the influence of darkness, or whether she would risk attacking a federal agent. But for some reason, he had a feeling she was exactly that crazy, and would stop at nothing to get her job done. Alex understood that Dean could easily kill Tyler once he transformed into Hyde, even if the darkness empowered him. With his new strength, Dean would have enough power to fight such creatures on equal terms, unless something unexpected happened. Watching Tyler, Alex thought that saving him was impossible, unless they could separate Hyde's entity from Tyler himself. But he saw no reason for that. Tyler fully understood what he was doing when he became Hyde and thoroughly enjoyed every kill. After finishing their coffee, Alex and Dean decided to head back to the hotel. Upon entering their floor and stepping into the room, Alex immediately noticed a letter lying on the floor. Picking it up and glancing over it, he instantly knew who the author was. Thing had tried to make the letter look like it was from Wednesday, claiming she wanted to go to the Raven Ball with him. Dean also looked at the contents and gave a skeptical chuckle. The text was so sweet and saccharine that no sane person would believe it was Wednesday's handwriting. Alex, of course, knew perfectly well that it was Thing, but he was genuinely happy that he could invite Wednesday. Setting the letter aside, he immediately messaged Enid to tell her about it. Being a true bundle of pink enthusiasm, she wholeheartedly supported the idea. She was not at all embarrassed that they would have to go to the dance together, with only one date. Alex messaged Enid first because he had invited her first, and it was important for him to get her consent. He didn't want to upset her accidentally. After explaining his plan, he asked Enid not to tell Wednesday, so as not to scare her off. Enid agreed easily and promised to keep it a secret. Finishing the messages, Alex checked the time. The Raven Ball started at 7 in the evening, and he still had plenty of hours to get ready and choose decent clothes. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. Dean was the one being called. The phone vibrated, and Dean picked up. Hold on, Sammy, just a sec. I'm putting you on speaker, he said, setting the phone on the table. Hey, Sam. What happened over there? Alex asked once the speaker was on. Since you're busy in Jericho right now, we took on another case, Sam reported calmly. Sammy, what case? Dean raised a brow. 6 families have been killed. And in each family, 1 child is missing. All we found is this symbol. Alex, do you know what it is? Lucina's voice came through the speaker. At that moment, a message arrived on Alex's phone. He arched a brow and opened the attached photo. Dean stood up and leaned closer. On the screen, they saw a strange symbol, an elongated angular face with huge curved horns, instead of eyes, 2 deep black hollows, as if shadow was dripping from them. The nose and mouth merged into a sharp wedge-shaped line. On the sides, 2 symmetrical claw-like protrusions. The drawing covered an entire wall and was painted in blood. Alex recognized the symbol immediately. Finding traces of that entity in this universe no longer surprised him. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and exhaled heavily, a gesture Dean didn't miss. Let me guess, you've seen this before, Dean said. And what is this symbol? Some curse or something worse? Alice asked. You're right. Something worse, Alex replied. And which creature does it belong to? Sam asked. It's the mark of a dark entity called Bugwell. In ancient times, he was worshipped in Mesopotamia and Canaan as a protector of children. Later he became a devourer of souls. He was mentioned in ancient texts connected to Abrahamic religions, Alex explained. And how do we find and kill this Bugwell? Samantha asked, tension clear in her voice. Bugwell can't physically kill people. He exists in another dimension, between dream and waking. To influence people, he needs to enter their field of attention. As soon as someone sees his image, Bugwell gains access to that family and chooses the future victim, a child. That's why 1 child always disappears. Alex continued. So how do we deal with a monster that doesn't actually do anything directly? Sam asked, clearly irritated. Find the medium through which Bugwell manifests himself, and destroy all carriers, any images, recordings, photos, drawings. Destroy everything. The second option is a ritual. It pulls Bugwell into the real world, where his power is minimal. Then he can be sealed or destroyed with a consecrated blade. I'll send you all the materials where he's mentioned. I'm sure you'll find more options, Alex said, starting to send the Men of Letters archives. We've received the files. Talk later, moi, Alice said before ending the call. Once the call ended, Alex simply shook his head. He was certain Sam, Lucina, Alice, and Samantha would handle Bugwell without much difficulty. Dean, however, was far more interested in what Bugwell actually was, and what he was capable of. But instead of giving explanations, Alex simply handed him the archival records, letting him figure it out on his own. Meanwhile, he focused on removing all possible Bugwell-related images from the internet. Alex knew all too well, as long as even a single trace of this entity existed, it would never truly disappear. Time was relentlessly approaching the start of the Raven Ball. Alex still couldn't decide what to wear, so he ended up putting on the first thing that came to mind, the Demon Slayer Corps uniform and his black haori with red spider lilies. Dean watched with interest as Alex dressed in the Japanese outfit, always wondering what else his bottomless inventory might be hiding. Are you sure that's appropriate for a school dance? Dean asked, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong with it? Taisho-era clothing. And I think it looks pretty decent with the haori, Alex replied, turning slightly to show it off. You know, fine, never mind. It suits you. Let's go, I'll drive you to the ball. Damn, I feel like a dad taking his son to his first school dance. I'm so proud of you, kiddo, Dean said, theatrically brushing away an imaginary tear. Go to hell, chum. Or do you want me to hit you with a stick? Alex muttered. Dean just laughed, clearly daring Alex to try. Shaking his head, Alex pulled a katana case from his inventory and placed the blade inside, just in case. Dean wanted to comment on the idea of bringing a katana to a school dance, but wisely stayed silent. In their line of work, it's best to be prepared for anything. Slinging the case over his shoulder, Alex followed Dean to the car. In the Impala, he stared silently out the window, a premonition of trouble growing stronger with every minute. The closer they got to Nevermore, the more it became clear that the evening would be far from ordinary. Dean stopped the car at the entrance. All right, listen, don't drink too much, don't fight anyone. But if someone's rude, you can punch them. I'll pick you up at 11. And yeah, don't forget to have fun, kiddo, he instructed, like a true father. One more word and I'll kick your ass, Alex growled. Of course, kiddo. Dad's off to kill more monsters. Don't get bored. Dean said with a self-satisfied grin and pressed the gas pedal. Watching the Impala drive away, Alex ground his teeth in annoyance. Adjusting the strap of his case, he pulled a cigarette from his sleeve and lit it. Music from the ball could already be heard at the gates of Nevermore. Finishing the cigarette quickly, Alex headed toward Ophelia Hall dormitory, where he had promised to meet Enid. He walked at a steady pace, hands tucked into his haori sleeves, observing students in white converging on the hall. Against their light-colored outfits, his black and red attire stood out sharply. As he neared the dorm, Alex spotted Enid. She was waiting for him in a light pink sweater, a knee-length skirt, white tights, and a pink wig. Seeing Alex, her eyes practically widened in admiration. He barely had time to greet her before Enid pulled him into a tight hug. "You look so cool." "What's this outfit?" she asked, stepping back to get a better look. "Traditional Japanese clothing from the Taisho era. I didn't know what to wear, so I went with this." "How's it look?" Alex asked, turning slightly to show her the details. "Awesome. And this, jacket. What's it called?" Enid asked, pointing at the haori. "Haori. And these are my favorite flowers," Alex smiled. "Black and red really suit you." "Okay, let's go get Wednesday, she's probably halfway to spying on the monster's nest already," Enid whispered conspiratorially. Alex nodded understandingly and offered his arm to Enid, letting her take it. Seeing the gesture, Enid smiled contentedly and, without a word, leaned against him. As they entered the dormitory, she began explaining to Alex where everything was, and he listened with a light, calm smile, climbing the stairs. Meanwhile, Wednesday was busy with her own plans. She was preparing for a nighttime trek into the forest to monitor the monster's lair. Thing, sitting on the table and watching her, was crossing all his fingers, silently praying that Alex would arrive before Wednesday left. After checking the contents of her backpack and confirming that everything she needed was in place, she was ready to leave, when she heard a knock at the door. "I'm coming, Eugene," Wednesday said, grabbing her backpack. She opened the door, and froze. On the threshold stood Alex, dressed in a sharp black uniform and wearing a gentle smile. His outfit looked so striking and unusual that Wednesday was momentarily taken aback. Peering from behind the railing, Enid watched the scene unfold. She wasn't angry that Alex had come for Wednesday, on the contrary, she was pleased that he had decided to invite her friend. "Alex. What are you doing here?" Wednesday asked, clearly surprised. "I got your letter," Alex said, pulling a white envelope from his haori sleeve. "Honestly, it was so sweet that I even thought, maybe you've been kidnapped and encrypted a message. Or..." He gave a slight smile. "Maybe it was Thing who slipped the letter under my door." "Probably," Wednesday muttered through gritted teeth. Thing on the table tried to slink away unnoticed. "I didn't know if you wanted to go to the ball, but I decided to come anyway." "And I'd be happy if you went with me," Alex said, still smiling. "I'd like that too," Wednesday replied, not even realizing she'd spoken aloud. "Do you need to change? Or are you going in this?" Alex glanced at her leather jacket. "Honestly, I don't mind. It looks good on you." Comparing her practical outfit with Alex's appearance, Wednesday made a quick decision. She slammed the door shut right in front of his face, and Alex immediately heard her scolding Thing for his self-initiative. Alex turned to Enid and gave her a thumbs up. She beamed widely and bounced with joy. They decided to wait for Wednesday in the hall. Once downstairs, Enid began asking questions again, this time about Alex's mission in Bright Falls. Alex answered calmly, though most of her questions seemed strangely focused on how he fights and whether he really knew Kung Fu. During their conversation, he noticed Enid studying him thoughtfully, as if evaluating every detail of his appearance. Alex tilted his head, unsure what she was thinking. "Something's missing from your outfit," she murmured, scanning him from head to toe. "And what's that?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "Lean over," Enid said with a mischievous smile. Alex shrugged and bent low enough so that Enid didn't have to jump to reach his head. As soon as he leaned down, Enid slid her fingers into his hair and began carefully combing it back. Within moments, she had created a new hairstyle for him, the very same one she had seen when she first met him. Now Alex's hair was casually swept back, with two unruly strands falling over his temples, which, in Enid's opinion, made him even cooler. "There, now it's perfect. Let the girls envy how awesome my pair is," Enid said with a triumphant smile. Alex simply gave a warm smile at her enthusiasm. He didn't need to say anything, seeing Enid happy was more than enough. A few minutes later, Wednesday appeared. She was already dressed in a stunning black dress. Alex and Enid turned to look at her. As usual, Wednesday's face showed no emotion. Alex was genuinely impressed by how well she looked in that dress, and Enid's eyes lit up at the sight of her friend. Enid immediately went over to Wednesday and began circling around her, admiring her choice of outfit. Wednesday knew that Alex had invited Enid to the dance. She also remembered Alex saying about himself, he was a possessive guy and valued his relationship with Enid just as much as the one with her. For some reason, this didn't irritate her at all as she watched his reaction and how he assessed her dress. "In that dress, you look..." Alex began with a slight smile. "Unrecognizable. Funny. A classic example of how men give compliments by objectifying women for their own purposes," Wednesday replied calmly. Wednesday, your dress is really amazing. Just super cool. Enid said with a wide smile. Enid's right. You look beautiful, Alex added. So, my ladies, allow me to escort you to the ball, he said, bowing slightly and extending his arms toward both girls. Don't act like a gentleman when you invited two girls to the same dance and still expect not to get stabbed, Wednesday said evenly, looking at his outstretched hand. Alex coughed awkwardly, he truly had no excuses. Enid quietly laughed, took his hand, and linked her arm with his, beaming with happiness. Wednesday looked at Alex's hand, sighed heavily as if being forced to attend, but still took his arm. So Alex found himself between them, on one side, kind and radiant Enid, and on the other, cold and grim Wednesday. The contrast was so striking that it looked both amusing and impressive. They were about to leave when Eugene appeared, fully geared up as if ready for a trek. Seeing him, Wednesday immediately remembered her night plans, and a twinge of guilt pricked her. Wednesday. Eugene asked quietly, noticing her outfit and how she held Alex's arm, just like Enid. Eugene, she replied calmly. What's going on? We were supposed to set up an ambush at the cave. I see. I get it. Then I'll check the forest myself, he said, glancing at Wednesday, then Alex, then Enid. You shouldn't go alone. Did you forget what happened yesterday? It's too dangerous, Wednesday tried to stop him. We'll check everything tomorrow. Together. Got it. Chum, for heaven's sake, don't even think about going there. Don't do anything stupid, or I'll kick your ass. You hear me? Alex said sternly, looking Eugene straight in the eyes. Yes, Eugene, Enid added. Don't go alone. Better come with us to the ball. Alex, Enid, and Wednesday all stared at Eugene with expressive looks, making it clear that going alone was a crazy idea. Under such pressure, he simply nodded, showing he wasn't going anywhere. But he also politely declined Enid's invitation to go with them to the ball. Seeing that he had firmly made up his mind, Wednesday nodded at him sharply, as if sealing her verdict. Alex knew that, besides the monster in the forest, no one else would appear, and Eugene wouldn't be in the same danger as in the original timeline. After all, Dean was lying in ambush near the cave. But even knowing this, he still wanted to eliminate the slightest chance of Eugene getting hurt. After saying their goodbyes, Alex, Enid, and Wednesday headed toward the hall where the dance was taking place. No sooner had they left than Eugene cast a quick glance over his shoulder, then immediately set off toward the forest. His decision was final, he was determined to watch the monster's nest at any cost, without any idea of where it might lead or how it would end. Meanwhile, Alex, Wednesday, and Enid had already entered the hall. From the threshold, Alex heard the music, clearly not to his taste. Everything around was in cold shades of white, the hall sparkled as if covered in snow and ice. Alex had expected a Yeti theme, but even he thought the amount of white was excessive. The trio's entrance immediately drew attention, the two girls were holding Alex's arms, and the contrast of their outfits was striking, Wednesday in black, Enid in light colors, and Alex between them, almost linking their opposites. This is amazing. Enid exclaimed, gripping his arm tighter. Too noisy, Wednesday remarked calmly, not letting go. I would have preferred different music. Not really my thing, Alex frowned. Do you want to sing? Enid perked up immediately. Just say the word. I'll do everything to get you a stage. When I heard you sing yesterday. Words can't describe it. Wednesday also looked at him. Her face showed no emotion as usual, but her gaze made it clear, she was interested too. The song Alex had sung in Bright Falls had left a strong impression on her. Alex thought for a moment and nodded. If they gave him the chance to sing, he didn't mind, as long as he didn't get in anyone's way. Enid lit up with joy and pulled Alex along, not forgetting to take Wednesday with them. They approached the drinks table. While the girls chose their glasses, Alex scanned the hall and spotted Larissa Weems. He nodded politely to her. Weems responded with the same calm but warm smile. Nearby, Marilyn Thornhill was watching the students like a vigilant teacher. Would you like some Yeti Teeny? Enid asked, holding out the glasses. Let's hope no one spiked it. This bubbling trust doesn't inspire confidence, Alex said, cautiously taking a drink. It's non-alcoholic. Supposedly. Unless someone managed to sneak in alcohol again, like last year. That ended in disaster, Enid muttered. Why such a strange theme for the dance? Wednesday asked, bringing the glass to her nose before taking a sip. Miss Thornhill organized the dance. She decided to combine a climate and extinct species theme, Enid explained. I didn't think Yetis went to Nevermore, Wednesday remarked dryly. They don't anymore. They went extinct in the 50s, Enid said. They weren't extinct, they were exterminated. That's different, Alex said calmly, discreetly adding a bit of alcohol to his drink. Enid and Wednesday exchanged glances after Alex's words. Seeing their interest, Alex handed his glass to Wednesday, pulled his phone from his pocket, and opened the archived file on Yetis. Wednesday quickly skimmed the document and immediately understood what he meant. Enid, on the other hand, looked slightly embarrassed. Alex briefly explained why it had happened and the reasoning behind it. In the end, it all came down to the fact that the order to which Alex and Dean belonged recognized Yetis as dangerous monsters that needed to be eliminated. Alex continued to smile, casually chatting with Enid and Wednesday. Enid even bounced slightly with excitement next to him, not letting go of his hand, while Wednesday stood calmly, yet close enough. Naturally, Alex noticed Xavier's expression. The boy looked like a lost puppy, and next to him, Bianca was once again irritated by his behavior. Alex couldn't understand why she still clung to Xavier when he pushed her away every time Wednesday appeared in view. Noticing her friends, Enid let go of Alex's hand and dashed to them, either to chat or to show off. Alex and Wednesday were left alone. "I didn't expect the school dance to be so lively," Alex said, swaying slightly to the music. "And what did you expect from these kinds of events?" Wednesday asked, looking up at him. "Nothing special. Hard to compare if you've never been to one," Alex said with a slight smile. "And, how is it? Do you like it?" Wednesday asked, looking him straight in the eyes. "Hard to say. But as long as you and Enid are around, I'm not bored," he replied with a gentle smile. Wednesday gazed into his eyes, and saw only honesty. That was enough for her. She silently took Alex's arm and continued watching the dancing teenagers. As Alex had said, being next to him made everything around seem far less dull. A few moments later, Enid returned, radiant and energetic, grabbed Alex by the arm, and tried to drag him onto the dance floor. Wednesday, however, refused, letting go of his arm and allowing Enid to pull him along. As soon as Alex disappeared from view, Xavier jumped up to Wednesday, clearly wanting to discuss his conversation with Alex. Wednesday was genuinely curious about what Alex had said, as she had only caught the frightened expression on Xavier's face and hadn't heard a word. Meanwhile, Alex was already on the dance floor, dancing with Enid. He hadn't expected that his ability to mimic everything he had ever seen would come in handy for dancing. But he was glad it did, otherwise, he would have been moving like a robot with squeaky joints. And seeing Enid's genuine smile as she twirled beside him, he knew it was enough to call the moment a success. Although his opinion that the DJ really should have changed the playlist hadn't changed one bit. To be continued. I really had to show this moment of Wednesday and Enid watching Alex work, so they could better understand him and what he's capable of. This will also become the impetus for some future things. I won't say which ones yet, but believe me, it's important. As for the ball, I certainly thought about describing the dancing, but I move like a crippled robot. I can't even stand properly, let alone dance. I'll try to show some things in the next chapter that I've been planning since the beginning of the Wednesday mini-arc. Wish me luck so I can do it. Kira Kira, Pakyun. The moon prism no longer gives me power. Chapter 536, Chapter 536, Everything is happening too fast. Dancing with Enid, Alex noticed Lucas, the mayor's son, who had invited Yoko, Enid's friend, to dance. Lucas chatted with her casually, smiling lightly, but every couple of seconds he glanced at his phone screen as if waiting for a signal. Alex already knew what he was planning. Lucas and his buddies were going to pour red paint into the fire suppression system and then trigger the alarm, creating a bloody rain. The mood would be ruined instantly, and panic would sweep through all of Nevermore. Casting another brief look at Lucas, Alex shook his head. There wasn't much point in interfering. If Enid had come with Lucas, that would be different. Alex wouldn't have missed the chance to teach the guy a lesson. But since Enid came with him, those three idiots would deal with the consequences on their own. Enid, spinning cheerfully beside him, noticed that Alex had gotten distracted. She immediately grabbed his face and forced him to turn toward her. Seeing her pouty expression, Alex gave her a gentle smile and continued dancing, ignoring the glances from students who kept looking his way. The students of Nevermore had long since grown used to seeing Alex almost every day. Everyone knew he was a federal agent, but that was exactly why many were surprised that he actually showed up to the school dance, and not alone, but together with Wednesday and Enid. After dancing for a few more minutes, Alex decided to step outside for a smoke and told Enid. She nodded with a smile and let go of his hands. Once outside in the fresh air, Alex pulled a cigarette from the sleeve of his haori. Lighting it and exhaling a stream of smoke upward, he wondered how Dean was doing near the cave. He had no idea that Dean was currently living through a real nightmare, in the form of Eugene, who flat out refused to leave and decided to watch over the cave with him. But the biggest problem wasn't even his clinginess, it was his insane obsession with insects. The moment Eugene heard a chirp or a rustle, he immediately launched into a lecture about the specific species. After a couple of attempts to chase him away or at least make him be quiet, Dean gave up and simply tried to focus on the task. Alex, of course, knew nothing about this and calmly smoked, listening to the music drifting from the dance hall. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Marilyn Thornhill walking out of the building. She was speaking quietly on the phone. When her gaze crossed with his, she gave him a polite smile and quickly hurried away to continue her conversation. It didn't take a genius to figure out who she was calling. Tyler, of course. She was preparing to give the order to attack Dean, to get him away from the cave so she could cover her tracks afterward. Watching Marilyn walk away, Alex exhaled smoke and merely shook his head, pondering her motives. In his eyes, Marilyn Thornhill was just a girl whose mind had been twisted by her father, a man who believed that outcasts were parasites that needed to be eradicated. And Marilyn, also known as Laurel Gates, inherited his fanatical hatred completely. But there was one thing he had to admit: she acted skillfully. So skillfully that no one would ever suspect she was the one responsible for everything that was happening. Alex could see faint traces of darkness on her, as if someone had accidentally smeared their hands with dirt that could be easily washed off. But Alex felt no sympathy for people like her. Those willing to commit genocide in the name of justice evoked nothing but contempt in him. Shaking his head, he glanced up at the sky. Behind him, the quick tapping of heels sounded. Alex turned and saw Wednesday, calm and cold-blooded as always. Seeing her, Alex smiled. "Why did you come out? The loud music getting to you, or is it the endless dance invitations?" he asked with a slight smirk as she stopped beside him. "Xavier told me everything." "How you threatened him," Wednesday said in her usual calm voice, looking him directly in the eyes. "The little snitch," Alex scoffed. "I only told him not to act like a dumb teenager. And he ran off to complain already. Pathetic." "I see you're not too concerned about what he said," Wednesday noted, raising an eyebrow slightly. "And what did you expect? That I'd go break his legs or knock out his teeth so he'd keep quiet? Nah. Too much effort. Besides, he's just an insecure teenager," Alex said, exhaling smoke with a smirk. "In your place, I wouldn't have limited myself to empty threats," Wednesday replied calmly, lifting her gaze to the night sky. "Let me guess. You'd kidnap him, tie him to a chair, and explain your point of view through torture. Sounds like your style," he teased. "You still understand me just as well." "But I still don't understand you," Wednesday said, fixing him with her sharp gaze again. Alex leaned in slightly, their noses almost touching. "Maybe one day you'll figure out what's going on in my head. But for now, how about going back inside?" he said softly. Wednesday stared at Alex, who once again stopped mere centimeters from her face, shamelessly invading her personal space, the very zone she never allowed anyone into. But unlike with others, she didn't even try to push him away. Alex did it so naturally, as if he had always had the right to. Again, they stood like that, staring into each other's eyes without blinking. In Alex's gaze, Wednesday saw no game, no attempt to unnerve her, only honesty, calm and slightly challenging. In the back of her mind flickered yesterday's quick, nearly accidental kiss. She understood that it had been nothing more than payment for the answer she demanded. And yet, the more she thought about that brief touch, the more tangled her thoughts became. She didn't have time to sort them out. Approaching footsteps broke the moment. They turned their heads simultaneously and saw Marilyn Thornhill watching them with a polite, overly proper smile. "Oh, excuse me. I must have interrupted you." "My apologies, Wednesday," Thornhill said with that softness that always made Wednesday's teeth clench just a little. "Miss Thornhill, this is..." Wednesday began, automatically pushing Alex's face away from hers with practiced precision. "Agent Voldegode, of course," Marilyn finished lightly. "We often meet in the mornings at the weather vane. And, frankly, he can be seen in Nevermore quite often." "That's right, Miss Thornhill. We do run into each other," Alex replied with a mild smile, as if merely engaging in casual small talk. "And where are you from, if it's not a secret?" "Before moving to Jericho, I lived in England with my grandmother. She adored rare exotic plants and traveled constantly in search of new species," Marilyn answered, as if reciting a memorized line. "Really? My condolences, but how is she doing now? And what brought you to Jericho?" Alex asked in the same calm, almost friendly tone. "Sadly, my grandmother passed away of old age," Marilyn replied softly. "I inherited her love for plants, especially dangerous ones. I traveled until I heard about Nevermore. I decided my knowledge could be useful there." "I see. Then one more question." Alex smiled a little wider. Marilyn nodded, fully convinced she was in control of the conversation. To her, Alex seemed young, inexperienced, far too easy to manipulate. She believed she could lead him around by the nose just like everyone else in Nevermore for the past 25 years. But the next second, Alex's smile vanished as if someone had flipped a switch. His eyes turned icy, heavy, and completely empty, the kind of look that sends a chill down one's spine. For a moment, Marilyn felt her heart skip a beat. A lump formed in her throat. Cold sweat trickled down her back as Alex stared straight at her, too closely, too piercingly, as if he saw right through her. Wednesday noticed the shift and raised an eyebrow slightly, watching him. You know. Alex said in the same calm voice, returning his usual smile, for the life of me, I can't remember what I was going to ask. Must have been something trivial. Let's go, Wednesday. He took her hand and headed back toward the entrance, leaving Thornhill frozen in place, stunned and completely knocked out of her carefully maintained role. When their figures disappeared behind the doors, Marilyn finally exhaled, sharply and heavily, clutching her chest. A cold wave had crashed over her. She understood, a moment longer, and she would have slipped up. All because of his gaze, that unnatural, penetrating gaze, as if he saw every dirty secret she'd ever buried. In that instant, Marilyn stopped thinking of Alex as a naive newcomer. If before she saw Dean as nothing more than brutish muscle and Alex as an inexperienced boy, now she saw something entirely different. A dangerous man. The most dangerous person in all of Nevermore. She realized that deceiving him would now be almost impossible. And any mistake, even the smallest one, could cost her everything she'd worked toward. Namely, the complete eradication of the outcasts. Watching Alex's retreating back, Marilyn came to one conclusion: he had to be eliminated. As soon as possible, but first, remove his partner, who was currently hiding near the cave. All that remained was to wait for the moment she could slip away unnoticed, and strike first. Alex and Wednesday returned to the dance hall, where the music was still blasting as Nevermore students danced under the lights. Enid, seeing them return, immediately ran over, grabbed both of them by the hands, and, glowing with excitement, dragged them onto the dance floor. Surprisingly, Wednesday didn't resist this time, she simply let Enid pull her into the crowd. When Wednesday began to dance, Alex was first surprised, then couldn't help but smirk as he joined her. Dancing with two girls at once, he didn't stop smiling for a moment. While some were having fun, others were miserable. Especially Xavier, who had once again managed to anger Bianca, to the point that she simply walked away from him. Under other circumstances, she likely would have smashed a glass over his head for such behavior. Her patience finally snapped after Xavier asked her to use her siren powers to erase his memories. For Bianca, that became the last straw. When the song ended, Alex headed for drinks for the girls. He noticed Lucas glancing around as he left the dance hall. Alex just shook his head, thinking that the students of Nevermore were going to have a long time scrubbing red paint off their white suits after what was about to happen. Shrugging, he grabbed a Yeti, having first poured a little alcohol into his glass, and returned to Wednesday and Enid. But only Wednesday was there. She calmly accepted the drink. Where did Enid go? Alex asked, scanning the hall. Suddenly, the music stopped, and the DJ's voice boomed. Attention, everyone. I know you all want to dance, but at the persistent request of one young lady, someone wants to sing. All eyes turned to DJ Bloodsucker, who, baring his vampire fangs, held the microphone with a smile. Alex immediately spotted Enid. She was standing nearby, glowing as if her brilliant plan had finally worked. The students exchanged glances, guessing who could be brave enough to perform in front of everyone. Even Larissa Weems raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. Wednesday glanced at Alex. In her eyes read, "You're going to do this." Alex hadn't even had time to decide when suddenly a spotlight fell on him. Everyone turned to look at him, hundreds of eyes full of anticipation. Alex's expression resembled that of a person caught red-handed. He slipped his hands into his haori and calmly walked toward the small stage. Enid, glowing, had already prepared the microphone. Her enthusiasm was so contagious that Alex once again realized, one day, Enid and Alice would become best friends. Stepping onto the stage and meeting the shining eyes of Enid, he let out a heavy sigh, removed the katana case from his shoulder, and calmly said, "Good evening. Honestly, I never thought I'd have to sing at an event like this. It's quite fun here, and it's been nice watching you all enjoy yourselves. This is my first time participating in such an event. Well, you understand why. As for the song, I hope you like it. And now, the lights." Alex snapped his fingers. Instantly, the entire hall went dark, except for a single beam of the spotlight directed straight at him. His face in the soft white light looked unexpectedly calm, almost gentle, so much so that complete silence fell over the hall. Even Larissa Weems looked even more intrigued. Enid bounced up to Wednesday, and the two girls, holding their breath, stared at Alex. He lowered his hand, and a quiet, soft piano melody began to play from the speakers. In the dark. Miles apart. Made a promise that I'm coming out alive. He began to sing, closing his eyes. The first lines made everyone in the hall freeze. Alex's voice was gentle and deep, as if it wrapped around the space itself. Enid shone with excitement. Having once heard him sing, she had dreamed of hearing it again. Wednesday watched him calmly, holding her drink. She had seen many sides of him, but each new one unfolded like reading a book, with every page unique and unpredictable. Raging heart. Went too far. I will never lose myself again, oh I. Alex continued, sinking deeper into the song. Everyone in the ballroom was gradually falling under the spell of Alex's song, as if enchanted. No one even dared to blink, afraid to miss a single moment of his performance. Listening to his voice, Larissa Weems was once again reminded of how multifaceted Alex was, and of what he was truly capable of. She had already seen him play the violin in a duet with Wednesday, against the backdrop of a burning statue. And now, even in this peaceful setting, Weems closed her eyes for a moment to fully savor the sound of his voice. "I was calling you. Did you hear me? I lost my way. I lost my way," Alex continued singing, opening his eyes and giving the hall a gentle, almost sorrowful smile. As soon as he sang those lines, the melody began to shift, as though drifting from one genre to another while still remaining the same song, a story of a man lost in the darkness. Even the girls from his family, far away from Nevermore, paused what they were doing just to listen to their husband. Every one of his vocals was special to them, and they never missed a chance to hear him sing. "I was trapped in 1,000 nights with no escape. Nightmares taking me over. And now I'm wide awake. And now I'm wide awake," Alex went on, raising his hand again. He snapped his fingers. In that instant, the light exploded, flooding the hall with a cold white glow, sharp and blinding, like a writer's spotlight. Shadows crawled along the walls, real taken, born from the dark entity. But they didn't attack. They danced. Slowly. Eerily. In rhythm with the music. Everyone in the hall looked around, unable to tear their eyes away from the captivating, hypnotic shadows. Enid and Wednesday didn't look anywhere else, their attention was fixed solely on Alex. When the light burst, a long shadow appeared behind him, covering almost the entire wall. The guests sank deeper and deeper into the melody. Some, forgetting everything else, began to dance, mimicking the movements of the shadows on the walls, slow, fluid, breathtaking in their eerie beauty. Blinding lights. Burning eyes. "I can see myself and I don't need to hide," Alex continued in that same soft, soul-touching voice. Some people noticed that the shadow behind him began to distort strangely, taking on the shape of a woman who was dancing behind him. Alex didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Of course, Zhangya. She had always been there. A quiet shadow, his support, ready to help even in a simple moment like a stage performance. Dancing to her husband's voice, it brought a spark of light into her dark, negativity-filled heart. "My foolish pride. Paid the price. I will never leave again, I'm by your side," Alex sang softly, almost in a whisper. His voice sent a brief, warm wave through everyone present, as if waking them from a long, drowsy sleep. But one of those present decided to take advantage of the moment. Marilyn Thornhill. Realizing that everyone was completely absorbed by the song, she quietly left the hall to set her plan in motion, to kill Dean and stage the murder as a wild animal attack. Alex noticed her leaving but paid it no mind. He considered her far too self-assured, and far too predictable. Wednesday, watching his performance, allowed herself a small, barely noticeable smile. She didn't take her eyes off him, completely absorbed. Meanwhile, Enid held her phone tightly, trying to capture every second. She knew for certain she would watch this video hundreds of times. The ballroom was utterly silent. Only Alex's voice and the music remained, accompanying those who twirled as if in another world. "I was trapped in 1,000 nights with no escape. Nightmares taking me over. And now I'm wide awake. And now I'm wide awake," Alex continued without a pause, swaying slightly to the rhythm of his song. The shadows on the walls began to melt, transforming into a flock of black crows that soared toward the ceiling and disappeared in a flash of cold light. The shadow of the girl spinning behind Alex grew increasingly transparent until it vanished completely, as if her silhouette had been nothing more than a quiet dream, ready to be awakened from. The light above the stage dimmed with each passing second, trembling as though it could go out at any moment. The climax of the song was approaching. "Oh, I died like a million times through the waves I break. The nightmare's finally over. And now I'm wide awake. And now I'm wide awake," Alex's voice grew softer and quieter, fading along with the spotlight. He sang the final lines without the microphone, his voice echoed throughout the hall, resonating directly in the hearts of every Nevermore student. And when the last word of the song rang out, the light suddenly went out, and the music stopped, marking the end of the performance. When the light returned, the stage was empty. Only a single black crow perched on the microphone stand, staring straight at the students. Many widened their eyes in surprise. The crow spread its wings and flew off swiftly, under the watchful gaze of everyone in the hall. A second later, a powerful wave of applause swept through the room. Even Larissa Weems clapped, genuinely, with a radiant smile, certain that the Crow Ball this year had become the best in many years. No one had expected Alex's performance to be so beautiful, atmospheric, and mesmerizing that it would be remembered for years to come. Wednesday and Enid looked around desperately, trying to find Alex, until they noticed him standing right beside them. He had appeared so quietly and suddenly that both of them jumped in surprise. Enid opened her mouth, ready to launch into her usual hyperactive tirade, but Alex gently pressed a finger to her lips, signaling that it was not the time for noise. She nodded immediately, her eyes sparkling like a kitten's. Wednesday stared at Alex with a focused, studying look. He responded with a lazy wink. For the first time, a faint but genuine smile appeared on her face, so unexpected that it surprised not only Alex, but even Enid herself. While some were still savoring the aftertaste of the performance, lost in the charm of the atmosphere, things were unfolding very differently in the dark forest near the monster's cave. Dean sat with his back against a tree, wrapped tightly in his jacket. Despite it being spring, the night here was bitterly cold. For several hours straight, he had been forced to listen to Eugene's endless commentary as the boy recorded an audio diary every 10 minutes. During that time, Dean learned more about the world of insects than he had ever wanted to know, and the mere mention of beetles now made him shudder. He had tried to shoo Eugene away at least 10 times, but the kid turned out to be surprisingly stubborn, hiding behind the nearest tree and returning again and again until Dean finally gave up. Deep down, he understood, better to keep the strange kid close, easier to protect him that way. But suddenly, the sound of an engine caught their attention. Dean peered around the tree and saw headlights cutting through the fog. Eugene Ottinger's journal. 10:42 p.m. The suspect is approaching the cave. Eugene muttered, lifting his phone to start another recording. Eugene, hide. And get ready to run, Dean said quietly but firmly, drawing the blade of cane. Eugene nodded and pressed himself against a thick tree root. They watched as a figure in dark clothing approached the cave. The hood completely hid their face. Dean wanted to confirm whether this was truly the person behind all the killings. But what happened next made his blood run cold. The figure turned toward them, and Dean realized that under the hood there was no face. Only swirling living darkness, thick like ink, churning like a black ocean. The cave entrance began to constrict, folding inward, and then a vortex of condensed darkness burst out of it. Distorted, inhuman voices echoed from within. And instead of the monster, a person stepped out of the darkness. Their body jerked like a broken marionette, and a dense black smoke clung to them. But he wasn't alone. Another emerged behind him, and another, until there were 10. The hooded figure raised its hand and pointed directly at the tree where Dean and Eugene were hiding. The inky mist around the humanoids thickened, and weapons began to form in their hands, resembling rusty garden tools, sickles, pitchforks, axes. Eugene, run. Now. Dean barked. And you, the boy asked, voice trembling. Don't worry about me. Just run, and don't look back. I'll catch up, Dean said, gripping the blade of cane even tighter. Eugene nodded anxiously and sprinted off to get help. And he knew exactly who to call, Alex, who could definitely handle this nightmare. Dean watched him disappear into the trees before turning his attention to the figures wrapped in black smoke. He remembered how Alex had told him about such beings, called them the Taken, and explained how to kill them. The corners of Dean's mouth lifted. He pulled a flare from his jacket pocket, and just as one of the Taken got dangerously close, Dean ignited it. The creature shrieked a long, ear-piercing scream, and Dean immediately drove the blade of cane into its chest. One down. But as soon as he lifted his head, he saw that more of the Taken were already chasing after Eugene. Wasting no time, Dean sprinted after them, not even noticing that he was once again subconsciously using Amara's blessing. Meanwhile, the dark hooded figure left by the cave muttered something under its breath, pulled a small black glass shard from its pocket, and threw it into the vortex of darkness, then calmly headed toward their car. Dean ran with all his might, swinging and tossing aside the Taken that appeared in his path, as if the darkness itself were trying to hold him back. He caught up to Eugene just as another Taken raised an axe above his head. Dean surged forward even faster, and in the next moment, knocked the creature off its feet, pinned it to the ground, and drove his blade into its chest. Eugene was pale as a sheet, eyes wide. It seemed as though he had just seen his entire life flash before him. Kid, I told you from the start, we should have left. You okay? Not hurt? Dean asked, rising from the fallen Taken. My leg, it grazed me, Eugene muttered, rolling up his pant leg to show the wound. No big deal, it'll heal. We'll patch you up and get out of the woods. Just don't panic, Dean said, pulling a cloth from his pocket to bind Eugene's leg. He started quickly wrapping the wound, but Eugene suddenly froze, staring somewhere behind Dean. Pure terror reflected in his eyes. We've got trouble. He whispered, stammering and raising a trembling finger. Dean spun around sharply, and saw dozens of Taken slowly emerging from behind the trees. There were far more than before, and each one carried a weapon, rusty pitchforks, crooked sickles, old axes. Without hesitation, Dean pulled another flare from his pocket and ignited it. The bright light forced the Taken to recoil, hiss, and howl, but they began circling them in a half-moon formation, unwilling to come too close. Dean fended them off while pulling out his phone and dialing Alex. There was no other help coming. Just minutes before Dean's call, Alex had been in the dance hall, surrounded by Enid and Wednesday. After his performance, the atmosphere had become almost crazily festive. It seemed everyone in the hall had decided to live this night as if it were their last. Alex was genuinely pleased that his song had that effect. He noticed Marilyn return to the hall, a manic gleam danced in her eyes, and the traces of darkness on her skin had grown denser. Alex squinted, but his attention was drawn away by the DJ's voice announcing that it was nearly 11, time for the final dance. Music started playing, and Alex was just about to relax, confident that Dean was fine. But suddenly something cold and wet landed on his face. Alex only sighed. He immediately understood that Lucas and his buddies had decided to go through with their little prank, despite knowing exactly who was present in the hall. A rain of red paint poured from the ceiling, and the hall instantly plunged into chaos. Screams, panic, students covered their heads, slipped on the floor, crashed into each other. Larissa Weems was shouting like she was seconds away from strangling someone. Alex and Wednesday remained in place. He didn't even notice how Enid dashed off toward Lucas. She saw that he was the one behind it and wanted to demand why he did it and why he hurt Yoko. Wednesday, however, watched Alex. He stood calmly, as if chaos wasn't raging around them. Amateurs, Wednesday said in irritation. They used paint, couldn't even be bothered to get pig's blood. And where exactly would they get that much pig's blood? Alex asked calmly, wiping the red streak from his face. If there's a will, anything is possible, she muttered. Whatever you say. And where's Enid? Where did she go? Alex scanned the hall. Ran off somewhere. Maybe she went to hide, Wednesday suggested. Oh, hell. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back, Alex said, already realizing exactly where Enid had rushed off to. Wednesday watched Alex as he headed toward the emergency exit with quick, determined steps. She was about to follow him when she suddenly felt a light touch on her shoulder. In the same instant, a vision flashed before her eyes, Eugene and Dean standing under the harsh glow of a flare, surrounded by thickening shadows. When the vision shattered, Wednesday spun around. Marilyn Thornhill was standing behind her, wearing her mask of a caring teacher. But Wednesday no longer listened. She bolted toward the exit, fully aware that her vision wasn't random. Someone was hunting Eugene and Dean. Meanwhile, Alex had already reached the emergency exit. Raised voices drew his attention. Enid was arguing with Lucas, demanding to know why he had dared to pull such a prank on Yoko and humiliate her. Lucas's friends stood around him, snickering and mocking Enid. After all, everyone knew she couldn't transform during a full moon. Turn into a wolf. Turn into a wolf, they taunted. All right, came a cold, icy voice from behind them. Lucas and his buddies froze instantly, as if someone had poured a bucket of ice water over them. Enid, on the verge of tears, felt a warm hand on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Alex, calm, confident, wearing a soft, reassuring smile. The boys' attempts to run ended as quickly as they began. One look from Alex was enough to root them in place. So, what am I supposed to do with you little idiots? He said in a cold tone, sliding the katana case off his shoulder. This is the third time you've crossed my path, and the third time you've done something stupid. I think it's time to send you on a little vacation, to a hospital. That's illegal. Mumbled one of the boys who had been mocking Enid seconds earlier. Only if someone finds out, Alex replied indifferently. And as you can see, only Enid is here. A couple of good hits to the head, and your memory will become selective. So get ready. It's going to hurt a lot. He pulled a metal collapsible baton from his sleeve. The boys tried to run, but Alex moved faster. 3 precise, rapid strikes, and each of them doubled over, clutching their stomachs, unable to comprehend what had just happened. A second later, they were already scrambling into the truck and speeding away, with no idea what awaited them on the way home, or what lesson they would be learning over the next few days. Alex returned to Enid and gently stroked her hair. She pressed herself against him, trembling with emotion. Don't listen to them, he said softly. I don't care whether you can transform into a wolf or not. You are who you are. Kind, sincere, and incredibly sweet. And that matters far more than any transformation. Enid sniffled, but she was already smiling, burying her nose in his chest. I thought you were going to beat them up. But you just poked them in the stomach. What did you do to them? She asked, not pulling away. Alex smirked predatorily. I know kung fu, he said lazily. Now they'll have such a brutal diarrhea for a few days that they'll forget even my name. Let it be a lesson for them. Enid's eyes widened for a moment, then she burst into loud laughter, imagining Lucas and his friends unable to make it home without soiling themselves. Still laughing, she playfully smacked Alex's hands for such a cunning trick, though inside she still seethed at how Lucas had treated Yoko, and for using her in such a foolish prank. When the laughter finally subsided, Enid stepped closer and hugged Alex tightly, burying her nose in his chest. She gathered her thoughts, fearful of her own words and the consequences they might bring. This evening had given her so many emotions that she wished it could last forever. Your words embarrass me a little. Ah. Alex theatrically placed a hand on his forehead, but still smiled. Even your silly antics make me laugh. I know I like you, Enid said, letting out a small giggle. I like you too, Enid. But you understand. Alex replied, clearing his throat slightly. I know you like Wednesday too. And that she likes you as well. I don't mind, Enid said, nodding and smiling. Alex looked at her in surprise. Of course, he hadn't revealed the whole truth yet, she still didn't know about the other girls. But the way she calmly accepted the possibility of his relationship with Wednesday made things a little easier, especially once she finds out everything else, and who he really is. Enid closed her eyes and rose onto her tiptoes, clearly expecting more. Alex leaned in to kiss her on the lips when suddenly his phone rang sharply. Enid's eyes flew open and she growled angrily. Her claws elongated, digging into his clothes. Alex quickly answered the call. It was Dean. He was calling for help. Judging by the tone, he had gotten into a very bad situation. Alex instantly understood, things were serious. He looked at Enid. Sorry, Enid. Dean's in trouble. I have to go. But so you don't get upset, we'll continue next time. For now, just like this, he said, quickly kissing her on the lips. Enid's eyes widened. It was as if a firework had exploded in her head. The brief kiss was so pleasant, so unexpected, that her hands, resting on his shoulders, immediately relaxed. Alex grabbed the katana case, exhaled a cloud of white vapor, and dashed off, leaving fiery trails behind him. Enid stood with her mouth open, trying to process the flood of emotions and events that had hit her in just a brief moment. To be continued. I really wanted to cram more events into one chapter. But when I started writing it, I immediately realized it wasn't as simple as it turned out to be. I couldn't pass up the chance to describe Alex's performance by just showing a few moments. Honestly, in this chapter, I wanted to show Alex and Dean fighting against the Taken. But alas, we'll have to put that off until the next chapter. Chapter 537, every battle ends with a hospital visit. After the call from Dean, in which a clear cry for help was heard, Alex only had time to briefly kiss Enid, and then he took off immediately. Dean didn't have time to explain the details, only shouting that the situation was turning out far worse than expected. That was enough. Alex bolted, trying to figure out what could have happened that's serious for Dean to call him. When Alex burst into the forest, suspicions immediately sprang to mind. Marilyn Thornhill had clearly orchestrated something far more dangerous than just sending Hyde after Dean. At the same time, he wasn't the only one running through the forest. Wednesday was here too. In her vision, she saw Eugene get injured, and then he and Dean surrounded by shadows. All she could think now was that it had happened because of her. After all, she was supposed to go with him into the forest to monitor the monster's lair. Wednesday raced between the trees, desperately shouting Eugene's name, but the forest was too dark and quiet. Apart from her own breathing and heartbeat, she heard nothing. Stopping for just a second, she tried to spot the light of the signal flare she had seen in the vision. But suddenly, a sharp noise came from behind. Wednesday spun around, and saw something rushing toward her at incredible speed. She didn't even have time to frown when Alex appeared right in front of her. He knew where Dean and Eugene were, and Wednesday happened to be directly in his path. Gritting his teeth irritably, Alex accelerated even more. He scooped Wednesday up in his arms without slowing down and kept running. Hold on tight, he called, not stopping for a second. Wednesday wrapped her arms around his neck tighter than she had intended, and noticed that he was exhaling thick white steam. She had seen this before in Bright Falls when Alex fought the Taken at the sheriff's station. Turning her head back, she noticed something else. Fiery trails followed each of his steps. Alex didn't look at her. Right now, there was only one priority, reaching Dean and Eugene. But the forest wasn't about to let them go. A dark figure emerged from behind a tree, entirely shrouded in black mist. It was one of the Taken, who shouldn't have been in this forest. Alex's eyes narrowed. He didn't slow down, on the contrary, he accelerated. Wednesday also saw the figure, and her gaze hardened. A Taken shouldn't be here. Not in this place. A few steps away from the creature, Alex abruptly shifted his weight forward and kicked it in the chest. The strike was infused with the power of the sun's breath. The Taken's body ignited instantly, it let out a piercing screech, and disintegrated into mist. Wednesday just watched. She didn't speak a word, but a picture of what was happening formed in her mind. And she didn't like it. The appearance of the Taken explained a lot, but not everything. Moments later, Alex saw a dim red light ahead, the signal flare. What bothered him, however, was the dozens of Taken swirling around. Now it was clear why Dean had been shouting for help. He could handle a dozen, but Eugene was injured and right next to him. Alex stopped, staying in the shadows, and paused for a moment. Why are there so many of them? Wednesday asked quietly. The Taken were part of Alan Wake's story. What are they doing here? You think Bright Falls was the only place where the dark entity existed? Alex replied just as quietly, not taking his eyes off the enemies. Wednesday thought for a moment, then slowly nodded. Alex held her tighter, drew a breath into his lungs, exhaled a thick cloud of white steam, and lunged forward. The Taken noticed the movement instantly and turned toward him. The first one didn't even manage to take a step. Alex struck it in the chest so hard that it flew back, crashed into the others, and knocked them down. The opening created was narrow, but enough. Alex shot through it without slowing down, and at the end of the path he pushed off the back of a Taken that was trying to stand up. The jump carried him straight to Dean, who was fending off the shadows with a signal flare. "Dean, damn it!" Alex shouted, setting Wednesday down. "What the hell is going on here? You were just supposed to watch the cave. Where did so many Taken come from?" "How should I know?" Dean snarled through clenched teeth. "We were watching the cave," Eugene rasped, holding his leg. Then a figure in black appeared, instead of a face, fog. And then a black vortex opened at the cave entrance. "They came out of it," he swallowed. "A lot of them." Alex and Wednesday looked at Eugene at the same time, and she immediately rushed to him to examine the wound. Seeing his injured leg, she instantly launched into scolding him, for being irresponsible, for going into the forest alone, and for not listening to her warnings. While Wednesday fussed over Eugene, Alex scanned the surroundings and noticed more details. Besides the dozens of Taken surrounding them in the darkness, one detail especially caught his eye: their clothing. The Taken wore outfits clearly belonging to different eras, from the early years of Jericho's existence to modern times. Alex stepped forward a couple of steps, staying within the boundary of the flare's light, to inspect them more closely. "Dude, this is not a sightseeing tour," Dean muttered, lighting another signal flare. "We're surrounded, Eugene's hurt, and you're staring at these freaks like you're in a museum. Look closer at their clothes. What do you see?" Alex said calmly, pointing toward the Taken at the edge of the light. Now is really not the time to compare who wore what and when. Dean began irritably. "They're dressed in clothing from different time periods," Wednesday said quietly, catching Alex's idea. "And what does that mean?" Dean raised a brow. "It means all these Taken are echoes of the past. People who disappeared or died here over many centuries. And if you haven't noticed, there are more of them every minute. Which means that dark vortex at the monster's lair is a portal. It's producing them endlessly. And if we don't close it, things will get a lot worse," Alex said, nodding toward the darkness. "So the plan is simple but insane: kill everything, close the portal, and don't die." "The usual?" Dean asked, instantly catching on. "Pretty much." "How many flares do you have left?" Alex asked, removing the sheath with his katana. "2. "And don't tell me that's supposed to help us somehow," Dean grumbled, pulling 2 remaining flares out of his pocket. "Give them to Wednesday. If the light goes out, they'll swarm us. And she'll lead Eugene out of the forest in the meantime," Alex said. Dean shifted his gaze to Wednesday and, without asking any unnecessary questions, handed her the flares. If no one needed protection, it would be easier for them to reach the portal. Wednesday didn't object. In moments like this, she mentally became cold and precise, like a machine. Everyone had to do what they were supposed to. Receiving the flares, she helped Eugene to his feet. Alex gave her an approving smile and a thumbs up. Everything would be fine. Then he opened his case and drew the katana in its black sheath. Dean gripped the blade of cane tighter, waiting for the signal. "Dean, remember what I told you when you were watching my training in the bunker?" Alex asked calmly. "Something about proper breathing. What's that supposed to mean?" Dean muttered, turning his head slightly. "Almost. Right now you're using the blessing instinctively. But you need to learn to use Amara's power consciously," Alex said. "I have no idea how." "There wasn't a For Dummies guide with this power," Dean replied irritably. "Close your eyes and take a deep breath." Alex began. Dean exhaled but obeyed. He closed his eyes and slowly inhaled. Wednesday watched them, listening carefully to their words, about the blessing, about a power she had never heard of before. "Now focus only on the beat of your heart. Push all thoughts aside. The only thing that matters is the target that must be destroyed as efficiently as possible. Clear your mind. Let the flow pass through you, through every cell, filling and strengthening it," Alex spoke in a soft, confident voice, guiding Dean along a narrow, dangerous path. Dean followed Alex's instructions, and soon he heard nothing but the dull, measured thump of his own heart and the distant echo of Alex's voice. Then he felt something alien spreading through his body, cold and hot at the same time, wrapping him from his heels to the top of his head. Alex watched closely as Dean gradually entered the flow and began consciously using Amara's power. Thin streams of black mist rose from his body, thicker than the Taken smoke, but less frightening. The blade of cane, bone-colored, began darkening rapidly along with Dean's hand gripping it. Alex monitored every change, ready to intervene if anything went wrong. But seeing Dean handle it confidently, he nodded, everything was fine. Dean opened his eyes and looked at his hands in surprise, feeling a new surge of strength. So that's what you meant. It's completely different from when I was a demon. I could actually get used to this, Dean said, spinning the blade lightly in his palm. Don't get too used to it. Your body isn't adapted to this power yet. You'll understand what I mean in the end. It wouldn't be fair if only the special effects surrounded you, Alex smirked, revealing the katana. He drew the blade sharply from its sheath, and it immediately ignited in flames. The fire spread over Alex's body, engulfing him from head to toe, even licking his hair with orange tongues of flame. Wednesday watched with cold, focused interest, while Eugene slowly opened his mouth, unable to believe what he was seeing. Black smoke rose from Dean's body, while Alex appeared as if he were living fire. Alex glanced over his shoulder and nodded to Wednesday. She responded with a short nod, understanding what he meant. Alex and Dean exchanged a look, then charged into battle at the same time. Because Dean was using Amara's blessing consciously for the first time, he overdid it slightly. He literally charged into the front ranks of the Taken, crushing them like bowling pins. Quickly regaining his composure, he drove the blade into the chest of the nearest Taken and immediately jumped back. Alex decided to clear a path for Wednesday. Breath of the sun, solar halo, dragon dance, he murmured, exhaling flames. His movements became circular, fast, and fluid. A fiery dragon arced behind him, engulfing enemies in tongues of fire. Within seconds, the path was clear, and Wednesday, supporting Eugene, dashed toward Nevermore, holding the flare high above her head. Alex watched her go and turned to Dean, just in time to see another Taken flying past him, crashing into a tree with a sickening crunch. Amara's power was adjusting to Dean more rapidly, but Alex noticed he was overdoing it, wielding the power as if he had opened the flow to its maximum. Exhaling and gripping his katana, Alex delivered a quick thrust, piercing two Taken at once. Then he joined Dean, and they began fighting side by side. Alex moved gracefully, almost dancing, following the sun-breathing technique. Dean, on the other hand, struck like a beast, crude, furious, hacking through enemies, drenched in their dark blood. When the last Taken fell, they didn't speak and charged toward the monster's lair, the place where the dark whirlpool was birthing new creatures. But they hadn't gone far. A log infused with darkness whistled toward them. Alex leaped onto the flying log and cleaved it in half with a downward strike. Landing, he surged forward again, and Dean caught up. The closer they got to the monster's nest, the more Taken appeared. After cutting down another group, Alex noticed Dean's breathing had become ragged and heavy. "Hey, you holding up?" Alex asked, glancing at Dean, who was leaning on one knee, trying to catch his breath. "Feels like someone's trying to shove me into a blender." "Not exactly pleasant," Dean rasped, spitting out blood. Alex looked at him and immediately saw that his body was literally breaking down under the strain. Amara's power was exhausting him far more than anticipated. Yes, Dean was meant to be the perfect vessel for Michael in this universe, but Amara's power was far more dangerous than some fake archangels might. Alex knew they had to accelerate. Dean wouldn't last much longer. He was about to lose consciousness. They surged forward again. Less than 100 meters remained to the monster's lair, but a new wave of Taken blocked their path. By this point, Dean could barely stand, breathing heavily, Amara's blessing tearing him from within. Alex feverishly calculated options, how to act convincingly as a desperate man without revealing his true power. After dispatching another group of Taken, they finally saw the cave entrance, the one sealed by the dark whirlpool. New Taken continued emerging, and the flow didn't pause for a single second. With every passing moment, Dean felt worse. He had gone deathly pale, covered in blood, both his own and others. Alex, meanwhile, deliberately played the role of the exhausted fighter, just in case Chuck, or Marilyn, who was essentially the cause of everything, was watching. Remembering her brilliant idea to create the dark whirlpool, Alex clenched his teeth in irritation. The urge to throw Marilyn into a black hole was almost physical. "Damn, how many of them are there?" Dean rasped, wiping the blood dripping from his chin. "Dean, can you still hold on? Or are you at your limit?" Alex asked, gripping the hilt of his katana tighter. "Hard to say." Dean muttered, feeling his body tearing itself apart. "All right, there's only one last option." "Hope this works," Alex said, pulling a small object from his Haori sleeve. "What are you planning to use?" Dean exhaled, blood still dripping from his lips. "The Alan Wake clicker. It carries a light of hope against the darkness. See you in the hospital, buddy." "Right now, it's going to tear us through the meat grinder for sure," Alex said, raising the clicker. "Don't forget to get me a burger, and I'm done for now." Dean muttered before losing consciousness, completely drained by Amara's power. Alex caught him under the arm, holding him so he wouldn't collapse to the ground. Then he slowly lifted the clicker and smiled broadly at the Taken surrounding him from all sides. Skadoosh, he whispered and pressed the button. In that instant, a wave of light erupted around him. A blinding flash spread in all directions, incinerating all the taken and destroying the dark whirlpool itself. For a moment, the entire black forest was lit with dazzling brilliance. Everything happened in seconds, and the clicker worked exactly as Alex had planned. Now there was only one thing left, to play the part of a severely wounded man, so as not to arouse suspicion. He needed to convince Marilyn Thornhill that, even if her plan had failed, at least she had succeeded in taking Alex and Dean out of the game. Already thinking about how to perform this convincingly, Alex heard footsteps behind him. He turned, and saw Amara. She now appeared as a fully grown woman. The last time Alex had seen her, she was still a teenager. But it made sense, she had reached her full physical maturity. Amara now looked at him with an empty, almost reproachful gaze, as if he had done something incredibly foolish. What? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. You could have handled it yourself. Why did you have to push Dean to this state? Amara said calmly, stepping closer and looking at the unconscious Dean. He needs to get used to your power. When his body starts regenerating, he'll adapt faster. He has to go through this process, Alex replied, carefully leaning Dean against a tree. I see. I hope he's going to be okay. We've only just started really communicating. He even started opening up to me, Amara said quietly, lowering herself next to Dean and running her fingers along his cheek. Now I understand why he didn't drink himself to sleep all last week. Seems like Dean's starting to understand you, Alex said, nodding and lighting a cigarette. How's the role of the angry sister going? So far, so good. Turns out it's not that hard. Make a little noise in the church where Chuck holds power. Kill a few angels, you know, Amara said calmly. The important thing is you're not touching the innocents. No need to add more souls to Chuck's cage, Alex said, exhaling smoke. The people I killed were infected, Amara replied just as calmly, continuing to stroke Dean's cheek. Alex understood what Amara meant. She was referring to people infected with Chuck's power, his marks, through which he could watch and influence them. Amara pretended to try to lure out her brother, who had betrayed her, while eliminating the infected to deprive him of control. While Amara watched Dean, Alex found the perfect way to convincingly play the wounded man. He cast an illusion spell on himself, his right arm appeared charred, his bones broken, his clothing torn and singed, and his face was covered in burns and abrasions. Within seconds, he looked as if he had survived a massive explosion. Amara turned to Alex, raising an eyebrow as she scrutinized him, clearly curious about why he had disfigured himself in such a way. Alex quickly explained his plan. His condition needed to make the villain relax and believe that everything had gone according to plan. Hearing this, Amara gave an intrigued chuckle, deciding that perhaps in the future she might use a similar trick if a regular strategy failed and she really needed to lure out Chuck. Before leaving, Amara touched Dean's face one last time, said goodbye, and dissolved into clouds of black mist. Alex approached Dean, carefully lifting him with his only intact arm and leaning on his katana as he slowly moved forward. He walked calmly, but slowed when he spotted flashlight beams and heard human voices in the distance. At the same moment, Alex theatrically spat blood, letting it trickle down his lips, portraying someone barely able to stay on their feet. Shuffling toward the light, he supported the exhausted Dean with one hand while leaning on his katana with the other. As the flashlights got closer, Alex saw Sheriff Donovan, Larissa Wims, Marilyn Thornhill, whose face instantly twisted in horror at the sight of the surviving Alex and Dean, and a group of police officers. Among them was Wednesday, confidently leading the people forward. When the light fell on Alex and Dean, everyone around gasped. Almost reaching them, Alex allowed himself to lose strength and began to fall. Sheriff Donovan immediately rushed forward, catching both of them before they hit the ground. Call an ambulance. We have 2 critically injured, the sheriff shouted, giving orders. Panic ensued. People frantically tried to reach medical services, while Dean and Alex were seated on the ground, supported to prevent them from collapsing. Sheriff Donovan carefully examined their bodies for additional injuries. Alex's charred arm and Dean's condition shocked everyone. No one could understand what could have happened in the forest. Wednesday looked at Alex, and for the first time genuine concern flashed in her cold eyes. Larissa Wims was also in despair. Too much had happened in 1 hour, and everything threatened the reputations of Nevermore and Jericho. 2 federal agents had been injured on their territory, and in the line of duty. Agent! Stay conscious. What happened here? Sheriff Donovan yelled, trying to prevent Alex from passing out. Some bastard planted a bomb in the cave. Alex muttered before losing consciousness. Where the hell is the ambulance? The sheriff roared. After these last words, Alex fully played the part of being unconscious, expelling the last of his strength. He felt cold fingers on his face and realized it was Wednesday, but he had to play the role to the very end. After some time, he heard hurried footsteps and Donovan's anxious voice, and then felt himself being lifted onto a stretcher and quickly carried away. Alex forced himself not to fall asleep. He still had to hypnotize the doctors so that they would remember performing surgery and trying to save him. Wednesday wanted to ride in the ambulance with him and Dean, but she wasn't allowed. Larissa Wims realized that Alex had lied about the bomb, but she was only glad. It made her task easier. They could blame everything on a gas leak, which would also help conceal the truth about the monster in the forest. Soon, Alex was wheeled into the operating room on a gurney. As soon as the doors closed, he suddenly opened his eyes, nearly giving the doctors a heart attack. He snapped his fingers, their gazes went blank. Then he applied a cast to his arm and a bandage over his eye himself. After that, he calmly closed his eyes and genuinely fell asleep. The hypnosis would take effect shortly, and the doctors would sincerely believe they had done everything possible. Now Alex could allow himself at least a moment of rest. Meanwhile, Wednesday sat near the operating room. With a cold, expressionless face, she simply waited for the surgery to be over. Eugene had also been brought to the hospital, but his injury wasn't serious, just a simple leg wound. After stitching, he was kept under observation, though he already felt much better. Wednesday remained motionless, showing no emotion, completely unaware that everything unfolding was a carefully staged performance by Alex. Alex's wives, watching the broadcast, collectively shook their heads at his next act. Once again, he outperformed everyone like a true professional. Meanwhile, Larissa Wims was fielding calls from the mayor and other important figures. News of the situation in the forest with Alex and Dean had spread quickly, especially given the police convoy headed to Nevermore and 2 ambulances. By early morning, Alex and Dean were finally taken out of the operating rooms and moved to their wards. Wednesday followed and sat by Alex's bed, studying his bandaged face and casted arm. Larissa Wims stood behind her and gently placed a hand on her shoulder in support. "Come on, Wednesday. He needs to rest." "He'll be fine," she said in a calm, confident voice. Wednesday nodded slightly, but her mind wouldn't let go. She clearly remembered how Alex had completed a mission in Bright Falls, almost the same situation, but then he hadn't been injured at all. What had gone wrong this time? Casting one last glance at Alex before leaving, she noticed a small object fall from his hand. As Wims exited the room, Wednesday quickly bent down, picked up the fallen item, and tucked it into her pocket. Back in Nevermore, she went straight to her room, where she was immediately met by a worried Enid. Enid paced back and forth, her face full of concern. She had seen the state in which Alex had been loaded into the ambulance, and she was nearly overcome by a panic attack. And she wasn't the only one. Many Nevermore students had run out to see the commotion caused by the police and ambulances. "How is he?" Enid asked, almost running up to Wednesday. "Like someone who survived an explosion," Wednesday replied calmly as she entered the room. Enid became even more flustered at Wednesday's calm demeanor and started bombarding her with questions, but Wednesday remained silent, unwilling to say more than necessary. Instead, she took from her pocket the item Alex had dropped and saw the clicker. She recognized it immediately. She had just recently watched the recording of Alex's mission. She remembered Alex's words that this clicker carried the light of hope from Alan Wake. Enid stepped closer and looked at the device as well. "This is what I think it is?" she asked cautiously. "Yes. It's Alan Wake's clicker. Looks like Alex used it. That's why the forest was lit up so brightly," Wednesday said, turning the device in her hands. "So, because of this thing, Alex ended up in that state?" Enid murmured quietly. "Seems like it." Wednesday muttered and carefully put the clicker into her backpack to return it to Alex later. Enid didn't ask any more questions, but her face clearly showed that inside she was torn apart with worry. Wednesday outwardly remained cold and calm as usual, but she, too, was concerned for Alex's condition, just skillfully hiding it. Meanwhile, Alex slept peacefully, unaware of the chaos that had erupted in Jericho and Nevermore. Everyone who had the chance was already talking about what had happened in the forest. The bright flash from the clicker had been taken as an explosion. Larissa Wims immediately moved to cover the situation, blaming it on a natural gas explosion. Sheriff Donovan, of course, didn't believe it, but to avoid panic, he went along with that version and sent people to inspect the cave, which was now just a pile of rocks. And the one responsible for all this commotion was happily having sweet dreams. Alex didn't know how long he had slept, but he woke to voices in the ward. Opening his eyes, he saw Enid and Wednesday talking with Eugene. He had been placed in the same ward as Dean and Eugene for observation. When Alex moved, all 3 turned to him simultaneously. Tears instantly welled up in Enid's eyes. Wednesday, while keeping her calm expression, clearly showed relief in her gaze. Eugene also exhaled loudly. He felt ashamed that Dean had ended up in danger because of his stubbornness. "Yo, what's with your faces? Like you just saw zombies," Alex rasped, lifting his unkestead hand. Instead of replying, Enid rushed to him and hugged him tightly. No one knew when he would wake fully. The doctors just shrugged. Wednesday stepped closer, stopped at the foot of the bed, and silently watched Alex from above while Enid continued holding him. Alex tried to sit up, still playing the role of the heavily wounded, and Enid immediately helped him. Settling comfortably, he kept smiling. "How do you feel?" Enid asked, supporting him by the shoulders. "Like I've been run through a meat grinder and then put back together." "And what do the doctors say?" Alex replied in a carefree tone. "Multiple burns on your arm and part of your face. Fractures in the hand, forearm, shoulder, and scapula. Plus a concussion from the head impact," Wednesday recited calmly, as if reading a professional diagnosis. "Well, not too bad then." "I thought it'd be worse," Alex muttered in the same tone. "Is this because of that thing?" Wednesday asked, taking the clicker out of her jacket pocket. "Where did you get that?" Alex raised an eyebrow. "It fell from your hand when you were unconscious," she replied just as calmly, placing the clicker on his lap. "Why did you get hurt so badly because of this thing? Isn't it supposed to drive back the darkness?" Enid asked, still holding Alex by the shoulders so he could sit properly. Alex realized that he would now have to come up with a plausible lie to avoid arousing Wednesday's suspicion. Enid would believe him without question, but with Wednesday, it was much more complicated. Keeping a calm demeanor, he began to explain that although the clicker contained Alan Wake's light of hope, it was essentially a portable bomb disguised as an ordinary device, which was why his hand had been so badly injured. He didn't go into too much detail, considering that the hospital walls were far from soundproof. But it was enough for Wednesday to piece together the general picture. After sitting for a while, Alex decided to step outside for a smoke. With Enid's help, he got up from the bed. He cast a quick glance at Dean, still unconscious but steadily recovering. Dean had passed out because his body was regenerating thanks to the Amara power hidden within him. Once outside, Alex pulled out a cigarette but quickly realized that his right hand was in a cast, and even if it weren't, using it would still be inconvenient. As he struggled to light the cigarette with one hand, Wednesday silently took the lighter from him, struck it once, and brought the flame to the cigarette. Enid went off to buy coffee at Alex's request. Alex and Wednesday stood near the hospital. "What happened after we left?" Wednesday asked calmly, watching him. "We started making our way toward the monster's cave. There were way too many taken," Alex replied, exhaling smoke. "That's why we had to use the clicker." "How's the situation in town?" "As usual. They covered it up quickly. Now everyone's convinced that there was a natural gas explosion in the forest and that the three of you got caught in it. As always, sweep it under the rug," Wednesday said, frowning slightly. "Let it stay that way. No one needs to know the truth." "I don't want Jericho to become a second Bright Falls," Alex said quietly, flicking the ash. "And the worst part is, someone's controlling this power. And the monster too. The situation couldn't be worse. But I think that person will lie low for a while to avoid getting caught." "Agreed. 2 federal agents from the Secret Bureau were hurt in the city. If this figure in black isn't a complete idiot, he'll stay in the shadows until things settle down," Wednesday said, thinking the same thing. "And you stay out of it for now. Act like you're continuing your investigation. While Dean and I recover," Alex said quietly. "I already know what to do without you," Wednesday replied calmly. "I still haven't gotten close to the truth. Why is the monster collecting body parts? Why am I standing opposite Joseph Cracklestone in the drawing? Why have the Taken appeared in Jericho? Too many questions need answers." She looked Alex straight in the eyes, and he simply smiled and nodded. The determination in her gaze was unwavering. But Alex was certain Marilyn Thornhill would no longer risk repeating her trick. She wasn't foolish enough to summon echoes of people from the past, possessed by darkness, again. After a while, Enid returned, carrying coffee. After drinking together with the girls, Alex decided to go back to the room. Wednesday and Enid needed to return to Nevermore. Enid really didn't want to leave, but before going, she hugged Alex tightly and quickly kissed him on the cheek, then hurried after Wednesday. Watching them leave, Alex yawned quietly and went back into the room. Wednesday and Enid already left. Eugene asked, noticing him. "Yes, they had to get back to Nevermore." "How about you, Eugene? Not too scared?" Alex asked, sitting on the bed. "The buzzers fear nothing." "That's the hive rule," Eugene replied confidently. Alex smiled. "Glad to hear it, Buzz. Since we're roommates, want to watch a movie?" Eugene eagerly nodded. He was more than happy to watch a movie. Alex left the room and returned a few seconds later with a laptop, casually saying, "Got it from the nurse." Although in reality, he had just taken it from his inventory. Alex sat on Eugene's bed, placed the laptop on the stand, and started the movie. They watched quietly until a nurse came in for a routine check to see how they were doing. After her, a doctor appeared, asked a few questions about Alex's condition, quickly examined him, and left. Once the door closed, Eugene looked at Alex again, unsure how to phrase his thoughts. Dean, he's going to be okay, right? He asked quietly, feeling guilty for thinking Dean had been hurt because of him. Don't worry, Buzz. Dean's been through far tougher situations and always came out fine. He just needs some sleep, and he'll be okay, Alex said with a smile, trying to eat the hospital food that made him want to throw the plate out the window. Eugene looked at Dean once more and exhaled in relief. Seeing his worry, Alex wanted to pat the boy on the shoulder to reassure him, but once again remembered his right hand was in a cast. He clicked his tongue irritably, already regretting having to pretend to be injured, from the cast to the bandage on his wounded eye. Closer to night, Eugene fell asleep in the middle of the movie, and Alex quietly returned to his own bed. He took out his phone to check the news and reply to messages from his wives, who were once again laughing at his acting. They all wrote in unison that he was ridiculously overacting, and that someone with such injuries definitely couldn't be walking so normally after only half a day. Alex just rolled his eyes. He didn't argue. To be continued. While I was writing this chapter, my head started hurting so badly I thought I'd go crazy. I had to take a strong painkiller to stop the pain. So, this is the reason Alex and Dean will be staying in Jericho. And the beginning of the S.H.I.E.L.D. hero's rise, oh, that's not the right title, but the beginning of Dean Winchester's rise. Dean will become more and more accustomed to his powers, and he won't have to endure beatings from every mutt that attacks him. As for Alex, he'll enjoy the care of Enid and maybe Wednesday. Chapter 538, Progress in Relationships with Two Girls. It was Monday morning. Alex was still lying on the hospital bed, pretending to be injured, while Dean was on the one next to him, going through the recovery process. Ever since Dean had passed out in the forest from overusing Amara's power, he still hadn't regained consciousness. From time to time Alex glanced at him to make sure the recovery was going as it should. And to his surprise, Dean was indeed healing quite fast, considering his insides had practically turned into jelly after the overload of Amara's power. A Monday morning in the hospital was no different from any other day, except that closer to noon Sheriff Donovan showed up in the room. Not wanting to disturb Dean or Eugene, Alex suggested they go outside and smoke at the same time. He understood perfectly well why the sheriff had come. As they went downstairs, Alex noticed that Donovan once again looked like he had forgotten what sleep was. Stepping outside, Alex pulled out a cigarette with his good hand and lit it. "Agent, can you explain what you and your partner were doing in the forest? And why you had a Nevermore student with you?" Sheriff Donovan began without any preliminaries. "Eugene likes catching insects. And he accidentally saw a cave." Alex began calmly, exhaling smoke. "You mean the cave that collapsed?" the sheriff interrupted him. "That's right. Eugene told us about it, so we went to check it out. But before I continue, Sheriff Donovan. You found a camera next to that homeless man who was recently killed, didn't you?" "I'm right, aren't I?" "You've already developed the photos," Alex said in the same calm tone. Sheriff Donovan narrowed his eyes, realizing that somehow Alex knew about the camera. He nodded and took a stack of developed photos from his inner pocket. He carried them with him so no one else would see them. Donovan already understood the specifics of Alex's work and could trust him at least partially. Alex took the photos and immediately found the picture of the hide. For a moment he glanced at the sheriff with a faint hint of doubt in his eyes. Donovan still didn't know that the monster in the picture was his son, Tyler, the one responsible for all these murders. And at that moment Alex felt like a hypocrite. He had no right to give Donovan moral advice when he himself forgave his daughters far too much, and they had caused chaos in more than one world. Granted, they had never harmed innocent people. At worst, they behaved like small but extremely energetic gremlins. The sheriff interpreted Alex's look in his own way. "And what was in that cave?" he asked while Alex continued looking through the photos. "Someone kept the monster on a chain. Looks like they were training it like a pet. My partner wanted to observe the cave at night, to see if the suspect would come back," Alex explained, returning the photos. "And judging by your condition, the suspect did show up?" Donovan asked. "That's right. At the time, I was at the Raven Ball in Nevermore when I got a call from my partner. He said someone had approached the cave. I rushed to help him, but the suspect decided to erase all evidence. We didn't even get close before the cave was blown up, and he escaped," Alex said, shaking his head and blowing out smoke. "Did anyone leave the Raven Ball while you were there, Agent?" the sheriff asked, narrowing his eyes. "Fortunately, no. The students and teachers were in the hall the entire time. Except for a few couples who went out to get some air." "You know what I mean," Alex said with a slight smile. Sheriff Donovan cleared his throat lightly and nodded, showing that he understood what Alex was talking about. Alex began explaining the pre-prepared version of events, what happened in the forest, what the suspect looked like, what he was wearing, and why Eugene had been injured. Donovan listened attentively, occasionally asking clarifying questions. He was still the sheriff, and it was his duty to protect his town, regardless of who was responsible for the murders, a monster or a human. Alex emphasized a couple of times that Donovan should stick to the story about an accidental natural gas explosion, that Alex and Dean were injured while searching for the missing Eugene, who, instead of going to the dance, wandered into the forest to catch insects. The sheriff accepted this version calmly and agreed with Alex's reasoning. No one needed extra problems or unnecessary investigations. What finally pushed Donovan toward a firm decision was Alex's subtle hint: if information about the monster went public, more FBC agents would arrive in town, and any peaceful life would come to an end. The town could be placed under isolation until the monster and the one controlling it were found. Naturally, Donovan understood what Alex meant and nodded. After a brief conversation, he prepared to return to the station to check on the progress of the excavation of the collapsed cave. And Sheriff, remember this. The monster isn't the kids from Nevermore. The monster is the one who enjoys killing. And such people exist even among humans. As the sheriff, you should understand that. I hope you make the right choice, Alex said in a calm voice. Agent, my job is to catch criminals. And it doesn't matter who stands before me, a monster or a human. I must protect the people of this town, Donovan replied just as calmly, turning slightly toward Alex. I hope you don't forget your own words, Alex said, looking straight into the sheriff's eyes. Sheriff Donovan looked at him for another second, then lifted his head slightly, a gesture meaning he heard and accepted the advice, and walked away. Alex watched him leave and let out a quiet sigh. He understood how hard it would be for Donovan to accept the truth: his own son, Tyler, was the monster. Alex lit another cigarette and sighed with genuine sympathy. Donovan's life was already far from easy. His wife had also been a Hyde. And eventually transformed after being placed in a psychiatric facility, where she was essentially killed. Donovan knew only the official version: Francoise had died during another psychotic episode. Alex took a long drag, pulled out his phone, and opened the FBC database. He found the file connected to Francoise Galpin. The woman had previously been kept in the oldest house, like other beings of her kind who were subject to study. After rereading the document again, Alex exhaled heavily. The Men of Letters archive stated plainly: over time, a Hyde loses their human form and remains a monster forever, all because of a growing, insatiable hunger for killing. On Francoise's photo, a huge red stamp read "Terminated." She had become one of those eliminated after the Hiss invasion of the oldest house. Many creatures and anomalous objects had fallen under their influence, and most were either neutralized or cleansed. Francoise was one of those who couldn't be saved. Crushing his cigarette, Alex put his phone away and looked in the direction Sheriff Donovan had left. He truly felt sorry for the men. He had lost not only the woman he loved, but would soon lose his son as well. Once again, Alex thought about how cruelly fate liked to toy with people. Returning to his hospital room, Alex first glanced at Dean, who was still lying unconscious. Alex's eyes glimmered faintly. He had activated magical vision to make sure the recovery process was going smoothly. Everything was in order. Shifting his gaze, Alex noticed Eugene, engrossed in a book about insects. Alex didn't even know where the boy had gotten it, but the important thing was that he had something to occupy himself with while his injured leg healed. Alex lay back on his hospital bed, closed his eyes, and sank into thought. The vortex of darkness created by Marilyn Thornhill confirmed one thing: she really did possess a shard of Amara's power. And she knew how to use it, since she had managed to summon the Taken. But the main question gnawed at Alex the most: where had Marilyn gotten this shard? The only logical explanation: the power was passed down within the Gates family. As the last heir, Marilyn had received the shard by right of blood. However, another, far more troubling question arose: where had she learned to wield this power? An unpleasant thought surfaced in Alex's mind. After the death of her parents and brother, Laurel Gates had moved to England, to live with a distant relative. And Alex knew perfectly well that England had a branch of the Men of Letters order. Unfortunately, the British branch was known for its fanatical conviction: the supernatural must be destroyed, whether it posed a threat or lived peacefully. Alex clicked his tongue irritably. The logical chain fit together too easily. The distant relative could have been a member of the order, Laurel trained under them, and Laurel Gates' official death was simply a convenient cover-up. With their influence, hiding something like that was child's play. If Laurel Gates really was connected to the British Men of Letters, the mountain of trouble that could fall on Nevermore after her death would be far bigger than anyone expected. Damn it. Alex muttered through gritted teeth, clenching his fist. What's wrong? Does something hurt? Eugene asked, hearing the curse. Ah, no, it's nothing. Alex immediately offered a convincing lie, without even blinking. My hand itches under the cast. I'm going crazy. Hey, chum, do you have anything I can use to scratch my hand under the cast? Take a ruler or something narrow that can fit. When I broke my leg as a kid, my mom's taught me this trick, Eugene said with a smile. Oh really? I'll remember that. Now I just need to find something suitable, Alex nodded. You've never broken anything before? Eugene asked in surprise. Somehow I always avoided it, Alex smirked. This time I wasn't so lucky. Even hit my eye. He pointed to the bandage. Have you traveled a lot for your work? Well, if it's not a secret, Eugene asked, embarrassed but clearly curious. Alex saw how genuine the curiosity was and decided to share a little about the places he had been. Of course, he left out the details. But even that was enough for Eugene to start asking more and more questions. Seeing the boy's sincere enthusiasm, Alex couldn't help but smile. He understood, it wasn't easy for Eugene to make friends because of his obsession with insects, his shyness, and his reserved nature. But Alex respected people like that, sincere, loyal, willing to sacrifice a lot for their friends. Time passed at its own pace. At Nevermore, the last class had ended. Without hesitation, Wednesday decided to visit Alex in the hospital. Right after the bell, she went to her dorm room and changed into regular clothes. Just as Wednesday was about to leave, the door burst open. Enid rushed in. Wednesday, you're going to Jericho? She asked quickly. Maybe. If you want to buy something, do it yourself. I don't have time, Wednesday replied dryly, slinging her backpack over her shoulder. That's not the point. Wait for me. I need to go to Jericho too. I want to visit Alex, Enid babbled, quickly changing as if her life depended on it. Wednesday squinted slightly. It wasn't hard for her to guess, something had shifted between Enid and Alex. She still felt a twinge of irritation remembering how Enid had rushed to hug Alex as soon as he regained consciousness. The pride of the Addams family didn't allow Wednesday to lose, not in any battle, even if that battle involved feelings. She had already thought about leaving without Enid, but the girl changed at incredible speed, grabbed her backpack, and was already beaming her usual cheerful smile. I'm ready. Enid announced, giving a thumbs up. Wednesday calmly looked away and, without saying a word, walked ahead as if she didn't care. She and Enid left the dorm and headed toward the main gates of Nevermore, from where they planned to go to Jericho. As soon as they stepped outside, Larissa Weems' car stopped in front of them, lightly honking when the wheels came to a halt at their feet. Miss Sinclair, Miss Addams, get in. I'll give you a ride. You're headed to the hospital, right? Larissa Weems said in a calm, warm voice. Miss Weems, you're going to the hospital too? Enid asked in surprise. Of course, Miss Sinclair. One of our students was injured. As the director of Nevermore, I am obliged to visit him, Larissa replied evenly, keeping her smile. Enid immediately lit up and quickly got into the car. Wednesday just rolled her eyes but also got in. When they arrived at the hospital, Wednesday didn't wait for the others, she simply opened the door and walked inside with quick, confident steps. Wednesday, wait for me. Enid called and ran after her. Larissa Weems only shook her head quietly. She was slightly pleased that Wednesday hadn't fully inherited her mother's character, otherwise, she would have had to witness the same passionate and crazy scenes that Gomez and Morticia once displayed, never leaving each other's side. Sometimes, Larissa even thought it would have been better if Wednesday had inherited that, then there would have been far less chaos around the girl. By this time, Wednesday and Enid had already reached the room where Alex, Dean, and Eugene were. From the doorway, they could hear Alex and Eugene chatting animatedly about trivial matters. Wednesday calmly opened the door and stepped inside, while Enid burst in after her, like a small, hyperactive pink whirlwind, immediately rushing to Alex. Alex. How are you? Are you okay? Her questions poured out. Enid, you're just in time. Can you show me your claws? Alex said with a sly smile. For what? She asked in surprise, but she extended her claws anyway. Alex quietly chuckled, took her finger, and carefully slid her claw under the cast, scratching the itchy spot. Enid blinked in surprise, then laughed. Wednesday watched with her usual blank expression before silently moving over to Eugene's bed, sitting in a chair, and beginning to ask him about his condition and the pain in his leg. At that moment, Larissa Weems entered the room, and froze, seeing the strange scene, Enid standing over Alex, scratching his hand under the cast with a serious expression. Wednesday, cold as ice, sat next to Eugene, seemingly pretending nothing unusual was happening. Alex noticed the director and raised his free hand in greeting. I see you're perfectly fine, Mr. Voldegode, despite the severity of your injuries, Larissa Weems said, maintaining a polite smile. This isn't the first time something like this has happened to me. A couple of days, and I'll be back on my feet, Alex replied calmly, while Enid diligently continued scratching his hand. I'm glad to hear that. Has your partner regained consciousness yet? Larissa asked, taking a seat in an empty chair. Dean hasn't woken up yet. But I'm sure it's just a matter of time, Alex said, glancing at his friend. Let's hope so. Have you reported your condition to the bureau? Larissa asked cautiously. She clearly hoped that no additional FBC agents would be sent to the city. "Don't worry, Miss Weems," Alex said in a professionally calm tone. "It won't go on record. Just an unfortunate accident. Who could have known there'd be a cave with natural gas in the forest?" Larissa Weems exhaled in relief at Alex's words. Wednesday barely restrained herself from rolling her eyes. The whole exchange between Larissa and Alex sounded as if nothing special had happened, as if everything that occurred after the crow ball had been a simple accident. Before their conversation, Alex had already instructed Eugene to stick to the story about the natural gas explosion, and the boy obediently stayed silent about everything he had seen in the forest. After a brief chat, Larissa Weems politely said goodbye and left the room, wishing him a speedy recovery. Once she was gone, Wednesday stood up and approached Alex, who was still sitting on the bed, chatting with Enid. Alex and Enid turned to her, and without a word, Wednesday carefully lifted the bandage from his eye, examining the wound closely. Of course, Alex had created the injury using illusions, and it looked convincing. Wednesday studied the burn around his eye without a hint of disgust, while Enid immediately turned away. It was unpleasant for her even to look at it. "Healing pretty quickly," Wednesday said, replacing the bandage. "By the end of the week, it'll be fully healed. I recover fast. Although I'll have to walk around with a cast and an eye bandage for a while, like a pirate," Alex replied with a slight smile. Wednesday squinted slightly but nodded, accepting his words. A few hours later, Enid and Wednesday left the hospital. Before leaving, Enid promised she would come again tomorrow, and Alex was happy about that. He noticed a twitch in Wednesday's eyelid and realized that she would probably show up tomorrow too. He was happy about that as well. By evening, a doctor and a nurse came to the room for their routine check, examined the bandages, and asked the standard questions about his condition. That was the end of the day. The next day, Alex could no longer stand the hospital walls and decided to check out so he could return to the hotel. But before leaving, he didn't forget to create a small magical mouse to watch over Dean. Alex wasn't sure if Marilyn would risk going after Dean, but it was better to be safe. After checking out, Alex decided to take a walk. Unfortunately, he still had to keep up the act of being sick, since he had already started playing that role. On the way, he ran into the psychologist Valerie, who, like everyone else, had heard the rumors. They exchanged a few words, he listened to the usual get well soon wishes, and then Alex went into the family restaurant, finally to have a proper meal. While eating, he once again realized that eating with one hand was quite the challenge. After his snack, Alex returned to the hotel. He just wanted to lie down and rest, he couldn't stand the smell of the hospital. Without removing his cast or bandage, he stretched out on the bed and instantly fell asleep. He woke to a voice very close by. Opening his eyes, Alex saw Wednesday. She was standing by the table, talking to Thing, who was gesturing animatedly with his fingers. Alex blinked in confusion. He didn't understand at all how she had gotten into his room. Thing noticed Alex had woken up and immediately pointed at him. Wednesday turned her head and met his gaze, and from the expression on his face, it was clear that he wanted to know what the hell was going on. "They told you that you sleep too deeply. I changed the bandage on your eye, and you didn't even stir. You're a gift to any killer," Wednesday said calmly, pointing to the used bandages. "I just love sleeping. But I'm more interested in how you got here," Alex mumbled, yawning and sitting on the edge of the bed. "That wasn't hard. Eugene gave you away, he said you had checked out. Figuring out where you'd stay was easy," Wednesday replied, tossing the bandages into the trash. "Got it. But how did you get into the room?" Alex asked, stretching his shoulders. "The locks in this hotel are very easy to bypass." "Thing didn't even have to try," Wednesday said just as calmly, nodding at Thing, who was still standing on the table. Alex looked at Thing, who confidently gave him a thumbs up. Alex just sighed heavily and shook his head. Rising from the couch, he walked over to the window and opened it to smoke. All this time, Wednesday calmly watched him, her mind buzzing with questions she would have loved to ask, ranging from the state of his wound to why he had even thought to check out so early. Alex took a drag and, exhaling the smoke out the window, wondered why Enid hadn't shown up. But the moment he glanced at Wednesday, everything became clear. Of course. It was easy to imagine how she could have sent Enid back to Nevermore, or simply not let her leave. For Wednesday, it would have taken 2 seconds. "Thanks for changing the bandage," Alex said, the first thing that came to mind. "You're welcome. It's not difficult. I've done it more than once. I already have experience bandaging the wounded. I practiced on Pugsley when we played doctor," Wednesday replied calmly, picking up a book from the table. "I'm afraid to even imagine what your brother went through as a kid. A miracle he isn't 3 meters under the ground by now," Alex muttered, exhaling another stream of smoke. "I tried a couple of times," Wednesday said just as calmly. "But they would find and dig him up. Over time, he learned to get out on his own. A useful skill, in case he's accidentally buried alive." I don't even know, should I praise him for his resilience or pity him for having to go through that? Alex smirked, glancing at Wednesday's profile. I think you can praise him. Just not too much, otherwise he'll get proud again. And I'll have to knock some arrogance out of him once more, Wednesday said, closing the book and putting it back in its place. What a caring sister, Alex remarked lightly, leaning against the windowsill. It's not care. It's upbringing, she calmly countered, stepping closer. I'll consider it care. Since you're here, want to watch a horror movie? Or do you need to go back to Nevermore? Alex asked, looking at her. Why would I watch movies where the ending is known in advance? Her even voice replied. In real life, monsters don't give foolish teenagers a chance to escape or defeat them. And a serial killer wouldn't let the victim slip away to call for help. Completely unrealistic. I'll take that as a yes, Alex said and headed for the fridge. Want a snack? Or just coffee again? Only coffee with. Wednesday began. With 4 shots of espresso, Alex interrupted, smiling. I remember how you like it. Don't worry. Wednesday looked at him with a calm, appraising gaze, once again surprised at how quickly he picked up on her thoughts and habits. Even the suggestion to watch a movie, pointless in her view, he had made in exactly the genre she secretly preferred over others. Alex made her coffee, grabbed himself some snacks, and turned on the TV. Selecting a movie he was sure Wednesday would like, he sat down next to her. She gave him a brief glance and continued sipping her strong coffee. Thing, completely ignoring their movie, was engrossed in a romantic story between the two of them. On the screen, his own scenarios flickered by, and his fingers danced across it like piano keys. The horror movie was accompanied by Wednesday's endless commentary. She meticulously pointed out every illogical moment, explained why the victims deserved their fates, and with cold precision described what she would have done if she were the killer. By the end of the movie, Alex had heard so much analysis that all he could do was nod. As I said, a predictable ending and just as predictable actions from the killer. A typical empty attempt to scare the audience and make money, Wednesday concluded in a perfectly even tone. But that's the whole point of the movie, Alex countered softly. It's meant to evoke emotions. Different emotions. Fear for the characters, tension. If you look at a movie as another world you're allowed into to live someone else's story, it's worth it. Books, movies, music, all of it exists for emotions. Even now, you experience them, even if it was just irritation at the killer's illogical actions. Wednesday gave a brief nod, acknowledging the logic in his words. If you look at it that way. I understand what you mean. But that doesn't change the fact that most movies are made to profit from foolish viewers, selling tickets to a predictable story. Alex stood up. How about dinner? Or do you need to go back to Nevermore? Wednesday looked at the wall clock and pondered whether she should return to Nevermore. Her gaze fell on Thing, tirelessly gesturing agree. Wednesday squinted slightly but nodded at Alex's suggestion to have dinner. Alex, of course, noticed Thing's enthusiastic gesturing but tactfully pretended not to see it. Since Alex was still playing the role of being sick, he couldn't cook, and they had to settle for takeout. During dinner, Alex asked how her work on the book was going and what was new in the plot. Wednesday calmly explained where she had left off and what her ideas were for the upcoming chapters. Alex listened attentively, occasionally asking questions about the main heroine or suggesting ideas that, in his opinion, might be useful in such stories. When dinner ended, Alex offered to take Wednesday back to Nevermore, but she refused, citing his casted arm, saying it was better for him to return to the hotel and rest. After seeing her off, Alex returned to his room and lay back on the bed, thinking that there really had been progress in his relationship with Wednesday. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to his room just to change a bandage, and she certainly wouldn't have stayed for a movie and dinner. Before falling asleep, Alex used tracking magic to check that Dean was okay. Once he confirmed that everything was calm, he went to bed. However, in the middle of the night, he had an unexpected visitor, a green-haired gremlin in the form of Becca. The moment she stepped out of the portal, she pounced on him, no words, no pauses, as always. As a result, Alex's night turned out to be anything but restful. The next day, Alex woke up around noon, with an all-too-familiar feeling on his face. He had already grown unaccustomed to someone managing to chew on his cheek while he slept, and even felt a slight twinge of nostalgia. Carefully freeing himself from Becca's clinging embrace, he went to make himself some coffee. The moment the aroma spread through the room, Becca's eyes flew open, and she jumped off the couch, landing on his lap mid-leap, pressing against him. Alex couldn't help but smile and lightly rubbed his cheek against her hair. After a quick breakfast, he helped Becca braid her hair, just the way she always asked. Cupcake, don't forget to put the cast and bandage back on, Becca said, swinging her legs cheerfully while Alex worked on her hair. Or your pale little girlfriend will notice immediately. Then you'll definitely get a knife in the chest. Don't worry, my love, I won't forget. And do you really think Wednesday could kill me? Alex smirked. Maybe she won't, Cupcake, Becca said, turning her head to him with a gremlinish grin. But try. Oh yes. And I'd love to watch. Just like everyone else. You girls just want to watch me suffer. And where's your love in all that? Alex asked sarcastically. Right here. Becca declared, grabbing his cheeks and kissing him hard. After the kiss, she jumped off the chair and opened a portal to return to Horario. Sending Alex a blown kiss, she leapt into the portal, which closed immediately behind her. Alex stared at the spot for a second, then just smiled. His green-haired gremlin never changed, even as a mother. And honestly, he was perfectly fine with that. Before checking on Dean, Alex put the bandage and cast back in place, and only then left the hotel. Lighting a cigarette, he calmly headed to the hospital. There, he caught the doctor examining Eugene's leg wound. After that, Alex checked on Dean, made sure everything was fine, and then wandered around the city just to pass the dull hours while Dean remained in a coma. After spending several hours walking and listening to music, Alex returned to the hotel and decided to spend the rest of the day watching a movie. Back at the hotel, Alex immediately turned on the first movie he found and grabbed some snacks. If it hadn't been for a sudden knock at the door, he would have likely fallen asleep to the monotonous soundtrack. With a sigh, he got up from the bed, opened the door, and saw Enid on the threshold with a wide, almost radiant smile. Before he could ask anything, she quickly leaned forward, kissed him on the lips, and skillfully slipped into the room. Alex blinked, looked after her in surprise, shrugged, and closed the door. Wednesday came yesterday, and now you. Do you two have some kind of arrangement? He asked, sitting down next to her on the couch. Did Wednesday tell you about that? Enid raised her eyebrows, clearly more surprised than she should have been. A smile froze on Alex's face. Judging by Enid's reaction, he had accidentally hit the mark. And although he was curious about what exactly the two friends had talked about yesterday, he knew perfectly well Enid wouldn't answer that question. The girl, too, realized she had let something slip and looked slightly embarrassed for a moment. All right, Alex coughed lightly. Let's pretend I didn't ask. So, what do you want, a walk, a movie, or just to talk? A movie would be nice, Enid said cheerfully. Thing blabbed yesterday that you watched a movie with Wednesday and then had dinner together. Thing blabbed again. Is he playing for both sides or what? Alex squinted. Enid just giggled and, hugging his arm, snuggled closer. Seeing that he wouldn't get an answer, Alex stroked her hair and put on a light comedy, one he knew she'd definitely enjoy. During the movie, Enid gradually but steadily moved closer, until at some point she was practically on his lap again. A few minutes later, she gently kissed him, and that was, essentially, the end of watching the movie. The rest of the film passed in kisses, and they only remembered the plot had long since ended when the credits rolled. Hearing the opening notes of the credits, they both turned to the screen and burst out laughing. Maybe we should go for a walk after all. Since we didn't really watch the movie, Alex said, hugging Enid around the waist. I'd like to watch another movie. I really like this one, she said slyly. Did you like the movie itself, or the kissing? Alex raised an eyebrow. Both. So, start the next one, Enid said, placing her palms on his cheeks. Then maybe we should order some food. Are you going to eat something? Alex asked, playfully pinching the tip of her nose. Anything. As long as there's meat. And dessert, she said happily. Alex smiled and ran his hand through her hair again. Enid purred contentedly, like a cat, even though she was a werewolf. As soon as Alex placed the order, she kissed him again, as if afraid to lose a single second. The kissing session was only interrupted when the courier knocked at the door. While Alex went to open it, Enid panicked and wiped the remnants of lipstick from his face so no one would suspect anything. Alex paid, put the bags on the table, and suggested taking a break to have dinner. At that exact moment, Enid froze, as if faced with the most important choice of her life, continue kissing or eat and then continue later. Seeing her tortured expression, Alex just laughed and began setting the table while Enid tried to decide the fate of the evening. To be continued. How I love this day. Right in the middle of a work conference, my internet went out. I had to quickly get dressed and go to the office. Ha 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 ha. Today is the day when I want to strangle someone just because they're breathing next to me. Anyway, about the plot, I think I'll speed this week up to Parents' Day, and we'll get to meeting Wednesday and Enid's parents. Chapter 539, Chapter 539, just an ordinary day for the Demon King. Alex's next day began the same way, he still had to pretend to be injured. So when he woke up, he put the bandage back over his eye and the cast on his arm to avoid raising any suspicion. He had to keep playing the role of a wounded man, all to prevent Marilyn Thornhill from accelerating her plans. It was far too early for that, and definitely not in Alex's interest. He didn't want Marilyn to ruin the upcoming Parents' Day with her ritual to resurrect a distant relative, Joseph Crackstone. After getting dressed, Alex headed to the only decent cafe in Jericho, the Weather Vane. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed that Tyler Galpin wasn't working today. After ordering coffee, Alex sat by the window and pulled out his phone. The moment he unlocked it, dozens of messages from Enid lit up the screen, wishing him good morning and asking how he felt. Reading her messages, Alex couldn't suppress a smile, especially remembering the previous evening. He and Enid never actually managed to finish the movie. She turned out to be far too persistent when it came to kissing. But during dinner, the conversation shifted back to her mother again, and Alex once more had to explain that Enid was not a house pet and wasn't obligated to comply with every whim. He noticed determination appearing in Enid's eyes. For the first time in a long while, she was ready to stand up to her mother and firmly say no to the endless complaints about her still not transforming into a wolf. Alex was genuinely glad he managed to push her toward this earlier than in the series. He also confirmed that in Enid's family only her mother pressured her. Her father quietly supported his daughter, and her uncle and aunt thought she shouldn't rush things. The one thing he couldn't understand was why Enid's mother was so obsessed with the idea that her daughter had to be normal like everyone else. His thoughts shifted to the upcoming Parents' Day. Alex hoped he would manage, and not punch Enid's mother in the face for her constant nagging. Sipping his coffee and replying to messages, he realized that Enid was currently in class, and still glued to her phone. After finishing his drink, Alex decided to go to the hospital and check on Dean. He didn't hurry and walked at a relaxed pace. On the way, he stopped by a store to buy Eugene proper snacks. Hospital food never made anyone happy. At the hospital, Alex immediately went to the ward. Eugene said he would be discharged by the end of the week. For now he was being monitored because of the injury on his leg, and walking on his own was still painful. After talking to him a little longer, Alex checked on Dean and made sure he was recovering properly. Judging by the feeling, in a couple of days Dean would be good as new. Saying goodbye to Eugene, Alex left the hospital looking like a man who had absolutely no idea what to do with his time. Scrolling through his phone, he even wondered whether he should visit Amara, who was currently acting like an offended sister somewhere in Philadelphia, visiting yet another church. After thinking for a moment, Alex decided to visit her, if only for company and conversation. Finding Amara was easy. She was in an empty church, staring at a dead priest. Alex closed his eyes, used tracking magic, and then stepped through a portal from a nearby alley. A moment later he stood in Philadelphia, near the Holy Trinity Church. He crossed the street, opened the door, and walked inside. There sat Amara, as if nothing had happened, in her usual black dress, calm, almost contemplative. The priest's body was impaled on a large cross, blood dripping in a thin stream onto the altar. Alex's footsteps echoed through the empty hall. Amara didn't need to turn, she knew exactly who was watching her. Only one being could do such a thing. Alex reached the first rows and sat on the opposite side of the aisle, crossing his leg over the other and looking at the priest's body with the expression of someone nearly impossible to impress. "Why did you come?" Amara asked, turning her head calmly. "Dean is still recovering after using your power. And I'm terribly bored, nothing to do. So I decided to visit you. What are you up to?" Alex drawled lazily, lighting a cigarette. "Are you seriously asking? Is it that hard to guess what I'm doing?" Amara's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. "Oh. Our girl learned how to speak with sarcasm. I'm so proud of you. Kids grow up so fast. Not long ago she was just a young lady taking her first steps in the world, and now, a grown woman. Uncle Alexander is so happy." Alex said theatrically, wiping imaginary tears. Amara looked at Alex with an empty, tired gaze, and for a moment she thought there was nothing surprising about the fact that he had become friends with Dean. Of course not. Both of them were walking chaos, each in their own way. She averted her eyes, unwilling to continue the topic. Alex, noticing the complete lack of reaction, stopped theatrically wiping non-existent tears and simply smirked, taking a drag from his cigarette right there in the church as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. They sat in silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of the burning cigarette and Alex's quiet, lazy humming. He was murmuring some calm tune to pass the time. Glancing around absent-mindedly, Alex activated his magical sight and immediately saw the traces of Chuck's presence. There were many. Most of them, on the priest's body. Well. Chuck's plan truly was insane. But at the same time monstrously effective. For a being of his level, it was no secret that the creator never intervened in the affairs of his creations. Therefore, the only ones Chuck had to worry about were the Lords of Order and Nyan herself. Thinking about the Lords of Order made Alex grimace. Just let those idiots stay quiet and not ruin all my work. And then he remembered something else. Who led this whole group of fanatics obsessed with balance, the fight of good and evil, and hatred toward everything connected to chaos? The answer presented itself, his brother Michael. Even though Michael could not interfere openly because of their father's rules, that didn't stop him from gathering the pure of heart, who played the role of the Lords of Order. Confirming his guess, Alex's phone vibrated. The message was from the creator. Short, but enough, Alex's suspicions were confirmed. I hope Michael keeps those morons away from my work, Alex muttered, exhaling smoke upward. Who are you talking about? Amara asked, hearing his words. My brother, Alex replied lazily. Turns out he runs a group of fanatics whose heads are filled with nothing but destroying evil, restoring balance, and all that nonsense. Justice, you know. I haven't met them yet, but I'm sure they're complete idiots. Amara shook her head. I'm once again convinced that your family is very strange. Maybe. Alex flicked the ash and put away his phone. Do you want to grab something to eat? There's a pizzeria nearby, they say it's good. Why not? Amara said calmly as she stood up. Alex smiled, rose to his feet, and headed for the exit. Before closing the church doors, he cast one last glance at the crucified priest, then left the building. The pizzeria turned out to be very close, but neither of them felt like eating inside. Alex ordered a pizza to go, and they headed to Rittenhouse Square. The park was just a few minutes away. Finding a quiet spot away from the crowds, they settled on a bench and talked about everyday things while eating. Amara told him where she had been and what she had seen. Alex listened attentively, occasionally asking questions simply to keep the conversation going. When the pizza was gone, he went to get coffee and returned with 2 cups, one of which he handed to Amara. They stayed in the park for several more hours. Finally, Alex stood up. Want to visit Dean? He asked, tossing the empty cup into a bin. Amara looked up at the sky thoughtfully. Maybe, but later. For now, I just want to enjoy the sounds of the world. They calm me. After so many years of confinement, when I was alone with my thoughts, this world feels surprisingly pleasant. Even despite everything Chuck did to it. Alex let out a quiet chuckle, lighting a new cigarette. I'm glad you didn't go insane. It would be unpleasant to kill a friend. Amara smiled faintly. It's nice to hear that you consider me a friend. Destruction. Don't call me that, Alex grimaced. When I hear it, I feel like some kind of final boss. Aren't you? Amara asked with soft amusement. After everything you told me, you're far more like a villain than the ones you had to deal with. I'm not a villain at all. I'm sweet and kind. Alex made the most innocent face he could. Just look into my kind eyes. Do I look like a villain to you? Amara looked at Alex, who was vainly trying to look innocent, and couldn't hold back. A quiet chuckle escaped her lips. No matter how hard he tried, his gaze still revealed his true nature. Hearing her laugh, Alex also burst out laughing, throwing his hands behind his head as if completely relaxed. After saying goodbye to Amara and lazily waving at her, he was about to return to Jericho. But after taking a few steps, he noticed a child staring at him with his mouth wide open. Alex paused for a moment. And, deciding to entertain himself, stepped forward and simply vanished into thin air. The boy immediately let out a cry of astonishment, trying to convince his alarmed mother that the man just disappeared right in front of him. Amara, still sitting on the bench, heard the excited shout, turned her head, and saw the boy desperately explaining something to his mother. She smiled softly at the scene, got up, and decided to take a little walk through the park, enjoying a rare sense of calm. Alex, meanwhile, appeared in Jericho at the exact same moment, in a small alley near the hotel. The short walk and conversation with Amara had helped pass the time, and he even felt an unexpected lightness. There was no romance in their relationship. He saw Amara purely as a good friend, someone pleasant to chat with, eat pizza, and drink coffee. Returning to his room, Alex only then noticed that he had been walking around all day with an eye patch and a cast, and hadn't even felt discomfort. He simply shrugged indifferently, removed his cloak, and collapsed onto the sofa, covering his eyes. After such a busy day, he allowed himself a little rest, and fell asleep almost instantly. By this time, classes had ended in Nevermore. Wednesday, as usual, didn't waste any time. She decided to go back to Jericho to check on Alex's recovery and, at the same time, to find out what steps he planned to take in his investigation. Changing into casual clothes and throwing her backpack over her shoulder, she first went to the hospital to visit Eugene. Wednesday still felt a lingering sense of guilt for not persuading him not to go into the forest at night. After making sure Eugene was fine, she headed to the hotel. Entering the lobby, Wednesday glanced at the receptionist briefly, and realized that breaking the lock a second time in a row would be foolish. Thing, distract him, she whispered. Thing slipped out of the bag and immediately caused chaos at the front desk. While the receptionist tried to shoo away the strange creature, Wednesday quickly approached the counter, found the spare key to Alex's room, and slipped it into her pocket. Everything looked as if she were just passing by. Going up to the floor where Thing was already waiting, she approached the door, inserted the key, and quietly opened it. Once again, Alex was sleeping so soundly that it seemed as if the world around him didn't exist. Even the fact that someone had entered his room didn't disturb him at all. Closing the door, Wednesday went to the bed and sat on the edge, silently studying his serene face. Her mind was buzzing with thoughts, none of which she would ever voice. After watching the sleeping figure for a moment, she unzipped her backpack and took out a small box, carefully placing it beside him. Inside the box, arranged in perfectly neat rows, lay thin acupuncture needles. Thing, upon seeing them, began waving his fingers far more frantically than usual, trying to figure out what exactly she was planning. I heard acupuncture is very effective during recovery, Wednesday explained calmly as she pulled out the first needle. Thing froze, swelling with horror, and then started waving again, this time pleading with her to reconsider, or at least make sure she actually knew how to use them. It's fine. I'm confident I can handle it. I tried testing this on Pugsley, but he runs too fast and keeps locking himself in his room. And now I have the perfect test subject, she said in a completely serious tone, bringing the needle closer to Alex's shoulder. And then a sleepy, hoarse voice sounded, "Go ahead and try poking me with anything." Wednesday and Thing both looked at Alex. His gaze was sleepy and dark, so much so that Thing even noted to himself that he looked exactly like Wednesday in the mornings. Ignoring both her with the needle in hand and Thing standing by his bed, Alex silently got up and went to make himself some coffee. Under Wednesday's watchful stare, he prepared a strong drink, sat at the table, and closed his eyes, trying to wake up at least a little. A couple of hours of sleep was painfully insufficient, Alex felt it in every cell. While he went through his usual resurrection ritual, Wednesday slowly rose from the bed and approached him. Stopping beside him, she lifted the needle and, while Alex still had his eyes closed, calmly jabbed it into his healthy arm. The needle didn't go in. It merely bent. "My dear Wednesday, are you bored?" Alex asked, opening his eyes and looking at her. The girl was studying the bent needle between her fingers with great interest. "The needle couldn't pierce your skin. It's either a defective tool or your skin is denser than normal," she said thoughtfully, taking out a second needle. "And instead of just asking, you decided to try stabbing me again." Alex clarified, staring at her with a blank expression. "Why ask when I can verify it myself?" she replied calmly and jabbed the second needle. It bent as well. "Convinced? Or are you planning to try something more serious?" he asked, taking a sip of coffee. "I think so. Now I'm curious how tough your skin really is," Wednesday said and pulled a knife from her pocket. "I've always wanted to ask, why do you even carry a knife with you?" Alex instinctively pulled his hand back. "For self-defense. Isn't that obvious?" Wednesday replied with a look that suggested Alex had just asked the stupidest question in existence. "Most people use a taser or pepper spray for self-defense, not a knife," Alex pointed out, and barely managed to pull his hand away from her first strike. "Then the person won't learn their lesson. A knife teaches it permanently," she said coldly, delivering another blow. Alex just sighed, watching her attempts to pierce his hand, calmly sipping his coffee. He knew that even if he told the truth now, Wednesday wouldn't believe a single word without proof. And he wasn't about to show her, at least, not until their relationship had progressed much further. Tired of the endless attempts, Alex gently intercepted her hand holding the knife. Wednesday froze, meeting his gaze, and tried to push harder, but even with all her effort, she couldn't move his hand an inch. When it became clear she wasn't going to stop, Alex let out a heavy sigh and allowed her to do what she intended. The knife struck his hand, and the blade bent like foil. "Now satisfied, my dear Wednesday?" he asked calmly. "Quite," she replied, studying the twisted metal. "Next time I'll bring a drill. I'm curious how much you can endure." "Let's skip the drill, all right. I appreciate your attention, but let's not have experiments on this scale," Alex said with a tired smile. "I'll think about it." "But no promises," Wednesday said, sitting across from him with her usual cold expression. Alex looked at Wednesday with a weary gaze as she calmly, almost expressionlessly, flipped through a thick compendium on monsters. And a thought crossed his mind, perhaps in the future, Wednesday would want to test even more things on him, things she deemed potentially harmful. Not that Alex was worried, the very idea that Wednesday showed affection in such unusual ways amused him. Neither of them realized yet that her behavior already carried a strange, dark fondness. Wednesday simply did what she wanted, without bothering to question why. They continued sitting in peaceful silence, Alex sipping his coffee and scrolling through the news on his phone, while Wednesday, with the thoughtful expression of someone who had discovered something truly interesting, studied her book. An hour passed. Alex ordered takeout. When the delivery left, Alex, with his habitual, automatic gesture, first placed a plate in front of Wednesday, then, without thinking, leaned down and kissed the top of her head, so naturally that he didn't even notice himself. He had done this so many times with his other close ones that it barely registered. Wednesday felt the kiss and lifted her gaze. But Alex was already sitting across from her, calmly eating his dinner. She shifted her eyes to the neatly placed plate and the steaming coffee, just the way she usually drank it. Wednesday glanced at Alex once more, still processing his gesture. She almost missed the moment, it had happened so naturally, so habitually, as if it were meant to be. Thing, watching everything from the edge of the table, was ecstatic. And when he saw that Wednesday hadn't said a word, just accepted the food and kept reading, his excitement went almost completely over the top. The only thing he regretted was that he didn't have a phone to record this moment and show it to Wednesday's parents. After a short pause, Wednesday lifted the book and turned it toward Alex. "You mentioned the Wendigo. Have you actually encountered these creatures?" she asked, pointing to a page with their description. Relatively recently," Alex nodded, chewing another bite. "What are their habits?" "The book only lists general info," Wednesday asked calmly. "I'd call the Wendigo." He thought for a moment. "Maybe the term, perfect predator, fits. The curse makes them monsters, but the legend itself is closely tied to hunting. Wendigo can track, wait, and lure. They're intelligent, strong, and very patient. If you want, I can show you what they really look like, and what their lair looks like." Wednesday raised an eyebrow. "The book says they're solitary. And yet you speak of them in the plural." "I'll explain. It all started on Blackwood Mountain." Alex began. He went on to tell the full legend of the Wendigo, how these creatures came to be, what caused their birth, and the tragedies that followed. He explained how a human could become a Wendigo and how the monsters sometimes drag their prey into the lair to turn them into one of their own. Wednesday listened attentively, without interrupting. Alex knew she wasn't the type to enjoy ordinary conversations. She was drawn to the mystical, the dark creatures, curses, and all things eerie, which meant he could talk to her about it for hours. And they really did talk for about another hour, about cursed houses, ghosts, ancient entities, and vanished monsters. At one point, Alex was sitting right next to her, explaining from the book what each creature was and how it could be killed. Wednesday occasionally glanced at him thoughtfully. For the first time in her life, she felt so comfortable. Time seemed to disappear when she was with him. She didn't fully understand what she was feeling, it just felt good to be near someone who understood her without words. Finally, she spoke again. "I wanted to ask something else." "And what interests you, my dear Wednesday?" Alex turned to her, leaning closer. "Too close." "First, why do you lean so close to me every time?" she asked calmly, though her voice softened. "And, it says here that these creatures are gods. Are they really gods?" Alex leaned even closer, their faces less than a centimeter apart. "I just like to do this," he said honestly. "And about the gods, they're just ancient monsters with a bit of power. People once worshipped them out of fear. In reality, they're ordinary creatures that like human flesh. Like those pagan gods Dean and Sam killed. When the world began to change, their egos were hurt, so they got offended. Creatures once revered as gods find it hard to let go of their divine pride." Alex's nose lightly touched Wednesday's. "And how were they killed?" she asked almost in a whisper, looking him straight in the eyes. "With wooden stakes." "Right in the heart," Alex replied. "If they were real gods, a stick in the chest wouldn't have killed them." After Alex's answer, Wednesday realized that their noses were touching, and she once again felt his warm breath on her face. She wondered again why Alex so easily invaded her personal space, and why she didn't mind. Wednesday remembered the kiss that had been the payment for his previous answer. Her thoughts drifted back to that warm, strangely pleasant feeling. And before her mind wandered off in unknown directions, she calmly, as always, placed her hand on his cheek and gently pushed his head away, literally forcing Alex out of her personal space, which he had stubbornly breached time and again. Seeing her calm expression, Alex just smiled, leaned back on the chair, and glanced at the time. It was just before 6 in the evening, plenty of time to spend with Wednesday. He looked at Thing, sitting on the bedside table. The living hand looked disappointed. Alex couldn't understand what could have upset this limb. But the reason was simple: Thing had been expecting a kiss between Wednesday and Alex. Alas, not all expectations are destined to come true. "I heard tomorrow is Parents' Day. Are your parents coming?" Alex asked, turning his head toward Wednesday. "Yes, they're coming." "Why do you ask?" she replied calmly. "Just curious what they're like. You're so gloomy yourself, you like dark things, and when you watch horror movies, you always root for the killer," Alex said, slightly swaying in the chair. "Their unique personalities," Wednesday replied, thinking for a moment. "What do you mean?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "Can't explain in just a few words. But if you like watching the most disgusting ways people show affection, then my parents are exactly like that. If it were up to them, they'd probably sew themselves together to be even closer," she said. "Is it really that bad?" Alex asked, though he already knew perfectly well how Gomez and Morticia usually behaved. "I've even toned it down. Even jackals during mating season don't behave this disgusting," Wednesday said coldly, looking him straight in the eyes. The important thing is that they love each other." "I'm not one to judge people for how they show love," Alex said, coughing awkwardly and already picturing the scene in his mind. You say that now. When you see it with your own eyes, you'll understand what I meant, Wednesday said, averting her gaze from Alex. Wait, you actually want to introduce me to your family? I'm so embarrassed. What should I do? Alex said, pretending to wring his hands, pressing his healthy palm to his cheek like a shy schoolgirl. Wednesday silently watched Alex with her empty, expressive gaze. Just as she was about to tell him he was overthinking things, a sudden thought pierced her mind. She remembered the murder case involving her father. Looking at Alex, she realized he could help uncover the truth and expose her parents if necessary. Alex was the only one she could trust in this matter, since he had said from the start that the case involving her father looked suspicious. She understood perfectly that Alex was intelligent, observant, and noticed things that others overlooked. In her mind, a plan was already beginning to form: how to introduce him to her parents in a way that would seem natural and not raise any unnecessary suspicions. But for now, Alex didn't need to know about it. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed when you meet my parents, Wednesday said calmly. I don't think your family could be stranger than mine. Still, I'd be glad to meet them, Alex replied with a light, genuine smile. Why? Wednesday asked, looking at him intently. You guess, my dear Wednesday. Maybe because they're your parents. Or maybe, just out of curiosity. Who knows, Alex said, once again invading her personal space. Wednesday looked at Alex, his face was again far too close to hers. She let out a quiet sigh and, with her usual gesture, pushed him gently away. Alex just laughed, letting her do it. After spending some time together, they simply sat side by side in silence, like an old married couple who understood each other without words. Wednesday, of course, wouldn't say it out loud, but she enjoyed being near Alex, who seemed to intuitively sense her mood and interests. Glancing at the time, she realized it was time to return to Nevermore. This time, Alex wasn't going to let her go alone and insisted on giving her a ride back. They left the hotel, got into Dean's Impala, and headed to the academy. When they reached the gates of Nevermore, Alex stopped the car right by the main entrance. Wednesday calmly opened the door and was about to step out. Not even going to give me a goodbye hug? Alex asked with a slight smile. Wednesday froze at his words. Slowly, she turned her head and met his gaze. For a few seconds, she was silent, reflecting on the day. Alex had answered many of her questions, explained things she had only vaguely suspected before. And even that unexpected kiss on the head before dinner, it hadn't felt unpleasant, on the contrary, it left a strange, almost pleasant warmth. Having made her decision, Wednesday leaned toward him and quickly kissed him on the lips, leaving a clear mark of her black lipstick. Once again, she caught Alex off guard. That's payment for all the answers I got today, she said calmly and stepped out of the car. Closing the door, Wednesday headed toward the academy gates. Alex watched her back in complete silence until she disappeared onto the Nevermore grounds. Only when she was out of sight did he quietly laugh. He laughed at how easily Wednesday had once again caught him off guard, and because he liked it. She loved darkness, strangeness, and coldness, but this Wednesday was exactly the one he liked, even when she took the initiative into her own hands. Feeling calm, Alex started the Impala and drove back to Jericho to rest before the next day. He didn't yet know how eventful it would turn out to be. Returning to the hotel, he noticed that Wednesday had taken the book with her, a collection of monster legends. Smiling at that, he changed clothes, turned on a movie, and made himself comfortable. While he was watching, Zhangya silently emerged from his shadow and lay down beside him. Alex simply smiled, her presence was exactly what he needed right now. The next morning, Alex got out of bed, tiredly rubbing his face. The first thing he did was brew himself a strong coffee to fully wake up. As he sipped his coffee, he heard a notification on his phone. Enid had sent a message. Opening it, Alex read that today was Parent Day and that a complete nightmare was about to happen. Alex immediately understood what she meant and wished her luck for the inevitable encounter with her mother, who would find a reason to be disappointed in anything. After texting with Enid for a few more minutes, he promised to attend Parent Day. Once he finished his coffee, he felt a faint magical signal from the magical mouse left to watch over Dean. The signal meant one thing: Dean had regained consciousness. Quickly getting dressed, Alex left the hotel and first stopped to pick up some burgers. He knew perfectly well that if he showed up empty-handed, Dean would start complaining like an old man. Grabbing a dozen burgers, Alex headed to the hospital. Reaching the correct room, he opened the door, and saw Dean, but not Eugene. Apparently, he had already been discharged. "Dude, where have you been? What day is it? And what the hell happened to me?" Dean asked as soon as Alex stepped over the threshold. "It's already Friday. You were out cold for 6 long days. And this," Alex tapped his finger against the cast, "is the aftermath of using the clicker. I'm almost recovered, but I'm still going around with a cast and an eye patch. Damn. I didn't think I'd be out that long. You better tell me, you brought it." Dean squinted suspiciously. "Yeah, I brought it. Here. Alex placed the bag of burgers on his lap. I know you won't eat hospital food. You just saved me. Damn, this is delicious. Dean immediately swallowed half a burger in one bite. It feels like I haven't eaten in ages. A bit more and I'd really eat a whole cow. Glad you're satisfied, Alex smirked. All right, Dean opened the second burger. So what happened to me that knocked me out for so long? Besides burning through half the power Amara gave you, your insides basically turned into jelly. I only had a broken arm and a slightly scratched eye. You, however, almost became Jelly Dean, Alex said with a grin. Well, that explains this monstrous weakness. So, am I recovered now, or am I missing something? Dean asked, opening his third burger. You'll still feel worn out for a while. But it will pass. Your body needs energy, that's why you're so hungry right now, Alex explained, watching another burger disappear in 2 bites. I've had worse days. And if all I need is food, that's actually a plus, Dean snorted, shrugging. And I know a place where we can eat for free, Alex said with a predatory grin. I'm all ears, Dean squinted. Today is Parent Day at Nevermore. And there will be a lavish buffet. Larissa Weems invited us to thank us for saving a student, Alex said, barely containing his laughter. Perfect. I'm in. Where's my jacket? Dean had the exact same grin. First, you need to get discharged. Only after that, buffet, Alex said, shaking his head. Dean nodded in agreement, but first decided to finish the burgers. The hunger was stronger than anything else. Not wanting to interrupt him, Alex went to process the discharge paperwork, eager to get his friend back to normal life as soon as possible. To be continued. I could, of course, skip all these events and go straight to Parents' Day. But how could I pass up the opportunity to deepen the relationship between Alex, Wednesday, and Enid? And just limit myself to a couple of paragraphs explaining what happened? Nope. That's too boring and uninteresting. Anyway, soon Alex will meet Wednesday and Enid's parents, and then meet Enid's mysterious uncle, whose identity is easy to guess. In the meantime, I'll go have a beer and play Killing Floor 3, in a party with idiots who ruin everything. I love it, I hope they get hit by a car. Chapter 540, time to meet the relatives. Alex left Dean in the hospital room, and while Dean was finishing his burgers, he was already on his way to fill out the discharge paperwork. While Alex was dealing with the bureaucratic mess, he overheard 2 nurses discussing a nighttime incident. Listening closely, Alex caught that a mysterious woman in a black dress had appeared in the room where Dean was staying, and vanished into black mist the moment she was noticed. Hearing this, Alex only smiled. The only woman capable of such a thing was Amara. So she did decide to visit Dean while he was unconscious. And now Alex understood, Dean's sudden awakening was her doing. Without Amara's interference, he would have remained unconscious for another day or 2. After finishing the documents, Alex returned to the room. Dean had already finished the burgers and changed, or at least tried to. His clothes were still stained with dried blood. Only now did Alex realize he'd forgotten to bring fresh clothing for him. Let's go to the hotel first so you can change. I think you'll scare everyone with how you look right now, Alex said with a small sigh. Thanks, Captain Obvious, I would have never guessed, Dean snorted. But first, aren't you forgetting something? Alex rolled his eyes and pulled out the blade of cane from behind his back. He had kept it with him, along with the Impala's keys. His own katana wouldn't raise questions, but the blade of cane, made from a donkey's jawbone, would definitely spark at least a dozen unnecessary conversations. That's why Alex hid it while Dean was unconscious. Getting his things back, Dean tucked the blade behind his belt with a familiar motion and slipped the keys into his pocket. They left the hospital and headed toward the hotel so Dean could change into something not soaked in blood. Their appearance drew whispers from passers-by, Alex with a bandage over his eye and his arm in a cast, Dean covered in bandages with torn, blood-stained clothes hanging off him like rags. When they reached the hotel, the first thing Dean saw was his parked Impala. He immediately rushed to the car, tenderly placing a hand on the hood. Oh, baby, you must have missed Daddy. That evilman didn't hurt you, did he? He said, hugging the car. All I did was drive Wednesday and Enid back to Nevermore. Don't be dramatic. I even filled your tank and cleaned out all the trash from the interior. You could say, thank you, Alex replied, rolling his eye. Only because you took care of my baby, that's the only reason I'm forgiving you, Dean said, giving Alex a pointed look. Alex exhaled tiredly and showed Dean the middle finger before heading into the hotel to change. After making sure the Impala was fine, Dean followed him. Inside the room, Alex and Dean began changing clothes. Dean was about to remove his bandages, but Alex stopped him and explained his plan, why it was important to keep pretending to be injured a bit longer. Dean understood immediately, if they looked completely fine, the real culprit might retreat even deeper into hiding. Dean changed into his usual outfit, a t-shirt, a flannel shirt, a jacket, and jeans with boots. Alex put on a thin black coat and a black t-shirt, appropriate since his arm was still broken and in a cast. Once they were done, both were ready to head to Nevermore, Alex, to meet Enid's and Wednesday's parents, and Dean, for the free buffet and the long-awaited chance to eat his fill. And neither had the slightest idea how their visit to Nevermore would actually end. At the same time, more and more cars were arriving at Nevermore, bringing the parents of students. Wednesday and Enid were in different places, each waiting for her own family. Between the two girls, there was an unspoken agreement not to interfere in the other's attempt to introduce Alex to her parents. Enid already knew perfectly well what Alex liked, and that their relationship had progressed far beyond mere affection. She also understood that Alex had feelings for Wednesday, and Enid herself had no objections to that. But she had no intention of telling her relatives about it. Wednesday, on the other hand, didn't fully understand what she felt for Alex. Her emotional logic worked differently. But she couldn't deny the strong attraction she felt toward him. Even the plan that had formed in her mind, to introduce Alex to her parents in order to uncover the truth in the murder case involving her father, didn't seem wrong to her. Rather, it seemed exciting. And of course, Wednesday had no intention of letting Enid win here. She believed that she and Alex were a much better match. So the night before, the girls had a short but tense conversation. The only witness was Thing, and Thing would never betray them. He had been promised tortures beyond his imagination. But what surprised Thing the most was that even usually gentle Enid had shown her claws, warning him to keep his fingers to himself, or else he would lose a couple of them. Wednesday only smiled at these words. She realized that her influence over her neighbor was growing stronger. Now, Enid stood in the central courtyard of Nevermore, waiting to meet her family. She quietly repeated a phrase Alex had often told her, that she was not a house dog, not obligated to follow her mother's commands, but a werewolf, a proud wolf who decides for herself when to respond. Tonight at the full moon. Next month. Or not at all for a year. But more than anything, she was looking forward to seeing her father, uncle, and aunt. They had always been on her side. Enid's brothers ran nearby, behaving more like wild animals accidentally placed in civilization. Enid felt a slight embarrassment for them and could only hope that Alex wouldn't see them like this. Enid, let me take a look at you, a familiar female voice called from behind. Enid spun around sharply, like a rusty robot that hadn't been oiled. Her mother stood before her, and next to her were her father, Uncle Garth, and Aunt Bess. Enid's mother, Esther, looked like a middle-aged woman from the countryside. She wore a sleeveless knitted sweater over a plaid shirt. Her hair was slightly gray, a few noticeable wrinkles, the same unchanging Esther. Her father, Murray, a man in his 40s with thinning graying hair and a thick red beard, also smiled warmly at his daughter. Enid glanced at her mother and mentally started counting how many seconds would pass before she started nagging. "Are you waxing your hair?" Esther asked, scrutinizing her daughter closely. "Only 3 seconds, Mom." Almost a record this time, Enid said, forcing a smile. "You're not sick. You look anemic. Are you eating enough red meat?" Esther sniffed at her daughter, frowning. "I'm glad to see you too, Mom. And you, Dad. And you, Uncle Garth, Aunt Bess." "I didn't expect you to come," Enid said, addressing those who truly warmed her heart. If Dean were here right now, he would have immediately recognized Enid's uncle and aunt. The people she called that had long been friends of the Winchester family. Garth Fitzgerald IV, an old acquaintance of Dean's, who had accidentally become a werewolf. Now he looked like any ordinary family man, devoting almost all of his time to caring for his wife and children. A perpetual kind smile was fixed on his face, one that instantly put anyone at ease. And though Garth was lean, he had once been an excellent hunter and even temporarily took Bobby Singer's place, guiding other hunters and advising them on dealing with monsters. Beneath his gentle exterior, there still hid a man who could easily hold his own. Next to Garth stood his wife, Bess Fitzgerald, the very woman who had turned him. She looked like the perfect housewife, soft smile, warm eyes, calm confidence. When she looked at Enid, her eyes lit up with genuine care. "Oh, how I've missed you, my little pink fluff ball. Come here, let me give you a proper hug," Garth exclaimed joyfully, spreading his arms wide. Enid immediately laughed and ran to him, letting herself be lifted. In his usual manner, Garth picked her up off the ground, making her laugh even louder. Esther, Enid's mother, watched all of this with a scowling expression. Every attempt she made to make Enid normal was thwarted time and again by Garth and Bess, who invariably sided with the girl. Murray, Enid's father, observed silently but with a warm smile. He rarely said much, but he always supported his daughter. Simply seeing her smile made him happy. "All right, darling, let her down. She is an adult after all," Bess said gently, placing a hand on her husband's shoulder. "Sorry, dear," Garth said, carefully setting Enid back on the ground. "I just missed her so much." And I feel, she's eating well, not skipping anything. Smart girl. As I always say. Eat on time and don't limit yourself with empty talks about your figure, Enid finished for him, smiling contentedly. That's right, my little pink fluffball, Garth laughed. Now tell me, what's going on here? And what's this story that everyone's so tense? Enid paused for a moment and answered as calmly as possible. Nothing serious. One classmate got lost in the woods, and Alex and Dean found him. Those are your classmates. Garth squinted, a sly look appearing in his eyes. You know. My uncle instincts tell me that something is definitely going on between you and this Alex. And please, don't try to deny it. I can see it in your eyes. Don't forget what your uncle was like in the past. Garth, don't ask Enid silly questions, Bess lightly tapped her husband on the back. It's fine, Aunt Bess. I was just about to introduce you to Alex, Enid replied, a bright smile blooming on her face. And what's he like? Bess asked softly, stroking Enid's hair. Well, he's tall, very handsome, and incredibly cool. He can do so many things. Enid began, enthusiastically describing him. As soon as she started talking about Alex, her usual hyperactivity took over. She chattered nonstop, listing everything she knew about him. The family exchanged glances, amazed at how inspired Enid was as she spoke. Only Esther, as usual, remained displeased. Instead of thinking about some boy, in her opinion, Enid should have been focusing on finally turning into a wolf at the full moon. But Enid paid no attention whatsoever to her mother's remark. Even her family was surprised. Usually, after Esther's words, she would have withdrawn, felt embarrassed, or at least been nervous, but now Enid stood proudly, with a wide smile, completely unaffected by the usual criticisms. She simply smiled, as if to say, I don't care what you think, and continued talking about Alex, who now clearly captured the interest of her entire family. Not long before Enid met her parents, Wednesday stood by the main entrance of Nevermore, waiting for her family. Her face, as usual, showed no emotion, only a cold expression and a calm, evaluating gaze. After a few minutes, a long black car belonging to the Addams family appeared on the horizon. Seeing the familiar vehicle, Wednesday exhaled softly. She already knew how it would begin. The car pulled smoothly into the parking lot and stopped. The first to step out was a tall man with a gentle smile, Gomez Addams. He wore a black suit with white stripes, his hair perfectly slicked back, and thin mustaches that gave him an aristocratic air. Gomez extended a hand toward the car, and a pale hand with long black nails appeared in the doorway. Then a slender woman with straight black hair in an elegant, form-fitting dress stepped out, Morticia Addams, the embodiment of dark grace. Finally, a short teenager of about 15 or 16, the exact youthful copy of Gomez, emerged in a black and white striped sweater, Pugsley Addams, the eternal victim of his sister's creative tortures. Wednesday walked toward them with calm, measured steps. Warm smiles immediately appeared on Gomez's and Morticia's faces, a rare feeling they experienced when looking at their daughter. There she is. How I've missed that stern look of yours, oh. Gomez said, pulling Wednesday into his arms. She did not resist. How are you, my little storm cloud? Morticia asked softly. And what, doesn't Thing report everything to you? I quickly uncovered your pathetic trick, Wednesday replied calmly. She asked the question not just out of curiosity, she wanted to know exactly what Thing had been reporting to her parents and to make sure he remained loyal. Wednesday hated betrayal. When she learned her parents had sent Thing to watch her, she immediately recruited him, forcing him to feed her parents carefully filtered disinformation. Gomez and Morticia exchanged glances, and slightly tense smiles appeared on their faces. Of course, they were not surprised, they had always known their daughter was too smart not to notice surveillance. And how is he doing? All his fingers still intact? Gomez asked awkwardly. You don't need to worry for now. I haven't broken a single finger. For now, Wednesday said coldly. Gomez visibly exhaled, pressing a hand to his chest, he genuinely worried for Thing. Wednesday, dear, it's better if you tell us everything that happened to you, Morticia tried to change the subject. In this place, I am haunted by ghosts, monsters, killers, and a potential suitor, Wednesday said in the same calm tone. Ah, nevermore. What? A suitor? Gomez began enthusiastically but then sharply looked at his daughter, not believing his ears. Surprise flashed not only in his eyes, Morticia also stared at Wednesday thoughtfully. Pugsley, who was peacefully eating a candy and not involved in the conversation, dropped his sweet in shock. 3 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on Wednesday, but she remained completely unflappable. Originally, she had planned to introduce Alex merely as a possible boyfriend, but she quickly realized, calling him a potential suitor was far more reliable for throwing her parents off balance and lowering their guard. Alex, of course, knew nothing about this. Wednesday, dear, you're not joking, are you? This isn't some attempt to play a trick on us for sending Thing to watch you. Morticia asked cautiously, with a soft smile. I never joke, Wednesday replied, looking at her mother with a blank stare. Then who is this boy who's caught your interest? Gomez asked, as if stepping toward a minefield. I've already spoken about him, Wednesday responded, glancing at the road out of the corner of her eye. Could it be, the one you mentioned, the one who understands you, but you don't understand him? Morticia clarified, noticing the change in her daughter's eyes. Yes. I've been able to learn a little about him. But that's not enough, Wednesday said. Ah, my little spider has finally found someone she likes. And what is he like? Gomez literally beamed. You'll see soon. He's just arrived, Wednesday said, pointing behind her parents. Morticia, Gomez, and Pugsley all turned their heads at once and saw a black Impala pulling up to the gates of Nevermore. Sitting inside, Alex had no idea that somehow he had already become Wednesday's suitor, and the future son-in-law of the Addams family. Morticia and Gomez's interest only intensified, they were eager to see the one who had captured their daughter's attention. When Alex stepped out of the car, both of Wednesday's parents were genuinely impressed. He wore a light black cloak draped loosely over his shoulders, a black t-shirt underneath, and matching jeans. His dark hair was casually swept back, and even the eye patch and cast on his arm didn't spoil his appearance. If anything, they added a brooding charm. Stepping forward, Alex immediately spotted Wednesday and her family. He was pleasantly surprised. Wednesday's parents were clearly different from the images he had remembered. Morticia looked young, refined, and frighteningly elegant, while Gomez was a tall, slender, aristocratic man with a watchful gaze. Smiling, Alex raised his hand in greeting. Wednesday, knowing he was still unaware of her plan, immediately walked toward him, to the astonished looks of Gomez and Morticia. Without waiting for Alex to get closer, she was already beside him, grabbed him by the collar, and pulled him toward herself, leveling their gazes. Dean, witnessing the scene, just exhaled heavily. Gomez, Morticia, and Pugsley were literally frozen. Their daughter had taken the initiative herself. All right, Dean muttered, waving his hand. You guys, express yourselves. I'm going inside. He walked off without even looking back. Alex simply nodded to him and first looked at Wednesday, standing dangerously close, then at the stunned faces of the Addams family. He understood perfectly that their shock was justified. Wednesday never let anyone get this close, and she certainly didn't grab people by the collar without a good reason. Unless it was part of a plan. Or something similar. So, my dear Wednesday, Alex said quietly, raising an eyebrow. What exactly are you up to? As long as my parents are here, you are my suitor. Understood, she replied coldly, without blinking. HM. And what do I get for playing your brooding future husband? Alex asked, with a light, almost playful smile. A regular deal, she said just as calmly, continuing to hold him by the collar. No, 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 Alex shook his head gently. 1 isn't enough. Let's make it 10. 3, Wednesday said, looking him straight in the eyes. Let's settle on 6. For both of us, Alex smirked. Deal, Wednesday narrowed her eyes. Alex smiled broadly. He liked deals like this, and he could tell Wednesday wasn't opposed to this kind of exchange either. Meanwhile, Morticia and Gomez watched them with genuine interest. For both, the situation was astonishing. Their daughter had voluntarily allowed someone this close. But the longer they looked at Alex, the more they became convinced he fit with Wednesday remarkably naturally. His gaze was fixed solely on her, and his smile softened whenever he spoke to her. Even Wednesday's grim expression didn't repel him. If anything, it seemed to attract him. Morticia's maternal instinct whispered that Wednesday herself didn't fully understand her feelings and expressed her affection in her unique way. And the earlier mention of a potential suitor now seemed more like an attempt to conceal the truth than an actual joke. All the while, Wednesday continued holding Alex by the collar, not yielding an inch. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed Alex's mind, and he leaned slightly closer. This time, he kissed Wednesday on the lips. The girl's eyes widened for a moment. She had expected many things, but not this. She had kissed Alex herself twice, attributing it to payment for answers. But when he took the first step, the sensation was entirely different. Too intense. This will be a small advance, Alex said quietly, pulling back. Wednesday looked at him with her empty, cold gaze, as if trying to read a shadow of doubt in his eyes. But the usual playful spark still danced there. And at that moment, applause erupted behind them. Still holding Alex by the collar of his shirt, Wednesday slowly turned her head. Morticia and Gomez clapped as if witnessing the best scene of their lives. Gomez even wiped tears of joy, while Morticia's face glowed with a soft, maternal smile. She was genuinely glad that their dark little daughter had finally found someone who captured her attention. Only Pugsley stood in shock. Glancing frantically between Alex and Wednesday, he was absolutely certain the cast on his arm and the eye injury were a doing. He had far too often found himself in the same state. Seeing this, Wednesday exhaled wearily and released Alex's shirt collar, then with her usual sharp gesture, pushed his face slightly away from her. After that, she took Alex by the hand and led him to her family. Alex didn't resist, he calmly followed her, letting himself be led as if it were meant to be. When Wednesday brought him to her parents, she let go of his hand but remained standing unusually close. "Mr. Adams, Mrs. Adams. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Alexander Voldegode." "I'm very pleased to meet Wednesday's parents," Alex said politely, giving a slight bow. "Oh, what wonderful manners. But you can just call me Gomez. And I hope it wasn't our little spider who, gave you a hard time. Welcome to the family," Gomez said with a broad smile, suddenly hugging Alex and kissing both his cheeks twice. "You can just call me Alex." "And no, of course not," Alex replied with a smile. "It was an unfortunate coincidence, I got a little injured." Wednesday was helping with the bandages. "Alex, what do you do for a living, if it's not a secret? And what are your hobbies? You're not a student at Nevermore, are you?" Morticia asked gently. "Mrs. Adams. I'm a federal agent in a bureau that investigates supernatural phenomena. As for hobbies, torture, beatings, making explosives, and much more," Alex replied calmly, still smiling. "Now I see why our daughter chose you," Morticia smiled, gently touching her cheek with her hand. "You're like fire and ice, and yet remarkably harmonious. My husband and I had the same." "Ah, cara mia," Gomez whispered, taking her hand. "Mon amour," Morticia replied. Alex barely had time to register what was happening before Gomez and Morticia were already passionately kissing. In real life, it looked far stranger than in the movies. He immediately turned away, trying not to watch or listen. Even for him, it was too much. He wasn't the only one. Wednesday and Pugsley simultaneously turned away, as if they had been doing it for years. Wednesday cast Alex a glance that clearly said, "I told you so." Alex sighed and pulled out a cigarette. Holding it between his teeth, he began searching for a lighter, but Wednesday silently handed him hers, black, with a metallic sheen. Alex raised an eyebrow, then smiled and leaned closer to the flame. While the love-struck parents continued whispering words of passion to each other, Alex hoped it would end eventually. He just didn't know it could go on for hours. Wednesday's eyelid was already twitching. "Maybe you could stop already," she said coldly. "You're not alone here." Her tone was so icy and lethal that Gomez and Morticia instantly broke apart and turned to their daughter. On her face was that same grim expression that could stop even wolves. They shifted their gaze to Alex, who stood with his back to them, calmly smoking, pretending not to see or hear anything. Their reaction only gently amused him. Wednesday clearly didn't want their display of affection to scare off her chosen one. "Alex, dear, maybe you could tell us a little more about yourself. We'd love to hear everything. Especially, how you met," Morticia said with a kind, interested smile. Alex turned at Morticia's voice, nodded with a slight smile, and in that instant felt something jab into his ribs. Looking down, he saw Wednesday, without a shred of embarrassment, poking him in the side with a knife. Her cold, expressive gaze clearly said, "Just try saying something extra." Of course, Wednesday knew perfectly well she couldn't hurt Alex with the knife. She had tested that more than once. But that didn't stop her from threatening him every time he might slip up with his overly friendly nature. Morticia and Gomez noticed the small episode and only smiled, as if they were witnessing something very touching. Alex began telling the story from the moment he first saw Wednesday at the Pfluger Café, and how he had accidentally gotten involved in her affairs. Meanwhile, Dean, having left Alex in the company of the Adams family, headed to Nevermore, or rather, to the inner courtyard where the parents of the students had already gathered to visit their children. He followed his usual route to the courtyard and stopped near a column, watching parents hug their sons and daughters, chat, laugh, and share news. But right now, Dean's focus was solely on the buffet Alex had mentioned, and the fact that they had lost almost a week due to injuries. He leaned against the column, trying to concentrate on his sensations to sense who might be controlling the darkness. But the harder he tried to pick up anything, the clearer it became. He was still too weak, his powers hadn't fully returned. "Dean. Is that you?" came a familiar voice from behind. Turning around, Dean saw Garth and Bess, both looking pleasantly surprised. The moment he turned, they immediately realized they weren't mistaken. Standing before them was indeed Dean Winchester. Of course, a natural question arose: what was he doing here? Dean was surprised too. The last time he had seen them, several years ago, neither Garth nor Bess had any children. "It really is you. Dean Winchester himself. Come here, I'll hug you," Garth said, his face spreading into a wide smile, and without waiting for consent, he pulled Dean into a firm embrace. "Wait, Garth," Dean murmured, trying to push him back. "Ah, sorry. What happened to you? And what are you doing here? Where's Sam?" Garth asked, smiling apologetically. Trouble at work. I got blown up. And I'm here on business. Sam's busy with another case. Now you tell me, what are you doing here? As far as I remember, you and Bess still don't have kids, Dean replied calmly, raising an eyebrow. You hunting? Is this one of the students? Do you need help? A hint. Garth asked quietly, lowering his voice, in case Dean was undercover. No, I'm not hunting. Sam and I are officially federal agents now. Insurance, salary, everything like normal people, Dean said with a slight smirk. He was already used to surprising old acquaintances with news like this. Seriously? Dean and Sam Winchester, federal agents. What on earth has happened to you over the past couple of years? Garth said in astonishment, as if looking at a living miracle. Lots of things. Better tell me what you're doing here, Dean replied, knowing himself that it was impossible to explain everything in one go. We came to visit our niece. She's the sweetest, most cheerful werewolf girl. There she is. Garth said, smiling broadly and pointing with his hand. For some reason, Dean already guessed who Garth's niece would be, but he still turned his head, and, of course, saw Enid, her face eternally lit with a radiant smile. He quietly exhaled, looked away from the girl, and glanced at Garth with a slight, almost imperceptible sigh. She really is super sweet, Garth said, speaking with pride and worry at the same time. Only she's fallen for some boy. I hope he's not an idiot and won't play with her feelings. Well, good luck, Garth, Dean said, nodding. He knew exactly who Enid was in love with. You and Sam haven't fought again, have you? Garth asked cautiously. Since you're working separately again. No, everything's as usual, Dean waved it off. We have, you could say, some expansion in the family. Now I work with a new partner, and Sam trains new hunters. You could say, we're growing. A new partner. Garth blinked. And he's a new member of the family. You better ask your niece, Dean said, barely holding back a smile. She'll tell you everything. You're saying? Garth suddenly went silent, staring at Dean in complete shock. Yeah, Dean confirmed, struggling not to laugh. Watching Garth's astonished face, while Bess tried in vain to calm him, was almost unbearable. Dean felt, for the first time, that he completely understood Alex, especially his strange, almost childlike joy in causing chaos and watching the world around him burn. Right now, Dean felt it with his whole being. At that moment, Alex entered the Nevermore courtyard with the Adams family, chatting lively and cheerfully. He had no idea that Dean had just lit a fuse. The moment Alex stepped onto the courtyard, he immediately noticed Dean standing next to two familiar faces. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Alex instantly realized who Enid had been talking about during their date. He had long suspected that Garth might be her uncle, and now, seeing him with his own eyes, he realized his suspicions were completely confirmed. Alex said goodbye to the Adams family and headed toward Dean. Wednesday followed his gaze for a moment, then calmly turned away. Wednesday, where's your fiancé going? Gomez asked, watching Alex walk away. To his partner, she replied calmly. Gomez and Morticia nodded approvingly. After a brief conversation with Alex, they had already noticed that he was polite, pleasant in conversation, and could discuss any topic. But most importantly, he knew all of Wednesday's unusual preferences and accepted them calmly. That was a huge plus in the parents' eyes. Alex crossed the courtyard with steady steps and approached Dean. Dean greeted him with a cheerful smile, but Garth looked at Alex as if a sworn enemy were standing before him. Garth and Bess immediately understood, this was the boy Enid had been so excitedly talking about. And yes, Alex was indeed impossible to confuse with anyone else. Garth, being a protective uncle, examined Alex from head to toe, assessing every detail. Bess looked at him with her usual gentle smile and instantly understood why Enid had chosen him. I didn't expect you to have acquaintances here too, Dean, Alex said as he approached, his face wearing a calm, friendly smile, as if unaware of who Garth and Bess were. Neither did I, Dean smirked. Allow me to introduce Garth and Bess. They're relatives of your pink girlfriend. Alex feigned such genuine surprise that even Dean barely held back a laugh. Then Alex glanced toward Enid, she saw his look and waved happily. Alex responded with a warm smile, causing Garth and Bess to exchange glances, pleasantly impressed. You must be the aunt and uncle Enid talked about so much. She said you've always supported her. It's very nice to meet you, Alex said with a soft, warm smile. Such sincerity was hard to miss. Seeing his calm and friendly demeanor, Garth could no longer stay truly angry. Bess nodded, noting Alex's good manners and especially the way he looked at Enid. A second later, Garth returned to his usual jovial self. He shook Alex's hand firmly, then unexpectedly pulled him into a hug, as if he hadn't just moments ago tried to burn a hole in his skull with a glare. Dean, watching this, just clicked his tongue. He already understood, no chaos today. Alex looked at him and barely smirked, as if to say, next time, try harder. Meanwhile, the courtyard was growing busier, more parents were arriving, greeting their children, and conversations were getting louder. A few minutes later, Larissa Weems emerged from the building and began a formal speech about the importance of hosting a Parents' Day at Nevermore, especially following the last unpleasant incident. She pointed to Eugene, standing between two mothers and leaning on crutches after a leg injury. Then, looking up, she highlighted Alex and Dean in her speech, thanking them for preventing a tragedy, saving a Nevermore student, and reacting promptly, even though both had been injured. Dean and Alex absorbed the parents' attention calmly, as if this were completely ordinary for them. To be continued. At first, I thought I'd be able to fit both families into one chapter. But that turned out to be wrong. Ha ha ha. The reason I chose Gomez's appearance this way is very simple. I've always had the impression of Gomez as a refined man, reminiscent of a dark aristocrat. Overall, I'll try to balance spending time with both the Enid family and the Wednesday family. And now that the chapter is written, I think I've earned the opportunity to have a beer and play a game while I have a couple of hours to spare. Chapter 541, the most awkward family visit to the psychologist. Listening to Larissa Weems's speech, Alex mentally noted that the Nevermore headmistress was smart enough not to mention him and Dean as federal agents on duty. Instead, she presented them as ordinary passers-by who just happened to be in the right place at the right time and prevented a possible tragedy involving one of the academy's students. It was the right decision. Alex briefly shifted his gaze to Eugene's two mothers. Both women were looking at him with open gratitude, without words, but that was more than enough. Alex responded with a polite, restrained smile and refocused on Weems's speech, which had already moved on to the usual, well-rehearsed part about Nevermore's values and the importance of Parents' Day. At that moment, only two thoughts existed in Dean's head. The first was to find the bastard controlling the darkness. The second was to get to the buffet as fast as possible and eat properly. Losing almost an entire week due to his injuries irritated him. But Alex had already explained that during that time nothing suspicious had happened in Nevermore or Jericho, as if the main enemy had chosen to lie low after the failure of their plans. Alex, meanwhile, was not looking at Weems. His attention was drawn to Marilyn Thornhill, standing among the teachers slightly behind the headmistress. He barely restrained a smirk as he watched Marilyn continue to play the role of a timid, kind biology teacher. The mask fit perfectly, too perfectly. But Alex saw more. Her gaze. It was fixed on the Addams family. More precisely, on Gomez and Morticia. In Marilyn's eyes swirled malice and a thirst for revenge, completely unhidden. And that was hardly surprising. Garrett Gates had died precisely because of them. The longer Alex watched her, the more insistently one thought returned. The British men of letters. Too many coincidences. Too clean a cover. Her knowledge of poisonous plants, the perfect backstory, the flawlessly staged death of Laurel Gates, none of it looked like the work of a lone individual without resources or support. Alex knew that Marilyn hadn't received any serious inheritance after her family's death. The money she had clearly wouldn't have been enough for an operation like this, covering tracks, changing identities, international travel. Someone had helped her. In the original timeline, Alex remembered that after the Amara incident, an auditor from the British men of letters arrived in America with a single goal, to decide whether Sam and Dean should be allowed to live or be removed from the board. The British had long been sharpening their teeth at America. They dreamed of taking it under control and carrying out a total purge of everything supernatural. And Nevermore Academy was a thorn in their side. A school where outcasts, monsters, werewolves, and everything the order considered unacceptable were taught. The picture came together almost perfectly. Use Marilyn, a woman blinded by hatred and a thirst for revenge. Test the waters. See how far they could go without drawing attention. And in case of failure, turn her death into a pretext for retaliatory measures, hiding behind justice and the need to destroy supernatural beings. Alex knew people like that. He was 100% sure. The only force capable of pushing back against the British order was the Federal Bureau of Control. They definitely wouldn't allow such lawlessness. And yet, a far more radical plan began to form in Alex's mind. To strike first. Simply erase the British men of letters from the face of the earth. The thought of an evening visit to Britain and a large-scale massacre seemed almost calming. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Someone hugged him. Alex blinked in surprise, lowered his gaze, and saw Enid's light-colored hair. Lifting his eyes, he noticed Dean, Garth, and Bess watching him closely. Finally snapped out of it, Dean smirked. You were standing there like a statue for several minutes and not reacting to anything at all. Or should I have hugged you earlier? Oh, piss off, Alex muttered, rolling his eyes. What did I miss? Principal Weems finished her speech, Enid said with a smile. And you were staring at one spot the whole time. Ah, I see. Alex shrugged. That happens sometimes. And what were you thinking about so deeply? Dean asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, nothing special, Alex replied lazily. Just wondering whether I should fly to Britain tonight and kill a few people there. You want to kill the Queen? Garth blurted out in shock, staring at him. Alex stared at Garth with an empty look. At the same moment, Dean, Bess, and Enid also looked at him, because of Garth's stupid question, and then shifted their gaze back to Alex. Alex genuinely couldn't understand how such an assumption had even formed in Garth's head. Even Enid was looking at him thoughtfully, as if allowing for the possibility that he really might be capable of something like that. And the strangest part was that even Dean was looking at Alex as though such a scenario were actually possible. And why would I want to kill that sweet old lady? Alex asked with a completely blank expression. That's for you to tell us, Dean smirked. What did that sweet old lady do to piss you off so much that you decided to off her? I'm not going to kill the Queen of Britain, Alex said, rolling his eyes. She's not some kind of monster who feeds on people, sucking out their youth just to sit on the throne a little longer. Dean looked at him in a way that clearly said, I don't believe you. In response, Alex merely gave a small wave of his hand, signaling that they would have something to talk about later. Noticing the seriousness of that gesture, Dean frowned slightly but nodded anyway. No one except the two of them noticed this subtle exchange. Enid was hugging Alex's arm with a wide smile on her face, and he smiled back at her without even thinking. Bess watched her niece, seeing how inspired and happy she looked. After a short conversation with Alex, Bess had already come to understand that he truly was a good young man. Garth, meanwhile, noticed that Alex and Dean behaved almost like brothers. He immediately recalled Dean's words about their family having grown. Because of that, Garth decided that if Dean trusted Alex, then he could safely leave Enid in his reliable hands. And Enid's own words about how Alex had supported her from the very beginning became yet another strong argument. Alex, Dean, and Garth chatted about various things related to hunting, while Enid and Bess simply listened to their conversation. Alex, can I ask you something? Enid suddenly spoke up. How do you know my uncle? Garth and I worked together for a while, Dean answered for him. Enid, I've already told you about the famous Dean and Sam Winchesters, Garth added with a smile. Enid's eyes widened as she stared at Dean. At that moment, Dean found himself wondering exactly what Garth might have told her about him. Alex laughed when he noticed the expression on Enid's face. He could easily guess what kind of stories Garth might have shared. Among hunters, there were plenty of legends about the Winchester brothers, both good ones and downright grim ones. They said they were impossible to kill. That they always got out of any mess. And that, for some reason, people around them kept dying. It was no surprise that many hunters tried to keep as far away from Dean and Sam as possible. As he continued spending time with Enid and her relatives, Alex asked why her parents hadn't come over yet. In response, Enid wrinkled her nose slightly and silently pointed in that direction. Alex immediately spotted Enid's parents, and, of course, her brothers. Shifting his gaze from them back to Enid, he couldn't help but ask himself the obvious question. How the hell did she turn out normal in a family like that? Even Dean couldn't stop himself from thinking the same thing as he watched Enid's brothers behave like stray dogs on the street. Listen, kid, he said. I don't want to offend you, but maybe you're the normal one in your family, not everyone else. He nodded toward the rest of her relatives. Well, they're just like that. Enid muttered, clearly unsure how to put it into words. If your mother thinks that kind of behavior is normal, Alex said lazily, then you wouldn't mind if I went over there and hit her on the head with a stick, right? Maybe it'd knock some sense into her. Enid blinked in confusion, not knowing how to react. Go ahead, Bess said calmly. I give you permission. Even though Esther married my brother, when it comes to raising children, she prefers tradition instead of learning how to coexist among people. Sounds like you don't have the warmest relationship, Dean remarked. We don't fight, Garth sighed, taking Bess by the hand. It's just that Esther is constantly pressuring Enid because she can't turn into a wolf during the full moon. I'll decide for myself when I transform. Enid protested, sticking her chest out proudly. I'm a werewolf, not a lapdog. That's right, Alex nodded, gently stroking her hair. So have more faith in yourself. You are who you are. And this is your life. He smiled slightly. As a friend of mine once said, you are a child of this universe just like everyone else. You deserve to stand here on equal ground with them. Enid smiled at Alex's words and, without hiding it, leaned into his hand. At that moment, Dean, Garth, and Bess were all looking at Alex in stunned silence. His face was surprisingly soft and serene as he spoke those words. Garth studied Alex with obvious amazement. He was genuinely impressed that someone so young could speak with such wisdom and precision. Dean, on the other hand, was surprised for just a moment before he simply smiled and shook his head. It wasn't easy to surprise him with Alex's actions or words anymore. He'd seen and heard things like this before. The conversation quickly returned to its usual flow, but it was interrupted by the sound of an incoming message. Alex took his phone out of his pocket and saw a message from Jesse. After quickly scanning the text, he smiled and gave a slight nod, as if everything was indeed going exactly according to plan. "What is it?" Dean asked, noticing his reaction. "It's Jesse. I need to talk to Larissa Weems." Alex began, slipping the phone back into his pocket. "Ah, all that bureaucracy again. Count me out." Dean waved it off. Alex looked at him with a blank stare, but Dean met it with the same calm expression, making it clear that he had no intention of getting involved in anything like that, especially if it involved paperwork and official meetings. Sighing, Alex shook his head and headed toward Larissa Weems's office. As he walked through the inner courtyard, he noticed that Wednesday and her parents were nowhere in sight. That could only mean one thing: they were already in the director's office. Alex knew perfectly well that the relationship between Larissa and Morticia was far from friendly, despite the outward politeness, smiles, and courteous phrases. The source of this hidden rivalry was a long-standing competition, including a battle for Gomez Adams's attention, which Larissa had lost long ago. Thinking about this love triangle from the past, Alex could barely suppress a smile. As he walked away, Garth and Bess looked at Dean, who remained standing in place. "So, who's Jesse?" Garth asked, raising an eyebrow. "The director of the bureau we're currently working with," Dean replied calmly. "And how did you and Sam even manage to become federal agents?" Garth asked, a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Dean thought for a moment and decided to explain. There was nothing truly extraordinary in the story, except for a few details better left unsaid. While Dean explained how he had officially become an agent of the Federal Bureau of Control, Alex was already climbing the steps toward Larissa Weems's office. Reaching the door, he could hear the voices of Morticia and Larissa from inside. Both women were exchanging barbs, cleverly disguised as friendly conversation. For a moment, Alex considered waiting until the Adams family left the office. But recalling Jesse's message, he decided not to delay. It was better to address these matters as early as possible. A few days ago, Alex had already contacted Jesse and proposed that the bureau sponsor Nevermore Academy. This would not only provide potential future employees but also expand influence through aristocratic families sending their children to the academy. Additionally, the bureau would gain the opportunity to discreetly observe families connected to the supernatural world. Only now had Jessie given the final approval. Previously, she had needed permission from the mysterious council. Alex remembered well that the so-called council was a mysterious astral entity from another dimension, which itself chooses the bureau director and makes them its conduit. Thinking about this, Alex made a mental note to visit the elder house when he had free time. Shaking off extraneous thoughts, he knocked on the door and opened it. The moment he stepped inside, all eyes turned to him. Wednesday raised an eyebrow, clearly wondering why he had come. Gomez and Morticia smiled. They still considered Alex a potential member of the Adams family. "What brings you here, Mr. Voldegode?" Larissa Weems asked, her smile tight. "My apologies for the interruption, Miss Weems. My bureau has proposed sponsoring Nevermore Academy. If you are interested, an official representative from the bureau will arrive to discuss the terms of the funding," Alex said with a professional smile. "May I ask who exactly made this proposal?" Larissa asked, instantly adopting a formal, businesslike demeanor. "Our director, Jesse Faden, believes that an academy like Nevermore has a right to exist, and not just one. It's impossible to accommodate all children wishing to study among their peers in a single location," Alex replied evenly and professionally, as if he were already in a negotiation. Larissa Weems regarded Alex thoughtfully. Despite the cast on his arm and the eye patch, he carried himself confidently and calmly, like someone accustomed to negotiations and skilled at conducting them. She tapped her fingers slowly on the table, considering the proposal. Larissa knew perfectly well what the Federal Bureau of Control was and what it did. Upon taking the position of Nevermore's director, she had gained access to the relevant information. And most importantly, the Bureau inspired trust. They worked closely with the supernatural world and knew how to maintain balance. Wednesday watched Alex closely. Hearing the name Jesse Faden, she frowned for a moment, remembering exactly how that name was saved in his phone. Morticia and Gomez, in turn, saw another side of Alex, focused, professional, almost cold. In work mode, he looked far older than his actual age, which was practically the same as their daughter's. "Agent Voldegode, would you mind giving me a little time to think this over?" Larissa Weems finally said with a polite smile. After all, proposals to expand the academy don't come along every day. "Of course, Miss Weems," Alex replied calmly, nodding slightly. "My partner and I are planning to stay in Jericho for a while anyway." Larissa nodded, fully understanding what he meant, and why it was so important for them to remain in the city. Alex was about to leave when Wednesday suddenly grabbed his hand, not allowing him to take a step. He gave her a warning look, clearly signaling that he wanted her to let go. He wouldn't survive a second act of a Gomez and Morticia-style performance. One was more than enough. But Wednesday simply stared back stubbornly, as if reminding him of their agreement. Then, for extra emphasis, she pulled a knife from her pocket. A very clear hint. Alex froze, unsure how to react. This was the first time the girl had literally threatened him to make him stay. He glanced at Larissa Weems. She gave him a tight smile, clearly indicating that she wasn't going to intervene. Gomez and Morticia weren't rushing to help either. To them, what was happening seemed more like harmless intimidation, even with the knife in their daughter's hand. Realizing that he wouldn't get anywhere without using force or magic, Alex sighed heavily and resigned himself. He stood beside Wednesday, but she didn't release his hand, making it clear he wasn't going anywhere. And she wasn't going to suffer alone. Morticia watched with approval and even nodded slightly, keeping a man required skill, and Wednesday was doing it her own way, with threats. I think we can now move on to more pressing matters, Larissa Weems said calmly, putting on her gentle smile again. Unfortunately, Wednesday's integration isn't going too smoothly. That's because I refuse to accept the culture of lies and denial that this school has adopted, Wednesday replied coldly, fixing Larissa with a dark stare. Starting with the monster that killed several people, Rowan, and everything that's happened recently in the forest. The smile on Larissa's face faltered. Alex turned away, desperately wishing to be somewhere else. He understood why Wednesday was angry about this silence, but there was an unspoken rule: if something occurred outside the bounds of public perception, it was better not to speak of it aloud. He had explained this to Wednesday more than once, but she still believed the truth should be known to everyone. Alex looked at her, briefly thinking that maybe he shouldn't have pushed her into playing the role of the girl who screams wolf. Although, he had to admit, Wednesday was doing that role far too well, convincing everyone around that no monster even existed. We taught Wednesday to speak her mind, Gomez said with an approving smile. And her sharp tongue can really hurt. And not just her tongue. Ugh, muttered Alex, immediately feeling a sharp jab in his side. All eyes turned to Alex. He stood with a completely neutral expression, while Wednesday was already slipping something back into her pocket, remaining unflappable as if nothing had happened. Alex gave her a meaningful look, the kind that silently asked, why? In response, Wednesday gave him a cold glance, clearly signaling that he shouldn't open his mouth and say anything foolish. Alex dramatically rolled his eyes, showing he didn't consider his words foolish. Wednesday returned the same, empty, impenetrable gaze. This silent exchange was observed by Gomez and Morticia, as well as Larissa Weems, whose eye was twitching with alarming regularity. Ahem. Larissa cleared her throat slightly, trying to steer the conversation back on track. Wednesday's psychologist believes she doesn't open up during sessions. So it's too early to talk about results. And don't expect me to open up to someone who thinks words can fix anything, Wednesday said coldly. If that were true, I'd already be running this world. My colleague, Dr. Kinbot, and I thought it would be helpful to hold a joint family therapy session this weekend, Larissa continued calmly, completely ignoring Wednesday's words. No, Wednesday replied instantly. Do I have to go too? Alex asked, genuinely surprised. No one is going anywhere, Wednesday said, giving him a warning look. Alex just shrugged. Formally, he was her fiancé only in words and fully understood that this was part of one of Wednesday's schemes. Gomez looked thoughtful, and Morticia frowned slightly. Their thoughts clearly mirrored their daughters. They saw no point in a family psychologist. Expected reaction, Wednesday, Larissa said with a slight smile. But I'm confident your parents will support my proposal. Larissa, dear, Morticia said softly, not to defend Wednesday, but we won't be here long. Oh, my dear, why not? Gomez perked up. Honestly, I'm a big fan of mind-bending therapy. That's a different kind of mind-bending, mon chéri, Morticia cooled his enthusiasm. Is that so? How disappointing. Gomez sighed but then nodded. But for my daughter, I'm ready for anything. Alex listened to this exchange, staring at the ceiling and lost in his own thoughts. When Gomez gave his consent, Alex felt Wednesday squeeze his hand tighter. He looked down and met her eyes, cold, sharp, displeased. Of course, he thought mentally. He wanted to wish her luck with the family therapy session but knew perfectly well, if he said even one word, the knife would find his side again. This is my chance to leave, Alex decided. I won't survive a second Kinbot session. Well, in that case. I guess it's time for me to go, he said, cautiously trying to free his hand. Alex, darling, Gomez smiled, you're practically family. You should go too. I don't think that's a good idea. Alex began, frantically searching for an excuse. You're going, Wednesday said coldly, lifting her gaze to him. No discussion. Miss Weems, I still think I shouldn't. Alex tried one last time, forcing a smile. It's fine, Mr. Voldegode, Larissa said calmly. You may attend. Especially since you're so close to Wednesday. She paused briefly and added with a smile. And Dr. Kinbot holds no grudge for the previous incident. At that moment, Alex finally realized that there was no way out. He let out a heavy sigh and lifted his gaze to the ferry drone circling above him, broadcasting the whole thing live. Alex practically began begging with his eyes for one of his wives to do something. Anything, drop a meteor, trigger a localized apocalypse, or at least arrange a neat little nuclear strike. He was willing to accept any option. Alex, of course, had no idea that at that very moment all of his wives were watching the broadcast and laughing out loud at his desperate expression. It wasn't every day you got to see your husband in a state of such genuine terror, all because of a visit to a psychologist. He didn't even have time to mentally form a plea for help before someone grabbed him by the hand and dragged him out of Larissa Weems's office. The principal followed them with a mocking look, one that clearly showed her undisguised pleasure at someone else's suffering. Morticia walked beside Gomez, holding her husband's arm. Gomez wore his usual radiant smile. Wednesday, meanwhile, was practically hauling Alex along, showing absolutely no concern for his feelings. Alex himself still couldn't come to terms with what was happening. Wednesday, however, couldn't have cared less. The only thing that mattered to her was the truth, why her father had been involved in the murder case of Garrett Gates. Alex barely had time to blink before he found himself sitting in the Addams family car next to Wednesday. Across from them sat Gomez and Morticia, openly enjoying how harmonious their daughter and her fiancé looked together. Alex's desperate expression and Wednesday's cold, focused face, all while she refused to let go of his hand, seemed especially charming to them. Pugsley sat in the front seat and, for some reason, was genuinely happy that this time he wasn't the victim. "My dear Wednesday." Alex began carefully, turning toward her. "Maybe I really shouldn't go. I'll just get out. I have things to do, work, you know." "You don't have a job," Wednesday replied calmly, not taking her eyes off him. "You need to recover. Of course, you can get out. I'll just ask Lurch to speed up, and you can get out at full speed." "No problem," Alex answered immediately and turned forward. "Lurch, step on it. I'm getting out." Lurch rasped, pressing the pedal. "I said you can," Wednesday continued just as calmly, looking Alex straight in the eyes. "If you're not afraid of waking up later in a coffin. About 3 meters underground. Filled with concrete." Alex looked back at her and mentally weighed all the pros and cons. He knew perfectly well that getting out of this situation would be effortless for him. But then everything between them would be reset to zero. And that meant only one thing: Wednesday would truly want to kill him, for real this time. So Alex simply let out a heavy sigh and leaned back against the seat, staring into nothingness with an expression of complete hopelessness. Noticing this, Wednesday allowed herself the faintest smile. But she didn't let go of his hand. In moments like these, she didn't trust him. She was certain that the instant she loosened her grip, Alex would immediately jump out of the car. If Alex's family knew what Wednesday was thinking at that very moment, they would have nodded in approval. They had long understood that their husband would try to run at the first opportunity. That meant he had to be held firmly in place. "Oh, Tish, look how cute they are together," Gomez said fondly, squeezing Morticia's hand. The cold stare of our daughter and the desperate gaze of her fiancé. A true family idol. Who would have thought that a trip to Nevermore would bring so many delightful moments? "Indeed, mi amor." Morticia replied softly, smiling. It's the first time I've seen such cold tenderness in Wednesday's eyes. Sending her to Nevermore was definitely the right decision. "Ah, it brings back such warm memories," Gomez said dreamily. "We were like that too, querida." "Exactly, my dear," Morticia smiled, gently touching his cheek. "I clearly remember when your arm was broken, and yet you still smiled just like you do now." "Cara mia," Gomez whispered, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her closer. "Mi amor," Morticia replied, leaning toward him. Alex sat with his eyes closed, mentally preparing for the upcoming session with the psychologist, until strange sounds tore him from his thoughts. When he opened his eyes, he once again witnessed Gomez and Morticia's overly passionate display of affection. Wednesday calmly stared out the window, as if her parents didn't exist and she saw nothing at all. No matter how much Alex tried to look away, his gaze kept returning to that strange, awkward scene, making him feel genuinely uncomfortable. Even Alex's own family, watching the live broadcast, tactfully looked away, fully understanding that if they could simply choose not to watch or listen, Alex was right in the epicenter, forced to see and hear everything. Alex gently nudged Wednesday with his knee to get her attention. She turned away from the window and looked at him. "My dear Wednesday. Can you do something? This is really awkward. Even for me. And believe me, I've seen a lot," Alex whispered, leaning in so that only she could hear. "Just deal with it. If you stop them, they'll just start again," Wednesday replied calmly, looking him straight in the eyes. Alex quietly groaned in frustration and, seeing no better option, rested his head on her shoulder. Wednesday slightly raised an eyebrow at the gesture but said nothing, turning back to the window to watch the passing scenery, anything to avoid looking at her parents. Pugsley, sitting in the front seat, noticed in the rearview mirror how his eternally cold and brooding sister allowed someone to rest their head on her shoulder, and didn't even try to stab them with something sharp. This convinced Pugsley that Alex might be the one person capable of capturing Wednesday's full attention. What amazed him even more was that Wednesday and Alex looked just like their parents. The thought made Pugsley shudder inwardly for a moment, imagining his sister one day behaving like their mother. Then he would have to witness scenes of love like this, but in double the volume. After a while, the Addams family car arrived in Jericho. Halfway there, Gomez and Morticia had already stopped their passionate display of affection for each other and shifted into polite conversation with Alex, clearly trying to get to know him better. In their eyes, he was already part of the family. The car stopped in front of the building where Valerie Kinbot's office was located, and everyone began to get out. Gomez was the first to step outside and, as a true gentleman, offered his hand to Morticia. Alex followed and almost instinctively did the same for Wednesday. Gomez and Morticia exchanged approving glances and nodded, clearly pleased with what they had seen. Inside Valerie Kinbot's office, Alex and Wednesday sat in the center of the couch, Alex next to Gomez, Wednesday next to her mother. Even Valerie's ever-present smile froze for a moment. For an instant, it felt as if her vision doubled. Alex and Gomez, with their friendly smiles, looked like two open and approachable men, while Wednesday and Morticia were two cold, brooding figures, seemingly allowing no one extra near them. Pugsley settled into a chair alone and had already noticed the strange snacks on the table, completely unaware that they were merely dried fruits serving as air fresheners. Alex glanced at Valerie's frozen smile and instantly understood what thoughts were running through her mind. "Miss Kinbot, hello again," he said with a forced smile. "Hello to you too, Alex. I hope my desk won't suffer this time," Valerie Kinbot replied with an equally strained smile. Hearing this, Alex dryly coughed. The Addams family immediately looked at him questioningly, and Alex quickly adopted the calmest expression he could manage. Valerie continued to scrutinize this strange family group and noticed Wednesday holding Alex's hand. She raised an eyebrow involuntarily, wondering how things had come to this. However, above all, Valerie was a professional. She quickly composed herself and put back on her friendly, practiced smile. "So, where shall we start?" Valerie Kinbot asked softly. Alex looked every bit the part of someone dragged here against his will. Gomez was about to speak but stopped mid-thought, as if searching for the right words. Wednesday sat with a stone-cold expression, staring at one point without blinking. Morticia appeared serene, a woman simply there to support her family, nothing more. Only Pugsley continued to chew the scented dried fruits with gusto. The only sounds in the office were the steady ticking of the clock and the crunching of Pugsley's chewing. The atmosphere was so awkward that it would have unsettled anyone, and Valerie was no exception, though she did her best to maintain a professional appearance. "Perhaps we could discuss how you're coping with Wednesday being so far from home," Valerie suggested, trying to start the conversation. The answer was silence once again. At that moment, Alex mentally prayed to every god, demon, and abstract entity at once, just to keep from laughing. He was trying to reach an inner zen like never before, otherwise, he would have completely lost it. Watching the faces of the Addams family in this setting was terrifying, and at the same time mesmerizing. "Well. It's very," Pugsley stammered, searching for words. "It's really hard for me when Wednesday isn't home. I've even started to miss her, intricate tortures." Alex almost gave Pugsley a thumbs up, the boy had clearly learned to find the silver lining even in such circumstances. But Wednesday was still holding his hand tightly, and his other hand was in a cast, the price for his forced, hospital performance. Valerie's smile noticeably wavered. The situation became even more complicated when Gomez and Morticia nodded approvingly at their son's words. Wednesday shot her brother a short, cold glance and immediately turned away. "I see, thank you," Valerie said, struggling to maintain a polite tone. "Morticia, Gomez, how are you coping with your daughter being so far from home?" "It's torture for us too," Morticia said softly, with a hint of sadness. "Fortunately, Uncle Fester's rack is built for two," Gomez added with relief. "Nothing brings you back to your senses like a good stretch," Morticia said gently, reaching for her husband's hand. "Cara mia," Gomez whispered, kissing the back of her hand. And at that moment, Alex knew what was about to happen. He was right. Even though Alex and Wednesday were sitting between Morticia and Gomez, it didn't stop the couple from demonstrating their passionate love. Valerie was completely convinced of the peculiar nature of the Addams family. Meanwhile, Alex was experiencing perhaps one of the hardest moments of his life. What was happening right in front of him was indescribable. It was pure, concentrated horror, far worse than anything he had seen before. At that moment, Alex would have gladly faced another Naya avatar or gone one-on-one with Doomslayer again, just to avoid watching what was unfolding. Meanwhile, Wednesday's gaze grew colder with every passing second, and her fingers squeezed Alex's hand ever tighter, silently reminding him, today, there would be no escape. To be continued. Well, the family reunion is in full swing. I certainly won't forget about Enid. How could I forget that sweet little ball of pink fur? Alex will definitely need a break after everything he's going through right now. He. Chapter 542, Chapter 542, An Unpleasant Incident During Parents' Day. At that very moment, Alex found himself in the most awkward situation of his entire life, one he had never experienced before. He had seen many things, horrifying creatures capable of driving one insane with a single glance, ruined worlds that had fallen due to human greed or the intrigues of cosmic entities. The planet Pandora, where the locals, to put it mildly, were mentally unstable and behaved like complete lunatics. But all of that paled in comparison to what was happening right in front of him now. Alex was sitting in the office of psychologist Valerie Kinbot during a so-called family therapy session. And he was here for one simple reason, a strange deal with Wednesday. On the days when her parents were staying in Nevermore, he had to pretend to be her fiancé. And now he was sitting on a couch in the center of the room, with Wednesday beside him, her expression icy cold. She was gripping his hand with such force that, had Alex been an ordinary human, his joints would have shifted long ago. The reason for this was Morticia and Gomez, who were once again having a bout of passionate affection. And even the fact that Alex and Wednesday were sitting between them did not bother them in the slightest. At that moment, Alex would have given anything to be anywhere else, in hell, in another world, in the epicenter of an apocalypse, anywhere but here. Meanwhile, Wednesday's gaze grew colder by the second, and there was a clear desire to kill someone in her eyes. Valerie Kinbot felt no less uncomfortable. In all her years of practice, she had seen many things, but such a specific family dynamic, never before. Parents, stop it. Wednesday said sharply when her patience finally ran out. Her cold tone was enough. Morticia and Gomez immediately stopped their displays of affection. Even Valerie noticeably sighed in relief. Alex did the same. He had nothing against love as such, just not when it was unfolding 20 centimeters from his face. Morticia and Gomez looked at Wednesday. Meanwhile, she pulled a folder out of her backpack and stood up from the couch. Alex recognized it immediately. He remembered that Gomez had been involved in the case of Garrett Gates's murder. And he knew the truth, Gomez did not kill Garrett. Neither did Morticia, even though she believed otherwise. Garrett had been doomed the moment he fought Gomez, consumed by jealousy and having long since become something more than just human. But the others didn't know that. Parents. I think it's time to pay the price. It turns out you lied to me, Wednesday began, preparing to open the folder. At that exact moment, Alex realized that now was absolutely the worst possible time for such revelations. He jumped up from the couch and, acting preemptively, grabbed Wednesday by the cheeks and kissed her sharply. Wednesday froze. While she was disoriented by the unexpected kiss, Alex deftly pulled the folder from her hands and hid it under his coat. He shielded her with his body, and from the outside, only one thing was visible, the kiss. At that moment, Valerie Kinbot finally concluded that helping this family was impossible. Moreover, Wednesday was no less an Addams than her parents. Gomez and Morticia nodded approvingly as they watched what was happening, especially their daughter's reaction. And inside Wednesday's own head, a real whirlwind was raging. All the words, accusations, and questions she had been about to voice instantly faded into the background. She didn't know what to do with her hands, and in the end, she placed them on Alex's neck. Either to strangle him, or to hug him. For her, this was a first. Not now, Alex whispered quietly, pulling away after the kiss. Wednesday frowned, looking Alex straight in the eyes. He was still just a centimeter away from her face, and in his gaze, she clearly caught a hint, he had a plan. He didn't say anything, but it wasn't necessary, one look was enough to convey that he knew what she was about to do and had already figured out how to handle it. Wednesday frowned even more but still decided to trust Alex. Subconsciously, this wasn't the first time she had done so. She saw how easily he earned people's trust, with a few phrases, a calm tone, an almost imperceptible smile. Alex could get anyone to talk and reveal even their deepest secrets, as if it were nothing. Wednesday, dear, Morticia said gently, I understand you want to spend as much time as possible with your fiancé, but what exactly did you want to show us? Alex and Wednesday turned simultaneously to Morticia and Gomez. On Alex's lips, the trace of Wednesday's black lipstick was clearly visible, smudged and unmistakably obvious. Valerie Kinbot suddenly felt completely out of place. She desperately wished she could be anywhere but here. Pugsley, on the other hand, paid no attention to what was happening and continued diligently eating the dried fruits, which were actually just meant as air fresheners. Wednesday shot Alex a look full of silent question, and how do you plan to get out of this? The glance made it clear, he better say something convincing rather than spout clumsy excuses. I think, Alex began, in a calm and confident tone, that Wednesday wanted to say that she figured out your plan. You originally intended to send her to Nevermore. The thing found the completed documents in the school archives, and the dates on them are several years earlier, even before her official transfer. Ah. Gomez sighed, slightly raising his hands. Wednesday, dear, we didn't mean to deceive you. We, as parents, just wanted the best for you. We knew how you might react, so we decided to proceed cautiously. And you did the right thing, Wednesday said coldly, keeping her eyes on her parents. Unfortunately, I wouldn't want to bury my parents prematurely. Alive. From Gomez and Morticia's words, Wednesday understood one thing: they had indeed planned to send her to Nevermore even earlier. That was enough for her to stick to her version of resentment, angry that they tried to make decisions without her consent. Deep down, she was ready to enact revenge, but for now, the game was worth waiting. Gomez and Morticia, unaware of the real reason Wednesday had taken out the folder, believed her story about the documents. Luckily, the topic didn't develop further. Alex exhaled in relief and was about to return to his place. He knew that very soon, Sheriff Donovan would appear at Nevermore's doorstep, a man who had dreamed for years of putting Gomez behind bars. Without a word, Wednesday pulled Alex back to the couch and sat him next to her, then sat down herself. This gesture made Gomez and Morticia literally glow with dark joy and pride for their daughter. In their eyes, Wednesday was confidently following in their footsteps. And most importantly, they saw how Alex's presence in her life was gradually changing her. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, but changing her nonetheless. Wednesday had never let anyone get this close before. Valerie Kinbot said hesitantly, looking at Alex with a puzzled expression. You have something on your lips. Everyone turned to Alex and noticed the clear trace of Wednesday's black lipstick on his lips. With an impassive expression, Wednesday pulled a black handkerchief from her pocket and carefully wiped his lips, as if she had done it many times before. Alex didn't resist. He was long accustomed to one of the girls wiping lipstick off his face. With the same cold composure, Wednesday tucked the handkerchief back into her pocket, as if nothing had happened. Soon, the atmosphere in Valerie Kinbot's office returned to its usual awkwardness. Everyone was silent, and Valerie was unsuccessfully trying to get anyone to talk. The session lasted a full half hour, but during that time, Valerie Kinbot couldn't get a single proper answer from the Addams family. They either responded in their usual strange manner or simply ignored the questions. When the awkward family therapy finally ended, Wednesday took Alex by the hand and pulled him outside, clearly unwilling to stay in Valerie Kinbot's office any longer than necessary. Once in the fresh air, Alex pulled a cigarette from his pocket. Wednesday already had a lighter and, without a trace of emotion, lit it for him. Who would have thought family therapy could be such an entertaining activity, Gomez said with a smile, exiting the building while holding Morticia's hand. Absolutely, my dear. We should do this more often, Morticia replied with the same smile. Watching them, Alex wanted to comment that visits to a psychologist usually went very differently, especially when everything was drowned in awkward silence or grim remarks capable of throwing anyone off balance. He looked up at the windows of Valerie Kinbot's office and thought that after what she had just witnessed, she would probably want to drink. A lot, just to cope in any way with what she had seen. Lowering his gaze, Alex once again saw the familiar scene of affection between Morticia and Gomez and sighed deeply. Mr. and Mrs. Addams, how about some coffee? My treat. Strangely enough, they make very good coffee here, Alex said, trying to interrupt the scene unfolding before his eyes. Gomez and Morticia looked at him simultaneously and agreed without hesitation. Alex just hoped that Sheriff Donovan wouldn't be in the cafe, not wanting to further escalate the situation. Before heading to the Flugger Cafe, Alex closed one eye and made sure that Sheriff Donovan was currently in the morgue due to the so-called suicide of the coroner, who was supposed to retire in a week. Alex knew the coroner had been forced to kill himself, and it was Marilyn who had found a way to exact revenge. Entering the Flugger, the Addams family immediately drew a lot of attention. Their dark appearance and corresponding clothing could not go unnoticed. While they occupied a table, Alex went to order coffee. To his dismay, Tyler was again on shift, staring exclusively at Wednesday as usual. Suppressing the urge to eliminate Tyler prematurely, Alex calmly collected the order and headed to the table where the Addams family was already seated. My dear Wednesday, your coffee, just the way you like it, with 4 shots of espresso. Mr. and Mrs. Addams, I'm not sure of your preferences, so I chose according to my taste. Pugsley, I noticed you enjoy unusual combinations, so this one's for you, Alex said, placing the cups on the table. Oh, Alex, darling. You really didn't have to go to such trouble, Morticia said with a kind smile, taking her cup. Indeed, it wasn't necessary, Wednesday calmly added, accepting her coffee from Alex's hands. Plain tap water would have been enough for them. Alex gave a slight smile and sat down next to Wednesday, opposite Morticia and Gomez, who were already sipping their coffee with contented smiles. Watching them, Alex couldn't help but conclude that the Addams family was actually not that different from any other, only their tastes and perspectives leaned toward the dark and unsettling. That was why interacting with them wasn't so difficult once you understood the rules of the game. In the quiet, broken only by occasional sips of coffee, Alex thoughtfully tapped his finger on the table in a steady rhythm. He was pondering how to steer the conversation toward the past and subtly glean the details he needed. He already sensed that sooner or later, an opportunity would arise that would allow Wednesday to learn the truth about the events that had taken place in Nevermore many years ago. "Alex, don't you want to share some details about your work?" Gomez asked with a smile, elegantly sipping his coffee. "Or is that classified information, since you're a federal agent? Did you fight monsters?" Pugsley jumped in immediately, his eyes lighting up with genuine excitement. "I had to," Alex replied with a slight smile, looking at him. "And, by the way, just recently." "Cool. What kind of monsters?" Pugsley pressed on. "Arachne. Or maybe a rabid chupacabra." "Earlier this spring, I had the chance to visit Blackwood Mountain," Alex said, slowly turning his cup in his hand. "That's where I encountered a Wendigo." "Ah, Wendigos," Gomez perked up. "I remember Fester and I used to hunt them. Smart and incredibly stubborn creatures." Hee hee. "Uncle Fester even tried to tame one, the Wendigo almost ate him." "That's right, darling," Morticia added softly, shaking her head. "After that, Fester spent a whole month sulking. He's always had a soft spot for unusual pets." Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise and glanced at Wednesday. Just yesterday, they had been discussing Wendigos, and back then she had pretended to know almost nothing about them. Now, she calmly turned her head toward Alex, clearly indicating that her parents' stories didn't interest her at all. Sighing, Alex realized she knew far more than she let on. She just preferred to act as if it all passed her by, another little game, and probably another plan to get him talking. Deciding not to dwell on it, Alex began recounting his hunt for the Wendigo in Blackwood. The story clearly made an impression. Pugsley's eyes literally shone, and he listened intently without looking away. Once the coffee was finished, everyone agreed there was no reason to linger in Jericho any longer. The Addams family returned to the car and soon headed back to Nevermore. Settling into his seat, Alex glanced at his phone and noted that the entire trip, from the psychologist's visit to the coffee conversation, had taken just over an hour. By the time they returned, the Nevermore courtyard was already bustling with a buffet set up for the parents. Alex scanned the yard and quickly spotted Dean, who was sitting at a separate table with Garth. Not far away, Bess had settled in with Enid, Esther, and Murray. After saying goodbye to the Addams family, Alex headed over to Dean's table. As he got closer, he noticed that Dean's plate was piled high with food, as if he were planning to single-handedly devour the entire buffet. "Dude, where've you been?" Dean asked when Alex sat across from him. "Ever been to a family therapy session?" Alex replied evenly, looking at him with a blank stare. "Do I look like the kind of guy who needs a shrink?" Dean replied lazily, shoving a piece of steak into his mouth. "Actually, you might benefit from it," Garth interjected calmly, a friendly smile on his face. "I can give you the number of a great specialist. Bess and I went to her after that thing with her stepmother. It was tough for her back then, and it really helped. You could go with Sam." "No way," Dean cut in irritably. "We've got everything under control. Definitely not the time to waste hours with some guy telling me stuff I already know." "She's a woman," Garth clarified. "Whoever," Dean snapped even more irritably. "I'm not letting anyone poke around in my head. I've had enough of that already." "All right, Dean," Alex intervened, stopping him. "Nobody's sending you anywhere. You're right, we already have enough problems. And that's exactly what we need to talk about. Did you manage to find anything out?" Dean asked, catching the seriousness in Alex's voice. "For now, it's just speculation," Alex replied. "But there's reason to believe our case isn't just about what we're looking for, and it might also involve the men of letters." At Alex's words, Dean's hand froze halfway to his mouth. He immediately understood what Alex meant, furrowed his brow, and looked at him. Alex gave a subtle nod, confirming he meant exactly that. Dean didn't like the thought. It seemed the men of letters might be involved in the hunt for the shards of darkness. But he still couldn't figure out how the order fit into what was happening. Noticing Dean's confusion, Alex opened one of the old files on his phone and slid the screen closer. Dean quickly scanned the document and saw that it concerned a letter sent to Britain. At that moment, Garth tactfully got up and went over to his wife. He had enough sense to understand that this conversation was clearly not meant for outsiders. Alex was deliberately speaking in a way that prevented anyone nearby from catching the gist. "So you're saying one of the men of letters is pulling the strings?" Dean asked quietly, handing the phone back. "Think about it yourself," Alex replied, pocketing the phone. "A book, whose true power is known only to a select few, and to everyone else it's just ancient junk. A monster chained up and turned into a submissive dog. And most importantly, only the men of letters, at least in theory, are capable of understanding how to use Amara's power. So we've got a rogue men of letters member who decided to destroy a school for monster kids. Dean frowned. And why would they even do that? As far as I understand, the British men of letters are fanatics. They want to eradicate all things supernatural. And with Amara's power, that's entirely possible. But right now, it's probably just an experiment, a test run. Otherwise, it would already be over. For now, it's only speculation. I'm not 100% sure. We need to catch the culprit and extract answers, Alex said in a low voice, explaining part of the situation to Dean. If what you're saying is true, a lot starts to make sense. Dean frowned even deeper. And what if we take out one of these men of letters? Will a dozen more come after our souls? We'll try to bury it through the bureau. The FBC and the men of letters, to put it mildly, don't get along. If a member of the order ends up in the bureau's hands, they can't do anything, Alex said, rhythmically tapping his finger on the table. So we catch a rogue men of letters member, hand them over to the bureau, and pretend we had nothing to do with it. Dean asked, clarifying the plan. Exactly. Until we deal with the darkness and the shards of Amara's power, we don't need extra interference. The situation is already bad enough. All sorts of supernatural beings are starting to awaken, and a new cycle is about to begin, Alex said, reaching for a cigarette. You mean that cycle? Dean squinted. Yes. The entity in Derry will awaken soon. We have about a month, maybe a month and a half at most, before it all begins, Alex said with a heavy sigh. After hearing this, Dean completely lost his appetite. Problems kept piling up one after another, not giving him even a moment to breathe. He pushed his plate away, feeling only a headache and a sharp urge to drink. Alex noticed but said nothing. He understood perfectly well himself, just as they barely managed to deal with one disaster, the next one was already waiting at the doorstep. He got up from the table to pour himself some water. At that moment, Enid, who had been quietly watching him the entire time, also stood. Garth, having returned to the family, distracted everyone's attention, and Enid grabbed a plate and headed to the drinks table, completely ignoring her mother's grumbling about how she should think less about boys and more about becoming a normal werewolf. As she approached the table, Alex caught a familiar scent. Turning his head, he saw Enid smiling with a plate in her hands. What were you talking to Dean about? She whispered. He looks so gloomy now. The killer clown who likes to kidnap children and eat them, Alex replied just as quietly. What? Do those really exist? Enid asked, her face full of shock. Unfortunately. But tell me, how are things with your mom? Did you manage to stand up to her, or is she pushing you again? Besides the fact that she didn't like my hair, makeup, and the way I think about boys instead of focusing on becoming a wolf. I think I handled it pretty well, Enid said, twirling a pink strand of hair around her finger. Maybe I should have a little talk with your mom. Alex asked with a smirk, glancing over his shoulder at Esther. You're not planning to hit her, are you? Enid asked cautiously. Why would I? She's your mom. You'd be sad if I did that. And I don't want you to be sad, Alex replied with a warm smile. Hearing Alex's caring words, Enid beamed with happiness and started rocking slightly on her heels next to him. But both Alex and Enid suddenly felt a cold, piercing gaze on them. They turned their heads and met Wednesday's icy eyes. She moved her lips slowly, silently reminding him that he was still her fiancé. Enid didn't immediately understand what Wednesday meant, and Alex briefly explained the terms of the deal he had made with her. Hearing this, Enid narrowed her eyes and looked at Wednesday with understanding. Wednesday had decided to play dirty, using her parents as cover. Enid couldn't help but let out a quiet growl, especially when she noticed the faint smirk on Wednesday's face. However, the tension was abruptly broken by the sudden arrival of the police, led by Sheriff Donovan. Whispers immediately rose in the crowd. No one understood why the police had shown up at that exact moment. Sheriff Donovan paid no attention to the looks and conversations around him and walked confidently toward the table where the Adams family was sitting. Gomez Adams, you are under arrest for the murder of Garrett Gates. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court, he began, placing handcuffs on Gomez's wrists. Reading him his rights, Donovan immediately led Gomez toward the exit under the watchful eyes of everyone. Alex instantly looked at Wednesday. Her expression had turned to stone. A tear rolled down Morticia's cheek as she saw Gomez being taken away under escort. Enid, watching the scene, clenched Alex's hand, sharply feeling the pain and tension of Wednesday's family. Alex realized there was no time to lose and immediately moved after them. Dean, he shouted, heading toward the exit. Don't forget to give it back later, Dean called, tossing Alex the keys. Alex pocketed the keys and headed for the outer parking lot where the Impala was parked. He quickly reached the car and got behind the wheel, watching the police convoy leave Nevermore. He was about to start the engine when the doors of the Impala swung open, and Wednesday slid into the passenger seat with her usual cold expression. Without a word, Alex started the engine and followed the convoy. Reaching the city, he headed straight for the sheriff's office. They had to wait over an hour due to formalities and paperwork before Alex received permission to visit, even though, given his authority, he technically didn't need it. All the while, Wednesday remained silent and calm, saying nothing. She was just patiently waiting. Once he received the permission, Alex returned to her side and led her in. They entered the visitation room and took the booth furthest from the door. All that was left was to wait. A few minutes later, the steel doors opened, and Gomez was brought in, wearing an orange prison jumpsuit, accompanied by a police officer. He sat down on a chair and looked at Wednesday with a guilty expression. She remained seated next to Alex, outwardly cold and composed. "Wednesday, tell me, how is your mother feeling right now?" Gomez asked first. "She's in despair. She doesn't like orange," Wednesday replied, pausing before continuing. "Now answer my question, Father. Why did you hide this from me? Or did you really think you could conceal something like this? Don't you have anything to explain?" Alex placed the folder with the murder case on the stand so that Gomez could see the documents. "So, you already knew everything, Wednesday?" Gomez asked with a heavy sigh. "I suppose it's my fault, Mr. Adams," Alex calmly interjected. "Upon arriving in town, my partner and I studied everything related to Jericho and Nevermore. This case came to our attention. But it clearly states here that you were acquitted and Garrett Gates' death was ruled an accident." Gomez lowered his gaze. "When you both look at me like that, hiding the truth becomes harder. Garrett was infatuated with Morticia. He mistook ordinary kindness for flirtation. That obsession drove him mad. At some point, he started stalking Morticia, and we even went to the police." "And why didn't the police help?" Wednesday asked coldly. "The Gates family had enormous influence in Jericho at the time," Alex replied evenly, pulling a candy from his pocket. "The city was essentially theirs." "Exactly," Gomez confirmed. The police looked the other way. Garrett's father hated outcasts, and when Morticia accused his son of stalking, he completely lost it. "And then what happened?" Wednesday pressed. Gomez exhaled heavily, as if reliving the past. "It all came to a head on the night of the Crow Ball. Your mother and I went outside for some air, and that's when Garrett appeared. He sneaked into the school. His insane love clouded his mind. In his eyes, there was only a desire to possess and to kill. Morticia immediately told me to run." Gomez paused to gather his strength. "Garrett grabbed a sword and chased me onto the roof. As I ran, my entire life flashed before my eyes. I grabbed the first thing within reach. He was blinded by jealousy and couldn't stop. I knocked the sword from his hand and instinctively grabbed it myself. I just wanted to toss the weapon so he couldn't pick it up again. But in his rage, Garrett lunged at me and impaled himself on the blade." Gomez fell silent, letting the room fill with a heavy quiet, as if giving his words time to settle and reveal their full tragic weight. Throughout her father's story, Wednesday didn't once take her eyes off him, carefully noting every subtle shift in his expression. From a young age, she had studied Gomez and had learned to detect with unerring accuracy when he lied or left something unsaid. Alex, meanwhile, remained calm, occasionally nodding as he listened intently to the story. In truth, he already knew what had happened that night and even knew where the evidence proving Gomez's innocence was. But before taking action, Alex wanted to speak with Sheriff Donovan and subtly plant the idea that the situation was far more complex than it seemed at first glance. He understood that Donovan was smart, but too fixated on his own version of justice, a version hastily covered up years ago by labeling the incident an accident. Tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table, Alex considered how to handle everything without provoking Marilyn. She could unleash a monster on Gomez or orchestrate something far more dangerous. The main priority was to prevent more deaths, including the mayor and others. Alex knew Marilyn intended to exact revenge on anyone she held responsible for her family's demise, and both Nevermore and the entire city of Jericho could be caught in the crossfire. Wednesday turned her head and looked at Alex, noticing his thoughtful expression and the measured movements of his fingers. Gomez couldn't miss the glance either. Somehow, he began to fidget just then. There was something intensely focused and weighty in Alex's demeanor. "Thank you for being honest with me, Father," Wednesday said calmly. "Forgive me if I was a bad father, Wednesday." Gomez began, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face. "Spare me the extra sentimentality. There's already too much of it in my life," Wednesday replied evenly. "I was only looking out for you, and didn't realize you didn't like it," Alex interjected, playfully mimicking a sulking child. "Not now," Wednesday said, gently pushing his face aside. "I'm glad there will be someone by your side who can take care of you, while I'm not around," Gomez said softly. "I may not have been a perfect father, but I always wished you happiness, Wednesday." "What kind of father gives his 5-year-old daughter a rapier?" she asked calmly. Alex almost blurted out that his own little gremlins had received a bomb they'd assembled themselves instead of a rapier, but he caught himself just in time. Alex's wives, watching through the screens, exchanged glances, then looked back at him, involuntarily reminded of their own daughters, who always carried something dangerous in their pockets. In the end, the idea of a rapier even seemed safer to them than what Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Tina usually carried around. After Wednesday's question, Gomez cleared his throat dryly, aware that such gifts weren't exactly standard fatherly practice. "Still, you've mastered cold weapons perfectly," he remarked cautiously. "Or does he teach his daughter to swim with sharks?" she asked next. "You were colder than any shark," Gomez replied with a proud smile. "Teaches how to skin rattlesnakes." Wednesday continued in her calm tone. "If you know how to prepare them, they taste like chicken," Gomez said, still smiling. "Actually, any snake tastes like chicken," Alex added thoughtfully. "Now that you mention it, yes," Gomez nodded in agreement. "That's exactly what I wanted to say, Father," Wednesday continued. "You taught me to be independent. To be strong in a world full of dangers. Because of you, I know how important it is to always trust myself. And if you're curious, you were a good enough father." For the first time, a rare softness touched her voice, subtle but sincere notes of care. Hearing every word of his daughter, Gomez felt a deep sadness mixed with quiet joy. As a father, he had always wanted Wednesday to be happy, and he understood that a long separation lay ahead. Knowing how much she disliked excessive sentimentality and tears, Gomez offered a restrained smile, signaling that he was all right. After saying this, Wednesday calmly rose from her seat and headed toward the exit, clearly intending to speak privately. Alex, however, remained seated. Wednesday looked at him, and he gestured that he would catch up with her later. She squinted slightly, then nodded and left. Once the door closed, Alex turned his attention to Gomez, who now watched him with keen interest. "Mr. Adams, no, Gomez. This whole story, half of it is a lie. Am I right?" Alex said calmly, fingers intertwined. "I don't understand what you're talking about, Alex," Gomez replied, a trace of nervousness in his voice. "No need to answer. I've already figured out roughly what happened that night. As a man, I fully support your decision. In your place, I might have acted even more radically, but overall, just the same. You don't need to explain anything. And to put your mind at ease." Alex looked him straight in the eyes. "I will never harm Wednesday. Never." "Your words warm my soul, Alex," Gomez said with a genuine smile. "I knew right away that you were a good young man. No thanks necessary. This situation is too suspicious, considering all the factors. For now, it's better if you stay cautious, the area has been too restless lately. I'll try to delay your transfer to the state prison until I find the right leads. And now, I better return to Wednesday before she accidentally hits the sheriff for his less than tactful words," Alex said, rising from his chair. "Our little thundercloud is certainly capable of that," Gomez smirked and nodded. "She's never tolerated rudeness toward herself." Alex bid Gomez farewell and left the meeting room. Already on the move, he began mapping out a plan in his mind, how to act carefully, avoid provoking Marilyn's retaliation, and still get Gomez out of prison without putting him in further danger. To be continued. While writing this chapter, I thought about Alex chatting with Enid's mother, but every time my thoughts led to Alex pulling out a stick and hitting Enid's mother over the head. I tried, of course, but I've already shown that Enid only considers her father, uncle, and aunt as part of her family. As for her mother, she can go to hell, that stray dog. Chapter 543, Meeting Enid's Parents. Leaving the visitation room, Alex ran into Wednesday's cold stare. In her eyes there was a clear demand for answers, why he had stayed behind to speak with her father in private. Instead of explaining, Alex raised a hand, signaling that he needed to make a phone call. He decided to seriously deal with the bureaucracy in order to delay Gomez's transfer to a state prison. One day would be more than enough to get the man out, clear his name, and prove that he hadn't killed anyone. In moments like these, Alex genuinely loved bureaucracy. If you knew where to call and whom to talk to, paperwork could be easily pushed aside for as long as needed. Wednesday raised an eyebrow as she listened to his conversation and quickly realized what exactly he was doing. Even she paused for a moment, considering how useful it was to have connections capable of solving problems quietly and without unnecessary noise. Of course, Alex could have acted more forcefully, taken matters into his own hands and simply obtained a document releasing Gomez, but that would have provoked Marilyn into far more radical measures, and that was not something they could allow right now. Finishing the call, Alex slipped his phone back into his pocket and gave Wednesday a thumbs up, letting her know everything was settled. She slightly raised an eyebrow and silently nodded. All that remained was to speak with Sheriff Donovan and put everything in its place. Gesturing for Wednesday to follow him, Alex headed toward the sheriff's office. Showing Bernice's badge to the female secretary, they were let through without any questions. Once again, Wednesday noted to herself that the status of a federal agent opened far more doors than one might like to admit. Alex approached Donovan's office and lightly knocked on the doorframe, catching the sheriff's attention as he was pouring himself some coffee. "What brings you here, agent?" "And in the company of a murderer's daughter, no less," Donovan said, turning around. "Sheriff, within the hour you'll receive an official document by fax ordering you to delay the transfer of Gomez Adams," Alex said calmly as he entered the office and took a seat across from the desk. Donovan frowned, looking at Alex, who sat with an unruffled expression despite the bandage over his eye and the cast on his arm. Then his gaze shifted to Wednesday, who had taken the chair beside him. She was looking at him just as calmly and coldly. Looking at the pair, the sheriff felt a headache creeping up on him. He glanced at his mug of coffee and thought that maybe he should have poured himself something stronger. Gomez Adams confessed and signed a statement. "I was already preparing to hand the case over to the prosecutor." "Why are you interfering, agent?" Donovan asked as he sat down behind the desk. "Don't you find such a coincidence strange?" Wednesday calmly interjected. "The coroner supposedly commits suicide over an old case on the very day the only suspect arrives in town." "At last, the guilty got what he deserved," Donovan smirked. "And putting handcuffs on your father was especially satisfying." "Sheriff, doesn't that really seem strange to you?" Alex asked before Wednesday decided to respond to that remark in her own way. "What exactly?" "That a federal agent decided to side with a criminal." Donovan replied calmly, looking him straight in the eyes. "My partner and I saw the coroner last week," Alex continued, tapping his finger against the armrest of the chair. "He didn't look like someone preparing to take his own life. Why would a man with only a week left until retirement suddenly decide to end it all? He kept this truth to himself for years, and then chooses to die precisely when Parents' Day is taking place in Nevermore and Gomez Adams comes to town." Alex paused and added in the same calm tone. "I'll ask again, Sheriff. Are you really certain that a man who was planning to take his wife to a resort after retiring suddenly decided to hang himself?" Hearing Alex's words and meeting his calm, confident gaze, even Sheriff Donovan doubted for a moment what had really happened. However, no matter how much he might have wanted to listen to those doubts, all the available evidence still pointed to Gomez Adams. Alex noticed the hesitation growing in the sheriff's eyes, but it almost immediately disappeared. He only let out a quiet sigh, understanding that Donovan was, above all, a cop and was used to trusting facts, not intuition. "Someone is trying to divert attention from the main investigation," Wednesday said calmly, breaking the prolonged pause between Alex and the sheriff. "And what exactly does that mean, Miss Adams?" Donovan asked, turning his gaze to her. "It means that the real culprit is somehow connected to what happened in Jericho and Nevermore in the past," Wednesday replied in an even tone, as if stating an obvious conclusion. "Everyone who had anything to do with that case were your parents, the former sheriff, and the coroner. All the other participants have long been dead," Donovan cut in sharply. "What happened to them?" Wednesday frowned slightly. "The Gates family was destroyed. The mother hanged herself from a tree behind the house, the father drank himself into delirium tremens. The younger sister didn't survive, she was adopted and taken abroad, where she drowned. No one is left. Your father is guilty not only of Garrett's death, but of the fate of his entire family as well," the sheriff said grimly. "Was Laurel Gates' body ever found?" Alex asked calmly, tapping his finger against the armrest of the chair. "No. And there was no point in looking. There were witnesses who saw her drown," Donovan shrugged. "I see. Thank you, Sheriff. You'll receive the official document within the hour." "We'll be going now," Alex said, standing up and taking Wednesday by the hand. "And one more thing, Sheriff, keep an eye on the mayor. He might be involved as well." "What do you mean by that, Agent?" Donovan asked, watching him go. "Exactly that. Our serial killer may be avenging the Gates family or be connected to them somehow. Stay alert over the next few days," Alex threw over his shoulder, leaving a very clear hint. Sheriff Donovan frowned again, but still decided to heed Alex's words. Caution was never unnecessary. Meanwhile, Alex and Wednesday had already left the sheriff's building and gotten into the Impala. Alex started the engine and, steering with one hand, thoughtfully tapped his fingers against the wheel. "Wednesday, we need to stop by the morgue," he said, turning at the intersection. Wednesday looked at him and silently nodded, immediately understanding what he meant. Pulling up to the morgue, Alex parked the car, and they stepped out together. Patrol officers were stationed at the entrance, guarding the scene. Alex showed his credentials, and they were let inside without any questions. Following the directions of one of the officers, Alex headed toward the room where the coroner's body had been found, and Wednesday followed him, carefully observing her surroundings. Almost immediately, Alex noticed a piece of black chewing gum stuck over the lens of a surveillance camera. He looked at Wednesday and let out a heavy sigh. "My dear Wednesday, weren't you planning to erase all traces of your presence?" he asked, nodding toward the camera. Even the most experienced serial killers make mistakes. Otherwise, they would never be caught, she replied calmly. All right, whatever you say. Not important, Alex waved it off. So the cameras won't help us, Wednesday noted coolly, continuing her inspection. If they record audio, we might still find a lead. If, of course, the coroner really didn't blow his own brains out, Alex said as he headed toward the coroner's office. Wednesday frowned slightly at those words, but still nodded. Alex entered the coroner's office, calmly sat at his desk, and powered on the computer. Slightly swaying in the chair, he quickly opened the folder with the surveillance recordings, found the necessary file, and started it. Wednesday stood behind him, watching his actions closely. They began listening to the recording. Even though nothing was visible on the screen, the camera lens had been covered with black chewing gum. Alex turned up the volume and slowly fast-forwarded the recording until the sound of footsteps appeared, followed a few moments later by a gunshot. Wednesday frowned even more. Alex, tapping his finger on the desk, rewound the recording back to the moment the coroner entered the room and played it again. And again, footsteps, then a gunshot. After the second playback, Alex frowned, and Wednesday, for the first time, realized that getting her father out of prison might be much more difficult than she had anticipated. But Alex played the recording a third time, focusing precisely on the moment the coroner appeared. What are you trying to hear? Wednesday asked, noticing his tense, concentrated expression. Listen closely. It's hard to catch, but during the footsteps, there's a voice, Alex replied, turning the speakers up even louder. Wednesday raised an intrigued eyebrow and leaned closer, peering over his shoulder. And indeed, through the sound of the footsteps, the coroner's voice could be heard. Distorted, unnatural, like a skipping record. That was enough for Alex. He immediately understood, the coroner had been possessed by darkness, and he had been forced to take his own life. Most importantly, from the moment he entered the morgue until the gunshot, he had neither the time nor the opportunity to write a suicide note. Alex also became fully convinced that in this timeline, Marilyn Thornhill, also known as Laurel Gates, was far more insane than in the original. Wednesday also understood what he meant. She had heard this voice before. The first time was in Alex's mission recordings from Bright Falls, where the taken spoke in the exact same distorted, unnatural manner. The second time was in the forest near Nevermore. Alex quickly connected his phone to the computer, transferred the recording, and erased all traces of the file so it could not be recovered. I really hope our villain isn't insane enough to send a monster after the sheriff's office and try to kill your father, he said, disconnecting the phone. It's entirely possible. We need to go back. I want to hear my mother's side of the story, Wednesday said, heading toward the door. Do you really suspect Morticia? Alex asked, raising an eyebrow as he got up from the desk. My father lied when he told his story. I've been playing Russian roulette with him since childhood. Every gesture gave away that he was hiding something. It's not hard to guess what he's trying to achieve, Wednesday replied calmly, turning and looking at Alex over her shoulder. Alex smiled and followed her. The conversation with Morticia was meant to give Wednesday the answers she had been seeking. Meanwhile, Alex continued to play the role of someone who knew nothing. Though he also planned to let Dean listen to the recording, he needed to be in the loop as well. Back at the Impala, Alex started the engine and drove back to Nevermore. He still hadn't met Enid's parents, and he had no desire to upset her. On the way, he called Dean and asked where everyone was. Just as Alex had expected, Dean was nearby. After getting the direction, Alex and Wednesday headed toward the forest near Nevermore, where the students and their parents were spending time outdoors. As they walked along the path, they could already hear voices when they noticed Enid moving quickly off to the side. Seeing Alex and Wednesday, she immediately rushed over to them and hugged Alex tightly, pressing her face into his chest. Wednesday frowned for a moment but let it go when she heard the quiet sobs. Alex gestured to Wednesday that he could handle it himself and that she should go find her family. Wednesday held his gaze for another second, then nodded and moved on. Left alone with Enid, Alex gently stroked her back, helping her calm down. He already had a good idea of what was going on, but right now silent support was what mattered most. In the distance, he noticed Bess and waved to her, signaling that everything was under control. Bess smiled and went back. So, my little ball of pink fluff, what upset you so much? Alex asked, pulling Enid back slightly and carefully wiping the tears from her cheeks. Mom, she wants to send me to a werewolf camp so I'll become normal, Enid forced out, still sniffing. And that upset you this much? Alex said gently. Don't worry. She won't send you anywhere. And in the worst case, I'll kidnap you. Hearing Alex's words, Enid's eyes widened at first, then she laughed, quickly realizing it was just a joke. But along with the laughter, a warm, almost aching feeling spread through her chest. She didn't even notice how his gaze had changed. At that same moment, far less pleasant thoughts began to form in Alex's mind, about Enid's mother, who was ready to send her own daughter to a so-called werewolf camp just to make her normal. In Alex's eyes, Enid was the most normal of them all. Unlike her brothers, who behaved like wild beasts with no self-control whatsoever. Pushing those dark thoughts aside, Alex kept smiling as he gently kneaded Enid's cheeks, helping her fully calm down. She relaxed quickly, feeling that familiar warmth and sense of protection. At the same time, Alex's wives, who were watching the feed, were on full alert. They had seen more than once what happened when the intrusive thoughts in his head took over. If necessary, they would intervene. Alex, however, had no idea that an interception plan was already in place and that they were ready to stop him at any moment. I think this is exactly the right moment to meet your parents. You don't mind, do you? Alex said, lightly stretching Enid's cheeks. You're not planning to hit anyone, are you? Enid asked with a smile as her face was being pulled in different directions. Why would you think that? Why does everyone always assume I resort to violence at every opportunity? Alex protested, tugging her cheeks a bit harder. Ouch, be gentler, Enid complained, feeling a slight sting. Sorry. So, my sweet ball of pink fluff, Alex leaned closer, stopping just a centimeter from her face. What made you decide that I'm just waiting for a chance to punch someone? Well, even though you're always smiling, Enid began, a little embarrassed, you and Dean both have these looks, like in any argument you'd immediately switch to force. First of all, Dean and I aren't brothers. We just look alike, but that's different. And now, let's go to your parents. There's no point discussing my supposed constant brawling here, Alex said, abruptly changing the subject as he pulled Enid along with him. When Alex pulled her by the hand, Enid laughed. Her mood rose rapidly, and her joy was impossible to hide. She watched with pleasure as Alex's expression changed after her words. He led her back toward where everyone had gathered. Still holding Enid's hand, Alex looked around, searching for her relatives. The first person he noticed was Dean. He was sitting with Garth and Bess. Nearby, by the campfire, were Esther and Murray, who, as usual, was silent. And despite the fact that the adults were spending time with their children, Enid's brothers continued to behave like wild animals, growling, shoving, and bothering everyone around them. Shaking his head, Alex led Enid farther on. The closer they got to her parents, the tighter Enid squeezed his hand. The nervousness wouldn't let go. Alex gently squeezed her palm in response, silently telling her that he was there. Everything would be fine. When they approached, all eyes immediately turned toward them. Even Dean raised an eyebrow slightly. It was clear from his expression that he had heard the entire conversation between mother and daughter and was ready to step in. Why did you bring him here, Enid? Esther began sharply. Instead of talking to boys, you should be thinking about how to become like everyone else. You shouldn't have run away. It's just a werewolf camp. Your cousin finally managed to transform after it. Don't you want to be normal? Alex stepped forward, not letting go of Enid's hand. Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Sinclair. My name is Alexander. I'm your daughter's boyfriend. I came to introduce myself and, at the same time, to talk about your words about Enid being not like everyone else, he said calmly, smiling. I don't need anyone telling me how to raise my children, Esther snapped. I've raised plenty of children already. Mrs. Sinclair, Alex continued in the same even tone, I'm speaking to you respectfully only because you are Enid's mother. Otherwise, I wouldn't be speaking to you at all. If you believe you're raising your children properly, then let me say this, your sons are worse than wild animals. My pets are smarter than they are. His smile didn't fade. And I'll repeat this only once, Enid is normal. Unlike you. In your family, the only abnormal one is you, if raising animals instead of children can even be considered normal. Don't you dare, Esther tried to interrupt him again. I'm not finished, Alex said coldly. The tension in the air thickened at his tone. Even Dean tensed, he had heard that voice before. The first time had been during a full-scale renovation in the bunker, when he had tried to slack off. That tone tolerated no objections. Even Enid's brothers, who had been making noise and growling just a second earlier, fell silent instantly. Their instincts told them to protect their mother, but a single cold look from Alex was enough for them to tuck their tails, whimper, and back away. Enid flinched. Esther had it worst of all, the cold gaze was directed straight at her. I think we should talk in private, Mrs. Sinclair, he said. And don't make me drag you by the scruff of the neck like a dog. Alex straightened up. Now stand up. And move. Now. As he walked away, Alex gently stroked Enid's hair and smiled at her, as if to reassure her that everything was under control. Then he shot Esther another cold, warning glance and moved ahead, clearly intending to go far enough away that no one would be able to overhear their conversation. Esther froze for a moment, unsure of what to do. Alex's gaze terrified her to the point that her knees trembled, she couldn't utter a single word. Helplessly, she looked at her husband for support, but Murray only glanced at her briefly and calmly returned to his task, roasting marshmallows over the fire as if nothing had happened. Then Esther turned her gaze to Bess and Garth, but she received no help from them either. They had long since seen how Alex treated Enid, and even they were starting to get irritated by Esther's behavior and her methods of raising her children. Alex's words had struck painfully true. Enid's brothers behaved more like wild animals than humans. Realizing that she wouldn't get any support and had no other choice, Esther took a deep breath and followed Alex. "I hope he doesn't do anything to her," Garth said quietly, swallowing hard. "His look scared me to death. Even all those monsters I saw back when I was still a hunter didn't frighten me like he does now." "Believe me," Dean said grimly, shaking his head. "It would have been better if he had hit her. What awaits her is far worse." "What could be worse?" Enid asked, inadvertently overhearing the conversation. "Your mother is in for a very long and extremely unpleasant parenting talk," Dean replied, visibly shivering. "I'd rather hear a banshee scream again than go through that myself." "So bad that you'd rather go deaf?" Garth asked, shocked, looking at him. "Alex is like Bobby, only worse," Dean snorted. "When Sam and I first met him, he lectured us for a whole hour. And believe me, it was hellishly unpleasant. We even concluded he must be Bobby's illegitimate son. I felt like a kid who messed up on every front." "Oh, now I understand," Garth muttered, nodding knowingly. Garth kept nodding, fully understanding what Dean was talking about. He had experienced similar reprimands from Bobby himself when he was still alive. Meanwhile, Enid didn't take her eyes off the direction where Alex and Esther had gone, clearly wanting to eavesdrop. But Dean gently placed his hand on her shoulder and shook his head, signaling that she shouldn't. Even he didn't want to hear it, and the target of the parenting lecture wasn't him. Time dragged agonizingly slowly. Only about 10 minutes later did Alex and Esther appear on the horizon, with Esther following him. Alex still wore his usual kind smile. Esther, however, looked as if she had undergone a true revelation. Her gaze flickered between sadness, the realization of her own mistakes, and the heavy understanding of how deeply she had hurt her daughter. As they got closer, Alex gave a thumbs up, signaling that the conversation had been effective. "Mrs. Sinclair," he said calmly, sitting down next to Enid and taking her hand. "Don't you want to say anything to your daughter and your family?" All eyes immediately turned to Esther. She silently sat down next to her husband and lowered her gaze to the ground. Murray carefully looked over his wife, made sure she was all right, and quietly exhaled. Then he looked at Alex, the man who from the very beginning had stood on Enid's side and protected her. Murray had always supported his daughter silently, but it was only next to Alex that Enid didn't lose her smile and felt truly safe. Everyone waited. Esther slowly lifted her gaze and looked at Enid. Enid immediately tensed, and Esther noticed. Pain and deep sorrow flickered in her eyes. After talking with Alex, she finally began to understand how terribly she had acted, if her own daughter was even afraid to speak to her. "Enid," she began quietly. "Forgive me. I shouldn't have pressured you, forced you to change during the full moon. I just wanted you to be like everyone else." She paused, struggling to find the right words. "But now I understand, you don't need to be like everyone else. First and foremost, you are my daughter. And as a mother, I should have supported you, not broken you." Her voice trembled. When Esther fell silent, a grave silence filled the room. Every member of her family stared at her as if they had just witnessed a miracle. Even Murray's normally calm face showed complete shock. He hadn't expected to hear such words from his wife, especially apologies directed at Enid. Enid held Alex's hand tightly, feeling conflicting emotions from what she had just heard. She looked at him, and Alex responded with an encouraging smile and a slight nod, signaling that her mother was speaking sincerely. Enid turned back to Esther and, swallowing hard, tried to find the words. "I don't blame you, Mom. I understand that you wanted the best for me. But I want to stay the way I am. Even if I never change during the full moon. I know that someone will be by my side who will accept me for who I am," Enid said, not looking away and squeezing Alex's hand even tighter for support. "Thank you, Enid," Esther replied, her voice clearly relieved. Enid smiled and nodded, affirming her words. Murray looked at his wife and placed his hand on her shoulder, silently offering support. As much as he wanted to know exactly what Esther had said to their daughter's boyfriend, he understood perfectly, this conversation had benefited the entire family. Enid looked at Alex, with a genuine, bright smile on her face. In the next moment, she hugged him tightly, pressing her nose into his chest. Words couldn't express how grateful she was. A simple conversation had changed her mother so much that she was able to admit her mistakes. Smiling, Alex patted Enid on the back, letting her hold him as long as she needed. "All right, my heroic work here is done. Time to move on to another. As they say, justice doesn't wait," Alex said, standing up. "Need some help?" Dean asked, looking at him. "Nah. Rest, recover, and eat well to regain your strength. It's just a 20-year-old matter. Unlike you, I haven't been out cold for a whole week." Alex waved his hand, showing that everything was under control. "As you say, Mama." "Oh, and if you go back to Jericho again, buy a pie," Dean smirked. Alex nodded, said goodbye to everyone with a smile, and before leaving, quickly kissed Enid on the top of her head. Then he headed off to find Wednesday. Enid understood that Alex wanted to help Wednesday and didn't stop him, even though a twinge of jealousy was beginning to stir inside her. Before, she had accepted such things calmly, but now, after everything he had done for her, the jealousy felt much stronger. Finding Wednesday wasn't difficult. Hearing an explosion, Alex immediately knew where to go. Turning toward the sound, he arrived at the edge of a lake and saw Wednesday and Pugsley sitting on a small fishing pier. As he approached, he noticed Wednesday catching fish with a grenade. For some reason, it instantly reminded him of how his daughters had done something similar, not with fish, but with far more dangerous creatures on Pandora. Hearing footsteps behind them, Wednesday and Pugsley turned and saw Alex walking toward them. Without a word, he sat down next to Wednesday, letting his legs dangle off the pier. "Well, how's it going?" "Biting?" he asked. "Not really. I think the explosion scared the fish away," Wednesday replied calmly. "Really, Miss Adams?" "And here I thought it was just bad bait," Alex said with mock surprise. Wednesday looked at Alex's face, which was pretending to be astonished, and with a familiar gesture, pushed him slightly away. Alex just smiled in response, letting her do it. Pugsley watched everything from the side, still unable to believe how much his sister had changed. He couldn't get used to the idea that Wednesday could trust someone so completely, let alone act so freely with a person who was the complete opposite of her nature. "You'll be able to get our dad out, right?" Pugsley asked, looking at Alex and Wednesday. "If we can't officially prove his innocence," Alex said calmly, "there are always other channels. We can get him out and erase all records that claim your father supposedly killed someone. It's not that difficult." He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and Wednesday immediately clicked her lighter to light it for him. "Have you done something like this before?" she asked, putting the lighter back. "Yeah." "How many crimes do you think Dean had hanging over him?" "Grave desecrations, murders, assaults, break-ins, thefts, the list goes on and on. They even showed him on TV. There was a report accusing him of robbing a bank. The FBI was after him and Sam." Alex smirked and gave a thumbs up. "And it was all erased. People quickly forget these things if you don't keep reminding them." "Cool," Pugsley said with obvious admiration. "Your partner robbed a bank, and they filmed it." "He didn't rob a bank," Alex sighed, rolling his eyes slightly. "He was hunting a shapeshifter who took the form of employees and robbed jewelry stores and banks." But Pugsley's expression didn't change. In his eyes, Dean had now become a complete legend, a man accused of countless crimes who had never been caught. Alex looked at Pugsley and once again realized that every member of the Addams family was unique in their own way. Exhaling smoke, he turned his gaze to the lake and lightly swung his leg while sitting next to Wednesday. She silently stared at the water. A moment later, Wednesday reached into her bag, pulled out another grenade, yanked the pin, and without hesitation threw it into the lake. The underwater explosion made Alex briefly think about not getting soaked. Unnoticed by herself, Wednesday was already leaning on his shoulder. "By the way, where's Mom?" she asked, turning to Pugsley. "She said she wanted to be alone," he replied thoughtfully. "Somewhere no one will find her." Wednesday nodded, instantly understanding the place he meant. She stood up and grabbed Alex by the hand, dragging him along. Alex waved goodbye to Pugsley as Wednesday literally pulled him away. All Pugsley could do at that moment was wish him luck. He knew too well, if Wednesday wanted something, she would get it, even by force. She led Alex to the inner courtyard of Nevermore, to the passage leading to Belladonna's secret club. Not wanting to interfere with the upcoming mother-daughter conversation, Alex transformed into a black cat and nimbly jumped onto Wednesday's shoulder. She only raised an eyebrow, saying nothing. Approaching the statue, Wednesday snapped her fingers twice. With a faint screech, it slid aside, revealing the entrance. Descending the steps, Wednesday heard her mother softly humming an unfamiliar melody. Peeking from behind the railing, she saw Morticia standing in the center of the hall, her expression serene, as if this place helped her cope and endure the separation from her husband. "Hi, Mom," Wednesday said, stepping down and drawing her attention. "Hello, Wednesday," Morticia replied with a gentle smile. "So, you're part of Belladonna too. You managed quickly." Her gaze shifted to the black cat perched on her daughter's shoulder. "I refuse to join the club," Wednesday said calmly, stopping in front of her mother. Hearing her daughter's words, a faint shadow of sadness flickered in Morticia's eyes. She had wanted Wednesday to follow in her footsteps, to continue the tradition, to become part of what Morticia had lived for many years. But, as always, Wednesday preferred to follow her own path, stubbornly denying even the possibility of being like her mother. Alex, lying on Wednesday's shoulder in the form of a cat, couldn't help but feel the tension. It hung in the air as soon as they were alone. "Did you refuse to join Belladonna because of me?" Morticia asked softly, intertwining her fingers and looking intently at her daughter. "I can't continue your legacy," Wednesday replied calmly, meeting her mother's gaze. "You won the Po Cup 4 times. I, just once. You were the best at fencing. I'm not. Why send me to a place where I will always be in your shadow?" "Oh, for God's sake, Wednesday. How could you win the Po Cup 4 times if you've only been here for a year?" "Oops." Alex muttered irritably and immediately realized he had overstepped. He hastily covered his snout with his paw, but it was already too late. Morticia looked at him with a playful, understanding gleam in her eyes. Wednesday, however, stared coldly and warningly, as if he had just chosen the wrong side. Alex awkwardly cleared his throat and decided to retreat tactfully. He was already leaping off Wednesday's shoulder when she deftly intercepted him, preventing his escape. Morticia watched with undisguised interest. She recognized Alex immediately, not just by his voice, but also by the unusual color of his eyes. "Wednesday, this isn't a competition where a daughter is obliged to surpass her mother," Morticia said calmly. "The whole world is a competition," Wednesday replied just as calmly, holding the cat in her arms. "And right now, I'm in it too. If that's the competition you're talking about." Morticia nodded slightly. "Then I understand." Wednesday looked her mother straight in the eyes. "As for the club, I refused to join because it became vulgar and boring. I saw no reason to be a part of it. Things were different before. Our mission was to protect the outcasts from the Xeno." Morticia began, calmly looking at her daughter. "Do not say that word." Alex shouted desperately, stretching his paw forward. Both Wednesday and Morticia immediately lowered their eyes to the cat. Alex looked as though he were trying to prevent a catastrophe. He was genuinely frightened. He knew that Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were watching the live stream. One wrong word could trigger this insane trio into launching another crusade. Even Alex's family, observing the scene, felt the tension, and were grateful for his timely intervention. "Ahem. Please, continue, Miss Adams." "Don't mind me," Alex quickly said. "I'll wait outside." Skillfully slipping from Wednesday's hands, he didn't wait for any reaction and hurriedly disappeared. Alex already knew how this conversation would end. Wednesday would learn the truth: her father did not kill Garrett Gates. And Morticia, she would know too. Garrett had died from the poison of a belladonna flower, the same poison he was supposed to mix into the punch under his father's orders to eliminate the outcasts. But fate had decided otherwise. Leaving the secret hall, Alex returned to his normal form and leaned against the wall, patiently waiting for the mother-daughter conversation to conclude. To be continued. In short, I've come to the easy conclusion that it's easier to fix Enid's mother with a long conversation. Because I still remember the first time I watched the show, how she infuriated me the moment I saw her. I won't talk about future events that might happen in this arc for now. But after Wednesday, we'll return to Supernatural for a while, and then we'll move on to the other storylines I've planned. Chapter 544, Chapter 544, The Demon King finds himself behind bars for the first time. Alex was outside the secret room of the Belladonna Club. He sat on the pedestal by the statue, lazily smoking a cigarette and listening to the conversation between Wednesday and Morticia. However, he wasn't hearing anything new. Alex already knew all of this. The Belladonna Club had been founded by a distant relative of the Addams family, one of the creators of Nevermore. A woman who had devoted her life to protecting outcasts and creating a safe haven for them. Her name was Goody Addams. In her time, Goody had possessed the Book of Shadows. It was with its help that she had cursed Joseph Cracklestone, condemning his soul to eternal torment in hell. Yet there existed a ritual capable of bringing him back to life. And the final, key component of this ritual was the blood of Goody's direct descendant. Wednesday's blood. Exhaling cigarette smoke, Alex pondered whether it was worth allowing this ritual to take place at all. Perhaps it would be easier to simply stop it. He flicked the ash and ran through the options in his mind. Disrupt the ritual. Destroy its foundation. Go to hell and either kidnap Cracklestone's soul or erase it completely, and then watch with satisfaction the look on Marilyn's face when her plan crumbled. But then Alex frowned. Marilyn might possess a shard of Amara's power. That meant that if the ritual failed, she could summon not Joseph himself, but a distorted echo of the past. Something far more unstable and dangerous. There weren't many options left. Either take Wednesday as far from Nevermore as possible. Or eliminate Marilyn. And Tyler along with her. Alex took another drag of his cigarette but eventually pushed the thoughts aside. There was another possibility. If Marilyn really returned the Shard of Darkness to her ancestor, then the bearer of that power would become Joseph Cracklestone himself. And that meant. The thought naturally led Alex to the cane blade. While Dean was unconscious, the blade was with him. Alex not only carried it with him but had already tested it. The blade turned out to be a sort of conduit. By killing creatures or people infected with darkness, it absorbed that energy and gradually transferred it to Amara. Slowly. Unnoticed. Bypassing Chuck's attention. The irony was exquisite. Chuck sincerely thought he was the smartest. He believed Amara was blinded by revenge. But Amara wasn't foolish. Her goal wasn't blind rage, it was to destroy all of Chuck's plans. And to see his face the moment he realized that everything he had so carefully built had crumbled to dust. At that thought, Alex couldn't help but laugh, already imagining that expression. The laughter faded as he listened to the conversation again. Morticia was recounting events from more than 20 years ago to Wednesday. About the death of Garrett Gates. About how Gomez had taken the blame. At the time, Morticia hadn't noticed the signs of poisoning. She had chalked everything up to a surge of jealousy and rage. Garrett couldn't accept that she had chosen Gomez. She and her husband hadn't discussed this episode for many years. It was too painful a memory. Few knew the truth. And the official version of Garrett's death had been carefully covered up, written off as an accident. People are such foolish creatures. Alex muttered, exhaling smoke upward. You just realized that now, a voice said behind him. Alex turned his head and saw Morticia and Wednesday coming up the steps. That meant the conversation was over. Wednesday had clearly already made up her mind. She intended to dig up Garrett Gates' body to investigate the poisoning theory. Alex stubbed out his cigarette and climbed down from the pedestal. No, my dear Wednesday. I've known this for a long time, he said calmly. What still amazes me is the sheer genius of the Gates family head's plan. Which plan exactly? Wednesday raised an eyebrow. Committing genocide against the outcasts over some imagined grievance about the lands. I mean the other one, Alex shook his head. The plan to poison over 100 children and hope no one would notice. Did he really think the parents would just accept it? He snorted. The families of Nevermore students are far from ordinary people. Many of them have influence all over the country. Even an idiot would realize Jericho would drown in blood. You're right about that, dear Alex, Morticia said calmly. If the plan had succeeded, the city would have burned. Exactly, Alex nodded. People are foolish. So, what's the plan? We need to dig up Garrett Gates' body, Wednesday said without a hint of emotion. Then we'll need exhumation permission, Alex replied, pulling out his phone. The paperwork will take an hour or two. We don't have that kind of time, Wednesday said, grabbing Alex by the hand and pulling him along. Morticia watched with a slight smile as Wednesday dragged Alex after her. She followed them with soft, almost silent steps, thinking that even though her daughter had remained herself, she had still changed, albeit slightly, but noticeably, under Alex's influence, who had suddenly intruded into Wednesday's personal space and, to Morticia's surprise, had not been driven out. It gave her a quiet joy. For as long as Morticia could remember, Wednesday had always relied only on herself, from the very moment she had begun to walk and talk. She hadn't sought support, waited for approval, or needed anyone's hand nearby. And now, Alex was there. Following them, Morticia felt proud of her daughter. Wednesday had taken the initiative, just as Morticia herself had once done, falling in love with Gomez and ignoring the opinions of the entire world. She had wanted to give her daughter advice, but watching Wednesday in action, she realized, no advice was needed. Her daughter would handle it herself. Alex didn't even have time to react before he found himself once again in the Addams family car, already heading back to Jericho. Watching the passing landscapes outside the window, Alex remembered that in the original timeline, Wednesday and Morticia had been jailed for digging up the grave. He hoped that with his presence in this story, arrests could be avoided. Of course, he once again forgot that the goddess of luck liked to play little jokes on him, creating small but irritating problems. After some time, the car stopped at Jericho's central square. Behind the old chapel was a small cemetery. Getting out of the car, Alex noticed Wednesday pulling shovels from the trunk. He wasn't even surprised. Anything could be in the Addams family car, from shovels to a coffin, and it wouldn't have shocked him in the least. Taking one of the shovels from Wednesday's hands, Alex followed Morticia, who knew exactly where Garrett Gates' grave was. With a heavy sigh, Alex began digging, mentally reflecting on how his work had come to this. Now he was digging graves. Despite the cast on his arm, which, by all rules, should have signaled that he was still injured, Alex didn't slack off and dug alongside Wednesday. "Ah, I remember how your father and I dug our first grave together," Morticia remarked, watching the process. "You two look so lovely right now." "Mom, are you sure you don't want to help us?" Wednesday asked coldly, throwing her a glance. "Oh, forgive me, Wednesday, but I believe you should experience your first grave digging with your beloved yourself," Morticia replied with a smile, inspecting her neat manicure with interest, clearly unwilling to ruin it with hard labor. Wednesday stared at her mother with an empty gaze. Morticia responded with a carefree smile, making it clear she was completely serious. Gripping her shovel, Wednesday silently continued digging, her face as cold as ever. Nearby, Alex grumbled quietly as he worked. At that moment, Alex thought about how he had spent so much time carefully avoiding everything related to ghosts, excavations, and burning remains, and yet here he was, elbow deep in dirt. Since arriving in Jericho, this was already the second time he had dug a hole. The first was when he and Dean had killed a demon. Now, it was the exhumation of a body buried over 20 years ago. I could have actually gotten exhumation permission, and we wouldn't have to dig this damn grave. And, by the way, my arm is broken, Alex grumbled, not stopping his work. You said yourself that your wounds would heal quickly. So dig and stop acting like a child, Wednesday cut in calmly, giving him a blank stare. Alex just sighed and kept digging. A moment later, his shovel struck something solid. He froze, realizing they had reached their target. Wednesday immediately crouched, brushed away the remaining dirt, and opened the grave. Inside lay Garrett Gates' body, almost untouched, not having decomposed due to the belladonna flower poison. Well, what do we have here? A female voice said. Alex peeked out of the grave, and a flashlight beam hit him square in the face. Seeing the police uniform, he only let out a heavy sigh. Luck, as usual, had decided to turn its back on him at the worst possible moment. Meanwhile, Wednesday acted quickly and without hesitation. With a deft movement, she broke a finger off Garrett Gates' body, carefully wrapped it in a handkerchief, and hid it in her pocket, the evidence for the future. The female officer held the flashlight with a steady hand. An openly satisfied, almost mocking smile played across her face as she illuminated Morticia, Alex, and Wednesday. Well, she said cheerfully. The Addams family in full today, going straight to jail. And in the company of a federal agent. What a picture. If I tell anyone, they simply won't believe it. I think I can explain what's happening here, Alex said calmly, climbing out of the grave. Of course, Agent. Of course, the officer replied with the same smile. You'll have a chance to explain everything at the station. Now, please, follow me. Alex sighed again. Sometimes he really did have to play by the rules, even if he absolutely hated them. He turned and held out his hand to Wednesday, noticing how she subtly hid the wrapped finger in her pocket. Wednesday took his hand and climbed out of the grave. Under the mocking gaze of the police officer, the trio took their seats in the patrol car. Alex looked down at his clothes, completely covered in dirt. Then he glanced at Wednesday, who looked no better. The thought came to him naturally, and he couldn't help but smirk. Wednesday turned her head and raised an eyebrow. What's so funny? I was just thinking. Alex said with a slight smile. This is my first time digging a grave in the company of a girl. And, oddly enough, your mother's words were right. There really is some sort of romance in it. I see. Wednesday replied shortly. But for a split second, a faint smile flickered across her lips. Quiet over there, the officer said, turning her head slightly. You'll have plenty of time to talk when we book you, Mr. Agent. Alex raised his hands in surrender and leaned back against the seat. He stole a glance at Wednesday. Her face was no longer as sullen as before, and he was certain that the smile hadn't been imagined. At the police station, everything went quickly and without ceremony. Alex stepped out of the car calmly as the officer opened the door, helped Wednesday and Morticia out, and followed him inside. The processing and questioning took little time. They had been caught at the crime scene, so any excuses were pointless. Alex noticed Sheriff Donovan's tired expression, no anger, no surprise, just heavy, worn-out indifference. In the end, Alex, Wednesday, and Morticia were placed in a single holding cell. Locking the bars, the officer reminded them they could post bail in the morning. Alex settled onto the bench and stretched out comfortably. Meanwhile, Morticia and Gomez, separated by the bars, were already openly demonstrating their affection, paying no attention to anyone around. Wednesday stood aside with her usual cold expression, desperately trying to ignore it. Not even the hand of justice can separate us, Gomez whispered between kisses. My dear. Morticia replied softly, pressing closer. We'll still spend this night together. Alex did his best to block both his ears and eyes, just to avoid seeing it. He lay on the narrow bench of the jail cell, staring at the ceiling and pretending that what was happening around him didn't concern him at all. He was sure that Dean had already been informed about the situation. And the thought made him sigh heavily. Dean wouldn't let this opportunity pass. Mockery, teasing, and sarcastic comments were guaranteed. Wednesday, with a stone-cold expression, turned to her parents, giving them a cold, almost disdainful glance, and deliberately looked away. Then she approached the bench where Alex was lying. Without a word, Wednesday sat directly on his stomach and folded her arms across her chest. Even animals during mating behave more decently than you, she said coldly. And neither of you would last a single day in prison. Luckily, that's not your concern. Oh, our little criminal already has an escape plan, Gomez said with a smile. And, my dear, look how cute they look together in a jail cell. Alex cracked open one eye and looked at Wednesday sitting on his stomach. Then he silently closed it again, giving only a slight shake of his head. He had already realized more than once that the Addams family had peculiar tastes. And reacting to it was just a waste of nerves. If his relationship with Wednesday went further, he would have to accept this as part of everyday reality, including her attempts to somehow harm him or find a way to do so. Honestly, he was mentally prepared for it. After all, Wednesday wasn't the first. Sometimes, in a fit of jealousy, Zhanya had tried to strangle him or tear him apart with her hair. Of course, she never succeeded, usually only until the jealousy passed. Meanwhile, Wednesday pulled the handkerchief from her pocket and carefully unfolded it. Inside lay Garrett Gates' finger. I grabbed a souvenir from the cemetery, she said calmly, holding her hand out. I think Garrett won't mind losing a finger. As you can see, he really did die from belladonna poisoning. So, Garrett died even before. Morticia began, and for the first time in a long while, relief was audible in her voice. Before you wounded him, Wednesday finished for her. Yes. Oh, you're even more charming when you're not guilty of murder, Gomez said with feeling, placing his hand on Morticia's cheek and immediately kissing her. And now, stop clinging to each other and focus, Wednesday said dryly, taking the finger from her mother's hand while Morticia kissed Gomez. The moment Wednesday touched Garrett Gates' finger, a vision overcame her. She barely wobbled, Alex was already there. He caught her instantly, not letting her fall. This made Morticia and Gomez stop their display of affection. Morticia immediately went to her daughter and gently cupped her face. Wednesday. Wednesday, look at me, she called calmly and confidently. Come back. You're here. Morticia had far more experience with visions. She knew how to help, how to hold, how to pull someone out of that state. In the vision, Wednesday clearly saw the past. The head of the Gates family was handing Garrett a vial of poison. His voice was insistent, almost hysterical. He demanded that the poison be added to the punch, to kill all the outcasts. And in a moment, Morticia's voice pulled Wednesday back to reality. She gasped sharply and immediately looked at Alex. Their conversation at the entrance of the Belladonna Club came to mind. His words. His confidence. At the time, she hadn't paid much attention. Now, she understood. Alex had known from the very beginning. You knew, Wednesday said coldly, keeping her gaze fixed on him. From the very start. Didn't you? Knew what? Morticia asked cautiously, noticing the tension in her daughter's voice. Catching Wednesday's look, Alex gave a barely perceptible smile, she had indeed noticed his slip. At first, there had only been suspicions that Garrett Gates had died from belladonna poisoning. But nowhere did it say exactly how he had been poisoned or where the poison had come from. From the very beginning, Alex had claimed that the head of the Gates family was behind it. At the time, neither Wednesday nor Morticia had paid his words much attention. Now, after the vision in which Wednesday saw Garrett receiving the poison from his own father, along with the insistent order to poison all the outcasts, it became clear to her, Alex had known everything from the very beginning. His words hadn't been a guess, they had been a conclusion. All right, you figured me out. Alex said calmly, leaning closer. And you do remember what I told you, my dear Wednesday. What my job is. Your job is to know everything, Wednesday replied dryly, repeating his own words. Correct, my gloomy bride, he smirked. After your father's story, I realized he was covering for your mother. From everything I heard and learned, including Garrett's poisoning with belladonna, I simply put two and two together. It wasn't hard to guess, it was the head of the Gates family, who viciously hated the outcasts, who gave the poison to his son. If he had shown up at the Raven Ball himself, he would have either been thrown out or not allowed in at all. But Garrett, that was different. An ordinary teenager, blinded by love. His father just didn't account for how much. And, bam. Everything went off the rails. Have I satisfied your curiosity? As he spoke, Alex gently brushed Wednesday's cheek. Wednesday stared at his face, only a few centimeters from her own, and didn't even react to the touch. At that moment, she clearly realized that Alex had come to all of this simply by connecting the facts he'd heard. The truth had only been revealed to her through the vision. Morticia and Gomez, hearing his words, exchanged looks and then looked at Alex differently. They clearly hadn't expected him to reconstruct the entire picture from nothing more than fragments of information and a few circumstantial clues. And now it was obvious why their daughter was so eager to unravel his secrets. Alex really was like a large, locked box full of mysteries. Oh. Am I interrupting something? A mocking male voice drawled. Should I come back later? It was as if everyone snapped out of a trance. Alex withdrew his hand from Wednesday's cheek and saw Dean standing there, smirking with his arms crossed. From the look on his face, Alex immediately knew where this was going and clenched his teeth. Confirming his fears, Dean pulled out his phone and immediately took a picture, clearly intending to show it to everyone and have a good laugh. Alex rose irritably from the bench while Dean kept clicking away. The Addams family first looked at Dean with mild surprise, then at Alex, whose face was a picture of pure annoyance. "Damn, it's blurry," Dean snorted. "Could you take a step back? I need a proper shot. My boy's behind bars for the first time. I'm so proud of you. Are you having fun?" Alex asked calmly, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Oh, absolutely. I sent you out to buy a pie, and instead you get caught digging up a grave and thrown in a cell. For God's sake, this is the best day of my life. Forever serious, responsible Alex, behind bars. I have to show this to everyone. Honestly, I'd sooner believe Cass suddenly became normal than that you'd end up here," Dean said, continuing to take photos. "You do realize I'll be out in the morning, right?" Alex asked indifferently. "Of course. But that'll be in the morning, after everyone's already seen these pics," Dean grinned, slipping the phone back into his pocket. "All right, jerk. We'll talk later," Alex clicked his tongue irritably. "And in the morning, I need you to go to Mayor Walker's office and secure a meeting." "No problem. For now, enjoy yourself. See you in the morning." "Oh, and..." Dean pulled a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket and handed them to Alex. "I figure you won't survive the night without these." Seeing this, Alex smirked. Everything had been taken from his pockets, including his cigarettes and lighter, and in a place like this, he couldn't access anything from his inventory. So, taking the cigarettes from Dean's hands, he just nodded silently. Dean waved, smirked once more, and added that he was heading to the hotel, to a warm bed. At those words, Alex's teeth ground together. Once Dean left, Alex sat back down on the bench next to Wednesday, not bothering to explain that the mayor issue could be resolved easily in the morning. Lighting a cigarette, he mentally prepared to spend the night behind bars, accompanied by Morticia and Gomez's ongoing declarations of love and Wednesday's constant efforts to restrain herself from wanting to kill her parents for their complete lack of self-control. He was finishing his cigarette when he felt someone cautiously leaning on his shoulder. Turning his head, Alex saw Wednesday, eyes closed, peacefully settled next to him. He gave a faint smile and draped his arm around her shoulder, drawing her closer. Looking up, he met the eyes of Morticia and Gomez, who were enjoying their own way of affection, exchanging their usual darkly humorous comments. Thinking about the long night ahead, Alex stubbed out his cigarette, closed his eyes, and tried to sleep. Sleeping, however, was not easy. Their ongoing immersions in eternal love sounded far too expressive in the background. Alex opened his eyes and glanced at Wednesday, peacefully asleep on his shoulder, genuinely baffled at how she could fall asleep with such sounds around her. Sighing, he mentally regretted not getting the official exhumation permit and was sure his entire family wouldn't miss a chance to laugh at him being behind bars. If he told anyone that the first demon, created by the hands of the Creator, the Demon King and the embodiment of the very concept of destruction, was sitting in a mortal-built prison, they would surely mock him. Though, on reflection, Alex acknowledged that his brother Lucifer had probably been a frequent guest of such places too, even if only briefly. Sighing again, Alex cast a silent spell around his ears, and almost immediately fell asleep. In the morning, Wednesday suddenly opened her eyes and realized she was still asleep, leaning against Alex. Morticia and Gomez were also asleep, sitting and holding hands. Even the prison bars didn't stop them from being close. Wednesday glanced at her parents, then back at Alex, feeling his arm around her waist. Looking at his calm, sleeping face, she thought for a moment that waking up like this wasn't so bad. Especially when you feel the warmth of another body and don't want to pull away. Following some inner impulse, she reached out and gently stroked his cheek, not entirely sure why, she just wanted to. At that moment, Alex's eyelids twitched, and he opened his eyes. Seeing his usual dark gaze upon waking, Wednesday didn't flinch. Instead, she felt a strange pull toward him. Good morning. Where's my coffee?" Alex murmured, leaning in to kiss Wednesday on the lips. Feeling the warmth of the kiss again, Wednesday showed no emotion and simply removed her hand from his cheek. By now, she had grown accustomed to the pleasant sensation that lingered after their kisses. As Alex rubbed his eyes sleepily, fully waking up, rather dark thoughts flickered through Wednesday's mind, locking him somewhere dark where no one could find them, and staying there together. Almost exactly like now, behind bars, in the same cell. These thoughts seemed perfectly natural to her. More than that, she believed it would give her the upper hand. After all, Enid, her roommate and silent rival, would surely lose. Alex, of course, had no idea what obsessive and grim ideas had begun to form in Wednesday's mind, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't have been very surprised. Once fully alert, he looked at her again and noticed her intense, unwavering gaze, with a clear hint of possessiveness. If you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to think you want to lock me in a dark place where it's just the two of us, Alex said, leaning closer. And what makes you think that's not true? Wednesday replied calmly. I don't see any problem with it. Alex smirked. Sounds tempting. But first, we need to wait for the officer to release us, post bail, go see the mayor, and finally, change clothes. I spent the whole night in dirty clothes. I need a shower. And coffee. He looked at Wednesday with a slight smile. Wednesday continued to stare at Alex with her black eyes, not blinking for a second. The dark thoughts about locking him away gradually receded, giving way to a more pressing concern, the need to prove her father's innocence. Soon the police officer arrived, and after a brief but unavoidable episode of bureaucracy, Alex, Wednesday, and Morticia were free. Alex escorted Wednesday and Morticia to the City Hall building, then headed to the hotel to change. He had absolutely no desire to hear the mayor's explanations about why Garrett Gates' case had been covered up or the reasons behind it. Alex already knew Wednesday and Morticia could handle it without him. They had enough evidence to completely clear Gomez, and his presence wouldn't have changed anything. Returning to the hotel, Alex found Dean having breakfast. Well, look who's back. How was your first night in jail? Dean asked with a smirk, glancing at him. Fine. While I take a shower, you better listen to this, Alex said, starting a recording on his phone and placing it on the table. Dean raised an eyebrow and played the recording, while Alex headed to the bathroom. After washing off the dirt from the exhumation, Alex stepped out of the shower, put on clean clothes, and sat down at the table. Dean was already finishing his coffee, listening intently to the recording. His expression gradually grew more serious. After hearing it, he came to the same conclusion as Alex, the one who controls darkness can subjugate people through that power. Alex poured himself some coffee and began recounting in detail everything that had happened and what he had managed to find out. Dean listened silently, occasionally nodding, finishing his drink. If I've got this right, it all comes down to the Gates family and their hatred of the outcasts, Dean summarized. I don't see any other options. The father tried to poison the entire monster school, but the son messed up, and everything went downhill from there. And then, maybe, someone from the family showed up, got the power of darkness, tamed a monster, and stole the ancient book of rituals. Not someone from the family, Alex corrected calmly, taking a sip of coffee. A specific family member. Laurel Gates' body was never found. We only have witness accounts. Dean frowned. So, we have a woman who's angry at the world, decided to take revenge. And maybe she's connected to that order of botanists. But how do we find her? We checked everyone in the city, including Nevermore students. No trace of darkness. Not the slightest hint. That's the catch, Alex said, tapping his fingers on the table. If she can control this power, hiding it isn't a problem. Or maybe the source of the corruption is her tamed monster, and she's just orchestrating the revenge parade. I don't know if that's possible, Dean said. But it's possible that Laurel Gates didn't drown. She could have come into contact with darkness, become possessed, and her thirst for revenge took over. She came back, but she's hiding. Maybe she created a fold for herself. Very possible, Alex nodded. When she leaves the fold, she becomes an ordinary person, with no traces of darkness. That's why we can't find her. Otherwise, we would have sensed her by now. Dean nodded silently. Now everything was finally coming together. There was a culprit, and it was a woman. Alex slowly sipped his coffee, keeping quiet about the fact that he already knew exactly who was behind it all. During the night spent behind bars, he figured out exactly what was needed for the resurrection ritual of Joseph Cracklestone. And he knew, Dean would have to pierce Cracklestone's body so that the blade of Cain could absorb Amara's power. Alex was certain that during the ritual, Marilyn would pass that power to her ancestor, making him stronger and helping her complete her revenge. Finishing his coffee, Alex threw on a clean coat and left the hotel. He headed to City Hall to see how Gomez's release would unfold. As he approached, Alex noticed Gomez exiting the building, accompanied by the sheriff. Within moments, the Adams family surrounded him, forming an almost caricatured, yet somehow touching scene. The embraces stood out, though Wednesday's face remained her usual cold self. Figlio, come here, Gomez said with a smile, noticing Alex. You're practically part of the family already. I don't think, Alex began, forcing a smile. Alex, dear, there's no need to be shy, Morticia said softly, stepping forward. Before Alex could think of a polite explanation, he found himself drawn into a group hug from the Adams family. They surrounded him on all sides, and for a moment he was at a loss, unsure how to react, especially with Wednesday right there. She stared at him with her black, unblinking eyes as they were literally pressed flush against him. Alex, of course, didn't mind hugs in general, but in this situation, it felt decidedly awkward. Too tight, Wednesday said in a flat tone. And someone's standing on my foot, Alex added just as calmly. When the hugs finally ended, Alex, slightly annoyed, realized that all this time it had been Wednesday stepping on his foot. After all the farce with accusing Gomez of murder, the story had ended surprisingly well, and the Addams family headed back to Nevermore. Parents' Day had come to a close. Alex decided to go with them. He still needed to say goodbye to Enid's family, despite everything that had happened that day. Upon arriving at Nevermore, Wednesday decided to change into clean clothes, and Alex wanted to visit Enid, so they headed to the dormitory together. Alex followed Wednesday calmly into their room, and as soon as they entered, they saw a flustered Enid. "Where were you all last night?" she blurted, running up to them. "I couldn't find you, I couldn't get through on the phone." "Where have you been?" "First, we were digging a grave," Alex said, awkwardly clearing his throat. "Then we were put behind bars, where we spent the whole night." "You what?" Enid shrieked, staring at them with wide eyes. "Long story," Alex sighed. "In short, we dug up a 20-year-old corpse to get evidence, then we got caught. And if someone had just listened to me, we wouldn't have spent the night in a cell." He gave Wednesday a pointed, expressive look. "It all worked out," she replied calmly. "So I don't see any reason to make a drama out of it." Grabbing clean clothes, Wednesday headed into the bathroom, went inside, and slammed the door, locking it immediately. Alex and Enid exchanged a glance. Enid looked at him as if she had just received some fateful revelation. Alex gently stroked her hair and was about to step out onto the balcony for a smoke when Enid grabbed his arm and dragged him to her bed. He blinked in surprise as Enid literally flopped him onto the couch and straddled him. "As much as I'm against this," Alex smirked, "if Wednesday sees us, we're guaranteed a couple of knives in the chest." "No worries," Enid replied with a smile, leaning closer. "We'll be quick." "Probably." And in the next instant, Enid kissed Alex on the lips. She had missed him a lot during that time. Alex responded to the kiss, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her closer. But as soon as the sound of water in the shower subsided, Enid suddenly opened her eyes, quickly slid off Alex, and just as quickly wiped the lipstick from his lips. Then she reapplied it on herself, pretending as if they had merely been talking the whole time. Alex watched these deft, practiced movements with a faint smile. He chuckled softly. Hearing his laugh, Enid froze, stopped applying her lipstick, and looked at him, pouting slightly. "Hey," she drawled. Unable to resist, Alex gently pinched her cheek. "Ouch," Enid exclaimed, but immediately smiled. "How's your mom doing?" Alex asked, releasing her cheek. Enid paused for a moment, still adjusting her makeup. "I don't know exactly what you talked about with her," she began slowly. "But now she's different." She paused again, choosing her words carefully. "It feels a bit strange. I'm used to the way she was before, the way she always spoke. And now." Enid sighed softly. "It even feels awkward, the way she started caring about me." Alex raised a finger slightly, as if giving a short lecture. "The first step always starts with acknowledging your mistakes. I just pointed that out to her. After that, it's her choice." Enid let out a soft chuckle. "Yeah. You should have seen my brothers' faces when Mom started scolding them for their behavior yesterday. I've never seen anything like it." She pouted slightly, spreading her lipstick, and laughed. Alex couldn't help but smile too and asked her to go on. Enid, of course, didn't hold back on the details. For her, it had been a real shock, how suddenly her mother had changed after talking with Alex. A couple of minutes later, the bathroom door opened. Wednesday emerged, already dressed in her school uniform, and immediately caught the conversation between Alex and Enid. Her gaze landed on them, sitting far too close together on Enid's bed. Wednesday's eyelid twitched ever so slightly. She silently suppressed her irritation and turned away, focusing on tidying her desk, while Alex and Enid continued their conversation as if nothing had happened. To be continued. "How I adore the end of the year, I don't. And the reason for that is that it's always the same thing. Those constant end-of-year conferences that can last for hours, where the boss praises everyone. Usually, I take a vacation by then, but this time I've slipped up a bit and my vacation doesn't start until next week. To hell with it, my vacation is starting soon and I'll be able to get some sleep, I guess. Chapter 545, Birthday Preparations. By early evening, Parents' Day at Nevermore had finally come to an end. Alex first went with Enid to say goodbye to her family, and, most importantly, to her parents. The moment Alex appeared in their line of sight, Enid's brothers immediately scattered, tails tucked, as if they had just seen a monster from their worst nightmares. Alex responded with nothing more than a faint smile, while Enid's expression shifted into a slightly strained, embarrassed grin. Saying goodbye to Enid's relatives turned out to be awkward. Garth and Bess took turns hugging Alex and, without the slightest hesitation, asked him to take good care of Enid. Alex nodded without pause, accepting it almost as a responsibility. There were also some friendly threats from Garth's overly protective uncle, who seized the opportunity to demonstrate just how worried he was about his niece. The farewell with Enid's parents was even more tense. Esther once again thanked Alex for the conversation and for helping her realize her own mistakes. Murray, Enid's father, simply shook Alex's hand firmly, without unnecessary words, but with clear respect. Enid hugged every member of her family with a wide smile, including Esther. The embrace was a little awkward, but she still thanked her mother for everything she had done for her. That was enough for Esther to understand that Enid no longer held her past resentment. After saying goodbye to Enid's family, Alex quickly kissed her on the cheek and went to say farewell to Wednesday's parents. And once again, another wave of hugs, goodbyes, and gloomy family warmth. That was when Alex noticed Marilyn. She behaved impeccably, like a kind, caring teacher chatting pleasantly with the family of one of Nevermore's students. But Alex caught what everyone else missed, the brief, venomous look she occasionally shot at Morticia and Gomez. Deciding to play it safe, Alex sent one of his clones to keep an eye on the Addams family, just in case Marilyn decided to send Tyler after them. He did the same for Enid's family. Just in case. Alex had already realized that, in this timeline, Marilyn was truly insane. Had she been of sound mind, she would never have used darkness to summon echoes of Jericho's and Nevermore's former residence just to cover her tracks in the cave where she trained Tyler, turning him into an obedient dog. During the farewell with the Addams family, Alex didn't even notice when he was invited to stay at the family estate. All he managed to do was nod politely with a smile. He stood beside Gomez and Pugsley while Wednesday said goodbye to Morticia. Watching the restrained, awkward farewell between mother and daughter, Alex felt like an unnecessary witness to someone else's intimacy. Before the final parting, Morticia smiled and gave Wednesday her last words of advice, placing her school album into her hands. "This album holds my memories," she said. "And you must create your own. Here, at Nevermore." After that, Morticia cast a meaningful smile at Alex. He didn't immediately catch the hint and merely tilted his head slightly as both women looked at him. Morticia stepped closer and gently hugged Alex before saying her final goodbye. Alex stood beside Wednesday, watching as the Addams family car slowly drove away. Wednesday opened the school album, and almost immediately her gaze caught on one of the pages. Information about Larissa Weems. Without saying a word, Wednesday abruptly took off and headed toward the principal's office at a brisk pace. Alex lit a cigarette, following her with his gaze. He already knew how that conversation would go, and that Larissa Weems had lied to everyone, taking Rowan's form to hide the truth and protect the Academy's reputation. He also remembered another event that was meant to happen in parallel. With a cigarette between his teeth, Alex calmly entered the Nevermore building, grabbed a fire extinguisher from the hallway, and headed toward the Academy's back courtyard. As he was heading out, he heard the anxious voices of students. Coming closer, Alex saw a burning message scorched into the grass: "Fire will rain." "All right, kids, make some room," he said calmly, pushing his way through the crowd. Stepping up to the flames, Alex exhaled smoke and aimed the fire extinguisher at the blazing letters. A few seconds later, the message went out. To be safe, he stomped over the grass, completely erasing the remaining traces. After dealing with the aftermath of that very unfunny joke, Alex noticed Marilyn in the crowd. She was watching him with poorly concealed fury, but the moment their eyes met, her expression instantly shifted into the mask of a surprised teacher. Shaking his head, Alex lifted his gaze to the balcony outside Larissa Weems's office. The headmistress herself was standing there, with Wednesday beside her. Alex raised his thumb, signaling that everything was fine. Lowering his hand, he looked around at the Nevermore students, who were staring at him in obvious amazement. "Next time, handle it yourselves. It's just burning grass, not a forest fire. For the love of all that's holy, are you even taught what to do in case of a fire?" No," Enid's embarrassed voice came from the crowd. After Enid answered Alex's question, an oppressive silence settled in. The Nevermore student simply stood there, staring at him as if he had just asked a question from advanced magical mathematics. Alex wearily massaged the bridge of his nose and glanced up at the windows of Larissa Weems's office, a silent, almost doomed question in his eyes: what do they even teach at this academy if no one thought to bring a fire extinguisher to put out burning grass? Letting out a heavy sigh, Alex handed the fire extinguisher to the groundskeeper and moved through the crowd of students. As he passed Enid, he smiled and gently squeezed her nose. Enid squeaked in surprise. Chuckling, Alex kept walking and soon disappeared around the corner of the hallway. He could feel Marilyn's angry, burning glare on his back and mentally noted that it was time to start preparing for a possible breakdown. If, in a fit of rage, she decided to accelerate the ritual to resurrect Joseph Crackstone, the consequences could be far more serious than what had happened so far. On top of that, Alex also had to take into account a possible retaliatory move from the British branch of the Men of Letters. Back at the hotel, he quickly changed clothes and, feeling Dean's attentive gaze, opened his laptop. Alex began filling out the report he planned to send to the FBC. After all, he was still listed as an agent, even if only nominally. And if he was using the Bureau's privileges, then he was obligated to handle the paperwork responsibly. Noticing that Alex was seriously absorbed in his work, Dean turned the TV volume down so as not to disturb him. Several exhausting days passed for Alex after the end of Parents' Day and the strange incident at Nevermore. In addition to submitting his report, he had to take on more work. At Jesse's personal request, he began helping agents from the Bureau of Control. He couldn't refuse. Completely immersed in his duties, Alex quickly forgot what normal sleep felt like. It didn't surprise him that Jesse had placed the Bureau on full combat readiness after he warned her about the approaching awakening cycles of especially dangerous entities. That was something they truly needed to prepare for in advance. Fortunately, Alex had his own express delivery service in the form of Castile. The Angel could teleport from the bunker without any trouble, bringing the necessary materials and tools. Dean helped as much as he could, essentially acting as a distributor. He received arriving Bureau of Control agents and handed them the devices Alex had created. Alex rarely took breaks. Mostly, he paused when Enid called. He combined these few moments of rest with a conversation with her, a cigarette, and a cup of coffee, before returning to work, simultaneously answering the next round of calls. Alex still hadn't figured out which idiot had leaked his number, but now he was forced to play the role of a living reference guide. Questions came one after another: how to kill this or that creature, how to contain a curse, what to do in case of infection. Most of the calls came from the Bureau of Control agents themselves. Alex strongly suspected that Audie was behind this, the cosmic entity in the guise of a janitor, who clearly enjoyed such pranks. In this way, Alex had quietly turned into an information hub and a sort of mentor for field agents. He even suggested to Jesse to involve American hunters in cooperation, though he knew full well how difficult that would be. Hunters absolutely despised people in suits, considering them useless wimps. And so Alex and Dean's workdays passed, under constant tension and anticipation. They both understood, their main suspect was still hiding in the shadows and would make a move only when certain no one could stop him. Dean was in a grocery store, picking up lunch for himself and Alex. Stepping outside, he held 2 bags of food and leisurely headed back to the hotel where they had already spent several weeks, settled in Jericho. Approaching the building, Dean habitually expected to see another Bureau of Control vehicle at the entrance. Finding none, he raised an eyebrow in surprise and walked inside. The receptionist behind the desk noticed him and politely nodded with a smile. In the past few days, he had seen more agents than in his entire previous life. Once on the correct floor, Dean took out the key and opened the room door. Inside, the usual scene greeted him. Alex was sitting at the table. On the windowsill, a laptop displayed half-filled documents, while the table itself was cluttered with tools, parts, and storage boxes for cursed and anomalous items, including containers for holding creatures. Walking further into the room, Dean set the grocery bags on the kitchen table and began unpacking them. While doing so, he glanced at Alex. He was completely focused, carefully carving symbols into a wooden box. He wore simple thin-framed glasses, his hair was messy, and he had on a black t-shirt and shorts. "Dude, you need to sleep. It's the 3rd day in a row you haven't slept," Dean said, watching him. "Sleep? What's that? Can you eat it?" Alex replied without looking up from the box, continuing his work. "At least have some coffee. I don't get how you manage to stay awake for 3 days straight, work nonstop, and only take breaks for a smoke or talking to your girls." Dean shook his head and placed a mug of hot coffee in front of him. "Nothing complicated. Sleep is for the weak. When necessary, I can be weak. Now is not the time. We have little time, and we need to be ready for anything that might happen," Alex said, adjusting his glasses. Yeah, whatever you say. "Better explain what box you're making," Dean said, sitting at the table and pulling a plate with a burger closer. "Remember Bagul? Sam and the girls never fully got rid of him. So I'm making a container to seal him," Alex replied, taking a sip of coffee. "So the evil spirit that likes to kidnap children, they never finished him off?" Dean asked, taking a bite of his burger. "You could put it that way. They could have destroyed the families he's parasitizing, but you understand." Alex blew the wood shavings off the box's surface. "So all that's left is to seal the creature." "Got it," Dean nodded. "Exactly. Castile." Alex called, looking up. In the same instant, Castile appeared in the room, in his usual sharp suit, with his blue tie slightly loosened and a beige trench coat. Dean lazily raised a hand in greeting without stopping his chewing. Castile nodded and looked at Alex. "Cass, the box is ready. Give it to Sam so he can put all the tapes in it, and then forget about them," Alex said, holding out the container. "Do I need to do anything else?" Castile asked, taking the box. "Only if you can slow down time and give us a couple of extra days. If not, that's it," Alex said, rubbing the bridge of his nose tiredly. "There is such a spell. But the materials for it are extremely rare," Castile replied seriously, not catching the joke. "I was joking. Thanks for the help, brother, Alex said with a slight smile. In a family, it's natural to help each other, Castile nodded. He disappeared as suddenly as he had appeared. Alex shook his head, finished his coffee, and pulled his laptop closer, returning to the next report. Dean froze, staring at him. Since when did you get so close to Cass? He finally asked. In what sense? We've always gotten along fine. Yeah, he's sometimes weird, but overall, normal, Alex looked up at him. I mean that you called him your brother, Dean said, pointing with his burger. Probably a slip of the tongue. Tiredness. My brain's melting, Alex said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. He hadn't even realized he'd said it out loud. Dean squinted slightly and nodded at Alex's explanation, accepting it. It was entirely possible that Alex had simply misspoken due to exhaustion. Alex, meanwhile, paused for a moment, reflecting on Dean's words. Unlike the other angels he had encountered in this world, Castile carried none of Chuck's usual aura of repulsiveness. On the contrary, there was something oddly familiar about him. Alex didn't dwell on the thought. Even for him, the idea that Castile could somehow be connected to his family sounded absurd. He consciously shelved it, deciding not to obsess over guesses and feelings he couldn't yet explain. Finishing another report, Alex opened a file containing the briefing from one of the teams sent to isolate the forest area around Blair. He nodded slowly while reading the commander's comments, then flipped through a few more reports before wearily rubbing his face and shutting the laptop. I'll need to ask Jesse for a raise. I'm clearly underpaid for these consultations. By the way, Dean, did the paycheck happen to come through? Alex asked, taking off his glasses and looking at his brother. And what do you think? Dean snorted, dripping with sarcasm. Do you think all this food materialized out of thin air? How should I know? Maybe you used my card again, Alex said, rolling his eyes. Nope, dude. The paycheck came through yesterday. And I told you. All I got in response was your thoughtful, Dean smirked. And how does it feel to get your first official paycheck? After all those stolen credit cards and fake identities? Alex asked with a slight smile. Don't even know. I'm an agent in name only. Unlike you, you actually act like a real bureaucratic monster. But yeah, I got the money. Weird feeling, Dean said, shaking his head. That's because technically you're a freelancer. A mercenary working for the Bureau of Control. Same benefits, more freedom, Alex shrugged. Dean gave a knowing hum. Meanwhile, Alex went to the fridge, grabbed some food, and put it in the microwave. A minute later, he returned to the table and began eating. He hadn't taken more than a couple of bites when there was a knock at the door. Alex and Dean exchanged glances. Alex shook his head, no one was supposed to come today. Dean shrugged and went to answer it. On the doorstep stood Enid, holding Thing, the living hand of the Addams family. Alex, your pink girlfriend and the living hand are here. Dean shouted, letting them in. Alex turned his head and saw Enid. Thing sat in her hands, lazily fidgeting with its fingers. Alex couldn't help but notice that Enid looked especially cute, a light pink skirt, white leggings, and a pink top highlighted her cheerful look. Enid stepped into the room and immediately noticed the chaos on Alex's work desk, tools, boxes, strange devices. She smiled, bounced over to him, and quickly pecked him on the cheek. Dean watched this, shook his head, and returned to his lunch. Hope you're not too busy with work. Enid asked cautiously, pulling a chair over and sitting next to him. Not at the moment. If no one screws up or dies, I've got a little free time. Why? Alex said, turning toward her. I think it'll be better if Thing explains everything himself, Enid replied, pointing at the hand. Thing nimbly jumped onto the table and began gesturing wildly with its fingers, clearly preparing to convey something important. Alex and Dean turned their heads toward Thing. It immediately stood on its wrist and started rapidly signing in its own gestural language. Dean, as usual, understood absolutely nothing, but Alex caught everything without a problem. Watching Thing's story, he suddenly remembered that he had completely forgotten about Wednesday's birthday. Morticia had mentioned it to him recently, hugging him goodbye. She had casually said that Wednesday's special day was coming up. Nodding, Alex quickly pieced everything together and realized what Thing and Enid wanted from him. It all boiled down to one thing, helping to set up a little surprise for Wednesday. Of course, no one had considered the fact that Wednesday absolutely hated surprises. But noticing Enid's enthusiastic smile, Alex decided to tactfully stay silent and not ruin the moment. When Thing finished explaining, it stood on its fingers again and looked expectantly at Alex. Enid also looked at him with puppy eyes, practically begging him to agree. Only Dean still remained completely clueless. Maybe someone can explain what's going on, he asked, shifting his gaze from Enid to Alex. Wednesday's birthday is tomorrow, Enid said cheerfully. We want to throw her a surprise in the crypt. And we need Alex to make a super delicious cake. Ah, I see. Dean drawled. Well, good luck with that. And, dude, take a break. Your brain's already fried from all this work. You even called Cass your brother, that's a red flag. Throw a party, hang out with a group of not-so-average teens, and finally get some sleep. He spoke in the tone of a caring older brother. You haven't slept at all these past few days. Enid snapped, grabbing Alex's hand. You said you were resting fine. That's a lie, Dean calmly interjected. All he's been doing is drinking coffee, smoking, and working again. So many agents have been through here these past few days, I've lost count. Alex shot Dean a look that clearly said, I am about to smack you over the head with a stick. He had deliberately disabled the ferry drone monitoring his condition so the family wouldn't know he had thrown himself back into work. But now the drone was on, and Dean's words had been heard by everyone. Alex could practically feel the family chat exploding with messages like, you're working again instead of resting. Enid looked at him with that very same stare, the same way his wives usually looked at him. Alex deliberately pretended not to notice. The only thing he could do now was nod, showing that he would take a break for a few days. He understood perfectly, any arguments about saving people and preventing casualties would simply not work. No one would listen. Without saying a word, Alex grabbed fresh clothes and headed to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he emerged no longer looking like an overworked teenage workaholic. All right, my little pink fluffball, he said, putting on Nero's black and red coat. Let's go buy everything for the birthday cake. Enid smiled, she clearly liked that Alex had finally agreed to take a break. The thought that he hadn't slept all these past days genuinely worried her. She lifted Thing and placed him on her shoulder, then immediately bounced over to Alex and, beaming, took his hand. Alex responded with a smile, gently stroked her hair, adjusted the strap of his backpack, and was ready to go. Have fun, you two, Dean smirked, watching them leave. And, Dean, Alex added before Enid pulled him out of the room, keep an eye on my laptop. I need to stay updated on what's going on. Dude, take a break. The world won't fall apart without you. It didn't without me. Almost, Dean said, dryly coughing. I've sent 3 teams to 3 cities, Alex replied seriously. I need to know what's happening there. Enid, still holding Alex's hand, suddenly stopped. Dean looked at him, and noticing the serious expression on Alex's face, raised an eyebrow. Without a word, he understood, complete chaos was beginning again in the world, and someone seemed determined to keep tossing crap into a giant fan. All this time, Dean had increasingly doubted that Amara was truly the main villain. Everything she had told him in dreams only strengthened those doubts. He had even directly asked her about the shards of her power that had leaked into the world, but Amara masterfully played the part of someone who knew nothing. Dean also knew that the Blade of Cain could destroy the so-called shards of Amara's power. And he had learned that, from Amara herself. She repeatedly insisted that she had given him the blade only so he could protect himself. All right. Which cities? Dean asked, nodding. I'll make sure nothing happens. The first, Silent Hill. The second, Shepherd's Glen. And the last, Ashfield. All 3 cities are connected, Alex replied calmly. You mean that extinct order of fanatics might start stirring something again? Dean frowned at the familiar names. They're not extinct. Just hiding, like rats. Alex looked him straight in the eyes. And they never stopped trying to create their perfect world. This is also connected to what we're looking for. Better read the document I put together. Everything's in there. The tone in Alex's voice made it clear, this wasn't a topic to discuss out loud. Dean shifted his gaze to Enid. She thoughtfully held Alex's hand, alternating her glance between him and Dean. He nodded, understanding the hint. They had already agreed to keep things under wraps and not speak openly about sensitive matters in front of others. Dean knew about this order from Alex's stories. In his opinion, Alex was a walking encyclopedia of cursed places and grim events. Nodding once more, Dean made it clear he would monitor the situation and study the documents as soon as Alex and Enid left. Alex smiled, squeezed Enid's hand tighter, and walked out of the hotel with her. They strolled toward the grocery store, planning to buy everything needed for Wednesday's birthday cake. Enid kept glancing at Alex thoughtfully. The strange conversation about the order of fanatics and the cities he mentioned kept running through her mind. She usually tried not to pry into Alex's work, but her curiosity was getting the better of her. The memory of his mission in Bright Falls was still vivid in her mind, especially how impressive he had looked in the role of an agent. Entering the store, Alex stopped by the shelves, pondering what kind of cake Wednesday might like, even though she hated celebrating her own birthday. Enid watched him, hesitating whether to ask a question or stay silent. If you want to ask, ask, Alex said calmly, placing a carton of eggs in the cart. It's not like I need to hide it. What's this order you mentioned to Dean? He said it had died out long ago, Enid asked, still holding his hand. HM. Alex thought for a moment. It's a group of fanatics who try to revive a goddess and build their heaven on earth through rituals and sacrifices. And they really did all that, with victims and everything? Enid asked cautiously, glancing around to make sure no one was listening. Yeah. Alex sighed. In 1976, they really screwed up. I won't go into the dark details, you don't need to know. Let's just say, since then, Silent Hill has been a ghost town. No one lives there, everything is shrouded in thick fog. The Bureau of Control monitors the city, but people still go there, and disappear. But why go to a city like that at all? Enid wondered. Is there anything important there? You're a werewolf, you understand all this supernatural stuff, Alex said calmly, checking his shopping list on his phone. Ghosts, curses, and so on. He looked at her. Silent Hill is a cursed city. People don't go there for thrills. The city itself calls them. How can a city call someone? Enid frowned. It's just a city. What about the other two? That's harder to explain. Alex moved to the next aisle. There's a cult in Shepherd's Glen too. Right now, they're quiet, not doing anything. But in Ashfield, he paused for a second, there used to be a serial killer named Walter Sullivan. He died in 91, hanged himself in his cell. He carved numbers on his victims' bodies. No one ever understood why. I think Wednesday knows about him. I'm pretty sure she does, Enid said with a smile, nodding. Alex gently stroked Enid's hair. After paying for the cake ingredients, he paused for a moment. Since he had really decided to take a break today, he needed a place where he could make the cake in peace, without distractions. Enid immediately suggested going to Nevermore. Alex raised an eyebrow, but after a brief pause, he agreed. Enid skillfully ordered an Uber, and soon they were on their way to the academy. Upon arriving at Nevermore, Alex first went to Larissa Weems' office to get permission to use the kitchen. The conversation with the principal was strange. Larissa Weems didn't say it directly, but she made it very clear, in her insistent way, that she would be delighted if Alex could keep Wednesday occupied and prevent her from poking her nose where it didn't belong. At such hints, Alex could only respond with a dry cough, making it clear that he had no intention of giving any guarantees. After getting permission to use one of the kitchens, Alex and Enid finally went to start cooking. So what kind of cake are you going to make? Enid asked cheerfully, almost bouncing around while Alex laid out the ingredients. Considering Wednesday's tastes. I think it'll be a black chocolate cake, Alex replied calmly. And don't worry, I'll make it tasty enough that everyone can eat it. He stroked Enid's hair again. So, when are you going to start working your magic and make the most delicious cake in the world? She asked enthusiastically, nodding vigorously. First, everything needs to be prepared, Alex smirked. Only then do we move on to the magic. Enid put on the most serious face she was capable of in a situation like this. Seeing that expression, Alex couldn't help but laugh, then got down to cooking. After the ingredients were prepared, with Enid actively helping, the process went smoothly and was even enjoyable. When the cake was ready, Enid decisively took over the decorating, confident that she knew exactly what Wednesday would like. When the inscription appeared on the surface of the cake in frosting. Happy birthday. You're 1 year closer to death. Alex immediately knew it was a perfect hit. He chuckled quietly, watching Enid carefully decorate the cake in gloomy tones, adjusting every detail to suit Wednesday's taste. At that moment, Alex caught himself thinking that, in this timeline, Enid and Wednesday's relationship was developing much more gently, and perhaps not without his involvement. Ah, here you are. We've been looking for you everywhere. Are you done already? A friendly male voice called out from the kitchen entrance. Alex and Enid turned at the same time and saw Ajax and Xavier. Alex smiled faintly, paying no attention to Xavier's usual cold look. Enid, on the other hand, smiled broadly. The boys entered the kitchen and looked at the cake, then at Alex, once again wondering how one person could combine so many different skills, including cooking. We're almost done, Enid said with a smile. Just a few final touches, and the cake will be ready. So the plan is still on? Xavier asked, leaning lightly against the table. Yes, Enid nodded energetically. We just need to lure Wednesday to a place where she won't suspect anything, and then surprise her. We'll take care of that, Xavier said with a short nod. All you have to do is invite her. Alex listened calmly to the discussion of how exactly they were going to surprise Wednesday and caught himself thinking that if, instead of a secret birthday celebration, they simply kidnapped her in the middle of the night, Wednesday would probably be far happier about that than about a rendition of Happy Birthday. He wisely kept those thoughts to himself. While Enid discussed the plan with Ajax and Xavier, carefully tucking the cake into its box, Alex got to work cleaning the kitchen. He didn't even want to delve into the details of how they intended to lure Wednesday. In any case, he'd just go along and hand her the gift. All that remained was to wait until midnight. As it got closer to 12, Alex finally learned how Enid and the others planned to get Wednesday out of her room and bring her to Joseph Cracklestone's crypt. Seeing the ridiculous note made out of magazine clippings, he decided to pretend he hadn't noticed. Soon, the whole group made their way to the crypt. Alex felt quite comfortable there, unlike the others. Alongside him at the crypt were Xavier, Ajax, the mermaid twins Kent and Divina, Yoko, and even Bianca, who looked as though she would rather be anywhere else. Alex couldn't help but wonder how they had managed to convince Bianca to come, given that she absolutely detested Wednesday. "I wanted to ask." Divina began cautiously, addressing Alex. "Ask what?" he replied, exhaling a stream of cigarette smoke. "After the Raven Ball, you and your partner looked, well, let's just say not great," Ajax interjected, asking a question that clearly worried everyone. "And now you're alive and unharmed." "How?" "Ah, that," Alex shrugged. "I'm pretty resilient and recover quickly. Simply put, I can do this." He placed his hands on the top of his head. As soon as he removed them, a pair of wolf ears appeared on his head, and a tail peeked out from under his coat, lazily swaying from side to side. Silence fell. Everyone stared at Alex in complete shock. "So, you're a werewolf?" Bianca raised an eyebrow. "No," Alex said calmly. "I just know how to use magic the way I want. It's easy for me. For everyone else, well, that's their problem. Does that answer your question?" "So, a witcher? Or a warlock?" Xavier frowned, crossing his arms. "Neither," Alex shrugged. "I'm just smart enough to understand how it all works." "Did you even go to school?" Divina asked with genuine curiosity. "Or does the bureau you work for provide some kind of special training?" "Yeah, went to school," Alex nodded. "For a whole 2 months. Then it got boring, so I finished externally and got my diploma." Everyone looked at him as if he were a walking genius. Alex just rolled his eyes wearily. At that moment, voices from afar signaled Enid and Wednesday approaching, and a flashlight beam flickered in the darkness. "They're coming," Xavier whispered. Everyone immediately ducked inside the crypt to hide. Alex remained calm. He already knew how this birthday greeting would end. To be continued. Anyway, I'm still trying to figure out where we'll move on after the short supernatural plot. Although Silent Hill and Derry are in the same state, so that shouldn't be a problem. As for Wednesday's plot, there's not much left, if I remember correctly. I watched the show back when it was first airing. But I think it'll end with a beating and Tyler being taken away to the bureau. And then he. Chapter 546, Chapter 546, Too many events for one day. Just as Alex had expected, Wednesday's birthday congratulations ended exactly the way he thought they would. It all began when Wednesday entered Joseph Cracklestone's crypt. While Alex and the others were hiding, preparing their so-called surprise, she almost immediately realized that someone else was there. And, staying true to herself, she began to threaten them at once, promising to tear off all the limbs of whoever dared to hide. After that came the familiar rendition of "Happy Birthday," awkward congratulations, and requests to blow out the candles and make a wish. But instead of doing any of that, Wednesday noticed an inscription on the crypt wall. It began in exactly the same way as the one that had burned into the grass in Nevermore's backyard. At the moment Wednesday reached out and touched the inscription, Alex was already beside her. He barely managed to catch her. Before anyone could ask a single question or say a word, Wednesday was struck by a vision. She nearly collapsed again, but Alex deftly held her up. When Wednesday went limp in his arms, the others assumed she was having a seizure. Only Alex and Xavier knew what was really happening. No one else was aware of Wednesday's gift of visions. When Wednesday came to, she immediately tried to leave. But Alex said in a calm, firm tone that allowed no argument, "Until the cake is eaten, no one is leaving." They had no choice but to stay. The atmosphere in the crypt was awkward. Xavier kept casting worried glances at Wednesday, clearly concerned about her condition. This visibly irritated Bianca. Alex, meanwhile, calmly ate the cake he had made with his own hands and deliberately ignored this strange love triangle. He'd already had more than enough of that kind of spectacle when he lived in Forks and watched Bella, Edward, and Jacob. After a few minutes, the tension began to fade. Everyone got distracted by the cake, and, to be fair, it turned out to be so delicious that even Wednesday, in her usual manner, couldn't resist making a dry but still approving comment. Just in case, Alex set aside a separate slice, for Dean. He knew far too well how much whining he'd have to listen to if he came back without cake. When the awkward party came to an end, Alex walked Wednesday and Enid back to the dormitory. As a farewell, he quickly kissed both girls on the cheek and headed back to the hotel. Wednesday watched him for a while, as if expecting something. When nothing happened, she frowned slightly. Without quite understanding why, she felt that Alex, true to his usual style, should have done something more, rather than simply leaving. The reason was simple: Alex genuinely didn't know what to give Wednesday. So he limited himself to a cake and congratulations, and decided to come back to the matter later. After leaving the Nevermore grounds, Alex pulled out his phone and checked the time. It was already 2 in the morning. After thinking for a moment, he lit a cigarette and leisurely headed toward Jericho, just to take a walk, clear his head, and put his thoughts in order after several sleepless working days. Finishing his cigarette, Alex stopped in the middle of a road surrounded by forest. He closed his eyes, listening to the surrounding sounds and trying to sense anyone's presence. The reason was simple: he didn't rule out that Marilyn might have sent the Taken, or even Tyler, after him for ruining her plans of revenge against the Addams family and frightening the Nevermore students with the burning inscription. Sensing nothing, Alex opened his eyes and clicked his tongue in annoyance. He honestly wanted to punch someone, whether it was a monster or another Taken. With a sigh, he took a step, and in the next moment found himself by the hotel. Reaching his floor, Alex stopped at the door to his room and listened. Hearing the steady breathing of a sleeping Dean, he decided not to make any noise. Instead of opening the door, Alex simply became intangible and silently passed through it, without disturbing his partner. Once in the room, Alex glanced at Dean, who, as usual, was asleep, clutching a pistol in his hand. Then his gaze shifted to the laptop on the desk. For a moment, Alex wondered, maybe he should sacrifice sleep again and continue working. But someone else made the decision for him. From the shadow behind him, long black hair slowly appeared. It coiled around Alex, leaving him no chance to resist, and pulled him toward the bed. Zhangya literally pinned him to the mattress with her hair, making it unmistakably clear that arguing was useless. He was going to sleep, whether he wanted it or not. Understanding what his silent wife wanted, Alex just closed his eyes, and almost instantly fell asleep, unaware of what awaited him the next day. Alex woke to the smell of fresh coffee wafting through the room. Opening his eyes, he saw Dean's sleepy face, desperately trying to wake up, rubbing his face with one hand while holding a mug in the other. Alex couldn't help but notice that in moments like this, he and Dean looked ridiculously alike. Rising from the bed and rubbing his face at the same time, Alex felt as if a monster had been under the bed all night and someone had decided to beat him with a stick. His body ached, and his head felt like cotton. He sat at the desk, pulled the coffee mug closer, and dropped his head onto the tabletop, trying to fully wake up. At that moment, he heard a phrase from Dean that struck him as strange. "Say that again." "What did you just say?" Alex asked, looking up at him. "I'm saying you can go out somewhere today." "I've got a date," Dean replied, trying to sound as calm as possible. "Wait, hold on," Alex straightened. "Who's your date?" "Don't tell me it's who I'm thinking of." "Yeah," Dean nodded. "Oh." Alex raised an eyebrow. "Maybe I should make something for your romantic dinner then." Dean stared at him, stunned. He definitely hadn't expected that reaction. No yelling, no lectures, no usual "that's dangerous," nothing of the sort. Especially considering that if Sam were in his place, he would have given a 2-hour-long lecture by now. Alex was indeed surprised, but in a completely different way. His only concern was why Amara decided to have dinner with Dean. Nothing else mattered. "Dude, where's all the stuff like, 'that's dangerous, you shouldn't do that,' and all that?" Dean squinted. "Look, Dean," Alex began calmly, tapping his fingers on the table. "Amara could have killed me twice. But she didn't. And everything you've told me about her visiting you in your dreams makes me doubt that she's really a villain." He paused briefly. "Yeah, she wants revenge. And who wouldn't, if your own brother locked you in a cage for billions of years? With all her power, she could have wiped this world to dust ages ago, and we wouldn't have been able to do a thing. Absolutely nothing. She's not some minor monster we can take down in batches. She's the sister of a damn god. All we can do now is keep our mouths shut and find a way to keep the world intact." Dean slowly shook his head. "You know, when you put it like that, I don't even have any arguments to dispute it. So, you're really going to go out somewhere?" "Yeah, no problem," Alex nodded. "I'll make something for your romantic dinner. And for heaven's sake, Dean, don't be yourself. The last thing we need is for Amara to get even angrier." "I've got this covered," Dean smirked. "I know how to deal with women." "Women, yeah," Alex said, staring at him blankly. "Mortal women. Not a cosmic entity who can erase a whole damn world with a snap of her fingers. I get it, you're badass, you took down the horsemen of the apocalypse, destroyed monsters by the dozens, you and Sam even killed death itself. But this is a whole different level." Yeah, I get it," Dean waved him off, rolling his eyes. "Enough lectures. Who's the adult here, you or me? How old are you, 18 or 19? And I'm almost 40. And I still say I'm the adult here," Alex countered, rolling his eyes in response. Alex and Dean looked at each other once more, rolled their eyes in perfect unison, and then laughed. The situation was far too absurd, especially considering Dean was about to have a date with the sister of a god. Chuckling, Alex set about preparing dinner for Dean and Amara, making sure everything would go smoothly without unnecessary tension. He even pulled a bottle of wine from his inventory. It seemed entirely appropriate for such an evening. Dean watched him the entire time, shaking his head and once again realizing how quickly Alex had become part of their family. He already saw him as a younger brother, the kind who would always support or give advice, even though, by rights, Dean should have been the elder in that role. After sitting a bit longer, Dean got up and left the room. Heading outside, he approached his Impala, opened the trunk, and then the hidden compartment with his weapons. After a moment's thought, he grabbed a small knife and returned to the hotel. "Where were you?" Alex asked, turning toward him as Dean entered the room. "Picked up a little gift for your pale girlfriend. Considering how gloomy she is. I think a knife will do," Dean said, placing it on the table. "I'm sure she'll appreciate it. And maybe even try it out on me," Alex replied dryly, coughing slightly. "Well, you got yourself into this. Now you deal with it," Dean said with a playful smirk. Alex rolled his eyes again, fully aware that Dean was already mentally waiting for the moment he'd get stabbed. Suppressing his irritation, he returned to cooking, right up until Castile suddenly appeared in the room. The angel held an object that suspiciously resembled a sealed painting. With his usual calm expression, he leaned it against the wall. Alex and Dean exchanged glances, examining the black gift-wrapped package with a white ribbon. "So, what did the angelic delivery service bring us this time?" Dean asked with a grin. "Alice asked me to deliver the painting as a gift. And she said not to open it," Castile replied evenly, first looking at Dean and then at Alex, who had already reached for the package. Alex raised an eyebrow. From Castile's expression, it was clear, if he tried to open the gift, the angel would stop him immediately. The next moment, Castile disappeared, as if he had never been there. Alex and Dean shrugged simultaneously. They had long since gotten used to the fact that Castile was just Castile. Leaving the painting unopened, Alex finished preparing dinner for Dean's date with Amara. Then he took the gift painting and the knife intended for Wednesday. As he stepped out of the hotel, he thought, this is still not enough. Rummaging through his inventory, he settled on one of the books from his personal collection, a compendium of dark legends, raw and unsoftened. Exactly the kind of thing that might interest Wednesday. Using magic, Alex wrapped the book in black gift paper. Stepping into an alley, he took a step, and found himself not far from Nevermore. Walking across the academy grounds with the gifts in hand, Alex headed toward the dormitory. Reaching the top floor, where Wednesday and Enid's room was located, he already heard their voices on the stairs. Enid's excited tone was unmistakable. She was clearly talking about her gift. Going up further, Alex peeked into the open door and saw Enid handing Wednesday a hand-stitched black scarf. Enid herself had an identical one, but in pink. She spoke enthusiastically about how fun it would be to wear matching scarves. Knock knock. "Did I interrupt?" Alex said, lightly tapping the doorframe. Enid and Wednesday turned their heads at the same time and saw Alex standing in the doorway with his usual calm smile. Enid immediately lit up at the sight of him, while Wednesday only slightly raised an eyebrow, noticing what he was holding. Alex calmly stepped into the room, slowly closing the door behind him, and set the gifts on the table. His gaze briefly flicked to the bed, where Wednesday's gift from her parents already lay, a taxidermy kit with all the tools and even a few stuffed squirrels. "Don't tell me you came with gifts too," Wednesday said evenly, nodding toward the bundles in his hands. "Kind of," Alex shrugged. He laid everything out on the table. "The knife, from Dean. The book of legends, from me. And this," he nodded at the sealed painting, "was sent by someone in my family. Specifically for you." Wednesday studied the gifts carefully, then looked at Alex. He returned a lazy, almost indifferent glance, clearly signaling, "You can look for yourself." Wednesday approached the table and picked up the knife first. Enid watched with slight embarrassment, suddenly realizing that her scarf might be the most normal gift of them all. Spinning the knife in her hand, Wednesday first looked at the blade, then at Alex. "Nice gift." "My old knife broke," she said calmly, slipping it into her pocket. "And what about the book?" Enid immediately asked, bouncing closer. "A collection of legends and dark tales," Alex replied, lazily rocking in his chair. "No happy endings." "Perfect as a bedtime story," Wednesday remarked, opening the book and scanning the first page with her eyes. She nodded toward the last bundle. "And the painting?" "I don't know," Alex answered honestly. "I haven't opened it." "Wednesday, let's open it," Enid said with a smile. "I want to see it too." Wednesday looked at Alex once more, but he just shrugged. After a short pause, she tore off the wrapping. And froze. Enid cautiously peeked over her shoulder, and froze as well. Alex looked at the painting and allowed himself a faint smile. The canvas depicted a blazing statue engulfed in bright flames, tongues of fire reaching high into the sky. The light cast a long shadow of a devil holding a violin, only the horns, rainbow-colored eyes, and an unnaturally wide, sharp-toothed grin were visible. Nearby stood a girl in black clothing with pale skin, playing a cello. Alex immediately understood, Alice could not have missed the chance to capture this moment in her own style. Wednesday stared at the painting without blinking. She understood exactly what was depicted. And, more importantly, she genuinely liked it. Somewhat dark, muttered Enid. I like it, Wednesday said, shifting her gaze to Alex. But how? Someone in my family has the gift of foresight, he replied calmly. She usually draws what she sees. That's the result. She. Wednesday squinted. Not telling, Alex smirked and changed the subject. All right. What do we do now? I need somewhere to kill time until tomorrow. Why? Enid asked. Something's going to happen. Nothing special, Alex replied, spinning slightly in his chair. Dean has a date today, and I need somewhere to wait it out. We could go to Jericho, have some coffee. Or I could just go to sleep. I'm in. Enid immediately perked up. Wednesday, you should agree. It's your day, after all. Every day is mine, Wednesday said evenly. Today just happens to include congratulations and cake. Wednesday shifted her gaze to Enid, who was clearly hoping she would agree, then looked back at Alex. He, in his usual manner, appeared just as calm and ready, whether to go out for a walk or turn around and go back to sleep. Weighing the pros and cons, Wednesday looked at the drawing lying on her desk. She had drawn it after the vision in the crypt, when Goody had told her that in that very place she would find all the answers. Wednesday glanced at Alex again and suddenly thought that perhaps he possessed the very knowledge that could help her figure things out. Nodding, Wednesday grabbed her backpack and silently agreed. Enid immediately lit up with happiness. She even suggested wearing matching scarves, but Wednesday refused with a cold expression. Leaving the grounds of Nevermore, Alex, Enid, and Wednesday headed to Jericho, specifically to the Flugel Cafe. Sitting at a table, Alex occasionally glanced at his phone, expecting possible messages from the Bureau of Control Task Forces. Sipping his coffee, he listened as Wednesday explained to Enid why she considered birthdays to be banal events. In her view, every year was the same gifts, the same surprises. The only thing that truly pleased Wednesday was the thought that she was 1 year closer to death. Enid listened with a strained smile, still adjusting to Wednesday's worldview and her attitude toward life. Alex smirked when his phone rang and answered the call. Enid and Wednesday immediately turned to look at him as he spoke. As soon as Alex heard the question on the other end, a headache immediately struck him. Once again, he had to explain to yet another agent what not to do and how exactly to proceed. Watching Alex in work mode, Enid and Wednesday couldn't help but listen, even without understanding all the details of the conversation. After finishing the call, Alex became even more convinced that after Jericho, he would have to pay a visit to the eldest house and at least kick Audie. Putting his phone back in his pocket, Alex noticed Tyler standing behind the counter. He occasionally glanced toward Wednesday. Since you're done, Wednesday said, pulling the drawing from her pocket, do you know what this place is? Those are the Gates family gates. I walked past once, but didn't have time to go in. Why? Alex answered, studying the drawing. Then let's go, Wednesday said, rising from her chair. Wait. Where are we going? Enid asked, confused, not having time to process how the conversation had shifted so suddenly. To the Gates family house, Wednesday replied calmly, heading for the exit without waiting for anyone. Enid looked at Alex, expecting his reaction. Alex sighed, stroked Enid's hair, and stood up as well. Enid understood she had no choice and reluctantly followed them. As they left, Alex glanced at Tyler and was almost certain he would call Marilyn to report what was happening. Squinting, Alex, together with Enid, exited the cafe. Catching up with Wednesday, the three of them headed toward the old Gates family house. Enid walked next to Alex, holding his hand tightly. Wednesday moved on the other side, calmly, but close enough. After some time, they arrived at a house hidden behind an old rusty fence. Bushes had long since overgrown along it, and the gates looked grim, not to mention the house itself. Studying the building, Alex squinted slightly and looked toward the basement. Through the walls, he could see jars with body parts, the very ones Marilyn had been collecting for her ritual. Garrett Gates lived here, Wednesday said, alternating her gaze between the drawing and the gates. My father was accused of his murder. The sheriff said the entire family died. But I don't believe that. What a creepy house. Enid said softly, squeezing Alex's hand tighter. We're not going inside, right? Why not? Wednesday replied calmly. If there are answers there, we have to go in. Don't want to, you don't have to. No one's forcing you. She cast a cold glance at Enid. Scaredy wolf. Enid looked at Wednesday with her icy, unreadable expression, then pleaded with her eyes toward Alex, clearly begging him not to go into that creepy place. Alex just smiled calmly and gently stroked Enid's hair, letting her know there was nothing to fear. All Enid could do was whimper quietly, squeezing his hand even tighter. Even though the sun had not yet set, the Gates family house looked dark and ominous. Abandoned and darkened by time, it seemed to have absorbed everything that had ever happened within its walls. Enid knew there was no turning back. And she certainly didn't want to look like a coward in Alex's eyes. She gripped his hand even tighter. Wednesday pushed the gates, which groaned open with a long, mournful squeak. As soon as they stepped onto the property, Alex closed his eyes for a moment and smirked. He sensed two presences inside the house, one on the upper floor, the other on the first floor. It wasn't hard to guess who they belonged to. The first, Marilyn. The second, Mayor Walker. When Wednesday reached the front door, she paused for a moment, about to open it, but footsteps sounded from the other side. Alex reacted instantly, grabbing Wednesday by the hand and pulling both girls sharply aside, out of sight. At that same moment, Mayor Walker emerged from the house, holding a folder. Wednesday and Enid exchanged surprised glances. It was completely unclear what the mayor was doing in such a place. Without waiting for Alex or Enid, Wednesday quietly began sneaking after the mayor, clearly intending to eavesdrop on his conversation. Alex just shook his head. Holding Enid's hand, he carefully followed. Hiding nearby in the bushes, all three of them listened. The mayor was already speaking on the phone. Alex immediately realized he was talking to Sheriff Donovan. Alex already knew Walker had figured out who was behind all the murders. And by doing so, he had just hung a huge target on his own back. No wonder Mayor Walker used to be a sheriff, Alex said quietly. Looks like he figured out someone from the Gates family is behind all this. You already knew. Enid whispered, crouching beside him and hiding behind the bushes. More like I put everything together after recent events, Alex replied, frowning. But where's Wednesday? Enid immediately looked around. Neither Wednesday nor Thing was nearby. They quickly scanned the area and saw Wednesday silently approaching the mayor's car. Alex's head instantly ached. He realized that Wednesday had decided to climb into Walker's car on her own, to follow him. Enid watched in sheer horror, and the question in her eyes was unmistakable. For the love of everything holy, what is she doing? The last thing Alex and Enid saw was Wednesday's calm, focused gaze as she disappeared into the trunk of Mayor Walker's car. Is that why she's always like this? Enid groaned, watching the spectacle. Don't ask, Alex sighed wearily. She's used to doing everything herself. And this is the result. Enid looked at Alex and nodded, understanding what he meant. Before they could recover, Mayor Walker got into the car and drove off, back toward the city, to stop by the Flugel Cafe and tell Sheriff Donovan everything he had managed to find out. Alex winced. He knew perfectly well what was supposed to happen next. Very soon, the mayor would be hit by a car and would never make it to the cafe. There was too little time left. Realizing he had to hurry to save Walker, Alex abruptly scooped Enid up into his arms. The girl let out a quiet yelp in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Exhaling a cloud of white vapor, Alex burst forward and sprinted after the mayor's car. Enid wasn't even surprised by what he was capable of. She just pressed herself closer to him, trying not to look down or think about how fast they were moving. Alex kept his distance, close enough not to lose sight of the car, but far enough to stay unseen. Reaching the city, he turned into the alleys, avoiding crowded streets. He already knew where the mayor was headed. When they ran out of another alley, Alex stopped abruptly. Mayor Walker was just getting out of his car. And in the very next second, he was struck by a blue car that shot out from around the corner. The impact, and the vehicle vanished, as if it had never existed. Enid's eyes widened in horror. Sheriff Donovan, who was inside the Flugel Cafe, saw everything through the window and immediately rushed outside. Alex set Enid down and was instantly at the bleeding mayor's side. Donovan was already there, shouting for someone to call an ambulance. Alex dropped to one knee and worked discreetly. Inside, Walker was literally reduced to a mess. The impact had been far too strong. Alex quickly restored the damaged organs, fused broken bones, and repaired the ribs that had punctured the lungs. Just enough to keep the mayor alive, and just enough that no one would notice. When the ambulance arrived, Walker was placed on a stretcher and rushed to the hospital. Alex stood up, patted Donovan on the shoulder, and gently guided him back into the cafe. The sheriff didn't resist, his hands were still shaking. Meanwhile, Wednesday quietly climbed out of the trunk of the mayor's car. No one noticed. You were in the right place at the right time, Agent, Donovan said heavily. Thank you. Just lucky I was nearby, Alex replied calmly, giving a slight nod. I hope he pulls through. He glanced at a nearby table, where Wednesday and Enid were already sitting. When Walker was still sheriff, we used to meet here often, Donovan continued with a hint of a smile. At this very table. He came up with the wildest theories about unsolved cases, and we discussed them over coffee and pie. Usually none of them were right, but it was a good time. My partner and I do that sometimes too, Alex said, taking a sip of his coffee. He paused, then added more quietly. I don't want to go into details right now, Donovan. But mayors don't usually get run over by cars, unless they know something they shouldn't. The sheriff let out a heavy sigh. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to tell me anything. He called me earlier, said he'd picked up on something and wanted to talk in person. But I'm afraid he's not in any condition right now. I understand, Alex nodded. Let's hope he recovers. That's all we can do for now. He set his empty cup on the table. And you be careful too, Sheriff. Whoever hit the mayor might come after you next. The deeper my partner and I dig into this case, the more tangled it becomes. You already have suspects. Donovan frowned. Who could have done this? Someone who hates this town and never more, Alex replied, rising from the table. That's all I can say. Otherwise, you might be next on the list. My partner and I were targeted too. We were lucky. The mayor wasn't. Donovan nodded slowly. I'll post a guard outside his hospital room. And watch yourself as well, Alex said, patting him on the shoulder. Unfortunately, the nature of our bureau doesn't allow us to say more. Sheriff Donovan nodded silently, looking at Alex. He already understood that things were far from simple. The situation was rapidly escalating. The perpetrator was so insane that he was willing to take out 2 federal agents and had no hesitation in hitting the city's mayor with a car. Alex shifted his gaze to Wednesday. She was listening intently, clearly hoping to learn what exactly the mayor had discovered in the Gates family house. But that knowledge was now lost, at least, for the moment. Enid, meanwhile, was in complete shock over what had happened. Their usual stroll had suddenly turned into an excursion to an abandoned house, and then into a nightmarish scene with an attempted murder of the mayor right before their eyes. Alex gestured for the girls to follow him, briefly locking eyes with Tyler, who was doing his best to look like a shocked bystander, unable to believe what had just happened. A thought flashed through Alex's mind again, just end Tyler, and then Marilyn. Here. Now. He forced himself to suppress the urge. Together with the girls, Alex left the cafe. Let's go. I'll drive you back to Nevermore, he said, lighting a cigarette. We need to check the Gates family house, Wednesday said calmly. Find out what the mayor discovered, since someone decided to get rid of him. Not now, Wednesday, Enid snapped sharply, unable to hold back her emotions. We just saw someone get hit by a car, and you're suggesting we go into the place that even someone tried to kill the mayor over. Do you even understand what you're saying? Alex gently placed his hand on Enid's head, soothing her. Enid, don't be angry. Nobody expected this outcome, he said, then looked at Wednesday. And you, my dear. We're not going there right now. The culprit could still be inside. If you want, we can go back in a couple of hours. Do you agree? Wednesday looked into his eyes and slowly nodded. In that moment, she understood clearly, Alex wasn't arguing with her, he was simply caring. The touch calmed Enid gradually. Her breathing became heavier, another nervous breakdown had nearly overtaken her. They got into Dean's Impala and drove back to Nevermore. Since no one had noticed Wednesday climbing out of Mayor Walker's trunk, she didn't run into any trouble with Larissa Weems. Alex explained it simply, they had been walking nearby and witnessed the accident. Back in Nevermore, Alex went with Enid and Wednesday to their room. Entering, he looked around and, without asking unnecessary questions, lay down on Enid's bed, first taking off his coat and shoes. Enid stared at him in silent shock. Wednesday looked at him with a blank, unreadable expression. So, what shall we do while we wait? Alex asked, resting his hands behind his head. Why are you lying on my bed? Enid asked, confused. Just because, Alex shrugged. If you think there won't be enough space, you'll all fit. Lie down. We'll have to wait until night anyway to go to the suspected killer's house. And there's no point in going back to the hotel, Dean has a date. He gave a slight smile and patted the space next to him. Enid looked at Alex's brazen behavior, and at that very moment, an insistent inner voice sprang up in her mind, stubbornly insisting that she should lie down next to him. Without resisting the impulse for a single second, Enid leapt onto the bed and lay down beside Alex, pressing her side against him. Watching the scene, Wednesday felt a dark and exceedingly insistent voice echo in her own mind. She calmly turned her gaze away from Alex and Enid lying together and decided to pass the time her own way, by working on her novel. The typewriter was her best method for clearing her mind of unnecessary thoughts. Perhaps there's something in the Gates family house that the criminal is desperately trying to hide from prying eyes, Wednesday said, her eyes fixed on the keys. That's one possibility, Alex replied calmly, stroking Enid's hair. She was lying next to him, resting her head on his chest. You've already realized that everything is somehow connected to the Gates family. Now here's a question to think about, the entire Gates family is dead. So who's the culprit? Someone among the supposed distant relatives seeking revenge, Wednesday said, continuing to type. Or someone from the Gates themselves. But aren't all the Gates family members dead? Enid asked sleepily, half opening her eyes. She was almost dozing off from the gentle caresses. They only found the bodies of 3 out of 4, Alex replied, softly running his fingers along her cheek. Laurel Gates died in another country. Perhaps she was sheltered by a distant relative. After her death, that relative decided to take revenge on everyone, Jericho and Nevermore in general. And that means. What exactly? Wednesday turned her head and looked at Alex with a cold gaze, noticing how he had started gently pinching Enid's cheeks. It means, Alex continued without stopping his movements, causing Enid to giggle softly, that if we don't find the culprit, Jericho will become a second Bright Falls. And no one, neither the residents nor the students of Nevermore, will have anything good waiting for them. For now, we know one thing, all of this is directly connected to you, Wednesday. To the Gates family and Joseph Cracklestone. Based on all the information, the conclusion is obvious. Can you stop doing that and just explain properly? Wednesday said coldly. Do you all have a habit of speaking in riddles? I've already given you all the clues, Alex replied with a slight smile, looking her in the eyes. Just put them together. The Book of Shadows. The murdered tourists. The prophecy. The burning academy. Joseph Cracklestone. The ritual. You're smart enough to figure it out. Alex's words made Wednesday think. She froze, staring at a single point. Noticing the expression on her face, Alex smiled. He was confident she had already started piecing the puzzle together. He looked at Enid, whose cheeks were still caught between his fingers. Making sure Wednesday wasn't watching, Alex leaned down and quickly kissed Enid on the lips. Enid's eyes widened in surprise. She immediately glanced toward Wednesday, then exhaled in relief when she realized that she hadn't noticed anything. After that, Enid shot Alex an angry look and lightly tapped his chest. Alex just smiled, pulled her closer, and suggested putting on a movie to pass the time. Enid practically melted in his arms and agreed to anything, as long as he kept holding her close. To be continued. That's right, Dean will have a date with Amara. I initially said I liked the romantic tension between Dean and Amara, but unfortunately, the show didn't develop it. And now I'm trying to remember what the hell happened in the first season of Wednesday. I only remember the basic events, which is enough for me. Okay, as usual, the voices in my head will tell me everything. Chapter 547, Visiting the Haunted House and the Appearance of the Monster. Alex was in the Nevermore Academy dormitory, in Enid and Wednesday's room. He was lying on one of the beds with Enid, and they were watching an old comedy movie, trying to pass the time. In the background, the steady, almost hypnotic clatter of a typewriter echoed through the room. Wednesday sat at her desk, focused and undistracted, continuing her work on her novel. While the movie played and Enid cuddled comfortably against him, Alex's thoughts were far from the room. He remembered that today Marilyn would decide to finish what she had started, to finally kill Mayor Walker. The very same man who, by some miracle, had survived after she ran him down with her car. Alex understood perfectly well that in this timeline, Mayor Walker was in much better condition than in the original one. But Marilyn herself was far more unhinged, unpredictable, and dangerous here. No one could say what she might do to see things through to the end. The 2 patrol officers Sheriff Donovan had assigned to guard the mayor's hospital room were nothing more than a formality. Against Marilyn, who could wield the power of darkness, they wouldn't last even a minute. After thinking it over, Alex decided to act preemptively. He needed to bring the mayor back to consciousness and explain everything to him. He was certain of one thing: if Marilyn failed to silence the only person who had begun to piece together the truth, she wouldn't become more cautious. On the contrary, she would accelerate events and attempt to complete the ritual immediately, before anyone could stop her. After all, she needed only one thing for that: Wednesday's blood. And then Joseph Crackstone would be able to return to life. Alex glanced at Enid, who had her head resting on his chest, lazily following what was happening on the screen. Then his gaze shifted to Wednesday, focused, composed, as if the rest of the world no longer existed for her. The rhythmic clacking of the keys helped her organize her thoughts. Making sure neither of the girls was looking his way, Alex discreetly created a clone. It appeared on the other side of the large, round stained glass window. The only one who noticed its appearance was Thing, who had been standing on the desk beside Wednesday all this time. Seeing the second Alex, he twitched and immediately shifted his gaze to the real one, still lying on the bed. Alex slowly raised a finger to his lips, making it clear that this was better kept quiet. Thing signaled his agreement with his fingers. Alex smiled. The clone already knew what to do and, without delay, went off to keep watch over the mayor. Alex knew that Walker was destined to die anyway. But that didn't mean he had to die for real. It was always possible to stage the mayor's death so everything looked the way it was supposed to. However, if Marilyn accelerated her plans, that would no longer be by his rules. He liked long chess games, preferring to watch villains make their own moves, cornering themselves step by step. Besides, Alex wanted to further strengthen his bond with Wednesday and Enid. He needed to be sure that one day he would be able to share the truth with them, about himself and everything connected to him. Closing his eyes, he began thinking about other places he still had to visit and cleanse. At the same time, he had to continue playing the role of a hunter, helping the Winchester brothers in their fight against Amara. Alex knew perfectly well what would happen next. Dean and Sam would argue again. Dean would insist that Amara was not evil, while Sam would claim she had to be stopped at any cost, pointing to his visions. Visions that he believed were sent by God, though in reality, they came from a false Lucifer, locked away in a cage in hell. Thinking about the false Lucifer, Alex realized that even such a fake could be useful. All of this was part of the plan to deceive Chuck. He almost reached up to massage his temples as a headache began to creep in. In the original timeline, the fake Lucifer had managed to escape the cage with the help of Castile, broken by depression and guilt. But here, things were different. Castile had pulled himself together, returned to his duties, and given Lucifer no chance at all. Which meant Lucifer would not leave the cage, would not reclaim Hell's throne, would not put Crowley on a leash, and would not stage that farce with the takeover of heaven. According to Chuck's plan, the overconfident Lucifer was supposed to attack Amara and realize just how insignificant he truly was. And then, to fall into Amara's hands while she was wearing Castile's body, knowing that the Winchesters would never abandon a member of their family. Alex clenched his teeth. He wasn't enough of a bastard to sacrifice his friends for a pre-written script. That meant only one thing: the chess game would have to be replayed. Or the board flipped over entirely and the game started anew. Thinking about the future, Alex understood that until the final act of Chuck's story, he had to act with extreme caution. He couldn't reveal himself too early and allow God to run away with his tail between his legs. Letting out a heavy sigh, Alex opened his eyes, and immediately met a piercing black gaze. Wednesday's face was just a centimeter away from his. She was staring straight into his eyes with her usual cold, penetrating look. "I don't mind you being this close," Alex said with a faint smile, not looking away. "But what's wrong?" "Time," Wednesday said, not pulling back even an inch. "It's already dark enough to go to the Gates family house." "I see. Then we should go take a look," Alex replied calmly, giving a slight nod. "What are you talking about?" Enid murmured sleepily, cracking her eyes open as she heard their voices. Alex and Wednesday both looked at Enid, who was drowsily rubbing her eyes. She hadn't expected to fall asleep so quickly, lying on Alex's chest while he gently, almost automatically, stroked her hair. It had been so pleasant and soothing that Enid hadn't even noticed the moment she drifted off. Struggling to fully wake up, she rubbed her eyes again and looked questioningly first at Alex, then at Wednesday, clearly trying to understand what was happening and where they were even going. Her mind felt lightly blank. Enid had completely forgotten about the events of a few hours earlier. All because of how deeply relaxed she had been while resting on Alex's chest. "We're going to the Gates family house," Wednesday said in a calm, even tone, watching the still sleepy Enid, who was now sitting up and continuing to rub her eyes. "The dorm is already closed. We'll need to leave without anyone noticing," she added. Enid let out a small yawn, covering her mouth with her hand. "Tonight's a full moon. I can say I'm ready to transform, and you'll be taking me to be locked up," she said sleepily, still not fully awake. Wednesday raised an eyebrow and allowed herself a barely noticeable smile. "I see you're starting to take more and more after me." In response, Enid let out a quiet giggle, genuinely pleased by the praise. Alex only shook his head, stood up from the couch, and, lightly stretching his shoulders and neck, headed toward the balcony, giving the girls time to get ready. Stepping out onto the balcony and lighting a cigarette, he fell into thought. In the Gates family house, he would need to act with particular caution, in case Tyler appeared in his monster form. Alex needed that caution not because he was afraid, but quite the opposite, so that he wouldn't accidentally kill Tyler and would give him a chance to escape. Alex wanted it to be Dean who, using the Mark of Cain blade, absorbed the power of darkness from Tyler's body, and then did the same with the fragment of Amara's power that Marilyn currently possessed. He was thinking in the long term, aiming to strengthen Dean as much as possible. Ultimately, Alex planned to invite the entire Winchester family into the guild, including Bobby Singer. Taking a drag of his cigarette, he lifted his gaze to the moon, shining brightly in the night sky, and thought that the plan still had a long way to go before it could be realized. Extinguishing the cigarette, Alex returned to the room. He was met with an unexpected sight. Wednesday and Enid were wearing matching scarves. Despite Wednesday clearly resisting the idea, Enid was practically glowing with happiness. She had finally managed to persuade her friend. "Looks cute." Well, then, it's time to go, Alex said. In the next second, he transformed into a black cat to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Enid immediately scooped him up in her arms. This made her even happier, despite the fact that they were about to head to a creepy house, the very place that had nearly claimed the mayor's life. Before leaving, Wednesday cast a quick glance at Thing, silently letting him know what was expected. Thing gave a thumbs up, showing he could handle it and would distract attention. After a brief conversation with the dorm warden, Wednesday and Enid, carrying Alex in his cat form, left the building, lying that Enid was finally ready to transform into a wolf. As soon as they stepped off the Nevermore grounds, Alex reverted to his human form and slid into the driver's seat of Dean's Impala. Wednesday took the front passenger seat, and Enid settled in the back. Starting the engine without turning on the headlights, Alex steered the car toward the Gates family house. A thing of beauty, I know. Will never fade away. What you did to me, I know. Said what you had to say. But a thing of beauty. He hummed softly as the Impala drove further and further away from Nevermore, disappearing into the night. Wednesday watched Alex with a calm, attentive gaze as he drove the Impala, quietly drumming his fingers on the steering wheel to the rhythm of the music. Enid, meanwhile, had already taken out her phone. She wasn't about to miss the chance to record Alex singing. She remembered all too well how many views the last video had gotten. The opportunity to show off once again to her followers how well he sang was too tempting to pass up. And even though the genre of the song wasn't one of her favorites, Enid didn't mind at all. Wednesday glanced at Alex once more, then closed her eyes, letting him do whatever he wanted. It didn't prevent her from enjoying his voice. After about half an hour, the Impala stopped near the old Gates family house. Alex turned off the engine, idly twirling his keys around his finger, and got out of the car, heading toward the trunk. Enid still had no desire to enter the creepy house. Now, standing so close to it, her willingness to cross its threshold had decreased even further. Wednesday silently observed the house, already preparing to approach the gates, when the familiar sound of the trunk opening echoed. Enid and Wednesday turned simultaneously. Alex looked thoughtfully into the open trunk. As they stepped closer, the girls saw an impressive arsenal, stakes, crosses, firearms, and a full set of various ammunition. Enid stared in shock, a silent question in her eyes: who the hell carries that much weaponry in a car trunk? The answer was obvious. Dean Winchester. Unlike Enid, Wednesday carefully examined the weapons, already understanding their purpose. This is Dean's car, right? Enid began, pointing toward the trunk. Why does he need a grenade launcher? That's a grenade launcher, right? And, why carry so many weapons? Yes, it's a grenade launcher, Alex replied calmly, still picking something out for himself. Dean's just used to carrying his entire arsenal with him. A pretty useful set, Wednesday noted, nodding. I'll have to tell Larch to make a similar weapon compartment in our family car. Don't even start, Wednesday. Enid groaned and immediately tugged on Alex's hand. Alex, why did you even open the trunk? Do you see me carrying weapons? He asked. I left everything at the hotel. I thought we'd just stop by to drop off gifts, hang out a bit, that's it. Not wander around old creepy houses. He picked up a silver knife from the trunk. We need to be ready in case a suspect or someone worse shows up. Enid immediately took a step back. Okay, got it, she said with a tight smile. But can you take another one? Not that one. Well, you know. Werewolf, silver, all that. Alex looked at the knife in his hand, then at Enid. And only then did he slap his forehead. Damn. He muttered, smiling sheepishly. He quickly put the silver knife away and grabbed another, then closed the trunk. Enid exhaled in relief. Alex turned to Wednesday, who was already standing by the gates, examining the house. He noticed the lock. The gates had been opened before, and now they were closed again. A clear sign that someone had already been here. But neither Enid nor Wednesday seemed to notice. Without a word, Wednesday pulled out a lockpick and, within seconds, unlocked the gate. Wednesday, maybe we come back here in the morning. Enid suggested cautiously. Right now, this house looks even creepier than it did during the day. If you want to leave, go ahead, Wednesday replied calmly. I'm going to check the garage first. And without waiting for a response, she moved forward. Enid looked at Alex and let out a heavy sigh. He smiled quietly and stroked her hair, trying to comfort her. Then he took her hand and led her forward, following Wednesday, who had already covered half the distance to the garage. Approaching the garage, Wednesday pulled at the doors, but they were secured with a thick iron chain. Without a word, Enid let go of Alex's hand and stepped toward the lock. She gripped it, and with no effort at all, tore the chain and lock off. Alex couldn't help but clap his hands. I'm a werewolf, by the way, Enid said with a proud smile, lifting her chin. And no matter what, I'm pretty strong. Yeah, yeah. You're strong, Wednesday replied, slightly pushing Enid aside to open the garage. Hey. You could at least say thank you. Enid protested when she was nudged aside. Wednesday merely shot her a brief glance and swung the garage doors open. Inside, they illuminated the room with flashlights. Alex felt around for the light switch and flicked it on. The bulb on the ceiling glowed dimly, casting light across the garage. Looking up at the light, Alex couldn't help but note an obvious fact: someone still lived in this house. Or at least, was paying for electricity. Wednesday immediately noticed a car covered with a heavy cloth. She stepped closer and, with a sharp motion, pulled the cover off. Beneath it was the very same blue car that had hit Mayor Walker. A deep dent and a dark patch of dried blood were clearly visible on the hood. That's the car that hit the mayor, Wednesday said coldly, inspecting the damage closely. I don't like this at all, Enid said nervously, feeling panic rise in her throat. Maybe we should leave. What if the killer is still here? We should call for help. Wednesday slowly turned to her. For what? So the criminal has time to clean everything up and cover their tracks. What if they really are here? Enid's voice trembled and nearly broke into a scream. Isn't that dangerous? Remember what happened last time? Alex and Dean were seriously hurt and still haven't fully recovered. The mayor got hit by a car. What can we even do? Okay, Enid, enough, Alex intervened calmly, gently stroking her head. The killer is definitely not here. Hiding in a place like this would be far too suspicious. Everything will be fine. Enid looked at him and felt some of her anxiety subside. His touch was soothing. Wednesday, however, observed the scene with her usual cold gaze, then silently headed toward the house. Through the garage door, Alex, Wednesday, and Enid stepped inside, illuminating their path with flashlights. The house looked exactly like a long-abandoned mansion should, peeling walls with cracked paint, old wooden floors rotting and creaking under every step. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, and old cobwebs stretched across corners and under the ceiling. Alex followed Wednesday while Enid held his hand tightly, quietly whimpering at every creak of the floorboards beneath their feet. Moving further inside, they entered a room that looked like an office, probably where the head of the Gates family once worked. On one of the walls hung a large painting depicting all the family members. So this is what the Gates family looks like, Wednesday said, shining her flashlight on the portrait and pointing to the figures. Not bad looking for a family of psychopaths. She paused the light on one of the faces. That's Gates, the one my father was accused of killing. And this must be Ansel, the head of the family and a fierce hater of outcasts. And Laurel Gates. Looking at this painting, it's immediately clear, Alex noted calmly, a typical family of racists. The kind where the same slogans are repeated at dinner every night: they took our lands, they stole our homes, and so on. Maybe we should move on. Enid said quietly, squeezing his hand even tighter. This painting gives me the creeps. There won't be any ghosts here, right? She looked at Alex with wide, frightened eyes. There aren't any ghosts here, he replied after a short pause. Possibly. Phew, that's reassuring, Enid exhaled, placing her hand on her chest. Wait. Did you just say, possibly? She stared at him sharply, hoping he had just misspoken, that the ghosts of the Gates family wouldn't appear from the shadows of this house. Alex merely coughed dryly and looked away. He wasn't entirely sure himself. Marilyn could very well try to summon the spirits of the relatives, using the Book of Shadows or a fragment of Amara's power. Without waiting for an answer, Enid whimpered even more, nearly clutching his hand. The last thing she wanted right now was an encounter with ghosts. Wednesday turned her head and looked at Enid, whose entire demeanor screamed that she wanted to leave immediately. Can you stop whining, she said calmly. They're just ghosts. I've seen dozens of them. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's easy for you to say, Enid protested, casting her a frightened look. I've heard enough stories from Uncle about dealing with evil spirits. Wednesday merely rolled her eyes slightly and headed into the next room, thinking about why Goody had shown her this exact place in the vision that appeared in Joseph Cracklestone's crypt. Examining room after room, they eventually reached the Gates family library. As soon as they stepped inside, Wednesday immediately moved toward the bookshelves, convinced that a hidden passage might be behind one of them. Meanwhile, Alex looked around, considering what he could add to his collection from what he saw. But all that surrounded him were old paintings, furniture covered in thick layers of dust, and rows of books untouched by human hands for years. Enid stayed as close to Alex as possible the entire time. The thought of potential ghosts in the house kept her on edge. Wednesday methodically tilted one book after another, inspecting the shelves. She continued until her fingers found a small protrusion on the side panel of the shelf. Running her hand over it, Wednesday pressed lightly. A dry click echoed through the room. Alex and Enid turned their heads at the same time. The sides of the bookshelf slowly slid apart, revealing a hidden space. Behind it was an altar dedicated to Joseph Cracklestone. The surrounding walls were covered in blood-red symbols, and dozens of extinguished candles stood at the base of the altar. Nothing unusual. Enid groaned. Just a creepy altar in the middle of a library. We have an altar in the living room, Wednesday remarked calmly. There's more space there for celebrating the Day of the Dead. And we don't have one, Alex added just as evenly, shrugging. Just a bunch of cursed objects, ancient books, and other little joys. Why do you even keep stuff like that? Enid asked, staring at him in fear. So it doesn't fall into someone else's hands, Alex replied, gently tapping the tip of her nose in an attempt to calm her. We even recently got a box with an evil spirit sealed inside. Likes kidnapping children. Enid looked at him and let out another pitiful whimper. Wednesday, on the other hand, showed clear interest. She turned away and stepped closer to the altar, examining it carefully. When she came right up to it, she caught a faint but distinct smell. The candles had been used very recently. Wednesday touched one of them with her finger. The wax was warm and sticky. The candles are still warm, she said, turning to Alex and Enid. Someone was here very recently. That means we need to leave, right? Enid asked tensely. If the candles are warm, then someone's still in the house. We need to check the second floor, Wednesday said flatly, completely ignoring her words. I'll check the first floor, just in case, Alex added, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. Then Enid and I will check the second. Wednesday nodded and immediately moved ahead. What do you mean, we will? Enid asked in confusion, looking from Wednesday to Alex. He simply gave her an encouraging nod. Pressing her lips together and softly whimpering, Enid followed Wednesday. Alex lit a cigarette and listened to their footsteps as they went up the stairs. Exhaling smoke, he dragged a chair toward himself, scraping it across the floor. Walking down the hallway, Alex placed the chair right at the foot of the stairs and sat down, continuing to smoke. His gaze was fixed on the front door leading outside. He could clearly feel it, something was approaching the Gates house. Pulling a knife from behind his belt, Alex held the cigarette in one hand and slowly rotated the blade in the other, never taking his eyes off the door. Closing his eyes, he listened to the sounds from the second floor, especially Enid's voice, as she tried to reassure herself but only made things worse. Alex let out a barely audible chuckle. He opened his eyes at the exact moment Wednesday and Enid entered a room that apparently belonged to Laurel Gates. The dark presence was drawing closer. Alex waited calmly for whoever would appear on the threshold, whether it was Tyler in his monster form or Marilyn, hiding her face behind a veil of darkness. Either way, it wouldn't stop him from breaking one or the other if necessary. Black mist began seeping out from beneath the crack of the front door. Alex stubbed out his cigarette, shifted the knife into his right hand, and froze. The mist thickened, slowly forming a silhouette. A moment later, it took the shape of the hide. Its eyes were bloodshot, black veins stood out across its body, and that same mist streamed from its skin. You're the one I was waiting for, Alex said calmly, rising from the chair and gripping the knife in a reverse hold. I was wondering whether anyone would come or not. He smirked. And as it turns out, Laurel Gates sent her dog. I wonder how upset she'll be if I put her rabid mutt to sleep. In response to Alex's words, the monster let out a low, guttural growl. Alex merely snorted and grabbed the chair he had been sitting on moments earlier. In the very next instant, the hide lunged forward. Alex hurled the chair straight at it. The monster instinctively covered its face with its arms, and the chair exploded into splinters with a loud crack. Without slowing down, the hide leapt again, intending to latch onto Alex. But when it landed where Alex had been standing a second earlier, there was no one there. The monster froze, snapping its head around and growling in irritation. Looking for me, a voice came from above. The hide jerked its head up. Alex was standing on the ceiling, clinging there as if gravity meant nothing to him. A calm, almost mocking smile played on his face. He pushed off and dropped like a stone, driving his knee straight into the monster's face. The hide's head slammed into the wooden floor with tremendous force. A loud crunch echoed as the boards cracked, and a furious roar rolled through the house. A minute earlier, Wednesday and Enid had been in the room that belonged to Laurel Gates. It was sharply different from the rest of the house. Someone clearly lived here. No thick layer of dust, no cobwebs. Everything looked as though the room had been used very recently. A sudden crash from the first floor made them both turn at once. Then came the distinct sound of boards breaking. Alex. What's going on down there? Enid shouted, panic creeping into her voice. Run. Where the fuck are you running to? Alex's voice echoed from below. The roar that followed made the girls instinctively step back. A shadow appeared on the staircase. Then came a clawed hand gripping the wooden steps. Next, the monster's head emerged. And in the very same second, Alex's powerful hand grabbed the hide by the head and yanked it back. Come here, you piece of shit, Alex growled. The hide tried to break free, but Alex slammed its head into the steps. The wood cracked. Wednesday and Enid watched, unable to move. Alex ended up behind the monster. Grabbing it by the hair, he began smashing its head into the steps with brutal force. Once. Twice. The third blow shattered the staircase completely. Alex looked up at the girls. "What are you standing around for? Run. You're just in the way," he barked, pinning the hide's head against the broken steps. The shout snapped them out of their stupor. Wednesday sharply grabbed Enid by the hand and dragged her toward the lift. Sensing its target slipping away, the hide roared, hurled Alex aside, and charged after them. And in that moment, Alex understood, Marilyn hadn't sent Tyler just to kill. His task was to grab Wednesday and eliminate the witnesses. Wednesday and Enid dove into the lift. The door was almost closed when they saw the hide racing toward them. The metal door slammed shut at the last possible second. A dull impact shook the lift. As the platform began descending into the basement, Alex was already pressing the hide's face against the metal door. The monster snarled and clawed at the wall, trying to break free, but Alex's grip was iron. "Oh no, buddy," Alex said calmly, turning the knife in his hand. "You and I are going to play a little now." He leaned closer. "I still haven't forgiven your mistress for making me blow myself up just to clean up the mess she caused." His smirk turned cold. "So this is going to hurt." Twisting the knife in his grip, Alex drove the blade sharply into the hide's side. The monster howled in pain, breaking into a hoarse, furious roar. Grinning, Alex grabbed the monster by the head and began smashing its face forcefully against the metal doors of the lift. With each impact, the metal bent more and more until the doors were warped so badly that Hyde's head was literally jammed between the twisted sheets. Realizing this, Alex let go and stepped back, assessing the result. He crouched slightly, gathering momentum. 2 quick steps, pushed off Hyde's back, and a leap. Alex slammed down onto the monster from above with such force that the cracking of bones echoed distinctly through the air. Hyde's spine bent unnaturally, and his ribs snapped along with it. Broken bones tore through the flesh, protruding outward. Blood dripped onto the floor as Hyde thrashed, struggling to break free. Alex stepped back a pace, calmly pulled out a cigarette, and lit it, watching the scene unfold. He was not at all surprised as Hyde's body began to rapidly heal, bones pulling back into place, wounds closing, flesh knitting itself together before his eyes. Tyler, in Hyde's form, was infected with darkness, the same force that prevented him from dying so easily. "Ah. How I love it when my toys can fix themselves," Alex murmured with a smirk. He pulled 2 black brass knuckles from his pocket. "But whether you'll last longer than the others, that's another question entirely." Meanwhile, Wednesday and Enid descended in the lift into the basement. Even here, they could still hear dull thuds from above and the monster's menacing growls. Enid was breathing heavily. The weight of everything they'd been through pressed down on her, and the fear refused to leave. Wednesday, in contrast, remained calm and composed. She knew that Alex could hold the monster off long enough to give them a chance to escape. She trusted him completely, and she knew he could do it. Enid clenched her hands, trying to steady herself, praying for just one thing, that Alex would be okay. She didn't want him to get hurt. When the lift reached the very bottom, they cautiously stepped out, listening intently to the noises from above. In the basement, the girls began looking around, trying to figure out a way out. Wednesday approached the lamp and flipped the switch. Light flared, driving back the darkness, revealing rows of glass jars. Inside, parts of human bodies. "These are the remains of the monster's victims," Wednesday said, directing her flashlight toward the jars. "Wednesday, that's enough," Enid shouted sharply, glancing around. "We need to run." At that moment, another deafening crash sounded from above, as if the ceiling had collapsed. Something heavy slammed to the floor, followed by Alex's voice, yelling at the monster not to dare escape. Understanding that the fight was still ongoing, Wednesday immediately grabbed Enid and dragged her toward the window. Amid the sounds of blows and dust falling from the ceiling, they managed to get outside. "You're okay?" Wednesday asked, looking at the trembling Enid. "Do you really care right now?" Enid snapped. "And Alex? He's up there alone. Unarmed. How are we supposed to help him?" Wednesday found no answer. The sounds of the fight still echoed from inside the house. Then, in that moment, the window shattered with a loud crash. Both girls instinctively jumped back, dodging the flying shards, and saw Alex shoot out of the window, sliding across the ground and leaving a clear trail behind him. Rising to his feet, he looked at the window, and at Hyde, who growled in response. The monster's entire body was covered in wounds, with pieces of broken wood sticking out of his flesh, slowly falling away as the injuries began to close. Hyde let out one last roar, and then dissolved into black mist. "Son of a bitch! Come back!" Alex glared angrily at the empty space. "That's not my knife." Give it back. Only silence answered Alex's words. He clicked his tongue irritably, the loss of Dean's knife clearly annoyed him. Before Alex could say anything else, Enid immediately rushed to him and began checking his body, running her hands over his shoulders, chest, and sides, making sure there were no injuries. She touched him almost frantically, trying to be certain. Are you okay? Really? You weren't hurt anywhere? Enid spoke quickly, without looking up. I'm fine, don't worry, Alex replied calmly. You saw that monster. I think it got hurt way worse than I did. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket and held it between his teeth. Are you sure you don't need medical help? Wednesday asked, already pulling out a lighter to give him a light. Positive. I'm just a little dirty, Alex inhaled and exhaled a plume of smoke. And we better get going. The monster could still be in the house. Enid and Wednesday nodded simultaneously. At that moment, a crack of a breaking branch sounded from behind. Everyone whirled around and saw Xavier, who had suddenly appeared from the darkness. Wednesday immediately squinted. His arrival was far too timely, especially right after the monster had vanished. Suspicion flared in her mind once again, too many coincidences. Of course, Xavier himself had no idea that his presence was only adding to the tension. Alex exhaled the cigarette smoke calmly, mentally deciding that Xavier was having a catastrophically unlucky day. Without a word, he headed toward the Impala. The others followed. Xavier got into the car without protest, sitting alongside everyone else. Once everyone was inside, Alex inserted the key into the ignition and prepared to start the engine. I don't want to distract anyone, Enid said in a trembling voice, breathing heavily. But I think I'm about to have a panic attack. We need to get out of here before things get worse. Deep breath, Alex said calmly as he started the engine. Think about something good. It's all behind us now. What exactly happened here? Xavier asked, realizing that this was clearly no ordinary walk. Just that, Alex replied lazily. A monster attacked us. I beat it up. In return, it threw me out the window. We also found jars with parts of the victims' bodies, Wednesday added, carefully observing Xavier's reaction through the rearview mirror. And the car that hit the mayor. Then we need to report this to the police immediately, Xavier said. If you found something like that, you can't stay silent. That's where we're headed, Alex said, glancing at him through the mirror. But what were you doing here anyway? I wanted to apologize, Xavier said, trying to stay calm. And I thought it might be dangerous. So I came. Alex was silent for a moment, then spoke in a steady, almost emotionless tone. Xavier, I don't want to stress you out, but doesn't this seem strange? The monster disappears, and a few minutes later, you show up. I'm not accusing you of anything, just saying, your sudden appearances always happen to coincide with its appearances. That's nonsense. Xavier almost shouted, clenching his fists. I'm not the monster. I know, Alex replied calmly. I said, I'm not suspicious of you. If I were, you'd be seeing me right beside you a lot more often. As it is, you're just unlucky. Xavier visibly relaxed and nodded sullenly. Wednesday, all this time, continued observing him through the mirror. Unlike Alex, her doubts hadn't gone away. She still hadn't told either Alex or Dean that Xavier had been painting images of the very monster Alex had fought just minutes ago. Enid was still breathing heavily, trying to manage the rising panic. Noticing this, Alex reached his hand back, allowing her to grab onto him. Enid immediately clutched his hand. Feeling his warmth and confidence, she gradually began to calm down, ignoring the fact that her claws had lengthened again due to her overflowing emotions. To be continued. So, basically, I've been thinking about it. And I've already come up with an ending for Wednesday's arc. But we still have to get there. I was also thinking that Alex would visit the oldest house. It's located in New York, after all, and that city is right next to the state where Jericho is located. As for what happens next, we're slowly moving towards the end of Wednesday's arc. If I remember correctly, there will be a couple of events, and then, I think, the end. I think. I don't know. I don't remember it very well. Chapter 548, a new job Alex never asked for. The drive away from the Gates family house, the very place where Alex had dealt with the monster just minutes earlier, passed in an oppressive, almost tangible silence. Wednesday spent the entire time watching Xavier through the rearview mirror. In her eyes, he remained the most suspicious of them all. Every time the monster disappeared, he would inevitably show up a few minutes later. There were far too many coincidences. Xavier himself tried to appear calm, but Alex's words about the strange pattern wouldn't leave his mind. He stared out the window in silence, only occasionally clenching his fingers, betraying his inner tension. Enid was the most on edge. Too much had happened in such a short time, and a panic attack was dangerously close. She held on only because she had latched onto Alex's hand, refusing to let go, breathing heavily and deeply as she tried to calm herself. Alex was the calmest of them all. The only thing that truly irritated him was the knife he had lost after plunging it into the hide during the fight. Still, he quickly concluded that Dean was unlikely to notice the disappearance of a single knife, so there was little point in worrying. The Impala pulled up to the sheriff's office. Alex was the first to get out of the car and headed straight inside. He knew Sheriff Donovan was still there. Wednesday followed right after him. Entering the building, Alex went straight to the sheriff's office without wasting words. When he and Wednesday, dirty, covered in dust and traces of the recent chaos, stopped at the doorway, Sheriff Donovan let out a heavy sigh. One glance was enough for him to realize that another sleepless night awaited him. Alex began recounting what had happened, keeping silent about the monster but describing in detail everything they had managed to find in the old Gates house. Wednesday added to his account, mentioning the basement and what she had seen there. The longer the sheriff listened, the deeper his frown became, especially when the conversation turned to the car that had hit Mayor Walker and the body parts of the victims. After hearing them out, Donovan immediately picked up the phone and started making calls. Alex understood perfectly well that nothing would be found there anymore, but he still decided to go along with the police. Alex and Wednesday returned to the Impala. Starting the engine and explaining the situation to the others, Alex pulled away and followed the police convoy. As they approached the Gates family house, he saw something that surprised even him. The convoy stopped at the gates, and all the police officers got out of their cars, staring at the burning house. The Gates family home was engulfed in bright, greedy flames. Alex, Wednesday, Enid, and Xavier also got out of the car and silently watched the fire. Alex was struck by how radically Marilyn had decided to cover her tracks, burning down a house that had belonged to her family for several generations. Sheriff Donovan removed his hat and immediately called the fire department. Under normal circumstances, Wednesday might have felt a strange sense of satisfaction watching such a blaze. But now she felt only anger and irritation. The trail had been lost again, and the main culprit turned out to be far more unhinged than she had expected. Alex placed a hand on her shoulder and gently squeezed it, fully understanding her state. He knew how much Wednesday hated being led around by the nose. But this time, it was unavoidable. His interference had already seriously disrupted Marilyn's plans, and the more mistakes she made, the more radical her decisions became. With a sigh, Alex realized there was no point in staying any longer. He decided to take Wednesday, Enid, and Xavier back to Nevermore, while he himself planned to stop by the hospital to stage Mayor Walker's death. Returning to the Impala, Alex started the engine and drove back. When they reached Nevermore, Xavier was the first to get out of the car. He cast a brief glance at Alex, then at Wednesday, and, without saying a word, headed toward the academy. "You're not coming?" Enid asked, looking at Alex before getting out. "You said yourself that you needed to lie low somewhere until tomorrow." "I still have something to take care of," Alex replied with a light smile. "While I'm gone, make me a bed on the floor or on the balcony. I'm not picky." Enid smiled and nodded. After everything that had happened that day, she was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, and even Alex's mere presence, if only slightly, helped to calm her. Wednesday was also looking at Alex, thinking about what exactly he still had to do. In response to her piercing stare, Alex merely smiled, making it clear that it wasn't anything serious, just a quick and simple errand. Wednesday continued to eye him suspiciously, as if trying to discern some hidden meaning, but then she simply nodded and, without a word, stepped out of the Impala. Alex watched Enid and Wednesday until they disappeared onto the grounds of Nevermore, after which he started the engine and headed for the hospital. He intended to visit Mayor Walker, who was still in a coma after being hit by a car. Yes, Alex had already saved his life and partially healed his body, but he hadn't finished the treatment. He understood perfectly well what that could lead to. At the same time, he had no intention of sacrificing the mayor's life for the sake of his own plan. Parking the car not far from the hospital, Alex got out and closed his eyes. Focusing, he quickly located the room where Walker was being kept. Taking a step forward, Alex instantly found himself inside. The first thing he did was look at his clone, whom he had left to guard the mayor. The clone was calmly sitting in a chair, reading a book. Upon seeing the original, the clone set the book aside and vanished without a word in a puff of white smoke. Alex merely shook his head. He had long since grown used to the strange habits of his clones. The room was silent. Mayor Walker lay unconscious, connected to a ventilator. Alex looked at him calmly, already preparing to begin the treatment and later explain his plan, when he suddenly sensed another presence. He shifted his gaze to the dark corner of the room. A man stood there in a strict black suit, neat, impeccable, looking more like a funeral director. Alex recognized him at once. They had already met after the events on Blackwood Mountain, when Alex had saved Samantha and her friends from the Wendigo. It was the same Reaper. "That's it, you can leave. Mayor Walker isn't dying today." "So shoo, out of here," Alex said, waving his hand dismissively. "Noble Walker will die." "But not today," the Reaper replied calmly. "I'm here to deliver a message. And a gift." He slipped a hand into his pocket. Alex raised an eyebrow, watching the Reaper closely. The Reaper slowly withdrew his clenched fist and opened his palm. Resting neatly in his hand was a silver ring with a large white stone. Alex recognized it immediately. It was the Ring of Death, an artifact that belonged to Death of this universe. Alex knew that after Dean killed Death, both the scythe and the ring were supposed to have been destroyed along with the entity itself. He also knew that Death in this universe had been merely an executor, one of countless servants of Lady Death, the true embodiment of Death, existing beyond worlds. And that was exactly what raised questions for Alex. "And why did you bring me this ring?" he asked, never taking his eyes off the Reaper. "Wasn't it supposed to be destroyed along with your boss after Dean killed him?" "That's correct," the Reaper nodded. "But as I said, I'm here to deliver a message. And this ring." He leaned slightly forward. "All you need to do is put it on. And you'll get all the answers, King." Alex tensed. Doubt began to rise rapidly. The only thought spinning through his mind was that Lady Death had decided to pull another trick. And as if to confirm it, an insistent voice rang out in his mind, "Nyan's." Angry and sharp, it demanded that Alex not even dare to touch the filth belonging to that dead bitch. His head began to ache. The pressure in his temples intensified, his thoughts growing more and more tangled. Alex couldn't understand what exactly Lady Death wanted from him, and that irritated him more than anything. After a moment of thought, he still reached out his hand. Alex took the ring from the Reaper and slowly turned it between his fingers, ignoring Nyan's furious screams in his head. After a brief pause, he slipped the ring onto the index finger of his right hand. In the very next instant, the world before his eyes wavered. Alex vanished from Mayor Walker's hospital room and found himself within Lady Death's personal domain. The black and white world surrounded him once more. He didn't even have time to look around before he was attacked. After Alex's disappearance, the Reaper who had given him the ring remained standing calmly in place, patiently awaiting his return. The reason for his visit was simple and at the same time unsettling. After the boss's death, the Reapers had found themselves in a state of uncertainty. The one they called Death had been doing all the work the very essence itself was supposed to do, guiding, assigning, maintaining order. Without him, the Reapers continued doing what they knew best, coming for the souls of the dead. Yet death as a concept could not simply vanish. The place where the Reapers usually worked in this universe resembled a boundless library. It stored the so-called books of life, records of every being that had ever been born, died, or was yet to come into existence. And one day, at the main desk where the boss had always sat, she appeared. True Death. Lady Death. She was the boss of their boss. If Reapers served death, then all deaths without exception served Lady Death. And it was then that the Reaper Alex had once encountered in the hospital near Blackwood Mountain received his order to place the ring into Alex's hands. There could be no objections. There was only one problem: Alex did not belong to this universe. He was hidden from sight, existing outside the concepts of life and death, beyond familiar laws and hierarchies. Finding him was almost impossible. The Reaper spent a long time searching, until one day he noticed a strange change in the book of a certain man. That was when he realized, perhaps that was where he would find the one Lady Death called the King in Destruction. He was not mistaken. All that remained was to wait. And just moments later, Alex appeared once more. His clothes were disheveled, as if he had clashed with a furious beast. His entire face, including his lips, was smeared with traces of black lipstick. Alex's gaze seemed empty and unfocused. He was clearly trying to process what had just happened. I'll kill that dead whore. How dare she? Nyan's furious scream echoed in his mind. That scream snapped Alex out of his stupor. What had happened in Lady Death's domain was strange. And, most irritating of all, somewhere deep down he wasn't even against what had happened. Once again, Alex was convinced that such entities, whether it was Nyan or Lady Death, were equally intrusive, bizarre, and completely without brakes. He could have escaped. But to do so, he would have had to literally destroy Lady Death's domain. And that threatened consequences that could ripple across entire worlds. So the only thing he could do at that moment was accept it. And, as absurd as it sounded, take pleasure in it. His thoughts were a mess. His head was being torn apart by a furious stream of abuse from Nyan, who was hurling every possible insult at Lady Death, including ones that had existed since the dawn of the multiverse itself. Alex sincerely hoped that, in a fit of rage, Nyan wouldn't leave chaos to personally have a talk with Lady Death. He could already picture the scene, Lady Death appearing on his doorstep, smiling, and saying, "Congratulations, we have a daughter." Before bursting into laughter. And now Alex urgently needed to figure out how to calm Nyan down before she started yet another war. I'll calm her down, destruction. But there will be a price, Yog's monotone voice echoed in his head. Yeah, thanks, Yog, Alex muttered, massaging his temples. You can stop by Irina and Alice's restaurant. They'll make you some sweets. A long silence followed. The headache gradually began to fade. Alex was certain Yog would handle Nyan. How exactly, he preferred not to even think about it. Just in case, Alex messaged his daughters, asking them to visit Nyan. No matter how strange his relationship with her was, the girls still treated her warmly. He received only one question in reply. So when are we getting a new little sister? Alex let out a heavy sigh. He didn't know that himself. Without replying, he put the phone back into his pocket. Then Alex looked at the Reaper, who had been standing silently in the same spot the whole time. So? He said in an empty voice. I'm thinking, should I hit you, or just ignore you? As you wish, new boss, the Reaper replied calmly. But first. He held out a handkerchief. You should wipe your face. What do you mean, new boss? Alex asked, taking the handkerchief and wiping away the lipstick stains. I mean exactly that, the Reaper replied with a faint smile. You are our boss now. He inclined his head slightly. It will be a pleasure working with you, King. Or, should I call you boss? Let's go with boss, Alex sighed. Fine. I'll sort all this out later and stop by wherever it is you work. He wiped away the last traces of lipstick and, using magic, changed his clothes into his usual black outfit. But for now, I should finish what I came here to do. The Reaper gave a short nod and vanished at once, as if he had never been there. Exhaling, Alex looked at the ring of death on his index finger and tried to take it off. Of course, nothing happened. The ring was fused in place, as if it had become part of him. For a moment, Alex even entertained the thought of cutting off his finger, purely as an experiment. But he almost immediately realized it was pointless. Even if he cut it off and regenerated it anew, the ring of death would still be there. Bound not to flesh, but to his very essence. What interested Alex the most was something else, why exactly he had taken on the role of death in this universe. And why Lady Death hadn't bothered to explain anything. Or maybe she had, and he simply hadn't heard her. Clearing his throat dryly, Alex came to the conclusion that either he really had missed the explanation entirely, or Lady Death had decided to leave him in the dark. Either way, it no longer mattered. The fact remained, the role of death in this universe now belonged to him. And he could kill anyone, without even moving from where he stood. However, he had been capable of that before as well, using the power of destruction. But death and destruction were different forces. And at the same time, frighteningly similar. Alex sighed again, looking at the ring of death as if it had grown into his finger. Then his gaze shifted to Mayor Walker, lying on the hospital bed. At that very moment, Alex felt disturbances in the darkness, slowly seeping into the room. He realized he had spent too much time thinking. With a snap of his fingers, Alex stopped time in the room. The machines froze, sounds vanished, the world stood still. He did this so he could calmly talk to Mayor Walker, to explain his plan and what was supposed to happen next. Stepping up to the bed, Alex touched the mayor's forehead with his fingers. In the same instant, Noble Walker's soul appeared beside the bed, while his body continued to lie motionless in its place. What? Where am I? He began in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Mayor Walker, you are a ghost right now. Let me answer the main questions right away. Yes, souls are real. Yes, heaven and hell exist. And no, you are not dead yet, Alex said calmly, sitting down in a chair and crossing one leg over the other. Noble Walker was a man who believed he had seen everything life had to offer. He had started out as a police officer, then through perseverance became a sheriff, and later a mayor. Long ago, he had realized that the world was far from as simple as it seemed at first glance. It was enough to look at Nevermore, a place where not ordinary teenagers studied, but representatives of the supernatural side of this world. But what was happening now went far beyond anything he could comprehend. Noble looked at his body lying on the hospital bed, hooked up to life support machines, then shifted his gaze back to Alex. The latter sat perfectly calm, leaning back in the chair, lazily rotating the ring on his index finger, as if he had done it countless times before. Walker tried to pull himself together, but the sight of his own body knocked the ground out from under his feet. He looked at Alex again. Alex calmly lit a cigarette and looked back at him without a trace of emotion. You're death. Noble asked carefully, choosing his words. Yes and no. Right now, I'm just acting as death. How and why, that's a long story, Alex replied lazily, exhaling smoke. And what will happen to me? Hell, or heaven? Walker asked even more quietly. Neither, for now. And I'll answer all the philosophical questions at once, about the meaning of life, why it was you, and so on. I'm not going to answer them. Everyone has their own purpose and all that. Blah blah blah, Alex said, waving his hand dismissively. Then what will happen to me? If you're saying my time hasn't come yet, Noble asked in the same cautious tone. Well. Alex drawled, pointing with his cigarette. Take a look over there. Noble Walker turned his head in the direction Alex was pointing and saw black fog slowly seeping out of a ventilation grate in the floor. It spread across the ground, thick and viscous, gradually taking the shape of some kind of figure. Watching this, Noble Walker became completely confused by what was happening. Alex, however, remained perfectly calm. He smoked unhurriedly, in no rush at all, allowing himself to simply sit and observe while the entire world around them was frozen in time. And what is that? Noble Walker asked, pointing at the black fog. That is the one, or rather, the woman, who hit you with the car. That's exactly why you're here right now. And I'm here to make sure you don't die, Alex replied calmly. He paused, then continued. More precisely, you will have to die. But not for long. And I'll answer your next question right away. No, I can't kill this person. And not because I'm death, but because it has to be this way. Alex raised his index finger. In any case, you will forget this conversation. But no matter what, Mayor Walker, you will remember one single thing. And what would that be? Noble asked, swallowing. Until the situation in Jericho and Nevermore stabilizes, you will be dead to everyone, Alex said evenly. Don't worry, you'll be able to return to your family. But they will have to keep their mouths shut and tell no one that you're alive. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Otherwise your son, your wife, and this entire area will turn into a lifeless wasteland. Why, that I won't explain. And it's better for you not to know. Alex stubbed out his cigarette and stood up from the chair. For now, enjoy your time with the status of the dead, Mayor Walker. Our conversation is over. I'll see you tomorrow night, when I dig you up. Bye-bye. He smiled and waved his hand. Noble Walker began, raising his hand. Nope, Alex said, snapping his fingers. Noble Walker's soul instantly returned to his body. Watching this, Alex let out a quiet chuckle. To his own surprise, he had enjoyed playing the role of death, even though a mountain of work awaited him, work he had never asked for. He understood perfectly well that the job of death was damn boring and endless. Everything had to happen exactly as it should in order not to disrupt the natural order of things. And if that order was disrupted, the consequences had to be cleaned up. With a sigh, Alex looked at the black fog, frozen along with time. He cast a "do not notice me" spell on himself and allowed time to flow forward once more. The world came back to life. The black fog instantly took the form of Marilyn. With an icy expression, she approached Noble Walker's bed and reached for the outlet to unplug the life support system. Just to be safe, Alex simply snapped his fingers, plunging Noble Walker into clinical death. At that same moment, the machines erupted with shrill alarm signals. Marilyn immediately turned back into black fog and vanished, seeping into the ventilation shaft. Almost immediately, a group of doctors burst into the room. Not wanting to watch how things unfolded any further, Alex calmly walked out through the open door of the hospital room, remaining unnoticed by everyone. He went down the hospital corridor and soon found himself outside. Becoming visible again, Alex lit another cigarette and headed toward the Impala parked nearby. Sliding into the driver's seat, he started the engine as if nothing at all had happened to him today, including the fact that he had become the big boss of all the Reapers in this universe. Driving toward Nevermore, Alex glanced at the ring of death on his finger and thought about how he now had a lot more unnecessary work he had never asked for, and work no one was clearly going to pay him for. Tightening his grip on the steering wheel and narrowing his eyes slightly, he decided that he would definitely demand payment for his services from Lady Death. Just not anytime soon. Alex knew far too well how visits to her domain usually ended. Instead of answers or payment, he risked receiving a completely different package of services. Lost in thought, Alex didn't even notice when he arrived at Nevermore. He cut the engine, got out of the car, and looked up at the night sky. Trying once again not to sigh, Alex took a step, and found himself standing on the balcony railing of Enid and Wednesday's room. Crouching down, he watched as moonlight streamed through the large round window into the room, where the lights were already off. Alex assumed Enid and Wednesday were asleep and tried to be as quiet as possible. He carefully slipped inside through the window and saw a neatly prepared bedspread laid out in the center of the room. The black ribbon running straight down the middle still divided the room into two halves. Taking off his coat and shoes, Alex lay down in the place prepared for him, pulled out his phone, and quickly realized that the family chat was practically exploding with messages. The girls were asking where he had disappeared to, why he had come back in that condition, and what it even meant that he was Death now. Alex answered all the questions except one: what exactly had happened to him in Lady Death's personal domain. His reply was short but meaningful. He said that a lot had happened. That was more than enough to set his wife's imaginations on fire. Finishing with the messages, Alex placed the phone beside his head and closed his eyes. He didn't notice that all this time, black eyes had been watching him from the darkness. Wednesday had opened them the moment Alex appeared in the room and had been silently watching him ever since, wondering where he had been and what exactly he had been doing. Alex woke up the next morning to insistent nudges. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was Enid's face. She was squatting beside him, her cheeks propped in her hands, watching him intently. At the same time, Alex clearly felt someone continuing to poke him. He turned his gaze to the side and saw Wednesday, her face cold and expressionless, methodically kicking him with her foot. Noticing that Alex was awake, Wednesday immediately stopped and looked him up and down. Instinctively reaching for his phone, Alex realized it was only 8 in the morning. He had already been woken up. Putting the phone away, he rubbed his eyes with his right hand, and both girls immediately noticed the new ring on his index finger. "What's that ring?" Wednesday asked calmly. "Found it on the street," Alex replied sleepily. "Where's the coffee around here?" "Either I get coffee, or someone's getting hit." "I think there's some in the cafeteria," Enid said thoughtfully. "Teachers drink coffee in the mornings." Alex nodded. He realized that rumors about Mayor Walker's death hadn't yet spread everywhere. But one thing he was certain of, Larissa Weems already knew what had happened. Slipping on his shoes and throwing on his coat, Alex decided that coffee was far more important than thinking about the upcoming funeral. Looking out the window, he clicked his tongue. The weather seemed to have turned cloudy on purpose, as if in anticipation of the events to come. As soon as Alex, Wednesday, and Enid entered the cafeteria, he poured himself a cup of coffee. But he didn't even get a sip before Larissa Weems appeared, her expression grim. Conversation immediately fell silent, and all eyes turned to her. With a heavy sigh, she announced that, unfortunately, Mayor Walker had succumbed to his injuries overnight. Enid instantly gripped Alex's hand, frozen in shock. Wednesday frowned, the only person who had gotten close to the truth had died last night. A murmur spread through the cafeteria. The students of Nevermore were starting their morning not with breakfast, but with news of the mayor's death. Larissa Weems announced the time of the funeral and added that anyone who wished could attend, though she doubted many students would come. Alex, however, had no doubt Wednesday would go. As for Enid, he wasn't so sure. The funeral was set to take place in a few hours. After a quick breakfast, Alex, Enid, and Wednesday returned to the dorm room. Enid still couldn't come to terms with the news of the mayor's death. Wednesday, as always, remained cold and composed. Alex stepped out onto the balcony to smoke. Pulling out his phone, he called Dean. After a couple of rings, Dean answered. "Dude, where's my car?" came his voice immediately through the speaker. "I'm in Nevermore right now," Alex replied irritably. "Because of someone, I had to sleep on the dorm floor. Anyway, I need to fill you in, you missed a lot because of your date. By the way, how did it go?" "Fine," Dean replied, calmer than usual. "Probably the first proper date since Lisa. We just sat and talked. It was weird, but nice. So, what did I miss? Could that much really happen in one evening? For starters, Mayor Walker got hit by a car and ended up in the hospital. I visited the old Gates family house. There, a monster attacked me. I lost your knife. Wednesday and Enid found parts of victims' bodies in the basement. Then the culprit burned the house down to cover his tracks. And finally, last night, Mayor Walker died. So, do you think you missed a lot in just one evening?" Alex recited calmly. At that moment, Dean, sitting in the hotel room finishing his morning coffee, stared at his phone. Thinking he must have misheard, he even rubbed his ear with a finger. But after replaying Alex's words in his head, he realized he hadn't imagined it. A logical question immediately formed in his mind: how the hell could so much have happened in a single evening, and why hadn't he known about any of it? Meanwhile, Alex continued recounting what they had found in the Gates house and how his suspicions had been confirmed. The culprit was most likely Laurel Gates, who had faked her death and forged the documents. "Listen, Alex," Dean finally said. "Are you sure all of this happened in one day, not over several? Because even in our line of work, that many events don't happen in a single evening." "I'm shocked myself," Alex replied, taking a drag of his cigarette. "Anyway, Enid is going to change now, and then we'll pick you up. We have a lot to talk about." "All right," Dean sighed. "I'll wait by the hotel. And hurry up. I don't like funerals. And the weather, it's crap. Feels like we're in some depressing movie." "Not impossible," Alex smirked. "Okay, I'm signing off." Shaking his head, Alex put his phone in his pocket and slowly exhaled the cigarette smoke. He looked up at the overcast sky. Heavy clouds hung so low it seemed rain could start at any moment. All that was left was to sigh. "Are we done? Did you talk on the phone?" Enid asked, stepping out onto the balcony. Yes. We'll need to pick up Dean, Alex replied, putting out his cigarette. Enid nodded. Sadness was clearly written on her face. Despite everything, she genuinely felt sorry for Mayor Walker. She truly believed he had been a good man. Noticing her state, Alex stepped closer and gently hugged Enid, stroking her back to try to calm her. Back in the room, Alex glanced at Wednesday. She was already holding an umbrella and clearly just waiting for them. He gave a faint smile, and soon the three of them headed downstairs. Once they reached the car, Alex, Enid, and Wednesday got into the Impala. Starting the engine, Alex briefly explained that they needed to pick up Dean at the hotel. Wednesday silently nodded, her face emotionless. Then again, she actually liked funerals. She had been attending them ever since she could walk. As they approached the hotel, Alex spotted Dean standing by the entrance. He was dressed in an agent's suit. Alex pulled up next to him. "All right, pale little lady, get in the back," Dean said, opening the door. Wednesday shot him a cold look, but Dean's expression made it clear that arguing was pointless. She rolled her eyes and slid into the back seat. Dean took the front seat and immediately glanced at Alex. His eyes instantly dropped to Alex's hand, specifically, his index finger. Dean's eyes widened sharply. He looked back up at Alex. "Dude," he blurted. "What?" Alex asked, turning his head. "Dude, what the hell?" Dean said, pointing directly at the death ring. Alex exhaled sharply. "I'll explain later." Dean nodded, but the question still lingered in his mind. How the hell had that ring ended up on Alex's hand? And with every passing second, more questions arose, yet not a single answer came. Noticing this strange exchange of glances between Alex and Dean, Wednesday once again focused on the ring on Alex's finger, the one he claimed to have simply found. From Dean's reaction, she immediately understood that the piece of jewelry was far from ordinary, having provoked such a strong response. Enid, meanwhile, watched everything with complete bewilderment, unable to grasp what was happening. The events of yesterday and today had hit her all at once, and with every passing minute, her sadness only deepened, especially with the upcoming funeral. Alex parked near City Hall, located in the very center of town. As he stepped out of the Impala, he looked up at the sky, where rain was beginning to drizzle slowly. Clicking his tongue, Alex glanced around and noticed that a surprisingly large crowd had gathered for Mayor Walker's funeral. But his thoughts were elsewhere. He still had to explain to Dean that the mayor wasn't actually dead and that they would have to dig him up. And at the same time, he needed to come up with at least a somewhat convincing lie about the death ring. At the cemetery, Alex, Dean, Wednesday, and Enid stopped in the front row. In one hand, Alex held an umbrella, with the other, he gripped Enid's hand, as she could no longer hold back her tears. He calmly looked at the coffin, understanding more clearly than most a simple truth: everyone dies sooner or later. Noticing Enid's state, Alex wrapped his arm around her shoulders and gently pulled her close, stroking her shoulder in a silent attempt to comfort and support her. Shifting his gaze, he looked at Mayor Walker's family, his wife and son Lucas, who were also crying, their eyes fixed on the coffin. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive as the priest delivered the farewell speech. Alex noticed Wednesday starting to leave first and remembered that she would later meet her Uncle Fester, a truly unique man whose mind seemed completely unhinged, many bolts long gone, and half of them seemingly lost forever. As the ceremony drew to a close, Alex and Dean, still supporting Enid, headed back to the Impala. After seating the tearful girl in the car, Alex decided to talk to Lucas. Spotting the boy standing alone, he approached him. "Listen, now's not the time to fall apart. I know you've lost your father, but your mother's still here. You have to be strong for her. Take care of her. Despite everything that's happened between us, I sympathize. Stay with her and don't let her break. Right now, she needs you the most," Alex added, placing a hand on Lucas's shoulder. Lucas looked at him, recalling their past encounters and how they usually ended. But seeing the genuine support in Alex's eyes, he realized that Alex was serious and sincere. It wasn't an order or a lecture, but an honest and important piece of advice. Lucas then looked at his mother, who was crying over her husband's fresh grave. In that moment, he clearly understood, he had to be there. To be her support. After all, he was now the only man in their family. "Thank you, Agent," Lucas murmured with difficulty. "You're welcome. Stay with your mother. You both need support right now, and it's best to find it in those close to you," Alex replied, patting his shoulder once more. Lucas nodded and immediately went to his mother, embracing her as soon as he reached her. Seeing this, Alex silently nodded and walked back to the Impala. He was certain that Mayor Walker's family would be extremely surprised when they eventually saw him alive and well. Back at the car, Alex briefly answered Dean's question about where he had been. Dean nodded knowingly and started the engine, heading back toward Nevermore. After all, another difficult conversation awaited them, about where Alex had gotten the death ring. To be continued. Ahem. I'll admit right now, I planned this. Honestly, it wasn't the voices in my head that told me to do it. And no, no one threatened me, save me. My editor ran away and locked me in the basement. Ahem. Moving on to another question, nothing will change, Alex will just have to visit the Library of Life, give instructions to the Reapers, and that's it. Possibly. It will just make some things a little easier for Alex in the future. Or at least it should. Chapter 549, Chapter 549, If you lie properly, it becomes the truth. After talking to Lucas, Mayor Walker's son, Alex returned to the Impala and took the passenger seat. Dean was already behind the wheel. Alex suggested that they first drop Enid back at Nevermore so they would have time to talk calmly later. Hearing this, Dean nodded, but his gaze once again involuntarily fell on the ring of death on Alex's finger. Dozens of questions swirled in his head, but he understood perfectly well that now was not the time to ask them. When they pulled up to Nevermore again, Alex promised Enid that he would stop by later, after he dealt with his business, before she got out of the car. Enid nodded with a sad smile. She understood perfectly well that Mayor Walker's death meant even more work for Alex. Alex gently patted her on the head in farewell and gave her an encouraging smile. It helped Enid steady herself a little after such a hard day. When she left, Dean started the engine again and pulled away, heading somewhere they could talk without being interrupted. As the Impala drove away from Nevermore, Alex tensely thought about what excuse he could come up with to convince Dean where the ring of death on his finger had come from. He knew one thing for sure, he couldn't tell the truth. He couldn't talk about the ring being given to him by order of True Death herself. And he definitely couldn't mention that after he put it on, he was attacked and given a very warm welcome in Lady Death's personal domain. In the end, Alex came to a simple and well-tested conclusion: it was better to spout nonsense again, but with the most convincing expression possible. A few vague phrases about balance, the order of things, and the universe's prohibitions, and people usually believed it. While he was working out his story, Dean turned onto the shoulder and parked the Impala near the forest, in a place where no one would overhear them. Turning off the engine, Dean threw Alex a brief look and got out of the car, making it clear that the conversation would be better continued in the fresh air. Alex let out a heavy sigh and followed him. Stepping out of the Impala, he lit a cigarette and leaned against the hood. "So, care to share where you got the ring of death?" Dean asked, looking at Alex. "Or should I remind you what happened to the previous death?" "That's pretty hard to explain without sounding like a lunatic who escaped from an asylum," Alex replied, exhaling cigarette smoke. "We've been living in that asylum our whole lives," Dean shot back calmly. "I was blessed by God's own sister. And I wore that ring for a while. Just one day, and it wasn't the most pleasant experience. But I know enough to understand the weight it carries. So start talking." "All right." Alex exhaled and flicked away the ash. "After everything that happened yesterday, I decided to stop by the hospital to check on Mayor Walker." "And why?" Dean raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me this was your doing and he died because of you." "Let me finish first," Alex said, shaking ash off his cigarette. "After the fire at the Gates family house, I realized that the criminal hiding in the shadows would want to cover all their tracks and, most likely, finish off the mayor. I went into the ward, and there was a Reaper. He said he brought me the ring and a message." "And why would he do that?" Dean frowned. "And what kind of message?" "He said that once I put the ring on, I'd understand everything. But here's the catch." Alex tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Let me guess," Dean snorted. "You didn't understand a damn thing. More or less. Mostly nonsense about balance and the natural order of things. That everyone has to die when they're supposed to. Not earlier, not later," Alex said thoughtfully. "And now you're the big boss." Dean squinted. "Or something like that. You could say that. Basically, the same thing is happening to me as happened to you. You got Amara's blessing, and I got Death's. I think our chances of keeping the world from falling apart just went up a bit," Alex said, stroking his chin. "Well, that's nice to hear," Dean smirked. "Any bonuses? Teleportation, a scythe, a grim cloak? Or is all you got the phrase, 'now you're death,' and a ton of responsibilities?" Alex almost smacked himself on the forehead. He hadn't actually checked what exactly came with the ring. His thoughts were too tangled, all he could think about was the new mountain of work he never asked for, and the fact that he couldn't take the ring off. Pushing off the hood, Alex took a step to the side and acted on instinct. In the next moment, a long black scythe appeared in his hand, its massive blade adorned with carved skulls. Examining the weapon, Alex thought it looked suspiciously similar to the scythe of death from one universe where death had been an Nephilim. Dean looked at the scythe with interest, then automatically recalled the Mark of Cain blade, which, compared to this, looked almost like a toy. "So this is how you compensate for your size?" Dean asked dryly. "Go to hell, man," Alex snorted, flipping him off. "Jealousy doesn't suit you." Dean flipped him off in return. And before another verbal sparring match could start, Alex decided to test his new weapon. He figured that if he now had Death's scythe, then maybe he could slightly forgive Lady Death for dumping a whole mountain of work on him without asking. Just a little. Alex deftly spun the scythe in his hands. The blade whistled through the air as he literally began juggling the weapon, passing it from hand to hand and spinning it at incredible speed. Then came a sharp swing. The tree was cut with frightening ease. The trunk slowly slid to the side before crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Dean whistled, genuinely impressed. Looking at the fallen tree, Alex decided to test a few more bonuses, fully relying on the power of the Ring of Death. He kept spinning the scythe, and in the next instant, he simply vanished. Alex reappeared in midair above the ground. Falling, he spun, slicing a second tree in half with a single motion, then landed softly, as if he had merely taken a step. He paused for another second, then gripped the scythe with both hands. The weapon shuddered, and instantly split into two shorter scythes. Whoa! Alex whistled softly, not hiding his own surprise. There was no longer any doubt, in his hands was the very weapon once wielded by Death the Nephilim. Dean, seeing the two scythes, merely clicked his tongue in irritation. Alex decided not to stop. He kicked a log into the air, jumped after it, and in a fraction of a second turned it into neat pieces, as if chopping vegetables on a cutting board. Landing, Alex didn't even turn around. The sliced log collapsed behind him in a tidy pile. Damn, man. Dean breathed, staring at him. Were you trained by kung fu monks or something? What the hell was that just now? I don't really know myself, Alex shrugged. It's all kind of instinctive. I helped you get used to your power, and when I got mine, it just came naturally. Though I'm still limited in how I can use it. Fighting with a scythe, though, that's a whole different story. Both sides vanished as if they had never existed. Yeah, instinctive. Dean snorted. Like I believe that. And those aerial pirouettes. Teleportation. Well, we watched anime together, Alex replied lazily, rolling his eyes. I figured I could try a couple of tricks. And as you can see, it worked. Pretty easily, actually. No one was stopping you from trying either, by the way. Yeah. The anime main character, Dean muttered. Alright, screw you. What's next? Can you use your new power to find our villain? I can, Alex replied calmly. But I won't. Order, balance, and all that crap. I told you, everyone has to die when they're supposed to. Not earlier, not later. No exceptions. Fine, whatever you say, Half-Death, Dean rolled his eyes. Oh, right, before I forget, Alex added, pulling out a cigarette. We'll have to dig up Mayor Walker tonight. I put him into a state of clinical death before our villain, Laurel Gates, could finish him off completely. Dean froze. His face was full of questions, enough to fill an entire interrogation. Noticing this, Alex sat back on the hood of the Impala and began calmly explaining the plan. He told him that if they had just saved the mayor and let him not die, Laurel could have completed her plan, and they wouldn't even have realized what exactly she was doing. They still didn't know why she was collecting parts of her victims' bodies, why she stole the book, or what she intended to do with Amara's shard of power. Most likely, she's preparing a ritual, Alex said thoughtfully. But if we interfere too early, she could completely lose control. And then everything would just get worse. We need her to step out of the shadows on her own. Dean listened carefully and finally nodded. All right, got it. So we wait for Laurel Gates to slip up. But that doesn't stop us from figuring out which identity she's hiding under and, at the same time, looking for the monster she's keeping on a leash. Exactly, Alex nodded. Now, maybe you'll drop me back in Nevermore. Nope, Dean smirked, climbing into the driver's seat and starting the engine. Use your new death tricks and get back to your two girlfriends yourself. Without waiting for Alex's answer, Dean slammed the gas. The tires screeched, and music immediately blared from the Impala's speakers. The car shot forward and disappeared around the corner. Alex remained standing by the roadside, silently watching Dean drive off. He gritted his teeth, and in the next moment, teleported straight into the Impala. What the hell? Dean shouted, yanking the wheel so hard the car nearly skidded off the road. But Alex had already vanished. The last thing Dean heard was a furious, colorful string of cursing. A second later, Alex appeared at the gates of Nevermore. He walked calmly into the grounds, closing his eyes to sense Wednesday's presence. It registered instantly, a buzzing hive. Lighting a cigarette, Alex entered the academy grounds and almost immediately realized that Larissa Weems had cancelled classes for the entire day due to Mayor Walker's death. Students passed by without paying him any attention, as if Alex had already become part of Nevermore, possibly because of how often he appeared there. He headed toward the far end of the academy. From a distance, he could hear the steady hum of bees. As he approached, he saw Eugene in a protective suit, carefully collecting honey from the hives. "Yo, chum. How's your leg?" Alex called, raising a hand in greeting. "Much better now, thanks for asking," Eugene smiled. "My mom said I should thank you and your partner for the help. But I didn't know how." "Chum, let's do it the old-fashioned way," Alex smirked and patted him on the shoulder. "A couple of jars of honey and we're square. By the way, have you seen Wednesday? She left after Mayor Walker's funeral, and I lost track of her." "She's in the barn with her uncle," Eugene replied with a tight smile. "You better be prepared, her uncle, well, he's a bit strange." Alex smiled faintly, gave a thumbs up, and made it clear he could handle it. After saying goodbye to Eugene, he headed toward the barn. If his memory served him right, Uncle Fester had recognized the monster. And that meant there was no longer any point in hiding the truth, the creature they were hunting was a hide. Reaching the barn doors, Alex pushed them slightly and stepped inside. And in the very next second, someone attacked him. Alex reacted instantly. A sweep of the leg, and the attacker went down. In the next split second, Alex pinned him face first to the wooden floor, pulled a knife from behind his back, and drove the blade into the boards right next to his opponent's head. Everything happened so fast that Wednesday didn't even have time to blink. "Let him go." "That's my uncle," she said tiredly. Alex froze. He looked up at Wednesday, who was calmly watching him, then lowered his gaze, and saw a bald, almost corpse-white head and a satisfied grin. Alex put the knife away and released Fester. He immediately jumped to his feet and dusted himself off, as if this sort of thing happened to him regularly. Wednesday rubbed the bridge of her nose. She hadn't managed to stop her uncle, and now she was dealing with the consequences. Alex calmly sheathed the knife and finally took a proper look at Fester, pale skin, wild eyes, a heavy black cloak, and a completely shaved head. "Phew, no one's ever taken me down that fast," Fester said cheerfully. "That's a first. Even the orderlies in those psychiatric hospitals where I vacationed weren't that quick." "Who are you, kid?" "My name's Alexander." Alex began, tilting his head slightly. "He's my fiancé." "My parents approve," Wednesday interrupted calmly. Fester blinked. "What? Really?" His grin widened even more. "Though, when you look closely, it makes perfect sense. You've got the same look your mother has when she looks at your father, like she can't decide whether to strangle Gomez or hug him." Alex glanced at Wednesday and raised an eyebrow slightly at her words. They had agreed that he would pretend to be her fiancé only for her parents' visit, just for Parents' Day, nothing more. However, Wednesday's cold, steady gaze made it clear, she had said exactly what she wanted to say, and she had no intention of taking it back. Meanwhile, Uncle Fester strolled leisurely around Alex, nodding approvingly and occasionally making his strange remarks. "Wednesday, your uncle approves of your fiancé." "He's good," Fester declared with a wide grin. "I don't need approval. I'll decide for myself," Wednesday replied evenly. Yes, whatever you say," Uncle Fester drawled with a smile, continuing to study her. Maybe I should come back later. I actually came to check on you." "You left as soon as they started burying Mayor Walker," Alex said, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. "I always leave when they start burying the body." "And my uncle recognized the monster," Wednesday replied, lighting Alex's cigarette. "And what kind of monster is it?" "We thought we'd already figured everything out," Alex raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise, and exhaled a stream of smoke. "The monster you're hunting is a hide," Uncle Fester said, nodding. "What? That's impossible. Hides were supposed to be wiped out." "Every last one," Alex said, skillfully feigning confusion. "How do you know that?" Wednesday looked at him closely, lifting an eyebrow slightly. "Remember when you came to me to change my bandages? I told you about the order that Dean and I belonged to. One of the order's members studied hides. When it became clear they couldn't be controlled, the order was given, identify every hide and destroy them." "No exceptions," Alex said, exhaling smoke once more. Wednesday frowned slightly, clearly doubting his words. Noticing her look, Alex gestured for her to come closer. When she did, he took out his phone and stepped behind her, carefully sliding his hands under her arms so she could see everything on the screen herself. Wednesday barely reacted to such closeness anymore, she seemed used to his gestures, and lightly leaned her back against his chest. Alex opened a file from the Men of Letters archives on his phone. Wednesday read the document carefully. It was a letter with a direct order to begin a hunt for hides, with clear instructions to find and kill every single one without exception. Uncle Fester watched the scene with a broad grin, hardly believing his eyes. Wednesday was allowing someone to stand so close to her without the slightest resistance, letting him into her personal space. And the sight gave him genuine pleasure. Alex, however, didn't show the rest of the documents, the ones that pointed to the possibility of surviving hides who simply didn't know about their true nature. The same applied to Sheriff Donovan's wife. During a seizure, she had transformed into a hide, after which she was taken to the oldest house for experiments, where she later died when the building was attacked by the hiss. "Oh my, you've already come this far. How sweet," Uncle Fester drawled cheerfully. "Uncle Fester, not now. Tell me about the book you mentioned," Wednesday said, still remaining in Alex's unspoken embrace. "Ah yes. Your fiancé's appearance completely threw me off. You've read Faulkner's journal, haven't you? Even before Nevermore was founded, there was a scholar named Nathaniel Faulkner. He traveled the world and studied communities of outcasts," Uncle Fester began. "Faulkner. That sounds familiar. I think I've heard that name before," Alex said, tilting his head slightly. "How do you know about that book?" "I haven't seen it in the library, and Nevermore is famous for its extensive collection," Wednesday said, frowning. "Do you think your parents only now can't tear themselves away from each other?" "It's about the same with you and your fiancé," Uncle Fester remarked with a smirk. "Get to the point," Wednesday said coldly. "Oy vey. Once I paid a visit to your father. And let's just say, I interrupted them doing something that definitely wasn't a pillow fight," Uncle Fester added, chuckling quietly. Hearing this, Alex's eye twitched almost imperceptibly, and he barely managed to keep himself from laughing out loud. Wednesday fixed Uncle Fester with an icy stare and then, without ceremony, pinched Alex's arm, making it perfectly clear that this was not the time for amusement. Alex immediately fell tactfully silent. He had no desire to once again recall Gomez and Morticia and their rather explicit displays of affection. He had already had the pleasure of witnessing that during their visit to Nevermore on Parents' Day, and, frankly, that spectacle was enough to last him for many years. "Uncle Fester, I told you, get to the point. The journal. Where is it?" Wednesday's voice grew even colder. Yes, sorry," Fester replied hastily. "The journal is kept in the Belladonna library. Your father sent me there and told me to wait. There I found a small safe. I was hoping there would be money inside, or at least some jewelry. But there was only the journal," he added with a sincerely disappointed look. "We'll go to the library this evening. Until then, don't stick your head out. Don't let yourself be found. And if they do find you, I'll disown you and collect the bounty on your head," Wednesday said calmly, staring her uncle straight in the eyes. "And how much do they pay for my dear niece's uncle's head?" Alex asked with genuine interest. "Ha ha ha." Fester laughed. "I like your fiancé more and more, Wednesday. He'll fit right into our family without any trouble." Wednesday did not bother to answer either Alex or Uncle Fester. She simply grabbed Alex by the hand and dragged him along, under Fester's cheerful and clearly satisfied gaze. As Wednesday confidently pulled him forward, Alex managed to wave goodbye to Eugene. Before leaving, Wednesday stopped, turned to Eugene, and reminded him to keep his mouth shut and to keep an eye on Uncle Fester, preferably not letting him eat the bees. Eugene immediately made a zip-it gesture, and at the mention of bees, he instantly bolted into the barn. Wednesday considered that a sufficient precaution and dragged Alex along once more. When she held his hand, her fingers involuntarily brushed against the ring of death on his index finger. Wednesday immediately felt how cold it was, not just cold, but frighteningly alien. That sensation only strengthened her certainty that the ring was far from ordinary, especially when she recalled Dean's reaction upon seeing it on Alex's finger. Wanting answers, Wednesday headed straight for the dormitory, to a place where no one would be able to eavesdrop. As she led Alex across the grounds of Nevermore, he calmly took out his phone and texted Dean that they had been wrong about the monster. The reply came almost instantly, just a single question mark. Alex immediately forwarded him the information about the creature known as a hide. He understood that hiding it any longer was pointless, and sent everything at once. After receiving the next batch of information, Dean didn't reply again, and Alex slipped his phone back into his pocket. When they reached the dormitory, Wednesday practically shoved Alex into the room, which visibly surprised Enid, who was still trying to recover from the funeral. Once again finding himself in Wednesday and Enid's room, Alex calmly sat down on a chair and began to spin slowly. "Wednesday, where did you disappear to?" Enid asked, looking at her while she carefully put her umbrella away in the closet. "I always leave when they start lowering the coffin," Wednesday replied evenly, without going into the details of what had happened after the funeral. "Oh right, I almost forgot," Alex said casually, continuing to spin on the chair while looking at Wednesday. "I won't be able to go to the library with you this evening. I've got other things to take care of." "Why?" Wednesday narrowed her eyes slightly. "Well, I'll need to dig up Mayor Walker," Alex replied calmly, still spinning. The phone Enid was holding slipped from her hands and hit the floor with a dull thud. Wednesday slowly turned her narrowed gaze on Alex. He, however, continued to spin silently in the chair, as if nothing had happened. Wednesday's eye twitched. She stepped closer and abruptly stopped the chair, forcing Alex to look at her. Her cold stare made it perfectly clear, either he explained everything right now, or things would only get worse. Even Enid was looking at him in a way that left no doubt, both of them were expecting answers. All right, no need to look at me like that, Alex said placatingly. Mayor Walker isn't exactly dead. I mean, he kind of died, but not really. Although he actually did die. It's just a lot more complicated, and I can't tell you everything, what, how, or why, he added in a calm tone, thoughtfully turning the ring of death on his index finger. Wednesday squinted and looked again at the ring on Alex's finger, which he was slowly rotating, as if weighing every word he was about to say. Alex didn't really want to hide anything from Wednesday and Enid, but one final step remained, the one after which there would be no turning back. He needed to make sure they were truly ready to go all the way with him. Without hesitating, Wednesday suddenly grabbed Alex by the collar and quickly kissed him on the lips, according to their old agreement. In her view, it was a perfectly fair payment for an answer. She gives what he wants, and he answers her question. Seeing this, Enid's mind short-circuited, and the phone in her hands fell to the floor with a dull thud, again, just after she had picked it up. Wednesday, what are you doing? Enid exclaimed, staring at Alex. Old deal. Now answer, Wednesday said calmly, completely ignoring Enid's outburst. For some answers, the price is much higher. So I'll only tell you what I can, Alex began in a steady tone, continuing to slowly turn the ring on his finger. We already know that all of this was orchestrated by Laurel Gates. Who helped her stage her own death, that's still speculation, and I can't talk about it. But her goal is clear, she wants to destroy all the outcasts. She has something that absolutely must not fall into the hands of ordinary people. What exactly it is, I can't say. How it ended up with Laurel Gates, I can't say either. Mayor Walker is alive because Laurel hasn't finished what she started. I had to improvise. I did it so she wouldn't flip the entire board and make the situation even worse. And, as I've already said, essentially Laurel Gates carries around a portable atomic bomb. That's why Dean and I act extremely cautiously, so as not to provoke her. Too little information for so many words, Wednesday noted, frowning. So, Mayor Walker is alive. And he had to die so things wouldn't get worse. Enid asked cautiously, taking Alex's hand. Exactly, my little pink fluff ball, Alex said softly, stroking Enid's hair. But I can give you a hint. What Laurel Gates has, you've already seen. And very recently. At these words, Wednesday frowned even more. She folded her arms across her chest and began pacing slowly around the room, muttering possible scenarios aloud. Fragments of conversations, hints, and phrases from Alex that she had previously ignored surfaced in her memory. All this time, Enid held Alex's hand and watched him with pouted lips. Alex responded with a light smile and poked her nose with his finger. He fully understood the reason for her displeasure. Wednesday had kissed him right in front of her. Chuckling, Alex gently squeezed Enid's cheeks, trying to lighten the mood. After a few moments, she stopped being angry, but in retaliation, she grabbed his cheeks and pulled them in opposite directions. Even though she had accepted the fact that Alex liked Wednesday, it didn't mean she enjoyed watching their kisses. Unlike Wednesday, Enid always kissed Alex only when no one was around. Meanwhile, Wednesday stopped in the middle of the room. Finally, a clear chain of thought formed in her mind. All the clues clicked into place. Darkness. She whispered, looking at Alex. Exactly, he nodded with a light, almost playful smile. Laurel Gates has darkness. And she knows how to use it. I left you enough clues. If you had pieced it together a little earlier, you would have figured it out then. The answer was always right there. So, she wants to destroy Nevermore using this power. That's incredibly dangerous, Enid said, eyes wide. You showed what happened in Bright Falls. The same thing could happen here. Well, you could say that, Alex replied with a tight smile. This is terrible. We need to warn everyone. Tell everyone. Enid began to breathe heavily, and her voice already carried hints of rising panic. For now, calm down, Alex said gently but firmly. We don't know what identity Laurel Gates is hiding under right now. As I said, she got a lot of help covering her tracks. Even Mayor Walker found out the truth by accident, and even then, it was too late. Who she is now is unknown to us. So first, we need to find her pocket pet, the monster. First, catch it. Then we deal with Laurel herself. There's a lot of work ahead, so for now, it's better to act like we know nothing and that all the traces are gone. Understand? Enid nodded thoughtfully at Alex's words and took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She still found it hard to believe that a normal end-of-school year could turn into such a nightmare. Wednesday also nodded silently. She clearly understood that until the true culprit was identified, it was better to keep everything secret, especially since that culprit could be anyone. However, what occupied her mind even more was the organization capable of cleaning up traces so thoroughly that not a hint of Laurel Gates' involvement remained. It was far too professional, too clean, to be the work of just one person. Alex spent several more hours with Wednesday and Enid, mostly with Enid, since Wednesday had once again immersed herself in her novel. The typewriter clicked steadily as she organized her thoughts and clues. During this time, Alex managed to fully calm Enid, who had been on the verge of another panic attack, by promising to make something sweet. That was enough to noticeably improve her mood. From time to time, Wednesday lifted her eyes from the typewriter, and they invariably landed on the ring on Alex's finger. No matter how badly she wanted to find out what the ring was and what truth he was still hiding, Wednesday had already realized one thing: the price for such answers was far higher than a simple kiss. When it was time to leave, Alex lightly kissed Enid on the cheek, and the girl visibly brightened. When he stepped up to Wednesday, he was about to do the same, but she suddenly turned her head, and he kissed her on the lips instead. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise, but Wednesday only met his gaze for a brief moment before returning to her typewriter, as if that kiss had been something completely natural and inevitable. After saying goodbye to both girls, Alex calmly left the dormitory. Stepping beyond the grounds of Nevermore, he looked around, took a step, and in the next moment found himself in a hotel room. Dean, who was sitting at the table with a mug of coffee, jolted at Alex's sudden appearance and nearly spilled the hot drink on himself. Alex snorted, looking at Dean's irritated expression. "I'm saying this right now, don't you dare show up like that again. No teleporting behind me, in the car, or in any other unexpected places. It took me forever to break Castile of that habit, and I'm not doing it again," Dean said irritably. All right, don't get mad. Still, it's a useful ability. Now I can buy fresh groceries and actually cook properly. Huge plus, Alex shrugged with a grin. "I'd like to say that's not an argument, but your cooking really is amazing." "I wouldn't mind having that kind of teleport either," Dean admitted with a nod. "Couldn't you do something like that? You were a knight of hell for a while." "There had to be some perks," Alex raised an eyebrow. "Hell if I know. I never really checked. Either I was drinking with Crowley or killing demons he sicked on me, calling them supporters of that bitch Abaddon." Dean shook his head. "What if Amara gave you that perk? You're basically still carrying the power of darkness inside you, with no side effects." "Maybe you can teleport too," Alex asked thoughtfully. "I don't know, and I don't want to find out. What if it throws me to the other side of the planet with no way back?" "Screw that. I prefer the classics, car, road, and music," Dean smirked. Typical Dean Winchester. "And just so you know, even if I'm technically the big boss of the Reapers now, I'm still the same hunter." With all that talk about balance, order, and other crap, Alex chuckled. "Yeah, I got it the first time." The old Death looked impressive, but he talked like a complete idiot. "You've always acted like you've got a couple of loose screws even without the ring. So nothing's changed." "Death who can't kill, hilarious," Dean laughed. "Hey, I can still hit you with a stick. Want me to smack your knee with an iron baton?" Alex offered with a wide grin. "I think I'll pass. Better go grab some beer. The fridge is empty. And get snacks, and pie," Dean grinned. "Should I just pop over to the other side of the earth while I'm at it?" Alex asked sarcastically. "Exactly. You can do that now. How about some real Mexican food?" Dean smiled slyly. Alex stared at him blankly while Dean kept grinning. Eventually, Alex realized it wouldn't be difficult at all. He vanished, and reappeared a couple of minutes later with a tray full of tacos and a pack of beer. Dean immediately perked up, grabbing a taco and a bottle, while Alex just shook his head and joined in. Either way, all they had left to do was wait for sunset, so they could dig up Mayor Walker and quietly return him home without anyone noticing. To be continued. Well, now Alex can show off a couple of his powers, citing Death's power and all that. I'd say this made Alex's job a little easier when asked in the future why he's so strong. And now Alex can say it's all Death's power, he. I'm thinking about how to increase Sam's strength, but I can't find a suitable option or possibility. Right now, Sam is the weakest of them all, even Samantha is already stronger than Sam. Well, I couldn't refuse some advice and a little help. Thanks in advance. He. Chapter 550, A Date Invitation. Alex and Dean kept drinking beer and devouring the tacos Alex had brought straight from Mexico right up until sunset. Over food and bottles, the conversation naturally turned to the monster called a Hyde, a creature neither of them had ever encountered before. Still, the general picture was more or less clear: the Hyde they were hunting was under the influence of the power of darkness, which automatically made killing it far more complicated. In Dean's opinion, they had long possessed weapons capable of killing almost any dangerous creature, so there was no real need to rack their brains over how exactly to kill yet another monster. Alex simply nodded in agreement. Even without the Ring of Death, he had been killing monsters long before all this talk of balance, reapers, and other metaphysical nonsense. At the same time, Alex understood perfectly well that the Ring of Death on his finger gave him far more possibilities than he had ever shown. Most of those abilities had to be carefully hidden, limiting himself to a few harmless magical tricks, runes, and things that wouldn't raise unnecessary suspicion. During the conversation, they also discussed how to track down the hide, deciding that their first priority was to eliminate the chained hound Laurel Gates was keeping on a leash, and only then move on to Laurel herself. Dean, of course, had no idea that the monster they were looking for was literally right under their noses. When Alex passed him all the information about hides, Dean focused only on the main traits, ignoring the finer details. He knew that hides eventually lost their human appearance, and so he never even considered the possibility that, for now, the hide could still look like an ordinary human. Nothing pointed to the monster being Tyler, Sheriff Donovan's son. The guy who worked every day at the Weathervane Cafe. The very same cafe where Alex and Dean bought coffee every morning and almost always ran into Tyler face to face. When it finally got dark, Alex and Dean left the hotel without another word and got into the Impala. Stopping by the chapel with the cemetery behind it, they got out of the car and grabbed the shovels. Glancing around to make sure no one was nearby, they approached Mayor Walker's grave. Dean looked at Alex with a silent question written plainly on his face, "Are you absolutely sure you didn't kill him for real and actually staged his death?" Alex raised his thumb, signaling that everything had been done properly. Dean nodded, and the two of them started digging. As they worked, they kept glancing around from time to time. Jericho was a small town, and the chance that someone might suddenly decide to take a nighttime walk through the cemetery was very real. More than anything, Alex hoped Sheriff Donovan wouldn't suddenly show up, since he had been a close friend of Mayor Walker. Fortunately, this time luck was on their side. Digging up the grave took almost 2 hours. Most of that time wasn't spent on the digging itself, but on constant checks to make sure no one was watching them. And then, finally, Dean's shovel struck something solid. "There," he muttered, crouching down to brush away the dirt. Alex immediately opened the coffin and saw Mayor Walker inside. "So what now?" Dean asked, climbing out of the pit. "Go on, do your death tricks. We still have to bury all this back." Alex looked at him and nodded. Crouching down, he touched Mayor Walker's forehead with 2 fingers. In the same instant, the mayor's eyes flew open, and he gasped sharply for air, as if surfacing from deep underwater. Alex calmly watched as the mayor came to his senses. Giving him a little time to process what was happening, Alex lit a cigarette and waited patiently for him to calm down. Mayor Walker looked around, trying to understand where he was and what was happening. He only remembered finding a lead on who might be the main culprit and heading to tell his friend, Sheriff Donovan, about it, as he always did, in their usual place. After that, his memories were blurred: the road, a shove in the back, sharp pain, and darkness. Then there had been some kind of conversation he barely remembered, but one thing he knew for certain: they had told him to stay dead so no one else would get hurt. "Good morning, Mayor Walker. Sleep well?" Alex asked with a faint smile, extending a hand. "Is this some kind of joke, Agent?" the mayor muttered, taking the help and getting to his feet. "You could say that," Alex replied. "Now let's get you home. But remember, for everyone else, you're still dead. At least until things settle down." Mayor Walker nodded silently, fully aware that if anyone saw him alive, not only he but his entire family would be in danger. Dean helped Noble climb out of the grave, after which he and Alex quickly began filling it back in, careful not to leave even the slightest trace. Once they were finished at the cemetery, Alex and Dean got into the Impala together with the very much alive Mayor Walker. The drive home passed in conversation. Noble shared his suspicions and everything he had managed to uncover over the past few days. He wanted to help, if only to repay Alex and Dean for what they had done for him. Dean already knew most of what he heard from Alex, but the perspective of someone who had independently come so close to the truth was valuable in its own right. When the Impala stopped in front of the Walker's house, Noble stepped out and stared for a long moment at the dark windows. No lights were on inside. He couldn't even begin to imagine the pain his family had gone through after he had died to the rest of the world. Dean quietly patted him on the shoulder, a gesture of support, without words. He knew all too well what it meant to lose someone close. Approaching the front door, Alex signaled to Noble with a glance to step aside. Noble nodded and melted into the darkness near the porch. Alex pressed the doorbell. A light immediately came on upstairs, footsteps followed, and a minute later the door opened. Luann Walker stood in the doorway. Traces of tears were still visible on her face, her gaze empty, scorched by loss. Behind her stood Lucas, wearing the same crushed expression, though his tense posture made it clear he was holding himself together with all his strength for his mother's sake. Both of them stared at Alex, who looked as though he had just crawled out of the dirt. In the middle of the night, in that condition, his appearance was, to say the least, strange. "Agent?" Luann asked softly. "What brings you here so late, and in this state?" "First of all, my apologies for the disturbance, Mrs. Walker," Alex replied calmly. "Tell me, please, is there anyone else in the house right now besides you and your son?" "No." Luann instinctively clutched the edges of her robe. Just us. Why do you ask? Then there's something you should see, Alex said gently. Noticing her anxiety, he offered a reassuring smile and stepped aside, nodding toward the darkness. Luann frowned and cautiously stepped outside. After taking only a couple of steps, she froze, pressing a hand to her mouth. Lucas followed, and immediately stopped as well, unable to believe his eyes. A little farther off, at the edge of the light, stood his father. Luann's eyes filled with tears. She broke into a run and threw herself at her husband, sobbing and clinging to him as if afraid he might disappear again. Lucas still stood there, frozen, until he finally turned to Alex and Dean. They were standing a little off to the side, dirt-stained and silent. Alex caught the boy's stunned look, gave a faint smile, and gently nudged him in the back. Go, he said softly. Lucas took a step forward, and a moment later was in his parents' arms. Watching the touching reunion, Alex and Dean turned away at the same time and let out heavy breaths. Alex glanced at Dean and understood without words what he was feeling. Dean had lost too much. And Alex knew the time to bring the Winchester family back together had not yet come. Right now, it would bring more pain than joy. After finishing his cigarette, Alex escorted the Walker family back into the house. In the living room, he seated them on the couch and spoke calmly. First, I want to clarify one thing. Noble Walker is still officially dead. So, not a word about what happened tonight. At least until things settle down. But why? Luann asked in a trembling voice, gripping her husband's hand tightly. Dean crossed his arms and answered instead of Alex. Ma'am, there was an attempt on your husband's life. It's already a miracle he survived. If anyone finds out right now, you and your son will be in danger. Until we find who's responsible, this has to stay quiet. Noble nodded and squeezed his wife's hand. It won't be for long, Luann, he said gently. I'll just be staying at home for a while. He turned to his son. Lucas, could you go to my study, please? There's a folder on the desk. I think it might be useful for the agents. Lucas nodded and rose from the couch. Without a word, he headed upstairs to his father's study. Meanwhile, Alex calmly and methodically explained how they should act and behave until the situation normalized. Throughout it all, Luann never took her eyes off her husband. Noble nodded from time to time, confirming that Alex was right and that his words were worth listening to. Luann tightened her grip on her husband's hand. One thing was enough for her, he was alive. In the first moments, she had even thought it was all a dream. But the warmth of his palm, his familiar smile, his usual look, all of it slowly but surely chased her fears away. From Alex's words, she understood the most important thing: Noble had staged his own death to protect her and their son. And that was enough for her anxiety to ease. A few minutes later, Lucas returned, holding a folder. Here you go, Agent, he said, offering it to Alex. Lucas, you're in touch with Bianca Barkley, aren't you? Alex asked with a faint smile, not taking the folder. How do you know that? Lucas stared at him in surprise. Occupational hazard, Alex replied calmly. I need you to go to Nevermore and pass this folder to Wednesday. Through Bianca. He paused briefly, letting the words sink in. Don't do it tomorrow. No need to draw attention. It's important that this folder is seen. Don't ask why, just do it. Say you found it on your father's desk. With this folder, you're trying to identify the culprit. Noble asked, watching Alex closely. Exactly, Alex nodded. Either he'll try to steal it, or he'll start acting more cautiously. Either way, we buy time. And right now, time is the most valuable thing we have. Alex calmly laced his fingers together, maintaining an unreadable expression. Agent. Lucas began carefully. Aren't you close to Wednesday Addams? We are, Alex answered honestly. I'll explain everything to her tomorrow. You don't really think I'd put anyone in danger, do you? That's not my style. He smiled slightly. Besides, Wednesday can handle herself just fine without me. All I need is a rumor. A hint that your father found something. The key is to play the cards right. Lucas wanted to ask another question, but Noble placed a hand on his shoulder and nodded, signaling that he should follow Alex's instructions. Noble had experience as a sheriff. He understood how difficult it was to draw out someone who had been in hiding for 25 years, constantly changing identities and covering their tracks. Laurel Gates was exactly that. Insane. Insane enough to kill anyone who got too close. Noble knew perfectly well that the explosion in the cave had nothing to do with natural gas. And before that, Alex and Dean had nearly died. There were no coincidences here. Lucas silently nodded and sat back down on the couch next to his parents. After talking a little longer, Alex and Dean said their goodbyes and headed for the exit. The Impala was waiting by the house. Once they got in, Dean started the engine, and the car slowly rolled forward. "Don't you think your girlfriend will be upset when she finds out you're using her?" Dean asked, keeping his eyes on the road. "I'll explain everything to her," Alex replied calmly. "And I can protect her if needed. Once we figure out which identity Laurel Gates is hiding under, everything will get easier." He thoughtfully stroked his chin. "All that's left is for you to poke your blade into Amara's power that she's using. And that's it." "Whatever you say, Sherlock," Dean snorted, rolling his eyes. "Any suspects yet?" "For now, just guesses," Alex shook his head. "And guesses alone won't get you far. For heaven's sake," Dean couldn't take it anymore, "just use the death power and end this." "It's not that simple, Dean," Alex sighed. "It's one thing or the other. If I start acting like death, my hands will be tied." He turned to Dean. "The previous death covered for you turned a blind eye to your and Sam's premature deaths. Because it had to be done. And if I follow that path, I'll have to do the same." Alex smirked. "Only problem is, for some reason, they didn't include the manual for the ring. Or do you think I suddenly became death in a single day and now know everything?" "That's what you should have started with," Dean snorted. "All that eternal balance and natural order nonsense of yours is exhausting. You should have just said you can't do anything." "Ugh." Alex gave Dean a blank stare and, for a moment, seriously considered hitting him on the head with a stick. Shaking his head, he turned to the window, deliberately ignoring Dean's last words. Tapping his finger on his knee, Alex lost himself in thoughts about what to do next. Back at the hotel, they took showers without fuss, changed into clean clothes, and almost immediately fell asleep. By that time, it was already approaching morning, and Dean desperately needed rest. Alex woke the next day to the sound of a door opening. Half opening his eyes, he saw Dean entering the room with a paper bag containing food and cups of coffee. Rubbing his eyes, Alex glanced at the clock. It was about 2 in the afternoon. He stretched lazily and headed to the bathroom to wash up and get himself together. Returning, Alex sat at the table, both to have breakfast and to work. He still didn't fully understand how or for what merits he had been promoted, but the fact remained, he now had to play the role of team leader. Alex reviewed reports, added notes, and forwarded them, almost without thinking. Dean, sipping his coffee, watched Alex, who was frozen in thought, a sandwich in one hand, the other moving across the trackpad, staring at the laptop screen without blinking. "What's up?" Dean asked. "Nothing so far," Alex replied, closing the laptop. "And that, fortunately, is a good sign. Usually, if nothing strange happens for a couple of days, it means the world is still holding together." "Well, the world hasn't burned down yet," Dean nodded. "Already an achievement." "Don't even say it," Alex snorted. "Although the main source of disasters is sitting right in front of me. You and Sam are scarier than any monster." Yeah, shut up," Dean snorted. "I've said it 100 times, it's all coincidences, fate, and other crap. We've cleaned it all up, by the way. And nobody even said thank you." Alex smirked. "People scare kids with monsters under the bed, and monsters scare their kids with Dean and Sam Winchester hiding under their beds." Dean just grinned and finished his coffee. Alex, having finished eating, started thinking about what he had to do today. And then a thought he had been putting off for too long surfaced in his mind. It was time to tell Wednesday and Enid the whole truth. And he already had a plan. Alex took out his phone and texted Enid, inviting her for an evening walk. The reply came almost instantly, full agreement and genuine excitement. He didn't mention Wednesday at all. And he certainly didn't indicate that the conversation would be serious. Alex knew perfectly well, for Enid, it would be a shock. For Wednesday, not any less. He mentally ran through the possible outcomes. In one, Wednesday stabs him in the chest. In another, Enid sinks her teeth into his throat. In a third, everything goes relatively calmly. The last option seemed the least likely. Alex closed his eyes and focused. Finding Wednesday took just a few seconds. "All right, I've got things to do," he said, standing and grabbing his coat. "Where are you off to?" Dean raised an eyebrow. "It's time to talk to Wednesday and Enid," Alex replied, putting on his black coat. "Hope I don't get killed." "Well, technically you're death now," Dean smirked. "So, I guess you can't really be killed." He chuckled. "Although I'd love to see you announce that you have 3 more fiancés and then get stabbed. But fine. I'll pray for you, Alex," said the guy who went on a date with God's own sister. Alex rolled his eyes. "Found a good comparison," Dean snorted. "I went on one date with one woman." He shook his head. "And you're going to be running around with 5 girls. So if anyone's getting a knife in the chest, it's you, not me." Being basically a child in an adult's body, Alex simply flipped Dean off. Without hesitation, Dean returned the gesture, his entire demeanor making it clear he was right in this situation. Understanding that arguing was pointless, Alex turned and approached the door. And as he was leaving the hotel room, he sharply turned back, flipped Dean off one more time, and then bolted down the hallway, leaving him standing there with a stunned expression. Leaving the hotel and quietly chuckling, Alex headed toward the Fluger Cafe. Lighting a cigarette, he crossed the street, casually glancing around. When he reached the cafe, Alex peeked inside and saw Wednesday sitting across from Uncle Fester. The man was calmly squeezing ketchup and mustard straight from the tubes into his mouth. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Alex stubbed out his cigarette and stepped inside. Uncle Fester immediately noticed him and waved joyfully, his face spreading into a contented smile. Wednesday turned her head and saw Alex as well. She was clearly curious about how yesterday's story with Mayor Walker had ended, who, as it turned out, was alive. First, Alex went to the counter and ordered coffee, for himself, Wednesday, and Uncle Fester. Once he had the drinks, he approached their table, and his eyes immediately fell on Nathaniel Faulkner's journal in Wednesday's hands. Sitting down across from them, Alex placed the coffee in front of Wednesday and Fester. Wednesday, in the meantime, stared at him with her cold, piercing gaze, one that clearly said he had forgotten something. Alex tilted his head slightly, unsure of what she wanted from him. Shrugging, he leaned forward and kissed Wednesday on the lips. After the kiss, Wednesday nodded, as if confirming that this was exactly what was missing. At that moment, a sharp cracking sound rang out. Alex turned his head and saw Tyler hastily picking up the shards of a broken cup from the floor. Alex just smirked slightly. He had noticed Tyler more than once, always hovering somewhere near Wednesday. But he had never considered him a serious threat. "Mind if I take a look at Faulkner's journal?" Alex asked, nodding toward the journal in Wednesday's hands. Wednesday silently nodded and slid the journal closer to him. Alex pulled out his phone and began scanning page by page, adding them to his archive. Besides studying the hides, Faulkner had also researched other creatures, and this information could prove useful. After a moment, Alex opened Wednesday's backpack and began making edits directly in the journal. Although Faulkner's journal was old, there were inaccuracies in some places, especially in entries regarding the hides. Many things he simply hadn't had the time or courage to document. Wednesday squinted slightly, observing Alex's actions. She noticed that he was supplementing the journal with new entries, and it piqued her genuine interest. She began reading what he had written. One entry particularly caught her attention, about how, in the final stage, a hide completely loses its human form and is capable of killing the person who awakened and controlled it. "Did you manage to figure anything out with the journal?" Alex asked, continuing to make notes. "I think it's Kinbot. Xavier's owner," Wednesday replied, pointing to a line in Faulkner's journal. "It says here that one of the most reliable ways to awaken a hide is through hypnosis. And that's exactly what she practices." "Xavier. Are you sure?" Alex leaned in closer. "Or, my dear Wednesday, are you keeping something from me?" "I'm not keeping anything from you, I just didn't finish saying it." "Just like you," she said calmly, looking him straight in the eyes. "You yourself said that a person won't remember that they're a monster. But they will have dreams where they see it. And Xavier's private studio is filled with pictures of hides." Alex and Wednesday stared into each other's eyes from a very short distance. In the background, a strange sound suddenly rang out, as if someone were squeezing something out of a tube again. They both turned their heads at the same time and saw Uncle Fester calmly squirting another portion of ketchup into his mouth. "Go on, don't mind me," he said with a light chuckle. "I've seen plenty of this kind of behavior from Gomez and Morticia. I'm used to it. And the fact that my niece is doing the same thing even warms my cold heart." "All right, my dear Wednesday," Alex turned back to her and smiled. "Do you want the truth? I'll tell it to you. Tonight. How does that sound? The whole truth?" Wednesday, narrowing her eyes. "Yeah. All of it," Alex confirmed. "You wanted to know all my secrets? Well, I'll open that box of mysteries for you." He placed his palm against her cheek and slowly traced his fingers along her skin. Wednesday looked straight into Alex's eyes and narrowed hers slightly. She could see that he really was ready to tell her everything, and now she wasn't thinking about the confession itself, but about the reason why he had decided to do it. Meanwhile, Uncle Fester watched what was happening with genuine interest, as if he were watching a particularly captivating TV show. Alex already knew exactly where he would take Wednesday and Enid for the conversation. One place had long been on his mind. Though he had no doubt that someone would try to kill him there again. After all, he was planning to bring Wednesday and Enid to a special museum, a place where his entire collection of cursed and truly dark artifacts was kept. "And what's with this sudden generosity?" Wednesday asked, not taking her eyes off him. "You're the one who says I'm your fiancé," Alex replied calmly. "So why not make it true?" He gently stroked her cheek. "My payment will be all my secrets. What do you think, fair deal?" Only if those secrets are truly worth that price, Wednesday said coldly, running her palm along his cheek. You know how this will end if you lie to me. Believe me, my dark bride, Alex said with a faint smile. Even you will be shocked by them. He leaned a little closer. But not here. This evening, I'll take you to a special place. That's where we'll talk. Wednesday removed her hand from his cheek and gave a short nod, signaling her agreement. Seeing that he had managed to convince her, Alex allowed himself a smile, then his gaze slid toward Tyler. Alex had two goals. The first was to tell Enid and Wednesday the truth about himself. The second was to lure both girls out of their dorm room. He was well aware that because of his interference, no serious conflict had ever formed between Enid and Wednesday. There had only been minor everyday quarrels, like Wednesday's typewriter being too loud, or Enid grinding her teeth in her sleep. But even those little things faded quickly. That was exactly why Alex decided to act differently. He wanted the girls to leave the room so that Marilyn could wreck the place and steal the journal. All of this was part of the final stage of his plan, a grand finale involving the resurrection of Joseph Cracklestone, and the subsequent beating of Joseph himself. Alex wanted Marilyn, aka Laurel Gates, to survive. She needed to be interrogated to determine whether she was connected to the British branch of the Men of Letters. Alex continued sitting in the cafe with Wednesday and Uncle Fester until Sheriff Donovan walked in, holding flyers with the image of a wanted criminal. Taking one of the flyers, Alex couldn't help but smile. Uncle Fester had been declared wanted for bank robbery. After sitting a little longer, Alex promised he would stop by the dormitory that evening and warned Wednesday to be ready. She nodded, still lost in thought about what exactly he was going to reveal. The more Alex shared with her, the clearer it became to Wednesday that this was only a small fraction of his secrets. Leaving the cafe, Alex didn't head straight back to the hotel. He had a conversation ahead with his grim ghostly wife, the one whose jealousy was sometimes so intense that it almost always ended in an attempt on his life. Turning into a narrow alley, Alex saw a red door in front of him. He opened it and stepped inside. Entering the Red City, he immediately heard cries of pain, despair, and pleas, but he paid them no mind. Stepping further, he found himself on the roof of an ordinary building. There, dangling her legs over the edge, sat Janya, watching the city. Alex sat down beside her and also dangled his legs, observing a strange wooden monster chasing yet another unlucky person down the street, a distorted, mannequin-like figure holding a knife. Janya leaned her shoulder against Alex and slowly swung her legs, never taking her eyes off the scene below. Alex knew she was aware of his plans. Even so, he felt obligated to spend time with her, so she wouldn't feel abandoned, even though she was by his side 24 hours a day, acting as his shadow. My love. Alex whispered, wrapping his arms around Janya's waist. If you feel lonely here, maybe we should find you some company. He gave a slight smirk. Our little gremlins are always causing chaos and rarely come to visit you. And I know how much you love them. So I thought. Janya slowly turned her head toward Alex and tilted it slightly, trying to understand what he was hinting at. Seeing the confusion on his wife's face, Alex decided to share his thoughts with her, about saving two children who had faced a fate no less cruel than her own. He began with the story of Ales Gillespie. Alex recounted everything from the very beginning, leaving out no detail, what Ales had endured and how it had all ended. Janya listened silently, not uttering a word. However, with each passing moment, her gaze grew colder. And though she never showed emotions on her face, her anger reflected across the entire Red City. The sky above it cracked like shattered glass, and the wails of ghosts and creatures grew louder, fiercer, and more piercing. Feeling Janya's rage wash over her, Alex embraced her, understanding exactly what she was feeling. The same fury burned within him, rage over the fate that had been dealt to Ales. When he finished his story, Janya looked at him and slowly nodded, signaling that she did not object to his plan. Seeing this gesture, Alex immediately realized, the residents of Silent Hill who had managed to survive until now were in for a truly horrifying fate when they arrived in the Red City. After sitting a little longer beside his ghostly wife, Alex decided to leave the Red City. He kissed Janya on the lips, stepped back, and behind him appeared the red door. Alex walked through it. He found himself in the forest near Nevermore. Lighting a cigarette, Alex exhaled smoke and reflected on his next steps. After Jericho, Silent Hill, and other nearby towns directly connected to it, would be his next destination. But first, he had to deal with the visions that Sam was receiving from the fake Lucifer. Leaving the forest, Alex headed toward the dormitory. He already knew that Tyler had told Marilyn that Wednesday would not be in the room today, and that stealing Fulner's diary would be easy. Reaching the dormitory, Alex stubbed out his cigarette and calmly walked inside. Ascending to the top floor, where Enid and Wednesday's room was located, he knocked lightly on the door. Almost immediately, the door swung open, and Enid appeared in full attire, her usual bright outfit, a wide smile on her face. She immediately grabbed Alex's hand and practically pulled him into the room. Wednesday sat at the table, rereading Fulner's diary. Seeing Alex, she closed it and turned, measuring him with a cold gaze. The reason was obvious, he had invited Enid. For starters, I need to brief you, Alex said, raising a finger. Think of it as a short instruction. And where exactly are you taking us? A romantic dinner? Enid asked, tugging at his hand. As I told Wednesday earlier today, it's time to tell the truth about me, Alex replied calmly. I warn you right away, this is a one-way road. In other words, there's an entrance, but no exit. Enid tilted her head in confusion and nodded hesitantly, not fully understanding why he spoke this way. Wednesday frowned slightly at his words but nodded as well. Seeing that both girls had agreed, Alex took a deep breath. His shadow began to lengthen, and this did not escape the attention of Enid and Wednesday. Enid stepped back, astonished. Wednesday, however, watched with interest as Alex's shadow began to change. In the next moment, the red door rose from it, blood slowly dripping from its surface. What is that? Enid asked, horror in her eyes, pointing at the door. As obvious as it may seem, it's the red door, Alex replied. Where it leads, however, is another question. He stepped closer. The place I'm taking you will allow us to talk without extra ears. As I said, it's far too complicated to discuss here. Alex placed his hand on the door handle. If neither of you has changed your mind, follow me. Without saying a word, Wednesday rose from her seat and walked over to Alex. Enid, however, looked noticeably hesitant, anxiously staring at the red door, which she found terrifying. She turned to Wednesday, who was already standing next to Alex, and noticed her moving her lips. Enid easily made out the word. Wednesday had called her a coward, once again. That was enough. Enid clenched her fists and stepped forward with determination, suppressing the tremor in her knees. Seeing this, Alex calmly opened the red door and stepped through first. Wednesday followed him without a single question, leaving Enid alone for a moment. Gathering the last of her courage, Enid closed her eyes and stepped after them. On the other side, she slowly opened her eyes and realized with surprise that she was in a space resembling a vast museum hall. The high ceilings disappeared into darkness, display cases and pedestals lined the walls, and the air was heavy with a suffocating, oppressive atmosphere. Wednesday was already scanning the surroundings with clear interest, fully sensing the gloomy aura of the place, and judging by her expression, she liked it. What is this place? A museum? Enid asked, glancing around. Well, technically, yes, Alex replied, lighting a cigarette. But in reality, this is my personal collection of cursed objects. He paused. Books, boxes, records, diaries. Stories of people whose lives should never have ended the way they did. The collection is quite extensive. And where exactly is this museum? Wednesday asked, shifting her gaze to Alex. We went through a door, after all. And now, a brief introductory briefing, Alex said. The place we're in is called the Red City. He raised a finger. First, Enid, you should not peek out the windows or try to figure out what's happening outside the building. For now, don't. Second finger. Second, if you hear screams, cries, or anything like that, just ignore it. Third. And third, do not touch anything here. These things aren't called cursed for nothing. My collection is dangerous. Then why did you bring us to this creepy place? Enid asked, her voice trembling, tears welling in her eyes. Couldn't we have had a simple candlelit dinner? A bit of romance, instead of being led into a museum of cursed objects. I'll explain everything, Alex said gently. When the tour begins, everything will be fine. Trust me. He leaned down and lightly pinched Enid's cheek. You want to know what I'm going to tell you too, don't you? Enid looked at him with tearful eyes and nodded softly, quietly sobbing, signaling that she would try not to be afraid. Wednesday, meanwhile, was completely absorbed in observing the hall, clearly intrigued by the secrets this collection might hold. Noticing her interest, Alex beckoned Wednesday over. She raised an eyebrow and stepped closer. Alex raised his arm so that both girls could take him under the elbows. Wednesday calmly wrapped her arm around him. Enid, however, embraced Alex tightly, gripping him while warily looking around, as if expecting a ghost or monster to emerge from the darkness at any moment. Smiling quietly, Alex took the first step forward. And so began their strange date, a tour through the Museum of Cursed Objects, which would end with a revelation capable of changing Enid's and Wednesday's lives forever. To be continued. Overall, I think it's time to wrap up the Wednesday arc and move on. I'll certainly try to finish it quickly so we can move on. And I think we should have a vote on which town comes next after the minor events in the main story. I think we should let you choose whether Silent Hill or Derry comes first. Chapter 551, A Walk Through the Creepy Museum. Alex began the tour for Enid and Wednesday through his gloomy museum, a place where he kept all kinds of cursed objects, diaries, notes, tapes, and evidence of other people's broken lives. The girls walked beside him, holding on to him. Wednesday calmly held Alex by the arm, slowly looking around. Her face remained cold and detached, but interest could be seen in every movement. She liked the atmosphere of the museum, dense, unsettling, soaked in other people's secrets. Enid, on the other hand, clung to Alex as if he were her only anchor in this place. She constantly looked around, expecting a monster to jump out from the nearest corner or a ghost to appear at any moment. The first hall Alex brought the girls to was the most harmless in the entire museum. It housed diaries, scraps of short notes stained with blood, disturbing drawings, and other similar remnants. As soon as they entered, Alex began to explain the purpose of the hall. "Everything here is safe," he said. "These items no longer carry an active curse. You can touch them, read them, flip through them, no one will die or go insane." Hearing this, Wednesday released Alex's arm and walked over to the display cases. She opened diaries, skimmed through the entries, carefully studying the handwriting and drawings. Enid, on the contrary, did not move away from Alex, gripping his hand so tightly that if he were an ordinary human, his bones would have cracked long ago. Alex gently stroked Enid's hair, calming her, and began to explain why he collected these diaries, who they belonged to, where they were found, and how the stories of their owners ended. Wednesday listened attentively, showing no emotion, flipping through one diary after another. "And why these tapes?" Enid asked cautiously, still not stepping away from Alex and pointing at a shelf with old videotapes. "Does anyone even use this junk anymore? Even your phone looks more modern." "I just like classics," Alex smirked and lightly pinched Enid's nose. "Like in old horror movies. What looks more authentic, a computer or tapes?" "Tapes are style." "I agree," Wednesday nodded, pulling one of the tapes out. "Classics never age." "And what's recorded on them?" "Security camera footage. Doctors talking to patients. Moments when people disappear," Alex replied calmly. "The one you're holding is a recording from a cursed apartment complex. A young guy entered the elevator, and when it reached the right floor, it was empty." "You mean he just disappeared?" Enid asked with genuine shock. "Where?" "If the whole building is cursed, then the ghost took him," Wednesday said, returning the tape to its place and looking at Alex. "Almost," Alex said. "Have you ever heard the scary story about the elevator game? Is that the one where you have to press the buttons in a certain order, and then you can see a ghost?" Enid asked. "You know about it?" Alex said in surprise. "Yeah. We study at Nevermore. We love scary stories there," Enid shrugged. "It's just that no one said they were real." "Better tell us about this building," Wednesday said, opening another diary. Alex nodded and began telling the story of the cursed Fenhua building he had once visited, about the people who vanished inside, the origins of the curse, and those who decided to turn the place into a stage for their own nightmares. When the topic turned to the Society of Scary Stories, Wednesday showed particular interest, especially after learning that its members were escaped patients from a psychiatric hospital. Alex pointed to folders with their files, allowing Wednesday to study them on her own. Enid listened too, but clearly had no desire to read medical reports and diaries of people who ultimately turned out to be maniacs obsessed with telling horror stories in a cursed house. Wednesday quickly skimmed through the last folder and closed it. "What happened to the hospital?" she asked. "And to them?" Alex calmly began to explain, not hiding the gruesome details. At that moment, a scream echoed from outside. Then another one. Someone started pounding on the museum doors. Enid flinched and clutched Alex's arm even tighter. Wednesday, on the other hand, listened to the scream almost with pleasure, the pain and despair in it sounded like music to her. Alex paid no attention and continued speaking as if nothing were happening. One last scream followed, especially piercing, then a dull thud, and the sound of someone being dragged away. What was that?" Enid asked quietly. "I told you, don't pay attention," Alex shrugged lazily. "That's a normal thing here. Someone was just too slow." "You still haven't said where we are," Enid said in a trembling voice. "I did," Alex replied gently, running a hand through her hair. "You just weren't paying attention." "The Red City," Wednesday repeated thoughtfully, narrowing her eyes. "What kind of place is that?" "The Red City is a mirror of the real world," Alex said calmly. "But distorted. Filled with fog, nightmares, and primal terror." He paused. "It is formed from human fears, the desire to survive, desperate memories, and emotions people would rather forget." Alex looked at the girls. "And yes, I use this place as my personal hell. It houses not only my collection of cursed objects, but also creatures that can freeze your blood with a single glance." Enid stared at Alex in shock, not fully understanding what he meant by calling this place his personal hell. Wednesday, on the contrary, grew even more interested. The thought that someone had been unlucky enough to end up here forever intrigued her. She looked at Alex again, clearly expecting him to continue. Enid, meanwhile, made it very clear with her entire demeanor that she didn't want to hear anything else. The scream she had heard moments ago was more than enough for her. Alex only smiled mysteriously and led the girls into another hall. Enid exhaled in relief, glad that Alex hadn't continued the topic. But as they passed by the windows, she still couldn't resist and stole a quick glance outside. Beyond the glass stretched a crimson city. Red buildings, as if pulsing veins ran through them. A blood-red sky. High above it, a massive scarlet moon and a black sun, as though devouring the light. Wednesday also looked out the window, but far more attentively. Her gaze caught on a female silhouette sitting on the edge of a rooftop. Looking closer, Wednesday realized it was a girl in a red dress, with long black hair. And she was looking straight at her. Wednesday felt that gaze with her whole body, cold, studying, as if it were slipping under her skin. She only looked away when Alex placed a hand on her shoulder. Wednesday looked at him, and then back at the window. The silhouette was gone. Alex, as if understanding exactly what she had seen, led the girls onward and soon brought them into a hall filled with grim paintings and drawings. In some places, entire chunks of the walls had been torn out, covered in dozens of words and phrases. "Isn't there a nicer hall in this place?" Enid asked nervously, looking around. "These paintings give me goosebumps. Why do you need a whole piece of wall covered in writing? And whose creepy portrait is that? And what even is this? Children's drawings." She pointed at everything in sight, not hiding her discomfort. "That's my portrait," Alex replied dryly, looking at her. "Didn't you see that face in the painting one of my family members sent for Wednesday's birthday?" "In what way is that your face?" Enid protested. "You have an incredibly handsome face. And this? Sharp teeth, dark skin, horns. The only thing that looks the same is the eyes." "I could show you," Alex said calmly, "but you'd be scared." "What do you mean?" Enid asked cautiously, looking at him. Wednesday, who had been studying the paintings, immediately turned her head in their direction. Alex shrugged and beckoned Enid over. She tilted her head to the side and stepped closer. As soon as she was near, Alex touched her forehead with his finger. Enid didn't immediately understand what had happened, but suddenly she felt an unusual calm, warm and deep, as if she had been wrapped in a soft blanket. Alex looked at Wednesday and motioned for her as well. She narrowed her eyes, but still stepped closer. Alex touched her forehead with his finger too. Wednesday frowned even more, trying to understand what he was planning. It was a mind-calming spell. A simple precaution. Alex covered his face with his hand and slowly dragged it downward. When he removed his hand, his familiar face was gone. It was covered in dense darkness, from which only gleaming irises and an unnaturally wide smile filled with sharp teeth were visible. A moment later, Alex ran his hand over his face again, and everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened at all. "What was that just now?" Wednesday asked, slightly raising an eyebrow. "And what did you do?" "Showed my face," Alex shrugged. "Remember when I said I wear masks? Well, I took them off." He looked at Enid. "You weren't scared?" "For some reason, no," she replied thoughtfully. "It felt normal." "What did you do?" "A mind-calming spell. So you wouldn't panic." "It always works," Alex smiled. "Very convenient magic," Enid chuckled nervously. "Because I definitely would have run away if I'd seen that face." "And, how long will it last?" "I'm not scared right now, but, rather." She hesitated, searching for the right words. "I just don't really care." "Until the end of our tour," Alex answered. "I'll tell you everything. Or rather, show you. Including who you really are." Wednesday asked calmly, noting how much colder and more rational her thoughts had become. "Yeah, my dear Wednesday," Alex smirked. "But for an appetizer." He snapped his fingers. "I can show you one of my personalities." "Tada." A scythe of death appeared in the air. After Alex's words, a long black scythe materialized in his hands, with a massive blade carved with skulls. Wednesday raised an eyebrow and stepped closer to examine the weapon more carefully. Enid, still under the effect of the mind-calming spell, also stepped closer and began studying the scythe with curiosity. Alex watched them with a faint smile, not interfering and allowing them to examine the artifact. He was curious how long it would take them to realize what exactly he was holding. Wednesday frowned slightly and looked at him. "Is that the scythe I think it is?" she asked, cautiously touching the blade with her finger. "Yeah. That's the one," Alex replied, immediately dismissing the scythe and letting it dissolve into the air. Enid blinked and tilted her head to the side. "I don't understand something. How did that creepy scythe even appear in your hands? And what did you mean when you said this was one of your personalities?" That's the scythe of death, Wednesday said calmly, crossing her arms. If you put everything together, it's not that hard to figure out. I kissed death. Enid grabbed her head in horror. I'm not going to die, am I? Or am I already dead? What am I supposed to do now? Wednesday looked at her and sighed heavily, shaking her head. Alex, meanwhile, watched with mild amusement as Enid panicked despite the spell. She began muttering to herself and nervously pacing back and forth. Wednesday massaged the bridge of her nose and glanced at Alex. He silently showed her the ring on his finger. One look was enough. Wednesday quickly understood that this very ring was the reason he had become what he was. Noticing this, Alex leaned in slightly and quickly kissed her on the lips. Wednesday rolled her eyes, but for some reason, the thought that her first boyfriend had been death itself sounded exactly the way she liked it. Wait, stop, Enid suddenly halted and looked at Alex. I kissed death, but I didn't die. Or did I? No, you didn't die, Alex replied calmly. To put it briefly, I became death just a couple of days ago. And it's all because of this ring. He showed Enid the ring on his index finger. Phew. She exhaled with relief and placed her hand on her chest. Ah, what happens next? Nothing, Alex shrugged. Or did you expect a line like, I came for you, Enid? Well, technically, I did come for you, but for a different reason. He smirked. Enid pouted and lightly slapped his hand. I'm more curious about something else, Wednesday interjected, crossing her arms. What happened to the previous death? You can't just put on a ring and become death. Well, the previous death died, Alex replied with a stone-cold expression. Irony at its finest. Death died. Ha. 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 He spoke in a flat, almost robotic tone. Wait, what do you mean death died? Enid's eyes went wide. Is that even possible? Ask Dean, Alex said irritably. He killed her, not me. I was forcibly made death. They just shoved the ring on me, said, you'll understand everything, and disappeared. He looked at the ring with obvious displeasure. And I still don't understand anything. And, by the way, I can't take it off. I already have enough work as it is. Alex began complaining about everything at once, as if someone had flipped an invisible switch. Enid and Wednesday had never seen this side of Alex before and, to put it mildly, were surprised by his state. The women of Alex's family simply sighed wearily as they listened to yet another tirade from their husband about how much he hated working, yet still worked. They knew perfectly well, if Alex started complaining, it was going to last a while. So they calmly returned to their tasks, setting aside the devices they had been using to watch the broadcast. It wasn't the first time they had heard this. Meanwhile, Alex continued leading Wednesday and Enid down the corridor, not stopping his grumbling for a single second. Enid tried to comfort him, even without fully understanding the sheer amount of work he carried on his shoulders, though some of the responsibilities were shared by his wives, helping to support him. Wednesday, on the other hand, calmly endured the stream of complaints, simply listening and drawing mental conclusions. Soon, Alex stopped in front of massive doors. Here we are, in the final hall, he said as he stepped inside. This is where the truly dangerous things are kept. Despite their seemingly harmless appearance. In other words, this is my collection of atomic bombs. Enid shuddered and immediately pointed to the object in the center of the hall. Oh my, what is that creepy book, with a face? It has two names, Alex replied calmly. Necronomicon Ex Mortis. It's also called Naturum de Monto. The book is, in a sense, alive. Essentially, it serves as a doorway for evil entities from another dimension. He paused briefly. There is only one copy. But it is connected to its versions in other dimensions. Terrifying. Enid grimaced. I won't even ask why you're keeping it instead of destroying it. Can it even be destroyed? Your death. You should be able to do that. You said, other copies in other dimensions, Wednesday interjected, looking at him intently. That's exactly what it means, Alex nodded. The multiverse theory is real. Time, parallel worlds, they all exist. Most mortal theories aren't fantasies, just fragments of truth that people laugh at. He thoughtfully ran a hand along his chin. For example, writers like Lovecraft. You've read him, haven't you? What does a writer have to do with this? Enid asked, confused. If I start explaining it in words, it'll take too long, Alex sighed. So I'll ask again. Are you sure you want to know everything? As I said, it's a one-way path. Get to the point, Wednesday said coldly. We already agreed. I'm yours, you're mine. Stop asking questions. Alex smiled calmly and looked at Enid. Wednesday also turned her gaze to her, waiting for an answer. Enid hesitated. She wasn't sure she wanted to know the truth, but looking at Alex, remembering how he had supported her and everything he had done for her, she realized she didn't want to turn away from that feeling. She slowly nodded. Seeing this, Alex smiled broadly, but immediately grew serious, realizing how this could end. He quietly cleared his throat, composing himself. "My love," he said, raising his eyes to the ceiling. "Please, open the doors to the square where we met Sheriff Breaker." Wednesday narrowed her eyes, her gaze growing colder. She was a step away from drawing her knife. Even Enid frowned slightly. A moment later, one of the doors turned blood red. Without a word, Alex led the girls forward. Wednesday walked tensely, recalling the girl in the red dress she had seen through the museum window. Alex opened the door. Beyond it stretched a long red corridor, extending into the distance. Red lamps illuminated an endless number of doors, too many to count. Alex went in first. Wednesday and Enid followed, looking around with curiosity, trying to understand the purpose of all those doors. He walked calmly, ignoring the sounds coming from behind the closed panels. He stopped only at one door, a gray one. When Alex opened it, they found themselves in a grim reflection of one of New York's streets, Caldera Street. Wednesday and Enid stepped out after him. Wednesday immediately took in the atmosphere and even closed her eyes, savoring it. Enid, on the other hand, saw only an empty street lit by street lamps and neon signs of abandoned buildings. Abandoned cars stood along the road, as if they had walked into a frozen nightmare film. Alex lit a cigarette and headed toward a fountain with a bench beside it. "Here we can talk properly," he said with a smile, sitting down and patting the space on either side of him. "I don't want the screaming of various idiots to interfere with you processing the information." "What do you mean, processing?" Enid asked, sitting beside him. "In the literal sense," Alex said, raising a finger. "Instead of explaining, I'll just transfer everything to you at once. If I try to explain it with words, it'll take forever, and you'll remember only half of it anyway." "And what exactly are you going to transfer?" Wednesday asked calmly, sitting down on his other side. "Everything," Alex replied with a faint smile. "About my family. About my work. About who I am. And even about what is really going on in this universe." And before Wednesday and Enid could fully realize what was happening, Alex had already touched their foreheads with his fingers. The next instant, a flood of information crashed down on them, too vast, too dense for the human mind. Both girls lost consciousness at the same time. Enid and Wednesday slumped against Alex's shoulders, and he calmly held them, not letting them fall. Alex waited patiently, knowing that once they woke up, there would be questions. A lot of questions. From his shadow, Zhang Ye appeared silently. She looked at her husband with an empty, emotionless gaze, making it perfectly clear what she was thinking. Alex only smirked and formed a heart shape with his fingers. Zhang Ye responded with her usual look, long and cold, then slowly began to retreat back into the shadow. She sank into it unhurriedly, never taking her eyes off Alex until she disappeared completely. When the shadow became ordinary again, Alex lifted his gaze to the sky of gloomy New York. There were no stars, no light, only an all-encompassing, crushing darkness. Some time passed. Wednesday was the first to wake up. She slowly turned her head toward Alex and studied him for a long, thoughtful moment. "So what do you think, Wednesday?" Alex asked quietly, placing his palm against her cheek and gently stroking her skin. "Were my secrets worth the price you paid?" "Right now I'm thinking about whether I should stab you with a knife," Wednesday said calmly, looking straight into his eyes. "You can try," Alex smiled, pulling his hand away. "But it won't work. I'm not that easy to kill. Zhang Ye tries often enough. You wouldn't be the first." "I've already figured that out," Wednesday replied evenly. "And that's without even mentioning the other girls. Demon King. Oh, for all that is holy. What even is this?" Enid suddenly shouted. Alex and Wednesday turned to her at the same time. Enid sat with wide eyes, staring at her hands. Her claws had elongated, her fingers sharpened, and her body had partially changed. She now had wolf ears, a tail, and sharp teeth. "Calm down," Alex said with a light chuckle. "This is normal." He briefly explained what had happened and exactly what he had done. Enid listened, still in slight shock, when another piece of news hit her. From now on, she would no longer fully transform into a werewolf, only partially, at any time. Enid nodded slowly, her expression like someone who understood everything, yet whose mind was utterly blank. "So, ladies," Alex said with a smile, "any more questions? We can sit here, and I'll answer anything you want to know." "Your father?" Enid began cautiously, looking at him. "Yeah," Alex nodded. "Your brothers?" Enid continued, still looking at him. "They're the ones," he nodded again. "I became a mother?" Enid asked, doubt clear in her voice. You could say that, Alex replied with the smile of a proud father. I'm sure my little gremlins will like you. Yes, they're a bit mischievous, but incredibly cute. He smirked. Umo, the cutest little princesses in the entire multiverse. Enid could only nod silently, sitting with her mouth slightly open, still in her half-wolf form. She had no idea how to even comment on everything she had just learned. Yes, the information about Alex's daughters was now fully in her head, without gaps, but that didn't lessen the shock at all. Wednesday, however, was concerned with something entirely different. She was interested in Alex's work, what he actually did, how this world functioned, and, of course, the scenario itself. Being herself, Wednesday couldn't help but appreciate Chuck's carefully crafted game, especially how he positioned Dean and Sam as the main characters of the story. Folding her arms across her chest, she pondered how elegant the structure was, and how much more beautiful it became when Alex intervened. Quietly, subtly, almost lazily, he dismantled the villain's plan step by step, as if playing chess against an opponent who didn't even suspect the game was already lost. The thought gave Wednesday an almost sadistic pleasure. She turned her gaze to Alex. He, with a stone-cold expression, answered the stream of questions from Enid, who had fully shifted into her usual hyperactive mode. Oh, right. Almost forgot, Alex said, pulling out 2 phones. One was pink, the other black. These are for you. I don't use technology, Wednesday said dryly, looking at the black phone in his hand. Everyone in my family does, Alex said calmly, placing the phone in her palm. They can't be tracked. They work in any dimension. Trust me, they're extremely useful. Even Zhangya uses them. You mean? Enid immediately grabbed the pink phone. It's just like yours. That's awesome. You can order anything, anywhere with it, Alex said with a smile. Even torture instruments. He looked at Enid, then shifted his gaze to Wednesday. Then I guess I'll keep it, Wednesday said without emotion. Even clothes. Food. Meat. Everything. Enid pressed the phone to her chest, as if Alex might change his mind and take it back. Everything, Alex nodded. If it's registered in my guild. Enid beamed and, without hesitation, wrapped her arms around Alex's neck and kissed him on the lips. As a girl obsessed with shopping, she simply couldn't pass up the chance to order anything at all, with delivery straight to her doorstep, and without any restrictions between worlds. Wednesday, meanwhile, lowered her gaze to her phone. Following the memories now in her head, she opened the guild app. And, without hesitation, placed an order. A torture kit. A moment later, a small portal opened beside her. A little yellow and black robot stepped out, holding a box. Enid, still hugging Alex, noticed this and slowly turned her head. What's in the box? She asked cautiously, looking at Wednesday. A new torture kit, Wednesday replied evenly, taking the box. I've been meaning to update the old one. She opened the lid. Inside, the tools were neatly arranged with almost frightening pedantry. Enid wrinkled her nose, glanced at Wednesday, then at Alex, whose neck she was still holding onto. Alex only chuckled quietly. He understood perfectly well that Wednesday was more than capable of taking over part of his duties, loosening tongues. Something he used to do himself. With her experience and temperament, she could make anyone talk. Meanwhile, Wednesday was already transferring the tools into a new, tidy black bag, assessing the quality of the craftsmanship. The thought of testing them on someone seemed quite tempting. After sitting a while longer and talking, Alex suggested they head back. Neither Wednesday nor Enid objected. They already knew everything they needed to know and understood perfectly why this conversation had to take place here, in a place where no one could overhear them. Wednesday wanted to stay a little longer. This gloomy atmosphere felt surprisingly close to her. Here, she felt almost at home. But she knew that all it would take was a request to the mistress of this place, and the doors would open again. A red door appeared before them. They stepped through it, and in the next instant found themselves in the dorm room. The room was completely trashed, as if someone had been searching for something. Enid froze in shock. Wednesday, on the other hand, instantly rushed to the hiding place where Faulkner's diary had been concealed. Opening it, she immediately realized the diary was gone. Aya! Enid screamed, pointing in one direction. Alex and Wednesday turned at the same time toward where Enid was pointing, and saw Thing, pinned to a wooden beam by a knife. Alex frowned slightly. Before leaving, he had discreetly left Thing a note, a warning, just in case something went wrong. And yet, Wednesday sprang forward and, in an instant, was beside him. With a sharp motion, she pulled the knife free. Enid stood frozen, unable to believe her eyes, as if the sight had knocked all the air out of her. Without saying a word, Wednesday scooped up Thing and rushed out of the room. Alex immediately lifted Enid into his arms, stepped onto the balcony, and jumped down. Landing, he saw Wednesday running out of the dormitory, and instantly appeared beside her. Grabbing her, he teleported without wasting a second. The next moment, they were at the beekeeping club barn, where Uncle Fester was hiding. The instant her feet touched the ground, Wednesday tore herself from Alex's grasp and burst into the barn. "Uncle Fester! Help! Hurry! Thing isn't moving," she shouted. Fester, who had been sleeping peacefully just a second ago, saw his old friend in a horrifying condition, and instantly sprang to his feet. "Put him on the table," he ordered curtly. Alex and Enid entered after her. Fester was already trying to bring Thing back to his senses. Enid clutched Alex's hand tightly, doing her best not to burst into tears. Even Wednesday, usually cold and restrained, couldn't hide her anxiety as she stared at the motionless hand. But Fester's attempts brought no results. Alex let out a heavy sigh, gently freed himself from Enid's grip, and stepped closer. He carefully touched Thing with the tip of his finger. The wound in the center of the palm began to close. Another moment, and one of the fingers twitched. A second later, Thing suddenly sprang up, standing on his fingers as if nothing had happened. Enid exhaled in relief and pressed a hand to her chest. Wednesday let out a breath as well, and unexpectedly hugged Alex. Fester ran a hand over his bald head, wiping away sweat, having already mentally said goodbye to his old friend. "Ah, Thing," Alex said, lighting a cigarette. "I told you, be careful. Did you at least see who did it?" "You knew everything?" Wednesday asked sharply, looking at him. "I did," Alex replied calmly. "And before you get angry, Thing agreed to the plan. And secondly, this worked in our favor." He placed a hand on her head. Wednesday frowned and looked at Thing. He raised his thumb in a thumbs up. Thing began rapidly explaining with gestures what had happened after they left, how black fog had appeared in the room, followed by a figure in a cloak, its face hidden by the same fog. How the uninvited guest had turned everything upside down. And the last thing he remembered was being pinned to the beam with a knife when he tried to hide Faulkner's diary again. At the same time, Alex texted Dean, briefly ordering him to head to Nevermore and giving him the meeting point. A stab in the back. Wednesday hissed, clenching her fists. "A coward. I swear, I'll personally torture the one responsible." Alex smirked and nodded toward Thing. "Technically, he doesn't have a back. He's a hand." In response, Thing demonstratively showed Alex his middle finger. Without blinking, Alex returned the gesture. Rolling his eyes, he lowered his hand and calmly explained that they needed to wait for Dean before continuing the conversation. Wednesday frowned, but still nodded. About 10 minutes passed before Dean entered the barn. He looked around, raised an eyebrow, crossed his arms, and stopped by the entrance. "So, what kind of meeting did I miss?" "Well," Alex began, lighting a cigarette. "Someone tried to kill Thing. And it looks like we already know who's behind it." "He's a hand," Dean remarked skeptically. "How do you even kill him?" "And what do you mean, we know who did it?" Alex smirked. "Let's just say I left a little surprise in the diary. The very one that was stolen." Wednesday snapped her head toward Alex. "What did you do?" "Remember how I was adding notes today?" he continued. "Well, between the lines I left a tracking rune. When our mysterious villain picked up the diary, the mark activated." He paused, clearly savoring the moment. "And now, drumroll, I know who the culprit is." "Awesome," Enid breathed out and immediately grabbed Alex's hand. Yeah, pink girl," Dean waved her off. "You'll have time to feed his ego later. What's the plan?" Alex cleared his throat and got down to business. He explained in detail what needed to be done and in what order. First, warn Larissa Weems so she could evacuate all the students from the school. Then wait for support from the Bureau to isolate the area and ensure there were no civilian casualties. Alex spoke clearly, without unnecessary emotion, laying everything out like a multi-move game of chess. Everyone listened attentively, committing the details to memory. Wednesday and Enid understood why he was acting this way. Alex couldn't afford to show more power than absolutely necessary. When the plan was fully laid out, it became clear that all they could do now was wait until every safety measure was in place. Wednesday understood her role perfectly. Bait. And it didn't bother her in the slightest. On the contrary, the thought of revenge warmed her far more than any fire. Dozens of ways to deal with the culprit were already forming in her mind. And the pleasure she would take in it. To be continued. "I thought it was time to wrap up this mini-arc. I think I'll finish it in 1 or 2 chapters. While I was writing this chapter, I was simultaneously thinking about how to finish everything. I'm still debating whether to show the oldest house, because I have a couple of plans for the oldest house, and it's not hard to guess what awaits Alex there. Chapter 552, time to catch the main culprit. After Alex had laid out the plan for the next day in detail, Dean agreed without hesitation. The chance to finally corner the main culprit and catch the monster that had slipped away from them more than once suited him just fine. Wednesday also had no objections to the part of the plan where she was assigned the role of bait. Only Enid looked slightly tense. However, remembering who Alex really was and what he was capable of, she let out a relieved breath and nodded, making it clear that she fully supported the plan. Uncle Fester, of course, could not resist commenting in his usual manner. Once again, he showered Alex with praise and remarked that he would fit perfectly into the Addams family. When Fester spoke, Dean finally paid attention to him, and froze. Standing in front of him was an extremely pale, bald man wrapped in a heavy black cloak. Dean slowly shifted his gaze to Alex, silently asking the question, "Who the hell is that?" After Wednesday introduced Fester as a member of her family, Dean simply nodded, finally convinced that his own family was far from the strangest. With that, the strange introduction came to an end. It was time to go talk to Larissa Weems. Uncle Fester decided to stay behind, just in case, to keep an eye on things, while Dean headed back to the hotel. Leaving the beekeeping club behind, Alex, Wednesday, and Enid made their way to Larissa Weems's office. Alex already knew how the conversation would go and who would be present. Before entering, he took out a notebook and quickly wrote a few lines in it. This did not escape Wednesday's notice. After everything she had learned, she understood that his seemingly insignificant actions deserved especially close attention. Alex tore out the page, knocked on the door, and entered together with Wednesday and Enid. In the office, besides Larissa Weems, was Marilyn Thornhill. She was also Laurel Gates. Alex began to explain everything that had happened after they returned to the dormitory and the state in which they had found the girl's room. Enid immediately added colorful details, not forgetting to mention the fate of her plush toys and Wednesday's belongings. With every passing second, Larissa Weems's face grew darker. At the end of the story, she sharply slapped her palms on the desk and stood up. "This no longer looks like another stupid prank," she said, pacing around the office. "Who would even think of doing something like this?" All this time, Alex watched Marilyn out of the corner of his eye. She stood slightly aside, displaying surprise and fear, as if everything that was happening had come as a complete shock to her. "The person who trashed our room stole Nathaniel Faulkner's diary," Wednesday said calmly, looking at Larissa Weems. Enid immediately nodded, confirming her words. "The diary that is supposed to be kept in the library safe," Larissa Weems reminded them coldly. Alex intervened, pulling a folded sheet of paper from his pocket. "Miss Weems, you don't need to worry about the diary. I made a complete copy of it and can restore it if necessary." Larissa Weems was about to respond, but her gaze caught on the sheet of paper that Alex was holding in a way that looked completely casual. Written on it were the words, "Play along." She raised her eyes to Alex. He subtly flipped the paper over. On the other side it read, "We found the culprit." Larissa Weems's eyes widened for a fraction of a second, but she immediately pulled herself together, once again putting on the mask of a strict principal genuinely concerned for her students. "I don't even know whether to thank you, Agent," she said irritably, "or to be angry that you're copying the records of one of Nevermore's founders." "My apologies," Alex replied calmly, slipping the paper back into his pocket. "And since I'm here, I believe it's necessary to discuss Wednesday's situation. If you don't mind, it would be better to continue this conversation without outsiders. It involves the Bureau." Larissa Weems turned to Marilyn. "Miss Thornhill, you may leave us. I'll handle the rest myself." Marilyn didn't say a word, she only nodded and left the office. Alex, together with Wednesday and Enid, stepped closer to the desk. He took out his notebook again and began writing. Larissa Weems sat down at the desk, waiting patiently. Wednesday crossed her arms over her chest, watching what Alex was writing. When she read the first words, her gaze instantly darted toward the door behind which Marilyn had disappeared. Even Enid's face showed genuine shock. Alex finished writing and looked up. "Miss Weems, the thing is, the Bureau wants to hire Wednesday as an employee." Alex turned the notebook toward Larissa Weems. Only a few words were written on the page. "Marilyn Thornhill is Laurel Gates." After reading it, Larissa Weems frowned and looked at Alex, waiting for confirmation. Alex nodded silently and immediately wrote a continuation, explaining that the conversation could not be interrupted because they were being listened to. Larissa Weems's face grew even more tense. "Mr. Voldegode," she said in an even tone, "I of course understand that your Bureau of Control prefers to work with individuals who possess special abilities. But Miss Addams is still a student of Nevermore. Without parental consent, I cannot simply expel Wednesday." "My parents have already given their consent," Wednesday said calmly, playing her part flawlessly in this performance. Larissa Weems shifted her gaze from Wednesday back to Alex. He did not stop for a second, continuing to write in the notebook as if the conversation were proceeding in the most ordinary way. He laid out in detail the plan to lure Marilyn out and isolate her, pointing out that a full evacuation of the students would be required so that no one would be harmed. Larissa Weems's tone of voice remained unchanged. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to playing different roles, her ability allowed her to be anyone, and outward composure was part of that mask. Alex even described how he had managed to identify the culprit and why Marilyn specifically needed Wednesday. Larissa Weems read the notes with outward calm, though inwardly she realized a terrifying fact. Right under her nose for 25 years had been a person who dreamed with all her heart of destroying Nevermore Academy and taking revenge for her family. When Alex finished, Larissa Weems could only nod. Her foremost duty was the protection of the students, at any cost. After finishing the conversation, Alex slipped the notebook back into his pocket and, smiling faintly, rose from his seat. After saying goodbye to Larissa Weems, he left the principal's office together with Wednesday and Enid. As soon as they stepped outside, Alex glanced in a certain direction. He noticed barely visible traces of dark mist, but pretended not to have seen anything and led the girls back to the dormitory. Returning to the room and seeing the devastation, Enid let out a distressed sigh. Her entire collection of plush toys had turned into a chaotic mix of stuffing and torn pieces. Wednesday, on the other hand, without changing her expression, calmly began gathering her belongings, carefully packing them into a small bag. "Wednesday, why are you packing your things?" Enid asked, watching her. "I'm going to spend the night at the hotel," Wednesday replied without turning around. "And I'd advise you to do the same if you don't want to end up as a hostage." Enid blinked in surprise and looked at Alex. He nodded reassuringly, showing that he would accept any choice she made, but it would be much easier for him to protect her if she stayed close. He had no intention of allowing even the thought of Enid ending up in someone else's hands. Realizing that otherwise she could end up alone and become easy prey for someone who despises outcasts, Enid didn't hesitate. She grabbed her backpack and hurriedly packed everything she would need for the night, including her skincare products. In the end, she ended up with 2 bags, as if she were preparing not for one night, but for at least a week. Wednesday, on the other hand, only had a small backpack with the essentials and was carrying her typewriter. Once Alex was sure the girls were ready, he approached them and placed his hands on their shoulders. The next second, the space warped, and they found themselves in a hotel room. Dean, sitting on the couch cleaning his pistol, flinched at their sudden appearance. "Damn it," he muttered irritably, "I told you not to just show up like that. I've already got enough of Castile popping up behind me." "All right, next time I'll call," Alex said, rolling his eyes. "Crybaby." "Go to hell," Dean snapped, flipping him the middle finger. "And why the hell did you bring them here?" Alex returned the gesture and, without wasting time on a back and forth, went to make tea for Wednesday and Enid. Wednesday was carefully organizing her things on the table, while Enid sat on the bed Alex usually slept on, tucking her legs under herself. Alex quickly brewed the tea and prepared a light snack, not only for the girls but also for Dean, who certainly wouldn't say no to food at this hour. "So there won't be any of this hostage nonsense," Alex said casually, placing a cup of black tea next to Wednesday. By the way, the villain turned out to be Marilyn Thornhill. "That red-headed teacher with the permanent smile?" Dean asked thoughtfully. "Yeah, that's her. Though, honestly, she was the most suspicious person in all of Nevermore," Alex replied, handing Enid a cup of fruit tea. "If you look at it from that angle," Wednesday said calmly, taking a sip of her tea, "smart villains always know how to hide in plain sight. Many serial killers in real life appeared ordinary, but in reality, they were clever psychopaths, hiding in the shadows for years and adding to their victim lists." "Thanks for the enlightenment, pale girl," Dean snorted, looking at Alex. "Hey, you got anything decent to eat? Besides sandwiches?" "If you want dinner, I can cook," Alex replied, finishing a message on his phone. "Perfect. Work your magic," Dean smirked. Alex just shook his head and looked at Wednesday and Enid with a silent question. Enid immediately nodded enthusiastically, fully supporting the idea of a late-night snack. Wednesday gave a brief nod and returned to her tasks. A few minutes later, the room filled with the sound of the typewriter, prompting Dean to turn up the TV volume. Alex got to cooking, while Enid followed him around, helping and occasionally sneaking bites from the table. They cooked to music, lightly swaying in time. At one point, wolf ears sprouted on Enid's head, but she didn't even notice. Her body had only changed a few hours ago, and she hadn't yet learned to control such transformations. After a while, Alex's phone beeped. Taking it in hand, he saw a message: "The operatives will arrive on time." Alex nodded briefly to himself and returned to cooking. Finishing up, he set the plates on the table. Everyone sat down to eat. Alex turned on a movie on his laptop and, without much expression, ate while watching the screen alongside Enid. Wednesday was reading a book from Alex's collection, and Dean ate while occasionally glancing at the same movie. Shouldn't we go over the plan for tomorrow again?" Enid asked cautiously, looking around at everyone. "We've already gone over everything," Dean replied, shoving another bite into his mouth. "And what if something goes wrong?" Enid looked nervously at Alex. "If you don't mess up, everything will go as planned," Wednesday said calmly, looking up from her book. Enid, don't worry, Alex said gently, running his hand through her hair. The plan is simple. We pretend that Wednesday is leaving. Then I swap you around, Wednesday with you and Dean. You catch the monster, and I break Marilyn's legs with Wednesday. That's it. Do I really have to fight the monster? Enid asked quietly, her eyes almost tearful as she looked at Alex. It's, well, a monster. Alex just smiled encouragingly and nodded toward Dean. He was the one who was supposed to do the main work. All that was required from Enid was to help. Enid whimpered quietly and tried to psych herself up, stubbornly repeating to herself that she was a werewolf and had to manage. Dean, however, wasn't particularly thrilled about this kind of help. After all, Enid was just a teenager. When he voiced this, Enid immediately frowned, clenched her fists, and promised that tomorrow she would do everything perfectly and wouldn't mess up. Dean looked at her without much expectation. Even Wednesday gave Enid a glance full of undisguised doubt. Only Alex continued to encourage her, assuring her she could handle it and that it was time to show how strong she really was. After finishing dinner, Alex returned to work. Dean started cleaning his weapons. It always helped him relax. Wednesday returned to her typewriter, continuing her novel. Enid lay down on the bed and started watching funny videos to calm herself. When it was time for bed, Alex didn't lie down, he stayed at his laptop, continuing to work. Dean fell asleep almost immediately. Enid, practically instantly. Wednesday, reading her book by the lamp, looked up at Alex, focused on typing something on his keyboard. Watching him, she couldn't help but think about what was happening between them. The thought that she was the bride of the Demon King struck her as unexpectedly thrilling. Alex felt her gaze, lifted his head, and smiled slightly. And so they continued to sit side by side. Wednesday moved closer to him and read quietly, while Alex filled out documents. In the morning, to avoid disturbing Dean and Enid, Alex suggested going for a walk and getting some coffee. Wednesday didn't object. Leaving the hotel, they strolled slowly through the city. Wednesday held Alex's arm, walking calmly beside him. Alex, as usual, scrolled through the news on his phone, another set of reports about missing people. He showed an article to Wednesday. She just raised an eyebrow and didn't comment on what she read. Arriving at the Flugger Cafe, they went inside. Alex immediately noticed Tyler sweeping the floor. Their eyes met, and for a moment Tyler's expression faltered, but he quickly masked it with his usual smile. Setting the broom aside, he went behind the counter to serve customers. Alex subtly touched Wednesday's hand and barely tapped his finger, giving her a signal to play along. Wednesday glanced at him and nodded without asking questions. After placing the order, Alex turned to Wednesday, who maintained a calm expression. "So, how is it, getting an invitation from the Control Bureau?" he asked, playing along with the scene while Tyler prepared the coffee. "Fine. Any place is better than Nevermore. As long as it's interesting," Wednesday replied evenly. "The Bureau is quite interesting. Agents will arrive tonight to escort you. Dean and I are also leaving Jericho, most likely. Our criminal has already fled after killing the mayor and setting the house on fire," Alex said, putting his phone away. Wednesday nodded. Meanwhile, Tyler, overhearing the conversation, flinched slightly. His hand shook, spilling a little coffee. He quickly wiped the counter, trying not to reveal his mistake. Alex noticed but acted as if nothing had happened. When the coffee was ready, Wednesday reached for the cup of quadruple espresso. Her hand accidentally brushed Tyler's. At that very moment, a vision washed over her. She didn't lose consciousness, her eyes just glazed over for a moment. But for Wednesday, that moment stretched into eternity. She saw Tyler in Hyde's form. She saw exactly how he had killed people, including Rowan. Then, how Marilyn had exploited his trust. How she deceived him, showing that his mother had been an outcast and attended Nevermore. How that woman had been Hyde. Wednesday saw how Marilyn awakened Hyde within Tyler. Saw his first transformation. His first victim. She even saw the moment Marilyn fed Tyler, in Hyde's form, a black crystal the size of a fingernail. After that, darkness settled within him, but only when he took Hyde's form. When the vision ended, Wednesday, as if nothing had happened, took her coffee. Then she firmly grabbed Alex's hand, and they left the cafe together. Pulling him a bit away, she stopped. "It's him. Hyde. I saw how Laurel Gates fed him the black crystal and gave him orders. Including the order to get close to me so I wouldn't leave Nevermore," Wednesday said, looking at Alex. "Well, that was expected," Alex replied calmly, taking a sip of his coffee. "You suspected already?" Wednesday narrowed her eyes. "You could say that. I stumbled upon Françoise Galpin's dossier. She was admitted to a psychiatric hospital, where she relapsed. Then she was transferred to the oldest house. An incident happened there, many staff members died. Françoise also died. Or rather, she had to be eliminated, Alex said, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. Wednesday grew interested in the incident at the oldest house and the oldest house itself. Seeing no reason to hide anything, Alex began to explain. About who, or rather what, invaded the oldest house. About how it all ended. About the change in the director and the consequences the his appearance had for the entire control bureau. By the time the story came to an end, they had just returned to the hotel. Enid was already sitting at the table in front of a small mirror, carefully applying her makeup. Dean, meanwhile, as a representative of men nearing 40, looked as though he was physically incapable of functioning properly without coffee. Noticing Alex and Wednesday, Enid smiled and waved, not interrupting her eyeliner. Alex placed a cup in front of her and gently kissed the top of her head, careful not to ruin her makeup. You can skip kissing me. Just give me my coffee, Dean said, looking at Alex with a hollow, exhausted stare. Ugh, Dean. Just, ugh. And besides, where have you ever seen death bringing someone coffee? Coffee should be brought to me, Alex said, and still set the cup down in front of Dean. Right here. Right in front of me, Dean drawled, taking his first sip. Coffee brought to me by Death himself. Ah, what a wonderful taste. A deadly delivery. Alex's eye twitched. He slowly reached toward his inventory, clearly intending to pull out something heavy and persuasive. Enid watched the exchange with obvious interest, sipping her drink. Wednesday pretended nothing was happening and calmly sat down at the table. Feeling a bit too confident, Dean continued to joke. Alex's patience snapped. He whipped an iron collapsible baton out of his inventory and swung. Dean reacted instantly, the cane blade flared to life in his hand, blocking the strike. Alex narrowed his eyes and threw a second blow, but Dean dodged and sprang to his feet. They froze, facing each other. Alex gripped the baton. Dean held the cane blade, meeting his gaze with open challenge. Alex cracked his neck, preparing to continue. Dean mirrored the motion, slowly clenching his fingers. Stop arguing like children. We found Hyde, Wednesday said calmly. Both of them froze. So who's our house monster? Dean asked, sheathing the blade. The sheriff's son, Alex replied evenly, returning the baton to his inventory. The sheriff's son, a monster. Enid repeated in shock, nearly spilling her drink. Alex nodded and looked at Wednesday, letting her continue. Wednesday calmly recounted everything she had seen in her visions, from how Laurel Gates wormed her way into Tyler's trust to the moment he transformed into Hyde. After hearing this, Dean turned to Alex. Alex only let out a heavy sigh and filled in the rest, explaining what had happened in Sheriff Donovan's family. The story was grim. Enid visibly grew sadder. Dean merely shook his head, stories like this were all too familiar to him. Now that the monster's identity was known, all that remained was to wait for the Control Bureau agents and stage the final act, drawing Hyde away from his handler. Time steadily approached the appointed hour. Evening fell. A knock sounded at the door. Alex rose from his chair, walked over, and opened it. Kieran Estevez stood on the threshold. Well, look who it is, my old friend Kieran. Didn't expect the Bureau to send you, Alex said with a faint smile. I don't recall when we ever became friends, Agent, Kieran replied calmly, appraising him. That hurts. I already thought we'd become best buddies, Alex sighed. Oh well. Come in. I'll brief you and introduce you to the others. He stepped aside, letting Kieran inside. Kieran cast Alex a brief, appraising glance. He had already become a legend within the Bureau of Control. Not only because he had been personally recruited by the director, but also thanks to the assistance he provided to field agents, and the fact that, because of him, the research department suddenly had a lot more work. Calmly entering the room, Kieran looked over everyone present. First Enid, who was doing her best to look composed and not betray her nerves. Then Wednesday, who met her with a cold, attentive gaze. And finally Dean. Another infamous legend of the Bureau of Control. I suppose I'll start with introductions, Alex said, gesturing to those present. This is Wednesday Adams. She's a key part of our plan. This is Enid Sinclair, a werewolf, she'll be assisting in capturing Hyde. And finally, Dean Winchester, Kieran cut in calmly. The man who has nearly destroyed the world several times. We know. Been there. I told you, Dean, you're a celebrity. In the tragic sense, Alex shrugged. So, what's the plan? Kieran asked, taking a seat. And where are the other operatives? Alex asked before beginning. Waiting outside. I'll brief them later. Now, the plan, Kieran replied with a slight nod. Alex began to explain. What to do. When and where. Who played which role. Kieran listened carefully, nodding from time to time and frowning slightly, especially at the moments where teenagers were involved in the operation. Then she looked at Alex again and once more remembered that he, too, was a teenager. She habitually ignored that fact. There was not the slightest hint of youth in his behavior. When the plan was finished, Kieran nodded. We brought equipment for transporting Hyde. He will be taken to the oldest house for containment. Alex added further clarification about what Hyde actually was, leaving Kieran with no remaining questions. When she heard that it concerned Francoise's son, the very same woman who had once been held in the oldest house, Kieran simply gave a short nod, betraying no emotion. When the explanations ended, she nodded again. Plan accepted. Ready to proceed. Alex nodded in return and, together with Wednesday, went outside, making sure it was clearly visible. He greeted the operatives who had arrived with Kieran and reminded them to be cautious and prepared for any turn of events. Out of the corner of his eye, Alex noticed surveillance from the shadows. He tightened his grip on Wednesday's hand, and together they boarded the armored truck. Kieran followed, slammed the heavy iron doors shut, and gave a short knock on the wall, signaling to move out. As the vehicle started moving, Alex calmly pulled out his phone and began counting down the time. Agent, are you absolutely sure this plan will work? Kieran asked in an even tone. You can just call me Alex. And yes, the plan will work, he replied, slipping the phone back into his pocket. We were being watched when we got in. As soon as the truck gets far enough away, Hyde will attack. And now it's time to switch the actors. He looked at her and smirked. And good luck, Kieran. Try not to die by accident. The current situation still isn't as bad as Bright Falls. Good luck to you too, Alex, she replied with a slight nod. The second team will handle the academy's evacuation. Alex nodded and looked at Wednesday. She returned the nod, no words needed, making it clear she was ready. Alex placed a hand on her shoulder. And he vanished right before Kieran's eyes. The next moment, he was already back at the hotel, where Enid and Dean were waiting. Dean looked calm and focused. Enid, on the other hand, was visibly nervous, afraid of doing something wrong. Alex smiled and gently ran a hand through her hair, casting a calming spell. Enid's thoughts cleared. She took a deep breath, pulled herself together, smiled, and hugged Alex in gratitude. So, ready? He asked, looking at them. From here on, you're on your own. Move it, Dean nodded. I hope you deal with that teacher before we deal with the kid. Alex only smirked and placed his hands on Enid's and Dean's shoulders, and the next second, they were inside the Bureau of Control's armored truck. With a casual wave, Alex vanished, leaving Dean and Enid to handle Hyde. Returning to the hotel room, Alex looked at Wednesday and held out his hand. Without hesitation, she took it, and they disappeared. Alex and Wednesday reappeared near Nevermore, roughly 100 meters from the Bureau of Control's armored vehicles, beside which operatives were already stationed. Holding Wednesday's hand, Alex moved forward, carefully examining the checkpoint set up along the access road. The moment they approached, weapons were immediately trained on them. However, Alex didn't need to show any identification, he was recognized at once. He noted that there were no fewer than 30 Bureau of Control personnel on site. That, however, was expected. Alex had submitted a detailed report in advance and requested reinforcements to ensure the operation proceeded without incident. Who's in charge here? He asked as he approached the checkpoint. I am, sir. Nicholas Wood. Nice to meet you, the man replied, extending his hand. Likewise, Alex nodded, shaking it. The evacuation of Nevermore students will begin shortly. Your task is to ensure their safety. We don't know what else someone who's essentially carrying an atomic bomb in their pocket might do. Sir, the perimeter suppressors are fully installed, one of the operatives reported, stepping closer. Excellent work, Nelson, Nicholas said, turning to the group. Reminder, our primary objective is the safety of the children. Stay alert. The operatives nodded in unison, confirming their readiness. Alex quickly laid out the plan of action and separately went over possible contingencies in case something went wrong. Once the briefing was complete, he led Wednesday back toward the academy. Before reaching Nevermore, Alex cast a "Do Not Notice Me" spell on them, allowing them to pass onto the grounds without interference. He needed to reach Larissa Weems's office while remaining unseen. The key was not to spook Marilyn too early. Moving through the academy corridors like shadows, Alex and Wednesday reached the principal's office. Alex dispelled the spell and pushed the door open. Inside were Bianca, Xavier, and other members of the Belladonna Club. Judging by the tension on their faces, it was clear that Larissa Weems had already filled them in. Judging by your expressions, you've been briefed, Alex said, spreading his hands slightly. That simplifies things. Are you absolutely sure that Teacher Thornhill is the culprit? Bianca asked, fixing him with a hard stare. Yes, Wednesday answered calmly, speaking before Alex could. We've also identified the monster she controls. All you need to do is evacuate the students and faculty while we distract Marilyn. Alex nodded, confirming her words. The members of the Belladonna Club exchanged glances and looked toward Larissa Weems. She had been sitting in silence the entire time, her hands folded in front of her face. What she disliked most was the fact that a person who wanted to destroy Nevermore had been hiding inside the academy for 25 years, right under their noses. Catching the students' looks, Larissa nodded, confirming the plan of action. Realizing the importance of the task, Bianca removed the amulet that suppressed her siren powers, so she wouldn't accidentally influence others with her voice. Alex explained that after the evacuation, Bureau of Control operatives would be waiting to escort everyone into the city and ensure their safety. After a brief discussion, the members of the Belladonna Club left the office and began the evacuation, quietly and without drawing attention, supported by Bianca's abilities. Alex and Wednesday were also ready to move out, to the conservatory, where Marilyn currently was. Their task was to buy enough time. Alex hadn't fully decided yet whether to allow Marilyn to resurrect her ancestor, or simply stop her earlier. After some thought, he concluded that letting it happen was the better option. He placed a hand on Wednesday's shoulder, sharing his thoughts with her. Wednesday looked at him, narrowed her eyes slightly, and nodded. "Miss Weems, you should personally oversee the evacuation," Alex said calmly. "Without her chained monster, Marilyn isn't that dangerous. Just don't destroy the academy, Agent," Larissa sighed as she rose from behind her desk. "Even the restoration would cost far too much." "If it comes to that, I'll cover the expenses," Alex shrugged. Larissa Weems looked at Alex and merely shook her head, putting on her coat to leave. But Alex saw far more than ordinary people. At that moment, he was death, and so he could clearly see the instant when a life was meant to end. Larissa Weems was destined to die in the conservatory at Marilyn's hands. And that was exactly what Alex intended to prevent. Whatever the case, Larissa Weems was a good headmistress. Flawed, sharp-tempered, and stubborn, but good. She didn't deserve such a death. Alex took Wednesday by the hand, and they headed toward the conservatory at a calm, unhurried pace. From the outside, it almost looked like an ordinary walk, as if they were going on a date rather than heading toward a woman consumed by vengeance and darkness. As they approached the conservatory, Alex took a cigarette from his pocket. With a familiar, practiced motion, Wednesday pulled out a black lighter and brought the flame closer. Alex smiled. Together, they stepped inside. Silence reigned in the conservatory. Marilyn was busy with something, standing with her back to the entrance, completely unaware that all her plans were about to collapse. To get her attention, Wednesday glanced at a table nearby and, extending a finger, lightly nudged a glass vial. It fell to the floor and shattered at once with a loud crash. "Wednesday." "Agent," Marilyn said, hiding something behind her back. "I thought you had both already left the city." "That would have been the case," Wednesday replied calmly, "if someone hadn't decided to use me for a ritual. And how could I miss the chance to take revenge on someone who thinks they can steal my things?" She casually knocked another empty vial onto the floor. "Wednesday, I don't understand what you're talking about," Marilyn said, feigning sincere confusion. "I know your room was trashed, but what does that have to do with me?" "Don't play dumb, Laurel." Alex's voice sounded lazy and cold as he exhaled cigarette smoke. "That's right. Laurel Gates. I know your name. Just look at your hands." Marilyn suddenly raised her hand, and saw inscriptions on her skin. They vanished almost immediately, as if they had never been there. She looked at Alex, who regarded her with a playful, almost mocking interest. Marilyn's face twisted. She gripped the syringe behind her back tighter, waiting for the right moment to strike. Wednesday, meanwhile, remained completely calm, keeping her eyes locked on Marilyn. "All right, you caught me," Marilyn finally said, dropping the mask of the kind teacher. "Now what? Send me to prison? Good luck. In 24 hours, I'll be free." "And what gives you such confidence?" Alex asked, lazily scratching behind his ear. "The power that doesn't belong to you. Or the organization that stands behind you. Which of these gave you so much courage?" "You have no idea the influence this organization has," Marilyn hissed, tightening her grip on the syringe. "Even your bureau won't be able to touch them." Yeah. Alex sighed. "I serve the king of hell, I'm an angel of heaven, I'm the reaper, blah blah blah. Same song everywhere." He took a drag of his cigarette. "But the result is always the same. Everyone dies. You didn't really think you'd walk out of here alive, did you? All I'd need to do is write a report. During apprehension, the suspect attempted to escape. And I, by sheer coincidence, killed her. Bureaucracy in its purest form." He looked her straight in the eyes. "Now give up the darkness. Wednesday will work with you a little to get some answers. Maybe you'll even get lucky, and not die." "You won't," Wednesday added calmly. "Then you won't," Alex shrugged. "So let's hurry. Don't waste my time." He began to move closer slowly. Marilyn's grip on the syringe became frantic. When Alex was just a step away, her eyes turned cold. "Go to hell," she screamed, swinging. Alex intercepted her hand. A playful smile spread across his face. He squeezed her palm, and the syringe shattered with a crunch, shards piercing the skin. Belladonna venom instantly entered her bloodstream through the wounds. In the next movement, Alex grabbed Marilyn by the collar and sharply tilted her head back. The forehead strike was quick and precise. A distinct crack of a broken nose echoed. Marilyn recoiled, covering her face with her hands, feeling the blinding pain. And at that very moment, she started laughing. The laughter was insane. A black fog enveloped her face, and her body seemed to be consumed by a dark cloak. Alex already knew how it would end. He stepped back, shielding Wednesday. Thick, dense darkness erupted from Marilyn's hand and forcefully threw them both aside. Alex's plan was simple: let Marilyn knock them out, so she could perform the resurrection ritual. Wednesday agreed. She wanted Marilyn to see her hopes crumble right before her eyes. As they were thrown back, Alex and Wednesday pretended to lose consciousness, allowing Marilyn to drag them elsewhere. To be continued. Well, as I said, the conclusion of this mini-arc will take 1 or 2 chapters. Then there'll be a bit of the oldest house, and then the main events of Supernatural. I need to start empowering Sam, after all, and I already know how that'll go. Okay, I have all the other similar plans that I'm still debating whether to implement or not. Chapter 553, Round 2, Dean vs. Hyde. Shortly before the moment when Alex and Wednesday willingly allowed themselves to be captured by Laurel Gates, solely to clearly demonstrate to a woman consumed by revenge how easily her carefully constructed plans could crumble, Dean and Enid were inside an armored truck of the Bureau of Control. A heavy, oppressive silence filled the vehicle. No one was in a hurry to start a conversation. Kieran Estevez had not the slightest desire to talk to the infamous Dean Winchester. His file in the Bureau of Control archives was so extensive that reading through the materials on Dean and Sam alone would take weeks. Dean himself was also in no mood to speak with a woman who looked at him as if he were personally responsible for all her misfortunes. The only one who remained relatively calm was Enid. She serenely examined her manicure and seemed completely unconcerned. The reason was simple. Before Alex teleported her into the armored truck, he had placed a spell on her that calmed the mind and suppressed unnecessary anxiety. The vehicle moved deliberately slowly, at Alex's request. Hyde needed time to catch up with them and attack. Because of this unhurried pace, time dragged on painfully. To occupy himself somehow, Dean pulled the cane blade from behind his back and casually began picking at his fingernails with it. The moment the blade appeared, Kieran immediately noticed it. As a field agent who regularly dealt with the supernatural side of the world, Kieran knew the legends of ancient artifacts well, including weapons that carried the mark of primordial sin. It was no coincidence that the Bureau of Control had influence all over the world and access to information unavailable to most. And Kieran, a woman who had sacrificed her personal life for service, had fully immersed herself in her work and therefore possessed a high level of clearance. So the rumors weren't lying, she said, looking at Dean. Which rumors exactly? He asked lazily, lifting his gaze to her. That Dean Winchester possesses the first blade, Kieran said, crossing her arms. I think that's not much of a secret anymore, Dean smirked, giving a slight shake of his head. I wonder who's been so talkative. Enid, who had been mentally preparing herself for what was to come, heard the conversation and turned her head, glancing at the weapon in Dean's hand. The first time she had seen the cane blade, she had only wondered why Dean carried such a strange bone weapon around. But after Alex told her about himself and many other things, she learned the truth. What looked like an ordinary bone turned out to be the very first blade. In the past, Enid could never have imagined that she would be looking at a legendary artifact with her own eyes. But now all of it felt almost mundane, especially considering who she was in a relationship with. Kieran noted that the Bureau of Control had also been searching for the blade, classifying it as an anomalous object. Dean didn't try to hide where they had found it. The cane blade had been in the possession of Cuthbert Sinclair, an exile from the Men of Letters Order. After his banishment, he took the name Magnus and began assembling his own collection of supernatural artifacts. After hearing the story, Kieran nodded in understanding. It now became clear why the Bureau had never managed to find the blade. It had been carefully hidden. Dean saw no point in concealing the location where it was found. But he left out something else. The fact that the blade should not have worked without the mark of Cain. And the fact that now the blade was literally bound to him. Wherever he was, all Dean had to do was will it, and the weapon would return to his hand. The conversation flowed unhurriedly until Dean suddenly fell silent. His gaze sharpened and fixed on a single point. As Alex constantly repeated, Dean was learning to rely on his heightened senses. During the time spent in Jericho, he had made significant progress in this, under Alex's guidance. And now he could clearly feel it, something imbued with darkness was moving toward them. He knew exactly what it was: Hyde. And Hyde had finally decided to attack. "Looks like our pet monster got tired of waiting," Dean said, staring off to the side as if he could see through the armored walls. Kieran immediately understood what he meant and rose from her seat. She moved to the front of the armored truck and opened a small iron hatch to warn the other operatives. Hearing that Hyde was already close, Enid took a deep breath and braced herself. The driver immediately grabbed the radio and relayed the order to the other teams to be ready. Hyde was approaching. Dean continued to feel its presence. With every passing moment, the creature drew closer. And there was something else. Hyde wasn't slowing down. It was charging toward the armored truck at full speed. When the distance became critical, Dean realized what was about to happen. "Everyone, hold on," he shouted, grabbing the first thing he could to keep himself in place. With one hand, Dean clutched an iron handrail, with the other, he held onto Enid. In the next instant, Hyde slammed into the armored truck at tremendous speed. The impact was so powerful that the vehicle instantly overturned. A dull, heavy crash echoed as the truck began to roll. Everyone inside desperately grabbed onto whatever they could. The armored truck tumbled across the ground, flipping over again and again, until it finally crashed into a tree, coming to a stop only after several rotations. Thanks to Dean's lightning-fast reaction, most of them managed to hold on and avoid serious injuries. But even that wasn't enough to escape without losses. 2 operatives in the front of the truck were injured. The driver had a head wound, he lost consciousness and now hung helplessly upside down. The operative beside him slammed hard into the dashboard and was also unconscious. Dean, Enid, and Kieran, who had been in the rear of the vehicle, fared much better. Kieran had a gash over her eyebrow, blood running down her face. Crashes like this were nothing new for Dean, experience played its part, and he escaped without serious injury. Enid was barely hurt as well. At the moment of impact, she instinctively dug her claws into the seat, and Dean held her, practically pinning her in place so the shockwave wouldn't throw her around the cabin. Meanwhile, Kieran tried to revive the driver and the second operative, calling out to them in vain. "Hey, kid, you okay?" Dean asked, lowering the arm he had been using to hold Enid. "I'm fine," she replied with relief and pointed at the seat. "I dug in with my claws." Deep grooves were clearly visible in the upholstery. Dean gave a short nod and shifted his gaze to Kieran. At that moment, gunshots and shouts rang out from outside. The operatives had engaged Hyde. Bursts of automatic fire, shouted commands, and a deep, bestial growl echoed from the road. Dean knew they couldn't waste any time. He went to the rear door of the armored truck and tried to open it. No luck. The door was jammed. Dean slammed his shoulder into it several times, but the metal didn't budge. Without a word, Enid stepped in beside him and pushed as well. Her claws sank into the metal with ease, so easily that she didn't even realize it at first. Alex had never fully explained just how much she had changed. Seeing Enid help, Dean took a deep breath and tried to enter the state Alex called the flow. Power flooded his body once more. The hand gripping the cane blade blackened, thick black mist seeping from it. Opening his eyes, Dean drove his shoulder into the iron door again with full force. This time, the door gave way. The metal burst outward with a crash. Enid nearly lost her balance, still clinging to the door with her claws, but quickly steadied herself. Dean jumped out of the armored truck and ran onto the road. The Bureau of Control operatives were trying to push Hyde away from the vehicles. The monster itself moved deftly between the trees, slipping into the shadows and exuding thick black mist. They were shooting at him. Powerful light sources and ultraviolet spotlights were trained on him. But Hyde didn't just evade the attacks, he fought back. Massive branches and chunks of logs flew toward the operatives, forcing them to retreat. Enid ran out after Dean and saw Hyde. She froze for a moment, unsure how to act in a situation like this. Kieran emerged last. Quickly assessing the situation, she began issuing orders to those still on their feet, directing them toward the wounded. Dean waited for the right moment to attack while the operatives kept Hyde at bay. The monster, however, acted with calculation. Another log flew straight at a spotlight. There was a crack, the light source shattered into pieces. Everyone was distracted for a split second. That was enough. Hyde almost immediately destroyed the remaining 2 spotlights, plunging the stretch of road into darkness. "Fall back," Kieran ordered, instantly understanding what was happening. From the shadow of the forest, Hyde slowly crawled out. He emerged on all fours, growling, and surveyed everyone present as if searching for prey. Black mist streamed from his body, dark veins bulged beneath his skin, and his bloodshot eyes glowed with animalistic fury. Dean tightened his grip on the cane blade. Enid stood slightly behind him. Wolf ears appeared atop her head, a tail swayed behind her, her teeth sharpened, and her claws grew longer and deadlier. A low growl tore from her chest. "Looks like the house monster got tired of waiting," Dean smirked. "Well, come on. I've got a bone here you can chew on. Hyde looked at Dean and immediately snarled. He could feel the power hidden inside the men before him. Dangerous. Crushing. The kind that made instinct scream to run, but the body refused to obey. This power didn't repel him, it pulled him in, like a hook embedded in Hyde's very essence. Last time, he had managed to escape. But back then, Dean hadn't used this. Now everything was different. Hyde clawed at the ground, leaving deep gouges from which darkness seeped. It was clear, he couldn't retreat. And that played right into Dean's hands, the monster wouldn't run. Not this time. What does Alex usually say? Dean muttered without taking his eyes off Hyde. Maximum effort, Enid replied, watching him. Right, Dean smirked. Then I'll put in maximum effort to smear this monster into the ground. I'll help, Enid said shortly and nodded. Dean looked at her and saw pure determination in her eyes. There was no point arguing. He simply exhaled and nodded back. Dean lunged forward. Hyde met him with a swipe of his paw, but at the last moment Dean shifted aside, trusting his instincts. He literally dove under the strike, slipped past Hyde's legs, and grabbed hold of his body. With a force that made his muscles creak, Dean lifted Hyde off the ground and, without slowing down, dragged him forward, slamming the monster into a tree. Hyde roared and swung again. Dean jumped back at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the blow. The monster snarled, focusing on him, and didn't notice someone else appearing on the right. Enid didn't hesitate. As a werewolf, she trusted her beastly instincts. And the hunt had already begun. The moment Hyde focused on Dean, Enid surged forward. She leapt in from the side and drove her claws into Hyde's stomach, yanking her hand sharply. A deep, bloody gash tore across his body. Hyde roared and turned toward her. Enid grinned, baring sharp teeth. The monster struck with his paw, fast, furious. Dean made it just in time. He grabbed Enid by the scruff and yanked her back, pulling her out of the strike at the very last second. What are you standing there smiling for? He snapped irritably. Did he even hit you? No, Enid snorted. Thanks. She looked down. My favorite sweater. That's it, you're dead. It was that very sweater. The one she had worn on her first date with Alex. Ever since then, it had become special. Important. Now the fabric was torn, slashed by claws. There was no fixing it. Enid stared at the shredded clothing. Her growl deepened, lowering in tone. Her eyes filled with fury. She slowly raised her gaze to Hyde. At that look, the monster took a step back. Even Dean instinctively recoiled, seeing the expression on her face. He knew very well, when it came to clothing, girls could be truly dangerous. Without a word, Enid lunged forward. Hyde tried to swipe her away with his paw, but Enid nimbly leapt over the strike, sank her teeth into his throat, and knocked him to the ground. The sight stunned everyone. The bureau operatives. Even Dean, who involuntarily dropped his jaw. Enid sank her teeth into Hyde's neck and tore out a chunk of flesh. Blood spurted, covering her face and clothes. She spat the piece of meat aside. That was. Enid raised her fist. A strike. Her fist collided with Hyde's face with such force that his skull emitted a dull crack. My favorite sweater. A second blow. Another crack. I wore it on my first date with Alex. The third strike hit his snout. Hyde's front fangs flew out with a sickening snap. Enid no longer aimed at specific targets. She simply struck, pouring out her rage. And this is for your mistress tearing up my stuffed animals, she growled. My uncle gave them to me. Enid straddled Hyde and began pounding his face relentlessly. She struck with such fury and strength that blood splattered everywhere, covering the surroundings. Hyde growled, thrashed, and tried to break free, but in vain. Thanks to Alex, Enid possessed far more power than she realized, and now that power poured out without restraint. The scene was surreal. A short teenage girl sat atop a monster, methodically beating it with her fists, a sight not seen every day. Enid didn't stop. She continued striking, her body increasingly covered in Hyde's blood, shouting through her growls how important that sweater was to her. How precious it had been. Dean watched and found himself thinking more and more that maybe he wouldn't have to do all the work himself. Enid beat him until Hyde's face became a shapeless mass. It was hard to tell that anything living had been there at all. The skull was smashed, bones protruded, the muzzle was mangled with blows and claw marks. One eye was completely gone. Seeing this, Dean wisely held back any comment like, "It's just a sweater," or "You can buy a new one." Enid looked terrifying, covered in blood, teeth bared, eyes filled with rage. At that moment, Dean fully understood, Enid was no less dangerous than Wednesday. Especially when angry. After a few minutes, Enid finally stopped. She was breathing heavily, still sitting atop Hyde. As the rage began to subside, she exhaled, wiped the blood from her face, and slowly stood. Hyde's body beneath her twitched faintly, his face had been utterly destroyed. "Hey, little one," Dean said cautiously, looking at Enid, covered head to toe in blood. "Has anyone ever told you how terrifying you can be?" "It was my favorite sweater," Enid pouted in reply. Yeah, we got it," Dean nodded. "I got it. The bureau agents got it. And this poor guy," he nodded toward Hyde, "got it better than anyone." Enid turned and looked down at Hyde. He showed no sign of consciousness, only weakly twitching his limbs. She looked down at her hands, then at her clothes, completely soaked in blood. Realizing what that meant, Enid tried to put on an innocent expression, forcing a smile, playing the part of the sweet, obedient girl. It didn't work. Her sharp wolfish teeth, blood-soaked hair, and the mess covering her clothes and face made her look anything but cute. She was downright terrifying. Dean shook his head and stepped forward, intending to finish off Hyde and absorb the darkness from his body. But as soon as he got close, he sensed something was wrong. "Back," he barked. He shoved Enid aside and, at the same moment, took the full force of a massive blow. Hyde, who should have been barely alive, lunged with such strength that Dean was thrown backward. He slammed into a tree with his back. The wind was knocked out of him. For a moment, he was disoriented, his consciousness spinning. And in that instant, he felt it, like someone was holding him by the neck, guiding his hand, directing the blade. Dean didn't resist. He allowed the feeling to take control. Meanwhile, Hyde's body began to change rapidly. His shattered face healed, bones snapped back into place, and his body became covered with an increasingly dense, viscous darkness. The bureau operatives, led by Kieran, immediately opened fire with ultraviolet rounds, trying to slow the transformation. Dean was changing too. He felt the darkness crawling along his arm, rising to his neck. Soon, his entire arm was enveloped in a thick black coating, part of his neck darkened, and one eye turned as black as night. And with it came calm. Terrifyingly deep calm. As if someone was standing beside him, quietly telling him what to do. When the changes were complete, Dean's gaze became empty yet focused. Only one thought remained: kill. In the same moment, he lunged forward. Dean moved with monstrous speed. In a few steps, he was beside Hyde and struck straight into the torso. The darkness covering the monster's body shuddered, as if trying to evade. The blow threw Hyde backward with such force that he smashed through trees and flew dozens of meters. Dean didn't stop. He pursued. His mind was empty except for two objectives: kill and absorb the darkness. Everything else was handled by his body, instinctively, precisely, the way it had been trained his entire life. He had been fighting monsters for years. Surviving. Even in purgatory, a world where monsters go after death, Dean hadn't surrendered. Day after day, he fought for his life, fending off attacks from creatures, including leviathans, the ancient beasts created by Chuck and locked away there due to their uncontrollable hunger that devoured everything in their path, including each other. Chuck trapped them in a separate dimension so his chessboard wouldn't be destroyed prematurely. Yet even there, Dean survived. And now all that experience, every battle, every wound, worked for him. Dean let his body move as it needed to. He reached Hyde, gripping the first blade in a reverse hold, and delivered a sweeping upward strike. The blade cut through flesh, leaving a deep, ragged wound stretching from Hyde's abdomen up to his neck. Without giving his opponent a chance to recover, Dean kept moving, dodging, sliding to the sides, striking again and again. Every step was calculated. Every motion was the result of an instant assessment of the situation. He avoided Hyde's claws at the last moment and immediately responded with short, deadly precise strikes. Because of the first blade, Hyde's body could no longer regenerate with the darkness. His wounds wouldn't close. The damage accumulated, exhausting the monster more and more. Dodging another swing, Dean stepped forward sharply and drove the blade into Hyde's arm. Then, a swift slash. The blade tore through flesh, muscle, and tendons. One of Hyde's arms hung limply. Blood poured from the wound, dripping onto the ground. Hyde growled, but now his roar was laced with pain and anger. He tried to slip into the shadows, calling on the darkness. His body seemed to dissolve into the dark, and the next second, he reappeared behind Dean, slashing claws across his back. Dean didn't have time to react. A muffled, painful scream tore from his chest. Clenching his teeth, he felt hot blood trickle down his spine. But within moments, the wound began to close, emitting black mist. The flesh knitted together, as if an invisible hand were hurriedly patching his torn body. Hyde tried the move again. He vanished into the shadows once more, and this time appeared from above, crashing down on Dean with raised claws, aiming straight for his head. A bright beam of light hit Hyde's body. The monster howled, piercingly, almost humanly, and collapsed from the tree, writhing in pain. The source of the light was a massive, modified spotlight, designed by the Bureau specifically to combat the darkness. While Dean fought, Kieran gave the order to bring in heavy equipment. The operatives arrived just as Hyde was about to deliver a lethal strike. Dean knew this was the chance. He instantly moved on top and drove the first blade straight into Hyde's chest. Hyde thrashed, trying to break free, but Dean pinned him down with all his weight, not allowing him to move. The darkness covering the monster's body immediately surged toward the blade. It was as if it were being pulled inside. The first blade greedily absorbed it. The strength drained from Hyde's body. His movements grew weaker. The hands he used to push Dean away trembled and gradually went limp. Moments later, Hyde stopped resisting. When the last drop of darkness was extracted, Dean pulled the blade out and noticed that there wasn't a single wound left on the body. At that same moment, Hyde began to change. His body shrank and twisted, and soon, lying on the ground, was no longer a monster but Tyler Galpin. A human body, covered in blood and torn clothing. Dean exhaled heavily. Strength left him all at once. He simply sank to the ground, feeling his bones ache as if they were cracking with every movement. His whole body hurt as if he had been tied to a vehicle and dragged across asphalt. Enid immediately ran to him and helped him to his feet. Kieran and the operatives attended to Tyler, quickly restraining him, putting on special clothing to limit his movement, and a mask over his face. Kieran cast a long look at Dean. What she had witnessed today clearly went far beyond any previous reports. In her mind, the thought of a new report was already forming, a reassessment of the threat level of the subject named Dean Winchester, classified by the Bureau as a natural disaster. "How are you?" Enid asked, supporting him. "Like my body just went through a blender again," Dean grunted, leaning on her. "Even in hell, I didn't feel this bad. And believe me, they put on some unforgettable rides there." "Well, since you're still joking, that means you're okay," Enid exhaled. "What makes you say that?" Dean asked, looking at her wearily. "Alex said, if you start making stupid jokes, it means you're alive and relatively intact," Enid replied with a serious expression, though a slight smile touched her lips. Dean smirked and shook his head. He really did feel awful, but not like last time, when it felt like his insides had turned to mush and he was about to vomit his own organs. Now his body ached, his muscles cramped, but it was a pain he could endure. "Winchester. From here on, we've got it," Kieran said, stepping closer. "We'll wait for transport and take Tyler Galpin to the Bureau. You better head back to Jericho. Just in case." "Yeah. Good luck with the transport and all that," Dean said flatly, waving a hand. Kieran just looked at him, shook her head slightly, and returned to the operatives, who were already preparing to move Tyler to the senior house. Leaning on Enid, who supported him by the shoulder, Dean headed through the forest toward the road. Every step sent pain through his body, as if it refused to obey. When they reached the road, it became clear, returning to Jericho was impossible. All the vehicles had been destroyed, the aftermath of Tyler's rage when he had rampaged around in Hyde's form. Dean frowned and quickly ran through the options in his mind. The idea came almost immediately. "Cass, if you can hear me. I could really use your help right now," he said, slightly lifting his head. "What do you need, Dean?" came the familiar voice from behind. Castile appeared behind them so suddenly that Enid nearly jumped. "How many times have I asked?" "Fine, never mind," Dean muttered, turning to him. "Can you patch me up and get me back to my little one?" Castile studied Dean carefully, stepped closer, and touched his forehead with 2 fingers. He closed his eyes, focusing. Dean froze, waiting for the pain to start receding. But instead, he noticed Castile frown. His shoulders tensed slightly. The power inside Dean resisted, making it difficult for the angel to use his abilities. Castile opened his eyes and met Dean's gaze. Meanwhile, Enid watched the angel with curiosity. It was her first time seeing an angel with her own eyes. Even though Alex had shared countless memories and knowledge with her, it still couldn't compare to seeing it in reality. Black suit, slightly loosened blue tie, beige coat. A strange thought flickered through Enid's mind, is he really an angel? "Sorry, Dean," Castile said quietly. "The power inside you is interfering with me. I'm no longer able to heal you." "Damn. Just perfect," Dean muttered irritably. "I hope you can still teleport me. Because in this state, I'll only make it to the nearest ditch before passing out." Castile looked at him again, then turned his gaze to Enid. Noticing this, Enid awkwardly waved. After all, she was a werewolf, and he was an angel. But Castile only gave a brief nod. He placed a hand on Dean's shoulder and Enid's, and the world around them flickered. In the next moment, they were standing near the hotel, next to the parked Impala. Dean wanted to turn and thank Castile, but as usual, he vanished without a word. "Of course," Dean muttered, shaking his head. He glanced toward Nevermore. Night had fully taken hold. A red moon hung in the sky, casting a foreboding light over the surroundings. Sighing deeply and suppressing another wave of pain, Dean slid into the driver's seat of the Impala. His work wasn't finished yet. One last portion of darkness remained, the part held by Laurel Gates. Enid silently took the passenger seat. Her thoughts were far away, with Alex and Wednesday, and with whatever might be happening to them in Nevermore right now. At the same time, Alex and Wednesday had been taken to Joseph Crackstone's crypt. The entire way, they pretended to be unconscious after Laurel Gates had thrown them aside with the force of darkness. Alex and Wednesday felt themselves dragged across the stone floor, their arms roughly restrained, but they gave no sign of life, patiently waiting for the right moment. They felt themselves stop. Cold metal snapped around their wrists. Chains pulled taut, suspending them from the ceiling. Alex listened carefully. Laurel was busy with something. Fumbling, muttering, moving objects, clearly not watching her prisoners. He cautiously opened one eye, then the other. Once he was sure no one was looking, Alex calmly took in his surroundings. As he had expected, Joseph Crackstone's crypt. Numerous candles cast trembling shadows across the stone walls. Around Crackstone's sarcophagus, body parts were carefully arranged, a sinister mosaic crafted by Laurel's hands. Alex turned his head and looked at Wednesday. She was already looking at him, calm, emotionless, as if everything happening was nothing more than an unpleasant formality. Alex gave a slight smirk and winked at her with a carefree smile. Wednesday replied with a brief, tired eye roll. "I must admit, I was wary of you, Agent," Laurel said without turning around. "I even thought a couple of times that you had caught me. Especially after you and your partner survived my little trick." She smirked as she finished the final preparations. "But it won't last long. If Wednesday is with you, then your partner is facing my hide right now. How tragic. The Bureau of Control will lose even more agents today." Laurel turned to face them. "In the order, I was taught this: if you want to outsmart your prey, become the hunter and drive it into the trap yourself." "Well, who knows how this will end," Alex replied lazily, gently swaying on his chains. "Maybe you'll tell me what exactly you're planning to do. I'm genuinely curious what has to be going on in someone's head to decide to wipe out an entire town along with the surrounding area." "Our family descends from Joseph Crackstone," Laurel said, fanatic fire flaring in her eyes. "He founded this town. I'm merely taking back what is rightfully mine and casting out all the unworthy. The people of Jericho should be fighting the outcasts, not dancing to their tune." "Now I see why your whole family is a bunch of psychopaths," Wednesday remarked indifferently. "Judging by everything, it's hereditary." Laurel snapped around to face her. Joseph Crackstone was a hero. He devoted his life to protecting the world from outcasts and monsters. The order opened my eyes: all this supernatural filth must be destroyed. She stepped closer, stopping right in front of Wednesday. "And I'll start with you. Your ancestor, Goody Adams, ended my ancestor's life. Then the outcasts stole these lands. But I'll take it all back. Everything that belongs to my family. Everything that belongs to me." "Laurel," Alex said calmly, turning his head toward her. "Take a step back from Wednesday. Or my leg might twitch." "I'd love to see you try, while you're chained up," Laurel replied coldly. Alex sighed softly. And the next instant, he lifted his leg. The kick was sharp and precise. Laurel was hurled aside, she slammed into the wall with such force that cracks spiderwebbed across the stone. Alex slowly lowered his leg and looked at her. Laurel collapsed to the floor, staring ahead in shock, not immediately understanding what had happened. The impact rippled through her entire body, she felt bones crunch all at once. Black mist wrapped around her form, beginning to heal the damage. While Laurel was regaining her senses, Alex gave his arms a slight tug. Metal screeched. He tore the shackles free along with a chunk of the ceiling the chains were anchored to, as if it were rotten wire rather than iron. Alex stepped over to Wednesday. Smirked, and quickly kissed her on the lips. Wednesday rolled her eyes again and pointedly jerked her bound hands, making it clear that if he didn't hurry, the consequences would be unpleasant. Alex chuckled softly and squeezed the shackles, crumpling the metal like paper. After freeing Wednesday, he stepped back. She gave him a cold look, then turned her gaze to Laurel, who was already finishing her regeneration. "So, Laurel," Alex said, pulling out a cigarette. "How much longer do we have to wait for you to resurrect your ancestor? Let's speed this up. I've still got a ton of reports to fill out." Wednesday silently pulled out a lighter and lit Alex's cigarette, never taking her eyes off Laurel. Laurel raised her gaze. She looked at them as if they hadn't come to disrupt the ritual, but to watch a performance, as spectators who were already bored. And in that moment, Laurel clearly felt a familiar sensation. Contempt. Cold, merciless. Alex and Wednesday truly considered Laurel Gates insignificant. And that enraged her more than any pain ever could. To be continued. I actually wanted to show both battles in one chapter. But I somehow miscalculated the word count and time. But hey, Dean is one of my favorite characters. I literally grew up on Supernatural. And Enid should also be able to stand up for herself. She's a werewolf, after all, which means she should be able to literally tear her opponent's throat out. Next to Alex, she's sweet and innocent, but against her opponent, she's evil and dangerous. Well, don't blame me for how it turned out. He. It's all my editor escaping from the basement. The running bastard. Chapter 554, 2-on-2 battle. Alex and Wednesday were in Joseph Crackstone's crypt, looking at Laurel Gates, a mad, yet genuinely intelligent woman. She had staged her own death and, for 25 years, lived under another name, posing as a biology teacher at an academy where not ordinary teenagers studied, but representatives of supernatural bloodlines. And all of it, for so-called revenge. For hatred toward everything supernatural. From generation to generation, a family relic had been passed down in her family, a jewel whose true purpose no one knew. That is, until Laurel lost her entire family. After that loss, she was left completely alone. Not knowing where to go or what to do next, Laurel existed purely by inertia, until a distant relative appeared in her life, introducing herself as a second aunt from Britain. Laurel immediately sensed something was wrong. She didn't know any of her relatives. And yet this woman obtained guardianship rights with surprising speed, and just a few days later Laurel left for Britain with her. It was there that her life changed forever. In Britain, Laurel learned about the existence of an ancient order, an organization that guarded forbidden knowledge and waged war against what they called evil. But the most important revelation was something else. Laurel finally learned what kind of ornament had been passed down in her family for centuries. It was an ancient artifact that granted its owner immense power. And it was Joseph Crackstone, her ancestor, who had managed to subdue that power. Almost. He had nearly purged the country of outcasts, but in the end he was cursed and cast into hell. What Laurel did not know, and what was deliberately kept from her, was that the family relic corrupted its owner, drawing out their darkest desires. Without realizing it, Laurel fell under the influence of the darkness. Her desire was simple and clear, to reclaim what was rightfully hers and to take revenge on those who had taken her family from her. From that moment on, her training began. She was brought into the order by that very second aunt, who turned out to be one of the elders of the British chapter of the Men of Letters. Fueled by a thirst for revenge and the darkness, which gradually dragged her darkest impulses to the surface, Laurel absorbed knowledge like a sponge. The order even helped her stage her own death so she could vanish from the world. And when her training was nearing its end, Laurel learned yet another truth. Having become a full-fledged member of the Men of Letters, she discovered that her family's artifact was only one of many. And that the order intended to use this power to defeat a being they had never been able to destroy. That was when Laurel received her assignment. Not only to take revenge, but to prove her loyalty to the order by eradicating the infection known as Nevermore. A place where the children of outcasts and monsters were taught. Thus, Laurel Gates became Marilyn Thornhill, a biology teacher at Nevermore. She taught children she despised with all her soul. At first, it was difficult for her to play the role of a kind, slightly awkward teacher. But over time, Laurel settled into it so completely that no one would have suspected why she was truly at the academy. Day after day, she observed those she loathed. Restrained herself. Waited. Methodically built her plan for revenge. As a member of the Men of Letters, Laurel knew about the existence of the Book of Shadows, the very one used to curse her ancestor and send him to hell. And when the opportunity arose, she stole it. From that moment on, her plan took on new colors. Laurel decided to resurrect Joseph Crackstone. He was meant to help her take revenge, reclaim the lands belonging to her family, and finish what he had started. Besides, Laurel knew this, Joseph Crackstone had been the first bearer of the artifact of darkness. That only strengthened her desire to bring him back. But the ritual required special conditions. The night of the blood moon. And a living descendant of Goody Adams, the woman who had killed Joseph Crackstone. When Wednesday arrived at Nevermore, Laurel realized the time had come. She had so many opportunities to destroy the academy that she had long since stopped counting them. But Laurel chose a different path. She wanted to show the outcasts what real hell looked like. However, along with Wednesday, Alex and Dean arrived in Jericho, under the guise of agents of the Federal Bureau of Control. And as a member of the Men of Letters, Laurel understood that she had to act carefully. Relations between the Bureau and the Order had always been tense. She tried several times to eliminate Alex and Dean, but without success. After attempting to sic the taken on them, Laurel realized she had underestimated her opponents. Especially after her conversation with Alex at the Raven Ball at Nevermore. From that moment on, she went quiet. Waited. And when her target came into her hands on its own, Laurel decided that the chance had finally come. But at one point, everything went wrong. Laurel sat on the cold stone floor of her ancestor's crypt, Joseph Crackstone's, and looked at those she hated with all her soul. At Alex and Wednesday. There was no fear in their eyes. No rage. Only open disappointment, and a hint of boredom, as if what was happening wasn't worth their time. A single strike from Alex, and every bone in Laurel's body broke at once. If not for the artifact of darkness she carried on her, she would have remained lying there as a helpless heap of flesh, unable even to move. The power of the darkness allowed her to heal herself, but the pain did not go anywhere. It still pulsed through her body, reminding her of how insignificant she was compared to him. Laurel ground her teeth, staring at Alex and Wednesday. Alex himself was lazily smoking a cigarette, exhaling smoke toward the ancient stone walls. In Laurel Gates, he saw nothing more than a broken girl obsessed with revenge. And nothing else. As for Wednesday, Laurel's motives didn't interest her at all. In her eyes, Laurel was just another failure, incapable of seeing things through to the end. Glancing at Alex and recalling who he truly was, Wednesday merely shook her head slightly. Laurel had never stood a chance from the very beginning. Alex was simply letting her dance like a monkey to his own music. So, Laurel, Alex said lazily, exhaling smoke. Go on. Resurrect your idiot ancestor. Then we'll move on to the part where I beat him senseless. You have no idea what he's capable of, Laurel hissed, forcing the words out through hatred. You'll regret letting me do this. Yeah, Alex snorted. Stop wasting my time. Summon me a new toy so I can break it. He turned to Wednesday and smiled. My dear Wednesday, donate a little blood for this lunatic. How else is she supposed to summon the ancient idiot from hell if she doesn't have Adam's blood? How do you? Laurel stared at him in shock. Oh, you really thought you were the only special one here? Alex said cheerfully, spreading his arms. You decided there were no men of letters left in America. What a surprise. If you're also a member of the Order, Laurel began, boring into him with her gaze, then why are you on the side of this filth that must be eradicated? They're nothing but parasites that. Alex listened to her fanatical rant and absent-mindedly scratched his ear, clearly hoping she would finish as soon as possible. He shifted his gaze to Wednesday. She was listening with the same lack of enthusiasm, and the whole situation even seemed amusing to her. Especially the desperation with which Laurel was trying to lure Alex to her side. Wednesday even briefly wondered how Laurel would react if she learned Alex's true identity. And the fact that, at this very moment, he was essentially death itself. While Laurel continued to present what she considered compelling arguments, Alex silently looked at Wednesday, making it perfectly clear that it was time to end this farce. Wednesday sighed. She pulled a knife from her pocket and carefully drew the blade across her palm. Blood immediately welled up on her skin. Wednesday lifted her gaze to Alex. He pointed to the emblem carved into Joseph Crackstone's stone coffin. Wednesday stepped up to the sarcophagus and pressed her bloody palm against the Crackstone family crest. In the same instant, the symbol flared to life, and thick black smoke burst from it. The heat seared her palm, as if she had touched red-hot metal. When the burning sensation faded, Wednesday withdrew her hand and returned to Alex, holding out her palm in silent demand. Alex smiled. He ran a finger over her skin, and the wound closed instantly, leaving no trace behind. Laurel, finally realizing what was happening, snatched up the Book of Shadows. She began to chant the spell. The crypt shuddered. Somewhere above ground, thunder rumbled. The jars containing the body parts gathered for the ritual began to glow. Thick black smoke poured from Crackstone's coffin, spreading across the crypt floor. It did not reach Alex and Wednesday's feet, as if colliding with an invisible barrier. The smoke began to thicken, taking on the shape of a human figure. And a moment later, a man stepped out of it, dressed in pilgrim's clothes, a mad smile on his face. Joseph Crackstone. He looked as though he had truly been torn from hell itself, a deathly pale face, bottomless black eyes devoid of anything human. I am blood of your blood, Laurel said fanatically. I call upon you to rid this world of the outcasts. Once and for all. The resurrected Joseph Crackstone looked at Laurel. She returned his gaze with fanatical, almost reverent devotion. The mad smile on Crackstone's face only widened when he saw her loyalty. He extended his hand. Without hesitation, Laurel stepped closer and, without a word, bowed to kiss his ring. But instead of a blessing, Joseph abruptly tore the amulet with the black stone from her neck and put it on himself. In the same moment, his body began to change. Flesh filled with strength, the hunched figure straightened, wrinkles vanished, and his movements became sharp and confident once more. He was rapidly growing younger, returning to his former, peak condition. When the transformation was complete, Joseph took a deep breath, as if truly drawing in life for the first time in centuries, and exhaled thick black smoke. Once, he had been the first to wield this power for his own ambitions. And now it belonged to him again. Alex and Wednesday watched from the side as if observing a poorly staged play. They exchanged a glance. Wednesday's look clearly asked, when would this farce finally end? Alex only smiled faintly, stepped behind her, and lazily twirled her braids between his fingers as he continued to watch the performance. Our revenge will be swift and final, Joseph said, looking at Laurel as he felt power returning to him. And does Uncle Crowley know you've escaped your cage? Alex asked lazily, cutting into the moment. The smile on Joseph's face faltered. The name Crowley had clearly struck a nerve. He sharply turned his gaze toward Alex. Alex was still standing behind Wednesday, idly playing with her braids, which only made Wednesday's expression even colder and more detached. Joseph frowned, then shifted his gaze to Wednesday. And in his eyes, pure, primal hatred flared. She looked exactly like Goody Adams, the one who had cursed him, taken everything from him, and condemned him to eternal torment in hell. Laurel, too, stared at Alex with fury. To her, he had already become a traitor, someone who had sided with monsters instead of destroying them. Goody Adams. Joseph growled. You haunt me once again. You will meet the same fate you prepared for me. You will burn in hell forever. That is where you belong. In his hand, a rapier formed, woven from pure darkness. In the next second, Joseph vanished in a cloud of black smoke, and instantly appeared before Wednesday and Alex. He thrust forward, aiming straight for Wednesday's head. Wednesday did not even flinch. Alex calmly extended his hand and stopped the blade a centimeter from her face. Wednesday didn't blink. From the memories Alex had shared with her, she knew perfectly well what he was capable of, and how fiercely he protected those close to him. She trusted him completely. Joseph tried to force the blade farther. But Alex, without the slightest strain, clenched the rapier's edge between his fingers, not allowing it to move even a millimeter. Dark mist began to pour from Crackstone's body. The harder he pressed, the more violently the crypt trembled. Cracks spread across the walls, stones rained down from the ceiling. And in the next moment, a shockwave burst from Joseph's body, accompanied by thick black smoke. Everything around them exploded. But Alex reacted first. In an instant, he teleported himself and Wednesday beyond the crypt, so fast that neither Joseph nor Laurel even noticed. Now several dozen feet away from the ruined crypt, Alex and Wednesday watched as the blast of darkness erased everything in its path. The black cloud tore the ancient structure apart, stone fragments flying in all directions like shrapnel, cutting down nearby trees. The force of the explosion was such that almost nothing remained of the crypt. Stones hurtling toward Alex and Wednesday stopped in midair when they struck his infinity, hung there for a moment, and then fell to the ground. Amid the ruins stood Joseph Crackstone. A smug smile played on his face. He was certain he had taken revenge on the one who had imprisoned him in hell. Laurel looked at him with fanatical awe, convinced that their common enemies had been destroyed, and that her revenge had finally been fulfilled. One less obstacle, Joseph said. Come, child. It is time to finish what I could not centuries ago. Time to carry out our revenge, and to finally wipe out all this godforsaken filth. Laurel only nodded and stepped closer to Joseph. Black mist closed around them both, thick, viscous, almost alive. In the next moment, it swallowed them completely, and both vanished from the ruined crypt. Alex and Wednesday stood roughly 10 meters away, but they heard everything clearly. Alex lazily shook his head, surveying the destruction Joseph had caused using the power of darkness. Wednesday, however, was not particularly impressed. After seeing what Alex was capable of, this didn't compare. Not a bad explosion, Alex drawled, letting out a soft whistle as he looked at the ruins. Handles the power of darkness fairly well. Don't you think, my dear Wednesday? As I understand it, this is only a small fragment of the goddess you're on friendly terms with, Wednesday replied calmly, folding her arms across her chest. And if Joseph Crackstone is only capable of this while wielding such power, it's disappointing. You're hard to please, my dear Wednesday, Alex smirked. Or were you expecting more tricks? Not exactly, she said coolly. It's more like watching an amateur try to show off a couple of street tricks. Alex merely smiled and took Wednesday's hand. It was obvious to both of them where Joseph and Laurel had gone. Of course, to Nevermore. They intended to begin their crusade there, starting with the murder of the Academy students. But they were already too late. By that point, all the students of Nevermore had already been evacuated and were outside the Academy. They stood behind a checkpoint organized by agents of the Bureau of Control. When Joseph Crackstone was resurrected, the agent's instruments began to emit a piercing signal. A spatial anomaly had been activated. Nicholas Wood immediately started issuing orders to the operatives, demanding full combat readiness. Prepare to activate isolation of the area around Nevermore, he ordered curtly. Do not let the anomaly leave the zone. Larissa Weems stood in front of her students. Her grim gaze never left the academy walls for a single second. All that remained for her and the others was to wait. And at that very moment, the Bureau of Control's measuring devices wailed again with an alarm. Black flames ignited around Nevermore, shooting high into the sky. "Prepare to activate isolation," Nicholas Wood said, grabbing his radio. "On my command." Shortly before that, Joseph and Laurel had appeared in the central courtyard of Nevermore. Joseph was already anticipating the massacre. He intended to drown the academy in the blood of outcasts, but after looking around, he realized that Nevermore was empty. Not a single soul. Laurel also scanned the surroundings tensely, trying to understand where all the students had gone. But the academy had been completely evacuated. Rage washed over Joseph like a wave. He slammed his staff into the ground with force, and everything around them burst into black flames. "That filthy brood scattered again like cockroaches," he snarled. "But it doesn't matter. I always find them. And this time, they won't get far. For that, you'll first need to leave this place alive," a calm male voice said. Joseph and Laurel sharply turned forward. Alex and Wednesday stepped out of the shadows. Both were unharmed. Not a scratch. Even their clothes were untouched. Alex took a relaxed drag from his cigarette and exhaled smoke with a cheerful smile. Beside him walked Wednesday, her face devoid of emotion, a completely black rapier in her hand. That rapier came from Alex's personal collection. Wednesday had no intention of standing aside and merely watching. If someone wanted to kill her, she would kill them in return. And being extremely vindictive, she had no intention of missing the chance to put a couple of neat holes in Joseph's and Laurel's bodies. Joseph's face twisted with rage. The darkness around him began to pulse more violently, responding to his emotions. Meanwhile, Laurel pulled a small case from her pocket. Inside was a black crystal, half the size of the one that had once been set in her pendant. She clenched the crystal in her hand. Black mist enveloped her body, forming a cloak, while her face disappeared behind a dense veil of darkness. You both should have died," Joseph shouted, pointing at them. "I can't die," Alex smirked. "But you can." "We'll see about that," Joseph growled, forming a pulsating sphere of darkness in his hands. Joseph hurled the sphere of darkness toward Alex and Wednesday. Seeing the incoming attack, Alex lazily waved his hand, as if brushing away an annoying insect, and sent the sphere back. The mass of darkness twisted midair and shot back at even greater speed. Joseph managed to dodge. Laurel did not. The sphere slammed into her at point-blank range and hurled her across the entire inner courtyard. Laurel flew several meters and struck a stone column with her back with a dull thud. The stone cracked, and she slid down, breathing heavily. Joseph glanced back at her and looked at her with open contempt. "How did you deflect my power?" he hissed, turning back to Alex and Wednesday. "That's black magic, nothing else." "I just hit it," Alex shrugged. "If your rotten brain considers that black magic, my condolences. Want me to show you again?" Alex pulled a coin from his pocket and pinched it between his fingers. The next moment, he snapped his hand. The coin shot forward and, at monstrous speed, tore past Joseph's head, knocking his hat off. Then the projectile slammed into a stone column, and it disintegrated into dust, as if it were made of plaster. A gust of wind lashed Joseph across the face. He frowned even more deeply. Raising his staff, Joseph slammed it into the ground with force. Black mist surged in all directions, thickening and taking on human shapes. He was summoning the souls of his fallen followers. A moment later, the entire courtyard was filled with the Taken. Alex raised an eyebrow. Wednesday tightened her grip on the rapier, assessing the number of enemies. Alex was already about to simply snap his fingers and erase them all when a bright beam of light struck down from the sky. The Taken howled, piercing, unbearable, and began to dissipate like smoke in the wind. Alex and Wednesday lifted their heads. A Bureau of Control helicopter hovered above them, projecting a powerful beam that dispersed the darkness. "Sir, isolation is active," Nicholas Wood's voice came from the loudspeaker. "We'll support you from the air. Happy hunting." Alex grinned and gave a thumbs up. He didn't need the help, but who was he to stop people from earning their service points? Joseph, however, grew even more grim. A sphere of darkness began forming in his hand once again. This time, he was aiming at the helicopter. He was distracted. And that was enough. Alex was beside him in an instant. He grabbed Joseph by the shoulder and sharply spun him around. "Clench your teeth," he said calmly, drawing back his fist. "This is going to hurt." The blow landed. Alex's fist smashed into Joseph's face, slamming him into the ground with such force that cracks spread through the stone. Alex raised his foot, preparing to crush his head. Joseph threw up his hands, blocking the blow. Alex allowed it. For a fraction of a second. The blade of the black rapier passed through both of Joseph's arms. He screamed in pain and turned his head. Wednesday stood before him, her expression cold, gripping the rapier that had pierced him straight through. With a sharp motion, she yanked the blade aside. Joseph's arms were severed. Alex smirked and raised his foot again. But at that moment, Laurel came to her senses. A black wave of darkness struck both of them. Alex instinctively shielded Wednesday with his body, and that was enough. Joseph turned into black mist and vanished. He reappeared beside Laurel. His arms regenerated instantly, and a new staff formed in his hands. So, 2 on 2. Alex drawled thoughtfully. Funny. He cracked his neck. Only thing is, Joseph, men usually fight with their fists, he continued with a lazy smile. Not like miserable mongrels, hiding behind a power that doesn't belong to them. Alex pulled a pair of black knuckle dusters from his pocket and slowly slipped them on. Now you're going to feel it. You're in for a fun carnival of pain. Shut up, bastard, Joseph snarled, pointing his staff at Alex. You're no better than those freaks. As you say, Alex snorted. He turned to Wednesday. Wednesday, take care of Laurel. You've got personal business with her. Just don't kill her, we need her alive. She still owes us a lot of answers. I know that without you, Wednesday replied coldly, giving her rapier a slight flick. But I can't promise her limbs will stay where they are. She'll be able to talk without them. Wouldn't expect anything less from you, Alex smirked, pulling out a cigarette. Without much emotion, Wednesday took a lighter from her pocket and calmly lit Alex's cigarette. Alex smiled, touched her shoulder, and discreetly cast a protective spell. Despite Wednesday's abilities, it was still too early for her to face someone directly wielding the power of darkness. So Alex decided to play it safe, at least until the moment he gave her a personal engagement ring, just as he had done for the other girls. Exhaling a cloud of cigarette smoke, Alex clenched the cigarette between his teeth and lunged at Joseph. With a single step, he was instantly in front of him. Joseph tried to counter, the staff whistled downward, but Alex deflected it with his elbow and immediately drove a kick into his torso, launching his opponent into the air. Spinning, he followed up with a roundhouse kick, sending Joseph flying once again. Laurel, standing nearby, had already raised her hand, preparing to attack Alex, but at that same moment a rapier slammed into her palm. The tip stopped barely a centimeter from her eye. Laurel screamed in pain and looked at Wednesday. She stood there with a cold expression, pressing down on the hilt, clearly wishing the blade would finish its path. Laurel tried to shove her away, but Wednesday sharply jerked the rapier, slicing through her hand. Blood splattered across the stones of the courtyard. I'd advise you not to resist, Wednesday said calmly, flicking the blood off the blade. It'll hurt less that way. Though. I'd actually prefer it if you struggled a little while I cut off your limbs. You little freak, Laurel hissed, clutching her wounded hand. I've heard that before. Many times, Wednesday replied indifferently. Come up with something new. While I turn you into a pincushion. She thrust forward with a fast stabbing strike at Laurel's torso. Laurel managed to raise a veil of darkness in front of her, but the rapier blade passed through it without the slightest resistance. At the last moment, Laurel jerked aside, the blade sank into her shoulder. Feeling the steel pierce her flesh, Wednesday immediately yanked the rapier upward, tearing through the muscle. Laurel screamed, clutching her shoulder, from which blood poured freely. How did you manage to hurt me? She hissed, gritting her bloody shoulder. That tends to happen when your fiancé is death itself, Wednesday replied indifferently. If I accidentally kill you, he'll just bring you back. Laurel frowned, about to retort, but Joseph flew past them at incredible speed. She turned her head and saw her ancestor slammed back into a stone column once again. His appearance was horrifying, as if a whole crowd had beaten him within seconds. His limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, his skull dented from a punch, one eye sunken, and a deep crater marred the center of his chest. Clutching her wounded shoulder, Laurel looked to the side and saw Alex. His black knuckle dusters were soaked in blood, as was part of his face. Alex calmly wiped the blood away with his palm and fixed his gaze on her. An empty stare. Laurel shivered. Fear struck from the inside, just meeting his eyes. Alex lazily looked away, took a step, and vanished. The next second, an explosion rang out. Laurel whipped around and saw Joseph literally slammed into a stone wall. Getting distracted, a cold voice sounded nearby. Laurel spun her head sharply and immediately unleashed a surge of darkness, trying to push Wednesday back. But Wednesday skillfully stepped aside, avoiding the strike. Same old tricks, Wednesday said, positioning herself in Laurel's blind spot. You should come up with something new. Laurel didn't have time to react, the rapier sliced through her hand in a single, clean motion. Pain hit instantly. Laurel screamed and grabbed the stump, from which blood spurted. The darkness on her face trembled and dissipated, revealing a visage twisted by rage and pain. From bottom to top, she stared at Wednesday, who, with no emotion at all, swung the rapier, flicking blood onto the stones. Laurel collapsed to her knees, clutching the stump of her arm. In Wednesday's eyes, she saw only coldness. The same empty, indifferent cold that she had just moments before noticed in Alex's gaze. You're both monsters. Laurel hissed through clenched teeth. You shouldn't exist. That's coming from a woman ready to commit genocide under the guise of noble goals, Wednesday replied calmly, looking down at her. History has always ended the same way for people like you. A blade through the heart. High above Nevermore, a Bureau of Control helicopter hovered. A powerful spotlight flooded the inner courtyard with blinding light, tearing through the darkness. In the cockpit sat Nicholas Wood, head of the second support team, and a bureau pilot. From above, they could see everything. Especially Alex. Nicholas watched as Alex hurled the man possessed by darkness like a rag doll, turning his body into a pile of broken bones. Even from the sky, it was clear that Joseph Crackstone was no longer fighting, he was surviving. Goosebumps ran down Nicholas's skin. He quickly looked away from Alex, who was using Crackstone as a battering ram to demolish stone columns, and turned his attention to the second fight. It wasn't any better. Laurel Gates, a woman consumed by darkness, sat on the ground clutching her severed arm, while Wednesday stood over her. Nicholas didn't even know how to comment on what he was seeing. The spotlight almost completely blocked the powers of darkness. All Laurel and Joseph could do was take the blows. After knocking down another column with Crackstone's body, Alex stopped, turned, and hurled Joseph across the courtyard. At the same moment, a black metal rod appeared in Alex's hand. He threw it after him. Joseph crashed into a column, disoriented, unable to comprehend where he was or what was happening. All that remained was pain. And more pain. Just when he thought he had a moment to recover, something solid pierced his chest. The rod drove straight through the center of his chest. Joseph reached to pull it out, and then a second rod pinned his arm. A third struck the other arm. Then two more, his legs. And then, dozens. Within moments, Joseph Crackstone was crucified. His body was held by black iron rods, each one inflicting pain unlike anything he had even experienced in hell. A guttural scream tore through the area, echoing far beyond Nevermore. Great Joseph Crackstone, Alex said lazily, stopping a few steps away. But in reality, just a crying child. Even that mutt who trained Laurel turned out to be tougher. Sooner or later, people like you will die out. Joseph rasped, struggling against the pain. And the world will belong to humans again. In this world, everyone exists on equal terms, Alex replied calmly. And it's not for you to decide who lives and who dies. It's for me. A scythe of death appeared in his hand. What are you? Joseph managed to choke out. I am death. And you should have stayed in hell, where you belong. But until you die, I need to punish you, for escaping without permission, and for trying to hurt my bride, Alex said, his voice devoid of emotion. He swung the scythe onto his shoulder. So, suffer for now. You filthy monster. Joseph croaked as a new wave of pain hit him. I've heard that before, Alex waved it off. Now shut up. He snapped his fingers, and Joseph's scream was cut off. Alex turned and glanced at Wednesday. She was dragging Laurel by the hair. Laurel was in a horrific state, her arms and legs neatly severed. A clear bloody trail stretched across the stones. Wednesday's face remained completely blank. She dragged Laurel to Alex and released her. Her head hit the ground with a dull thud. Laurel didn't even move. Alex nudged her lightly with his boot and realized, a little longer, and she would die. Too soon, he murmured. He kicked her, and Laurel's body twitched. Flesh began to heal, limbs regrew before their eyes. She regained consciousness and lifted her head. The first thing she saw was her ancestor. Crucified. Frozen in a silent scream. She turned her head and saw Wednesday. A kick to the face instantly knocked her out. Laurel went limp. Alex smirked, pulled the shard of Amara's power from her body, and pocketed it. Then he looked up and signaled the helicopter. The spotlight went out, and the inner courtyard sank back into darkness. Left alone, Alex and Wednesday sat by the tree in the center of the courtyard, silently watching Joseph continue to endure the pain. Wednesday leaned slightly against Alex. He wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing her closer. For both of them, it had been an interesting night. And it was coming to an end. To be continued. Anyway, I think that's it for the Wednesday mini-arc. Then it's back home. I'm still debating whether Alex should stop by the oldest house right away or wait until later. And no, I'm not planning on spending a lot of time on the oldest house, because you could spend several chapters just getting to know the oldest house. I think I can just give you a brief overview of the building's lore, so you're all up to date. Otherwise, I think this is the end of the Wednesday arc. Chapter 555, Chapter 555, Time to Leave. The black Impala was speeding down the road toward Nevermore Academy. Inside the car were Dean and Enid. Both of them looked like they had just walked out of a bar where an especially brutal brawl had taken place. Dean's clothes were covered in blood, and his jacket was torn across the back, partially exposing skin. Enid sat in the passenger seat and looked no better. All of her clothes, and even her hair, were stained with dried blood. The aftermath of the fight with Hyde was obvious. They were rushing back to Nevermore to make sure Alex and Wednesday were all right. Dean understood that Alex had, by some twist of fate, become death itself, which meant that nothing truly serious could happen to him. Enid, knowing Alex's true nature, was barely worried at all. As they approached, Dean noticed a checkpoint ahead, illuminated by floodlights. Teachers and students of Nevermore were standing along the road, trying to understand what was happening at the academy. Control Bureau operatives, however, were not letting anyone pass the established line. Until the order to lift the isolation was given, access was completely restricted. As he got closer, Dean slowed down and honked, demanding the road be cleared. The students immediately stepped aside, letting the car pass. Enid leaned out the window and, after making sure no one was hurt, let out a relieved sigh. When the Impala reached the checkpoint, Dean tried to drive through, but he was stopped. He was already about to pull out his documents when a bright flashlight beam hit him straight in the face. The fully equipped operative examined Dean, and immediately recognized him. Even covered in blood and torn clothing, it was hard to mistake a Winchester. "This is Agent Winchester." "Let him through," the operative shouted. Hearing who was in the car, the barricade was immediately moved aside, allowing Dean to pass. The ease with which they let him through surprised Dean. He knew he had become an agent of the Control Bureau, but he hadn't realized his name was known even to rank-and-file operatives. As the Impala passed the checkpoint, other agents began whispering among themselves, watching the car go by. Dean noticed how their expressions changed after his name was mentioned, but decided not to dwell on it for now and kept driving. "Hey, kid. Don't you want to go check on your friends?" Dean asked, turning to Enid. "In this condition?" Enid pointed at herself. "I look like the main character from Carrie." "Can't argue with that," Dean smirked. "Looks like someone dumped a bucket of blood on you." Enid just sighed heavily. Right now, all she wanted was to change clothes and take a shower, washing the dried blood off herself. For Dean, this kind of appearance had long since become normal, and he barely paid attention to it anymore. When they arrived at Nevermore, they got out of the Impala and immediately went looking for Alex and Wednesday. Dean had no idea where they might be, so he looked at Enid. She returned his look with confusion, not immediately understanding what he wanted from her. But before Dean could say anything, Enid's nose twitched slightly. She sniffed the air, and, catching a familiar scent, confidently headed in the right direction. Dean followed her. They emerged into the central courtyard of Nevermore. Or rather, what was left of it. Most of the courtyard was destroyed. Broken stone columns lay scattered everywhere, and clear traces of blood were visible on the tiles. Surveying the aftermath of the battle, Dean and Enid shifted their gaze toward the center of the courtyard, and saw Alex and Wednesday. They were sitting calmly beneath a tree, staring straight ahead. Following their line of sight, Dean and Enid noticed a man dressed like a pilgrim. His body was pierced by dozens of black rods, and his face was frozen in a silent scream. Dean couldn't help but whistle. Alex and Wednesday heard the sound and turned around at the same time. Seeing the state Dean and Enid were in, Alex barely managed to hold back laughter. "For the love of all that's holy, why are you two so filthy?" he said with a grin. "You were supposed to fight a monster, not cosplay Carrie." "Very funny," Dean replied dryly, nodding toward Laurel and Joseph. "And why are you two so clean, while those two look like someone tried to shove them into a meat grinder?" "They turned out to be fairly weak," Wednesday said indifferently. "My previous punching bag was much more resilient." Dean just shook his head and let out a heavy sigh. Smiling, Alex pulled a shard of darkness from his pocket, the one he had taken from Laurel, and tossed it to Dean. Dean deftly caught the shard and immediately drew the cane blade from behind his back. Meanwhile, Enid ran up to Alex, clearly expecting praise. Alex smiled, ruffled her hair, and hugged her, completely ignoring the fact that all her clothes were soaked in blood. Enid beamed and pressed herself tightly against him. After that, Enid decided that Wednesday would surely agree to a hug as well and immediately reached out toward her. However, Wednesday calmly raised her palm, making it clear that she had no intention of hugging Enid while she looked like that. Seeing this, Enid puffed out her cheeks for a moment, then suddenly stepped forward and hugged Wednesday anyway. Wednesday only let out a tired sigh, fully realizing that her life would be tied to Enid for much longer than she had originally expected, and allowed herself to be hugged. Giving them a bit of space, Alex walked over to Dean, who was carefully examining the darkness crystal in his hand. Dean touched it with the hilt of the cane blade, and the blade immediately began drawing the crystal into itself. "As I understand it, that idiot never really had a chance to win. Even if you hadn't become death," Dean said, nodding toward the crucified Joseph. "Well, I would have had to swing my fists a bit. But yeah, you're right, that moron had zero chances from the start." I didn't spend all this time upgrading darkness suppression tech and handing it over to the Bureau for nothing, Alex replied with a cheerful smile. Yeah, you're a genius. Your little gadget helped me too when I was fighting Hyde, Dean said, nodding. Dean, before it was just you, Sam, and Castile. But now there are more of us, and we have the Bureau's support. That means we can avoid unnecessary deaths, Alex said, slightly shaking his head. You're right. All right, enough of this sentimental crap. How much longer is this idiot going to suffer? Or are you going to put him down already? Dean sighed, pointing at Joseph. Just walk up and stab him with the blade. Absorb the darkness, and he'll die for good, Alex said with a shrug. That simple? Dean asked, looking at him. Yep, that's simple. So stop wasting time. We still got a few things to wrap up, and then we can go home, Alex said, yawning. Watching Alex yawn, Dean felt the fatigue creeping up on him as well. The thought of returning home soon made him relax even more. He walked up to the crucified Joseph Crackstone and, without a word, drove the cane blade into his chest. In the very next moment, the blade began absorbing Amara's power. Joseph's body started to change rapidly. The more darkness left him, the faster he aged, until he turned into a dried-up mummy. When Dean pulled the blade from his chest, Joseph Crackstone crumbled into ash. The only reminder of his existence were the dozens of black rods sticking out of the wall. Alex snapped his fingers, and the rods vanished, returning to his inventory. Enid and Wednesday watched this in silence. So, does that mean we won? Enid asked with slight uncertainty. I wouldn't call it a victory. We solved one problem, but there are still a dozen more ahead, Dean said, sheathing the cane blade. Ugh, Dean. Can't you at least be happy for a moment? Why do you have to ruin everything? Enid said, puffing out her cheeks. It could be called a victory if there were no more problems. As it is, there's no reason to celebrate, Wednesday added calmly. You too, Wednesday. We defeated a monster, took down 2 villains. We should celebrate this, Enid insisted, still pouting. Yeah. And I'll celebrate it with a very good, very long sleep, Alex said, yawning once again. Enid looked at Alex as if he had just betrayed everything sacred. In response, he simply nonchalantly formed a heart with his fingers, as if mocking her. Seeing Enid pouting at everyone like a sulky puppy, Dean couldn't help but smile, a quiet chuckle escaping him. Hearing Dean laugh, Alex let out a small laugh himself. Within a second, Enid joined in, her feigned offense evaporating, replaced by genuine, joyful laughter. Wednesday merely sighed wearily and shook her head, but even she couldn't completely hide the faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. After a little laughter, Alex pulled his phone from his pocket and contacted Nicholas Wood, briefly informing him that the situation was fully under control. 10 minutes later, dozens of Bureau operatives appeared in the central courtyard of Nevermore. Their task was to thoroughly check the area and ensure that no threats remained. Seeing the destroyed courtyard, the operatives all turned their heads toward Alex as if on cue. Alex, in turn, pretended to have no idea what they were talking about, looking away with the most innocent expression on his face. Shortly afterward, the students of Nevermore began arriving as well. The scene of destruction shocked them even more. What had once been a well-kept courtyard was now almost entirely in ruins. Larissa Weems, seeing the extent of the damage, could only sigh heavily and cast Alex an empty, tired look. Feeling her gaze on him, Alex immediately looked away and began softly whistling, feigning complete indifference. Watching this, Larissa sighed again and tried to think positively. After all, only the courtyard had been destroyed, the academy building itself remained intact. Most importantly, none of the students had been harmed. This thought brought her a noticeable sense of relief. When the whole ordeal finally came to an end, Alex and Dean decided to stay at Nevermore to get some proper sleep, planning to head home afterward. After all, they had already packed all their belongings from the hotel and stored them in Alex's inventory. Before going to sleep, Alex glanced at Laurel Gates and remembered that her interrogation was still pending. He approached the Bureau operatives who were about to take Laurel away and briefly explained the situation. After listening, the operatives nodded knowingly and, without further questions, handed Laurel over to Alex. Hoisting Laurel over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, Alex headed to the dormitory, clearly not planning to do anything else that night. Dean saw no reason to stay behind and simply trailed after him. They reached the dormitory, the room where Wednesday and Enid lived. Alex first left Laurel in an empty room, tied to a chair, then returned. Without wasting any time on conversation, Alex grabbed 2 mattresses, threw them on the floor, and immediately lay down, not even bothering to change. Everyone fell asleep almost instantly, completely ignoring what was happening outside the academy. While Alex, Dean, Wednesday, and Enid slept, Larissa Weems was already restoring order, sending students to their rooms. Watching the Bureau operatives clean up the aftermath and purge the remaining darkness, she made her final decision. Larissa Weems decided to accept the Bureau of Control's proposal, which Alex had previously made, to expand Nevermore. To do that, she would have to take a difficult step and end the academic year a month earlier than usual. When Alex woke up the next morning, he opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a pair of black eyes watching him intently. Blinking a couple of times, he realized that Wednesday was lying beside him on the mattress, simply observing him in silence. Alex had already opened his mouth to wish her good morning, but Wednesday immediately placed a finger on his lips, making it clear that now was not the time to speak. Alex raised an eyebrow and silently nodded. Wednesday rose from the mattress and extended her hand to him. Letting out a small yawn, Alex took it and stood up. Looking around, he saw Dean sleeping like the dead, completely ignoring the world around him, and then glanced at Enid, who was hugging a pink plush toy to her chest. Before Alex could fully wake up and process what was happening, Wednesday tugged him by the hand and led him out of the room. She guided him to an empty room where Laurel was being held. In her other hand, Wednesday carried a small black case, the very one containing the torture tools. Alex immediately understood what she had in mind. Once inside the room, Wednesday calmly turned on the light. Laurel Gates, tied to a chair, squeezed her eyes shut as the bright light struck her face. When her vision adjusted, she saw Alex and Wednesday standing before her. "What do you want?" Laurel asked angrily. "Did you come to stroke your egos by pointing out how you ruined my plans?" Wednesday calmly set the black case down on the table. "I see no point in doing that in front of yet another failure who couldn't even finish what she started," she replied coldly. Hearing Wednesday's words, Laurel clenched her teeth in fury and shot a venomous glare at her back. Wednesday, showing not the slightest emotion, calmly laid out the torture tools on the table, as if she were engaged in the most mundane routine imaginable. Alex unhurriedly dragged over a chair and placed it in front of Laurel. Sitting down, he lazily leaned back. Laurel immediately fixed him with an openly hateful stare, doing her best to ignore the animal fear rising inside her at the mere sight of him. Alex yawned, lit a cigarette, and completely ignored her glare. At the moment, he cared about only one thing, what exactly the British branch of the Men of Letters had planned, and whether they possessed any more shards of Amara's power. And if they did, he saw no reason not to take them for himself. Laurel's gaze darted between Alex and Wednesday. If she hadn't been tied up, she would have lunged at their throats with her teeth without hesitation. Meanwhile, Wednesday finished arranging the tools and slowly pulled on black rubber gloves. "I need answers, Laurel. And you will give them to me. Voluntarily, or you will be forced to talk. So, first question. What is the British branch of the order planning?" Alex said, exhaling cigarette smoke straight into her face. "Go to hell. I won't say anything." "You'd better kill me," Laurel snarled, clenching her teeth in fury. "Ah, Laurel. You really are stupid. Or did yesterday's blow to the head knock the last bits of memory out of you? I am death. I can kill anyone, anytime. Or do you really think we have no ways to torture your soul?" Alex said lazily. He tilted his head slightly. "So no, you're wrong. You're still alive not only because I need answers. You're alive because Wednesday wants revenge for what you did. All of this is just a formality. I could pull all your memories out by force, straight from your empty head. But like Wednesday, I prefer the classics. And that means the most ordinary torture. And I have experience with it," Wednesday added calmly, rolling the table with the tools closer to Laurel. "Impossible. You can't be death," Laurel shouted, refusing to believe him. Alex merely rolled his eyes and extended his hand. Before Laurel could understand what was happening, he snapped his fingers. Her body exploded in a bloody fountain. And in the very next instant, Alex brought her back to life. The Reaper who came for Laurel's soul saw Alex and froze. Alex turned his head toward him and casually waved a hand, making it clear that this soul was not his yet. The Reaper silently nodded and vanished. Laurel was experiencing the most horrifying shock of her life, something beyond words. She had died, and immediately returned. When her gaze focused on Alex again, it was filled with genuine, animal terror. Meanwhile, Alex lazily spun the ring of death on his index finger, as if nothing remarkable had happened. "Now you're convinced that I am death. You will die only when I decide so," he said with a faint smile. "And now, it's time to answer questions. But first, the torture. Wednesday, you may begin." Laurel looked at Wednesday in horror. She was holding a neat iron hammer and a thick nail. Her face remained cold and completely expressionless. Before Laurel could start begging, Wednesday drove the nail into her hand. A scream of pain tore through the room. To ensure that no sound escaped, Alex snapped his fingers, creating a barrier that completely isolated the room. Wednesday deliberately hammered the nail in slowly, stretching out the agony. Each strike sent waves of pain through Laurel's entire body. Each one was accompanied by a new scream. Alex calmly rocked back and forth in his chair, watching as Wednesday moved to the second hand and began driving the nail into it. He felt not a trace of pity. Laurel's revenge was merely a consequence of her family's sins, and nothing more. Everything happening now was just the most basic minimum of pain she was destined to endure. From the shadows behind Alex, Zhangya stepped forward and placed her hands on his shoulders. She watched Wednesday, and only Zhangya knew what she was thinking at that moment. When Wednesday finished with the second hand, she looked up and noticed Zhangya. From the memories Alex had shared, Wednesday knew exactly who she was, and what she was capable of. And she understood perfectly, once Alex got all the answers, Laurel would not die. But calling her alive would no longer be accurate. In the end, Laurel would become a new resident of the Red City, a place with no way out, only the false hope of freedom. So, Laurel, how did you learn to use the power of darkness? And where did you get it from? Alex asked calmly, looking her in the eyes. A pendant. The pendant was passed down in my family. They taught me how to use this power. Laurel said with difficulty, feeling the pain pulse through her entire body. Do they have any other fragments of this dark power? And what do they use them for? Alex asked, lighting another cigarette. They do. They want to kill an immortal monster that sits on a chain. Laurel whispered, barely lifting her gaze. What immortal monster? Wednesday asked, showing interest for the first time. Nosferatu. Laurel ground out, clenching her teeth from the pain. At her words, ash from the cigarette held between Alex's fingers quietly fell to the floor. Alex slowly ran his hand over the bridge of his nose, feeling the dull, familiar headache starting. He already knew who she was talking about, but he had hoped until the last moment that he was wrong, that it was just an alpha vampire, another problem the British wanted removed by someone else's hands, and not the very Nosferatu he immediately thought of. But Alex's intuition never failed him in moments like this. And if his suspicions were correct, he knew all too well where this was heading. For now, he decided not to rush, first confirm the details, then make plans. Wednesday looked at Alex carefully and noticed his pensive, heavy gaze. She immediately understood, he had already reached a conclusion. The monster you're talking about. It doesn't happen to sit chained with the Order of the Royal Protestant Knights, does it? Alex asked, removing his hand from his face. Yes. They use this immortal creature to fight other monsters, Laurel said with difficulty, nodding. What order? Wednesday asked, shifting her gaze to Alex. The Helsing Order, he replied calmly. Founded in 1899 by Van Helsing himself. After his death, leadership passed to the Helsing family. If I'm not mistaken, the current head is Integra Fairbrook Wingates Helsing. Alex thoughtfully stroked his chin and looked at Laurel. Quite, an interesting woman. But what concerns me is something entirely different. Wednesday understood what he was hinting at instantly. Without saying a word, she swung her arm and struck Laurel on the head with the hammer, making sure she wouldn't hear anything she wasn't supposed to hear. Alex barely held back a smile. Zhangya gave a slight, approving nod. She valued women who understood her husband without unnecessary words. Wednesday set the hammer aside and looked at Alex, silently signaling that he could continue. At that moment, Alex was already seeing the future. Britain. London. A full-scale three-sided war. Mountains of corpses. Rivers of blood flooding the streets. And what exactly don't you like about this? Wednesday asked, crossing her arms. Care to continue? A war could break out in London, Alex said, pulling out a new cigarette. And there will be far too many corpses. So men of letters and Helsing will start a war with each other. Wednesday raised an eyebrow. Oh no, my dear Wednesday, Alex smirked. It's going to be much worse. He lit the cigarette and slowly exhaled the smoke. It will be a war between the Catholic Church, Millennium, Helsing, and men of letters. And this entire bloodbath will play straight into Chuck's hands. That kind of spectacle delights his rotten nature. There hasn't been slaughter like this in decades, and you really think he'll resist watching it? The Church is clear enough, Wednesday said. But who are Millennium? The remnants of the Nazi army, obsessed with war, Alex replied without a trace of emotion. They became vampires. They're led by a fat little dwarf who thinks he's a genius. In short, trash. Nothing more. He waved it off as if he were talking about parasites. So, I take it you're going to interfere? Wednesday asked, watching him closely. Oh, absolutely, a predatory smile appeared on Alex's lips. How could I miss the chance to take part in another war? His eyes flared. Just the thought of it is enough to awaken the desire in me to rip and tear my enemies. He laughed, loudly, sincerely, with notes of manic pleasure, baring sharp teeth. And you know what pleases me the most? The thought that I'll ruin the whole show for Chuck. Just thinking about it makes my heart race. Wednesday looked at Alex with an empty, distant gaze and gently shook her head. Then she shifted her eyes to Zhanya, who was watching Alex the same way, without emotion, as he laughed. Even the girls watching the broadcast shook their heads in unison, once again convincing themselves that their husband wasn't quite right in the head. Still, it didn't diminish their interest in the slightest. Everyone was curious where this chain of events would ultimately lead, and who would make the first move in the coming war. As for Alex, he was savoring the anticipation. Who would have thought that his simple desire to go to Britain to deal with the British men of letters would lead to the opportunity to take part in a real war, and, along the way, slaughter some Nazi vampires? However, first he needed to figure out the relationship between the Bureau of Control and Helsing. If the organizations maintained at least neutral, or better yet, friendly ties, Alex could easily go to Britain as a Bureau agent. To do that, he first had to stop by New York, at the Bureau of Control headquarters. Looks like we won't be heading straight to the bunker, Alex sighed. And where do you want to stop along the way? Wednesday asked, raising an eyebrow. We're going to the oldest house. I need to talk to Jessie, Alex said, nodding. Wednesday just nodded briefly in response, showing no objection. In any case, she planned to go to the bunker with Alex, and a stop at the Bureau of Control didn't bother her. Moreover, after Alex's stories about the oldest house, the space with its own logic, a separate dimension, and the council from another reality, her interest in the place had only grown. And what are we going to do with her? Wednesday asked, nodding toward Laurel. Let her become a resident of the Red City, Alex replied calmly. My love, you can take Laurel to the infirmary. Let them help her there. Zhanya slowly lifted her gaze toward Laurel. Her shadow stretched, elongated, and settled right under the prisoner's feet. The next moment, pale, bloodied hands emerged from the darkness and dragged Laurel down without ceremony. Wednesday calmly removed her gloves. The only thing she felt was mild boredom. Laurel's torture had been surprisingly uninteresting, and Wednesday genuinely felt that her time had been wasted. Carefully gathering the tools, she packed them into the black case and was ready to leave. Alex took Wednesday's hand, and together they returned to the room. Upon entering, they saw Enid sitting on her bed with a completely blank stare. She was looking into nothingness, as if trying to figure out what day it was and what time it was. Dean was sitting nearby as well, clearly recovering his bearings. And where have you been? He asked, looking up at Alex and Wednesday. Chatted with Laurel. You know, all that stuff, Alex replied, waving his hand casually. And what did you find out? And where did Professor Thornhill go? Enid asked, yawning. We found out that we need to stop by the oldest house on the way to the bunker. I'll tell you the rest along the way, Alex said with a slight smile. As for Laurel Gates, well, she's dead. That's it. Dude, cut the riddles, Dean said irritably. You've only been dead for a couple of days, and you already talk like some ancient oracle. Spill it, what did you find out? Alex smirked and nodded briefly. For now, I'll say just one thing, he said. Nazi vampires. At those words, it was as if a short circuit had occurred in Dean's mind. He stared at Alex with a look that said without words, Are you serious right now? Alex just nodded, once again signaling that he would explain everything on the way to New York. Dean could only nod silently in response. This information had fully woken him up. He had already encountered Nazi zombies calling themselves the Thule Society, creatures that could only be killed by decapitation followed by burial to prevent resurrection. And now Alex casually mentions Nazi vampires as well. How could he pass up the chance to learn more? After a brief conversation, it was time to pack their things. Enid had the most luggage, so she needed help. Wednesday had noticeably fewer items, but even so, packing all the suitcases took over an hour. Dean didn't comment at all on the fact that Wednesday and Enid were going with them. He had already seen that both girls could handle themselves. Besides, as Alex had said earlier, they needed to expand, the workload was huge, and there weren't nearly enough hands to handle it. Once everything was packed, Enid called home and lied to her parents, saying she wanted to travel for a while with Wednesday. They didn't notice the deception and agreed without questions. When Alex was asked if Wednesday should contact her parents, she coldly replied that she owed them no explanation. She left a short message on the crystal orb, saying she was moving in with Alex, and that was it. When all preparations were complete, Alex stored the suitcases in his inventory. One last task remained, visiting Larissa Weems, who had probably had the most sleepless night of her life. Leaving the dormitory, Alex, Dean, Enid, and Wednesday passed through the destroyed inner courtyard of the academy and made their way to the principal's office. Inside, they found Larissa Weems with eyes reddened from lack of sleep. She was constantly answering calls, trying to smooth over the aftermath of the events at Nevermore. Parents of the students had already learned what happened and were demanding explanations. After finishing another call, Larissa sighed heavily. This school year had been a true nightmare for her, and she was already mentally counting the days until her well-earned break, which might finally allow her to relax a little. Raising her gaze and noticing the visitors, she sighed once more. And what brings you here, agents? And you too, Miss Sinclair. Miss Adams, Larissa Weems said, pressing her hand to her forehead in an attempt to ease her headache. We came to say goodbye. Today we're finally leaving. Nevermore is a nice place, but as they say, there's no place like home. And yes, Wednesday and Enid are coming with us. Their parents know, Alex said in a cheerful, almost carefree tone. Larissa began massaging her temples, looking at Alex's smile, and her headache only worsened. She glanced at Dean, his expression was completely blank, as if he were just passing by and had stopped to listen to the conversation. Then her gaze shifted to Wednesday. She had the same look she'd worn on her first day at Nevermore. The look of someone who had longed to leave this place. Last was Enid. Though she felt sad to leave, her entire demeanor showed that she was ready to move forward. Massaging her temples, Larissa simply sighed. In this situation, she had nothing left to say. Especially since she was already planning to announce Nevermore's closure for reconstruction. Agent, you said you'd cover all the damage done to Nevermore. Or should I remind you what you did to the inner courtyard last night? Larissa Weems said with a faint, weary smile. How could I forget? Of course, of course. I'll fully reimburse the damage. Here's my secretary's number. First, calculate the total, and everything will be compensated. And yes, my secretary isn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. If he starts saying nonsense, just ignore him. He's just greedy, Alex said with a carefree smile, placing a business card on Larissa's desk. Larissa took the card in her hand. It only had a name, GIR, a phone number, and a note, if you're calling for money, don't call. Reading the note, Larissa's eyelid twitched slightly. She looked at Alex again, who was still calmly smiling. Shaking her head, Larissa set the card down and waved tiredly, signaling that they could go wherever they wanted, just as long as no one else bothered her. Chuckling, Alex was the first to leave the office. Dean, Wednesday, and Enid followed. Dean even felt a little pity for Larissa, knowing just how much work would now fall on her shoulders. Once outside, they headed straight for the Impala to finally hit the road. Sitting in the car, Alex stretched out on the front passenger seat and rolled down the window. Wednesday settled in the back seat next to Enid, and Thing perched on her shoulder, clearly ready for new adventures. So, where to now? Dean asked, starting the engine. I'd like to say home. But our next stop is New York. Time to visit our workplace, since we've never been there. And I need to kick Audie's butt. That idiot went and leaked my number to everyone, Alex said, sticking his hand out the window. And who's Audie? Enid asked, leaning slightly forward. He's like Schrodinger's cat. Everywhere and nowhere at the same time. But it's way more complicated, Alex replied, turning his head. Can't wait to see that, Mr. Death. Now let's go. We've got a long road back to the bunker, Dean said, turning on the music. Yeah. I'll take care of some other work on the way. Give me a nudge when we get to New York, Alex muttered, closing his eyes. Just say you're going to sleep already. Work, Dean snorted, rolling his eyes. I'm Death. And I do need to check in with my subordinates. Now don't bother me, Alex waved him off. Physically, Alex remained seated in the Impala as it sped down the road, but at the same time his consciousness shifted into the Library of Death. Once there, he couldn't resist walking between the endless rows of shelves, carefully studying the books. Naturally, he stopped at the books of Dean's and Sam's lives. What he saw surprised him. Where dozens, if not hundreds, of volumes should have stood, there was only a single book for each of them, resting on a completely empty shelf. Alex immediately understood why. He didn't touch them, unwilling to know how the brothers' future would unfold. Casting one last glance at the two books, he placed them into his inventory, so that no Reaper would ever be able to reach them again. Leaving the rows of shelves behind, Alex took a step and found himself before a simple, unremarkable white office desk. After assessing the interior used by the previous Death, he merely snorted and decided to redo everything to suit himself. When the changes were complete, Alex sat down in the chair, and in that very instant all the necessary information appeared in his mind. His task was perfectly clear, to preserve the final balance. All who were meant to die must die. All who were meant to live must live. No exceptions. If a book of life had reached its end, then that person was not destined to die. Greg. Alex called out, slightly lifting his head. Sir, my name is not Greg, but Harold, a respectful voice answered nearby. Alex turned his head and saw the very Reaper who had once handed him the Ring of Death. Looking at Harold, Alex merely rolled his eyes, eloquently enough. Harold looked like the most ordinary funeral home employee, an unremarkable appearance, a gray suit, and a complete lack of individuality. The Reaper stepped closer as Alex remained silent. How may I assist you, sir? Harold asked respectfully. Gather all the Reapers. In a conference room, if there is one. If not, make one. Don't make me explain how this is supposed to work. We're having a meeting. All that corporate nonsense, Alex said, tapping his fingers against the desk. It will be done, boss. I'll gather everyone immediately, Harold replied, giving a respectful nod before vanishing. Alex nodded, lit a cigarette, and leaned back in his chair. He had to rebuild the system the way he saw fit, not the way it had functioned before. It would take a lot of time, but in this place, time flowed differently. Besides, Alex had something that would significantly speed things up. Clones. Creating hundreds of copies of himself, he didn't bother explaining anything, the clones already knew what to do. Thus began the reconstruction of the Library of Life. To be continued. As one reader requested, I've decided to add Helsing. And when it'll be, I'll have to think about it. As I said, first there will be the main events of Supernatural, namely the visits to Hell, Lucifer's cage, and all that. Then there will be Silent Hill and Derry, and then perhaps Helsing. Or it will be a sudden Helsing, as I usually do, when Alex simply wakes up and is told, go to work, why are you sleeping?